Chapter 1, I Changes. Ninghai City. Downstairs in a neighborhood, Chunyu was sorting out the scraps he had just collected and loading them onto his tricycle. He was a student of the Department of Archaeology at Ninghai University, and usually relied on collecting scraps and picking up rags to save up for tuition and living expenses. What's this? When Chunyu shook a piece of ragged clothes, an apricot-sized, crystal-clear bead fell out from it, somewhat like a crystal. He picked it up and viewed it for a few moments. There seemed to be something inside the bead, but he couldn't see it too clearly, so he raised his head and pointed the bead at the sun to get a better look. Under the sunlight, the beads burst out with a seven-colored light and did not enter Chunyu's eyes. Goo, my eyes. He only felt a burning stinging pain in his eyes. Panicking, he threw away the beads and rubbed up his eyes. Unable to stop the tears from flowing down his face, he thought he had picked up a treasure, but he didn't expect to burn his eyes, so he cursed in anger and bounced around in place. You a rag collector. What kind of nerve? A good dog does not block the road. Hurry to give the old lady out of the way. Otherwise let the dog bite you. Just then, a shrew-like tirade sounded. Chunyu rubbed a few more times, felt that his eyes didn't hurt much anymore, raised his head and looked at the sound, only to see a 1 or 2 meter position in front of him. An obese middle-aged woman with a waist like a bucket appeared, holding a spotted dog in her arms. The spotted dog was also dogfighting, baring its teeth and barking at Chunyu for a while. Name Lu Funfang, age 38, height 158 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms. 3 minutes after suffering from rabies. When Chunyu looked at the middle-aged woman, he was surprised when a string of information surfaced in his mind. He moved his gaze in surprise and landed on the spotted dog, and another string of information surfaced. Breed Dalmatian, commonly known as spotted dog, age 2 years old, height 39 centimeters, weight 15 kilograms, bitten by stray dog, suffering from rabies. Chunyu thought his brain was having problems, shook it, watched it again, and found that the spotted dog's leg was injured, obviously bitten by some animal. You poor bumpkin, what are you looking at? Didn't hear my mother talking to you? Deaf? Or blind? Hurry up and get out of the way. Delaying my family. To go to the pet hospital. Can you afford to pay for it? The middle-aged woman had a face of contempt, brutally scolded, extremely despised Chunyu. Chunyu had just bounced around and ran to the middle of the road, but there was enough space next to him to pass a big fat man of 200 pounds. He was too lazy to have a general understanding with this kind of unreasonable woman. Remembering the bizarre information in his mind, he tentatively asked, Your name is Lu Funfang, right? The spotted dog in your arms was bitten by a stray dog? How do you know my name? The middle-aged woman was first stunned, and then cautiously reprimanded. Seeing your thieving eyes, you are definitely not a good person, privately prying into my old lady. What ulterior motives do you have? Chunyu was shocked and delighted. From the other party's reply, it could be confirmed that the information was correct. Could it be that I have been blessed by misfortune and my eyes have mutated, and I can read the information of the things I see? Really brain dead. Old lady doesn't have the time to accompany you to delay your efforts blindly. The middle-aged woman insulted impatiently, stepped over and aimed the spotted dog at Chunyu, with the intention of letting the dog bite when she saw something bad. Chunyu was so scared that he hastily took a few steps back. He was not afraid of the dog, but was afraid of the rabies carried by the dog. After thinking about it, he still kindly reminded, Your dog may have rabies. Quickly let go. Be careful of being bitten. You're the one who has rabies. Your whole family has rabies. Psycho. The middle-aged woman took her kindness for a donkey's liver and lungs, cursing and waving the spotted dog to terrorize. The spotted dog barked chaotically for a few times, suddenly twisted its body like a madman. Its eyes gradually turned red, and coldly opened its fangs, biting on the middle-aged woman's arm. Goo. The middle-aged woman yelled in pain and let go of her hand in a panic. The spotted dog that landed on the ground became even more manic, and bit down on the middle-aged woman's calf. When Chunyu looked at the spotted dog again, the message floating in his mind became, Rabies attack. Extremely aggressive. Stay away for good. The middle-aged woman was scared like a bucket rolling all over the ground, struggling haphazardly, screaming in terror. Help! The dog bites people. Come and save me. This dog-eyed shrew, rude and insolent, was blamed for the dog bite. Chunyu would not have wanted to manage, but after all, it is a human life. A moment of weakness, from the nearby flower beds to pick up an egg-thick wooden stick, swung up and hit the dog's head. The heart silently read sorry. A stick down. The spotted dog was hit and fell to the ground, but soon climbed up again, madly pouncing toward Chunyu. Chunyu does not want to be bitten by the dog and suffer from rabies. In his line of sight, the movements of the spotted dog became extraordinarily clear. Subconsciously once again swung the wooden stick, hit the dog squarely on the head, and the spotted dog once again tumbled to the ground. Then, he was ruthless, and a few sticks fell. The spotted dog, a burst of random convulsions, can no longer climb up. The middle-aged woman saw finally saved. Slightly relieved, guiltily said, "Young man, really sorry, just now I want to save that. Too anxious, you don't know me. Trouble you quickly help me call an ambulance." Chunyu listened to this as still like a human language. The previous resentment to reduce. To help dial 120. The middle-aged woman's legs were bitten several times. The skin and flesh turned over. Blood dripping, constantly screaming in pain, unable to walk on their own. After that, Chunyu used the middle-aged woman's cell phone and called her husband. 10 minutes passed. A middle-aged man with a slightly thin figure, driving a Volkswagen arrived. It was Lu Funfang's husband, Li Changgue, a professional jade trader. Chunyu took a look and read the basic information of Li Changgue, plus the incident of the dog biting Lu Funfang, which further proved that his eyes had mutated, and he also had the ability to foretell the future. Li Changgue understood what happened and thanked Chunyu again and again. When the ambulance arrived, he hurriedly carries his wife to the car and rushes to get treatment. Chunyu thinks that Li Changgue is not a bad person, and repeatedly urged that his wife must be vaccinated against rabies, and may still be saved. After finishing his work, Chunyu rode on the tricycle that collects scrap, and went to the scrapyard to deliver the goods and close the work early. Now that he has a special ability, the first thing that comes to mind is how to make money, and in the future, he will basically say goodbye to collecting scrap, and will soon embark on a high and glorious life. Along the way, Chunyu excitedly looked left and right, reading the information of various people and things, skilling the ability brought by the eye mutation, unconsciously arriving at a scrapyard. Another string of information surfaced in his mind as his eyes swept over a pile of books in the yard. The scrap books weighed 9.3 kilograms and were worth between $2 and $3 million. Chunyu violently pressed the three-wheel brake as his brain was dazzled. Worth between 2 million and 3 million. Even if it was only 2 million, it was enough to shake the world and become a millionaire. What do I say, I have to get my hands on it. But about 20 pounds of old books, selling rags for $20. How do I look at it? It is not worth more than 2 million. Chapter 2, The King of Tickets Worth Millions. Isn't this Xiao Chen? It's been a long time since you came to me to pay for the scrap. I thought you quit. A middle-aged man's voice, interrupting Chen Yu's floating thoughts, was none other than Wang Laifu, the boss of this scrap collection station. Chen Yu just started to collect scrap, often come to this scrap station to sell goods, but after a long time, he found that Wang Laifu was a treacherous businessman. The price of scrap is lower than other people's homes, and after that, it does not come. In order to get that pile of scrapbooks, Chen Yu perfunctorily snapped and said, "Some time ago, I was busy coping with the school's exams. I didn't collect much scrap, and today I happened to be idle, and casually collected a little bit, and sold it all to you." Said, he pushed the tricycle into the yard where the waste products are piled up into a mountain, pretending to casually parked in front of the pile of old books. Obviously these old books are just collected, have not had time to deal with. Moving the scraps off the car, Chen Yu did not have the heart to bargain, weighing them one by one, adding up to a total of $103. "You wait for a while, I'll go back to the house to get you the money." Taking advantage of Wang Laifu going back to the house, Chen Yu hurriedly looked up the pile of old books, and the resultant information showed that the value of a single book was only worth $1 or so. He was at least a student of archaeology and knew that the older the books the more valuable they were, and specialized in picking old books that looked yellowed. Just when he thought the information was wrong, picking up millions was just a dream. He picked up a book from the 60s or 70s, called General Line of Social Construction Questions and Answers. The information immediately showed, inside the first set of 10 renminbi, 000 yuan horse herding 1, known as the treasure of the RMB and the king of the ticket, worth 2 to 3 million. The first set of renminbi has special historical significance, has been the collection market as the founder. The issue of a long time, only 7 years in circulation, is currently the shortest circulation time of a set of renminbi, thus becoming the collection market, the least amount of survival. The collection of the most difficult set of renminbi. Chen Yu also snapped out of it, not that this pile of books is worth a lot of money, but it is hidden inside. The eyes of the supernormal ability to even see the hidden treasure. Simply hang on to the sky. Little Chen, this is the money for you, keep it. At this time, Wang Laifu walked out from the house, holding $103, handing it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not take the money, and casually picked up another 6 or 7 old books, saying, "This book happens to be useful to me, and I want to buy it. Old Wang, you make a price." Wang Laifu eyeballs turned, eyes showed a shrewd light, smiled, "Xiao Chen, our scrap line rules you know, buy is scrap, but sell cannot be according to the scrap price. You choose those books, give $100 on the line." Really smart and clever. You a treacherous businessman also have a time to be pitched. Then I will not be polite. Chen Yu was secretly happy, but on the surface, he put on a very reluctant look and bargained. $12 a book is too expensive. You have to let me pick 5 more books. Let's do it this way. The money from selling scrap is not given to you. Let you pick another 5 books at random. How about it? Am I interesting enough? Wang Lifu was smiling, pretending to be generous. This pile of books less than 20 collected. Casually take out a few books can be sold for 100. A steady profit of more than 5 times. So that Wang Lifu's mood is very good. Not knowing that he is picking up sesame seeds, lost $2 or $3 million of treasure. Chun Yu held back his excitement, pretended to choose 5 more books, and then rode on the tricycle to leave, away from the scrapyard. He glanced back and did not see Wang Lifu, and could no longer hold back his laughter. Get rich, $2 to $3 million is easy to get. In the future, I'm a millionaire. See who still dares to despise me as a rag collector. Along with the laughter, he couldn't wait to take out the book Social Construction General Line Questions and Answers, carefully lifted the yellowed pages of the book, from which he found a 10,000 yuan banknote. The banknote was relatively well preserved, about 60 to 70% new, about the same size as the current 100 yuan. The main color of the front is purple. The left side is a Mongolian in the prairie horse herding pattern. The right side of the capital label 10,000 yuan. In the center of the back is what is written in Mongolian, and on the left and right sides there is an Arabic numeral of 10,000. This small banknote, but has a value of $2 to $3 million. This is the charm of antique collectibles. Chun Yu can't wait to hold this banknote and kiss a few mouths. The first bucket of gold to get rich depends on it, and so on. After the excitement, he realizes a problem. This thing is sold to who? If not sold, stay in their hands, cannot eat or drink. With the waste paper is no difference. Sold to highlight its value. So, he intends to go to Ninghai City's largest antique Jade Street, to try his luck, looking for buyers. Antique Street was built in ancient style. On both sides of the street are stores. There are also specialized stalls. Usually people come and go. Very lively. Chun Yu is to sell cultural curiosities, worth 2 or 3 million things. The average person cannot afford to buy, but also have to find a big patron. He used to come to the antique street shopping. Know that there is a store named Zhubo Zhai, almost the largest store on this street. Should be very strong. So Chun Yu did not go anywhere, riding a tricycle, directly to the Zhubo Zhai. In front of the door is also parked a red sports car. His tricycle are embarrassed to park next to it. He looked at the sports car somewhat familiar. His mind floating information tips, Ferrari 488, worth 1 million, the owner Song Yen. It turned out to be the driver of Song Yen, the flower of Ninghai University, the man of the hour. No wonder he looked familiar. He had seen it a few times in the school. After entering the door, only to see a wearing a slender white dress, tall and delicate figure, floating like a girl, holding a scroll, talking with the old shopkeeper of the Jubilee. The girl was none other than Song Yen, the school beauty of Ning University. Her features were as delicate as a work of art. Her beauty was astonishing, and her temperament was elegant and cold and high, like an iceberg snow lotus that could only be viewed from afar. Young man, please wait for a moment. The old shopkeeper politely greeted Chun Yu, put on his gloves, and carefully unfolded the scroll that Song Yen had brought with her, slowly, and picked up the magnifying glass, appraising it carefully. Chun Yu also looked curiously. It was a landscape painting. Strangely enough, half of it was painted and half of it was blank. A string of information immediately surfaced in his mind, and he muttered in his heart, this painting is a fake. It seems that the schoolgirl has hit her eyes. Antiques is a rich man's game. Because of looking away to buy fake goods, and not a few of them lost their money. But Song Yen wouldn't, because the Song family was a powerful family in Ninghai City, and being poor was all about money. This painting is real, the authentic work of early Qing dynasty painting master Shi Tao. The old shopkeeper observed it carefully and gave the appraisal result with a very confident tone. He was most specialized in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting, and had once appraised Shi Tao's authentic works, believing that he would never look away. Hearing this, Song Yen, that uninviting face, surfaced a trace of a smile, finally picked up a leak. Although she studied financial management, but often accompanied her grandfather in and out of the major antique market, and learned by ear for many years, but also for antiques have a strong interest. Chun Yu, however, froze for a moment. This painting was obviously fake. Could it be that the shopkeeper had deliberately cheated Song Yen? Thinking of this, he felt the need to come forward. After all, he was an alumnus. How could he watch Song Yen being cheated? Not to mention the school beauty. Shopkeeper Lu, you've lost your eyesight. This painting is fake. Chapter 3 Fake Paintings Appraisal. Young man, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. The old shopkeeper was surnamed Lu, more than 60 this year. Seeing that Chun Yu was just a brat in his early 20s, dressed in shabby clothes, and dared to question his appraisal results, making him very annoyed. Song Yen coldly swept a glance at Chunyu. A trace of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes. As a highly regarded school flower, she had seen too many boys, in order to attract her attention, and make amazing statements. Moreover, Chunyu and her age is similar. Dressed in ordinary, certainly not seen. Literature and games appreciation level is not high to wear. Only rely on the side to see a few eyes. Dare to say that this painting is fake. Pure claptrap. Do you know Shi Tao's painting? Have you seen his real handwriting? What is the basis for saying that the old man appraisal is wrong? Tarnish my reputation. Can you afford the consequences? Lu shopkeeper's continuous questioning. In the antique, this line is very concerned about their own reputation, especially as the eye, maybe a time to hit the eye, can make half a lifetime of reputation is destroyed. He was extremely upset inwardly, and had to let Chunyu know what was meant by heaven and earth. I am studying archaeology. I know a little bit about it, and I don't dare to speak out of turn without any basis, Chunyu said in a calm tone. With his previous successes, he was already convinced of the supernormal ability of his eyes. Big talk, self-righteous. Song Yen could not help but sneer coldly. Chunyu said that the painting was fake. Not only was he questioning shopkeeper Lu, but also her level of appreciation. This kind of person who was full of nonsense was really detestable. I am helping you. The result fell an effort to please. Women are really incomprehensible. Chenyu's heart came to anger. Must prove himself. He somewhat arrogantly looked at Song Yen and shopkeeper Lu. Tit for tat. If I can prove that it is a fake painting, and convince you? If it's a fake painting, you can put up any conditions you want and I'll agree to them. If you can't give me a convincing reason, you'll pay a painful price that you'll never forget. Song Yen, as the pearl of the luxurious Song family, was indeed qualified to say such words, which was also the reason why no one dared to scratch her easily despite her fairy-like appearance. Moreover, she had been high-minded and proud since she was young and did not believe Chenyu's words at all. She was inexperienced and might have misread it, but shopkeeper Lu was a famous palm eye in the circle and would definitely not be wrong. Both of them thought that the painting was genuine, so it was hard to be no better than a boy in his early 20s. If it's a fake painting, I also promise you a condition. If it's authentic, you can't even touch antiques in the future, lest you harm others and yourself. Shopkeeper Lu said somewhat aggressively. He knew Song Yen, as the Song family's eldest lady, herself has extraordinary insight, plus his own experience of dipping silver for a lifetime of antiques. How could he lose to a brat? Good, let's make a deal. Chunyu is also young and vigorous. Under the words rush words cannot retreat. On the spot agreed to bet. In the contemptuous and questioning eyes of the two people next to him, Chunyu calmly pointed at the scroll and said, Shi Tao's painting style emphasizes sharp and handsome ink and brushwork, dripping with freshness, extremely rich in personality, right? A trace of surprise flashed through shopkeeper Lu's eyes, not expecting Chunyu to have some understanding when he said he knew a little about it. However, his tone of speech remained disdainful. Since you know, then you should understand that this painting is completely in line with Mr. Shi Tao's painting style. Chunyu, however, shook his head, pointed to the blank space and said, Shi Tao's paintings are most concerned about momentum. A painter who pursues boldness and spontaneity, and whose works are characterized by exuberance. How could he leave 50% of his work white? Leaving white space is a common artistic technique that leaves room for imagination. The high mountains in this painting, with the white space, shows a more lofty mood. It is a unique work of art. Don't comment if you don't understand. It will only be a disgrace. Shopkeeper Lu retorted with a haughty face, looking at Chunyu's eyes as if he was looking at a clown. Song Yen listens to Mr. Lu's words. This is the level of appreciation of an expert. Nods with deep thought, and looks at Chunyu full of ridicule. Chunyu helplessly sighed, eloquently said, as far as I know, Shi Tao became famous at a young age. At that time there were many collectors like his works, worshipped under his door. In this way, forged his works are especially many. History has appeared, specialized in Shi Tao as the object of forgery workshop, including Yangzhou maid, Guangdong maid, Suzhou maid and so on. The forger of this painting was smart enough to know that the more copies he made, the easier it would be to detect, so he only copied half of the painting, creating the illusion of leaving white space. The real one is called Fine Rain and Gnarled Pines. You should be able to search for it on the internet. If you don't believe me, you guys can compare it. After hearing this, Song Yen took out her cell phone at the first time, and quickly searched for the Fine Rain and Gnarled Pines, and after enlarging it, carefully compared it. The more she looked at it, the uglier her face became, because the painting she bought was almost exactly the same as the second half of the Fine Rain and Gnarled Pines, which was enough to show that the one she had was a fake. Shopkeeper Lu also repeated the comparison and couldn't help but be dumbfounded, frozen on the spot like a wooden chicken. How about it? Was I not wrong? Chunyu finally pulled back a city, but he is usually humble and not aggressive, leaving a step for the two men. This painting is a Qing dynasty imitation. The paper is also handed down from the Qing dynasty, coupled with the counterfeiter copying perfectly, enough to fake the real. If you haven't seen the real thing, it's hard to tell the difference. It is normal to play antiques to hit the eye, especially Song's schoolgirl is young and beautiful. Inexperience is also understandable. Chen Yu's well-intentioned persuasion fell on Song Yan's ears as mockery. She was high-minded and proud. Both were equally young. She hid her eyes, but Chen Yu could see it, as if she was far inferior to Chen Yu, causing her self-esteem to suffer a double blow. If you haven't seen the real thing, it's also simply impossible to realize that it's a copy. Dare you bet again? Woman who doesn't know what's good for her. No time to accompany you in your madness. Chen Yu was speechless, and got the 10,000 yuan shepherd's map banknote from the pages of the book, and placed it on the counter. Shopkeeper Lu, willing to gamble and accept defeat. This king of coins is sold to you for $3 million. Shopkeeper Lu was embarrassed. Losing to a young scion made his old face hang. If it was spread out, it would be too humiliating. Fortunately, Chen Yu did not take the opportunity to ridicule and sarcasm. It also counted to leave him some face. His heart's view of Chen Yu greatly changed. Hearing Chen Yu's conditions, shopkeeper Lu once again picked up the magnifying glass and carefully observed it. After repeated confirmation, he thought that this ticket king horse drawing is authentic. 3 million, although a little high, but within the range of valuation, can be accepted. Moreover, the bet lost to Chen Yu. Even if Chen Yu asked for a higher price, he had to break his teeth to swallow. However, Chen Yu didn't ask for a lion's share of the price, again impressing him. Young man, I belittled you before. Please forgive me for my poor words. I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age, and humble as a person. It's rare. This ticket king herding horse drawing, Jubilee Zhai. Accept it. Song Yan felt that Chen Yu was nothing remarkable. At the same time, she was curious about what Chen Yu was selling and queried. Shopkeeper Lu, what is this? Boss Lu asked for Chen Yu's bank account, notified the financial staff to call the money, casually introduced. This is the first set of 10,000 yuan banknotes issued after the founding of the country, also known as the herding horse map. The survival is very rare, known as the king of coins or the king of tickets. Song Yan did not know much about banknote collection and did not recognize the herding horse drawing, but with a value of 3 million, it was obviously a rare and precious item. Judging from Chen Yu's clothes, it doesn't look like someone who has a family heirloom in any way. She asked in astonishment, how much did you collect it? Chapter 4, Schoolflower Blackmailed. Facing the schoolgirl's inquiry, Chen Yu smiled and stretched out a finger. 1 million or 100,000? Song Yan guessed. Chen Yu shook his head in silence. Could it be 10,000? Song Yan's cold face flashed a touch of shock. 10,000, picking up leaks to earn a full 3 million. The luck was too good. Since she had been playing antiques, she had hit her eyes more often and picked up fewer leaks, not to mention the brilliant achievement of earning 300 times. On second thought, Song Yan also felt Chen Yu in bragging. She has not met this good thing, let alone the poor boy in ordinary clothes. Chen Yu has never made a statement, for fear of saying $100 to buy. This high-minded and proud of the schoolflower angry at good or bad. At this time, Chen Yu's cell phone rang. Is the bank sent to the account of the text message prompt? He carefully counted. 3 behind 6 zeros. Exactly 3 million. Cannot hide the excitement, revealing a delighted smile. From this moment onwards, he officially became a millionaire. See who dares to look down on himself in the future. The end of the transaction. Chen Yu in a good mood, and Lu shopkeeper farewell, turn around and leave. Ready to find a high-grade point of the hotel, treat yourself to a meal. Behind him, however, comes Song Yan's angry voice. Stop right there. You haven't answered my question yet. Not too rude. I bought it for $100. Satisfied, Chen Yu stops his steps and replies with some impatience. If not for Song Yan's pestering, he has no intention to say. It is better to be a low-profile person. $100? Song Yan was completely shocked. How was it possible to charge $3 million for $100 and earn 30,000 times that? Bragging? You must be bragging. She didn't believe it when she guessed 10,000 to buy it before, let alone $100. Most of all, it was her high self-esteem that was at work, refusing to admit that Chen Yu was better than her. Whether I brag or not, it has nothing to do with you. By the way, you just lost the bet and still owe me a condition. How do you plan to compensate me? Chen Yu said with a smirk. I ask for another match. You and I each get our hands on an object below $10,000 in the antique street. See who picks up the high value, even if who wins. If you win, I promise you 2 conditions. If you lose, the bet between us is cleared. Song Yan was a heavenly petite girl, high-minded and proud. Losing to the bland Chen Yu, how could she swallow this breath? She had to win back. The face of the competitive schoolgirl. Chen Yu is helpless. Look at Song Yan's posture. If he does not agree, today also cannot go, so he can only nod his head and say, okay, I carry forward once gentlemanly manner. With you then once again. The bet was reached again. The two walked out of the Jubilee Lounge together, and came to the area specialized in stalls. Beside him there is a beauty like a flower, the amazing Song Yin. Even Chen Yu's turnaround rate becomes high. Most men look at him with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Chen Yu secretly muttered, unfortunately, envy is useless, and is not my girlfriend. Arriving at a stall specializing in porcelain, Song Yin stops in her tracks, widens her eyes, focuses her mind, and begins to examine one item at a time. Scanning around, she shook her head repeatedly, because most of the porcelain sold at this stall were modern craft imitations with no collector's value. Chen Yu was also examining the objects on the stall one by one, as information continued to surface in his mind. Modern porcelain, production date, September 7, 2018, worth 60 yuan. Modern porcelain, production date, June 2, 2018, worth 70 yuan. Blue and white peony cup, Jing Da Jun, Kanshi period. Value, blue and white moonflower cup, produced in Jing Da Jun during the Kanshi period. Worth. When Chen Yu scanned over the two seemingly unimpressive porcelain cups, his eyes lit up and his heart was ecstatic. The ability of his eyes after the mutation was really dangling, and he was going to pick up a big leak again. Boss, how to sell this thing? Chen Yu suppressed his elation and pretended to be plain, casually picking up a 10-centimeter high pen holder with a floral pattern printed on it. He asked. Song Yen turned her head to look at it, and didn't even need to look closely to see that the brush holder was a modern craft. She skimmed her mouth, thinking to herself that she hadn't guessed wrong. He was clearly an amateur, and it was pure luck that she had been able to win the appraisal of the calligraphy and painting before. Song Yen condescending snort. Want to go to other stalls treasure hunting? Turn around when accidentally touched the most edge of the stall, a ceramic bowl, only to hear a popping sound. The ceramic bowl fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Goo. This is my family's ancestral rouge bowl. It's worth a lot of money, but you broke it. Hurry up and pay for it. The stall owner had noticed Song Yen early on, looking prettier than a star, with an outstanding temperament and a famous brand. Obviously a rich girl. Now that he caught the opportunity, he had to knock a fortune. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. How much? I'll pay you back. It was the first time Song Yen had encountered this kind of scene, and for a moment she was a little flustered. 100,000. Not a penny less. This is my family's ancestral treasure. The stall owner cried out in pain. Chen Yu looked at the broken piece of porcelain, and a prompt immediately appeared in his mind. Ordinary ceramic bowl from the late Qing dynasty, worth 1,500, has been broken and is worthless. Song Yen was stunned. She had just looked at the porcelain bowl and recognized that it was late Qing dynasty civilian ceramics, and it had no collector's value at all. Although she is rich, but it does not mean that she is willing to be an ingrate. Immediately retorted. You don't blackmail. This porcelain bowl is worth at most 2,000. This is my family's ancestral treasure. It means a lot to me. Now it is ruined in your hands. How can I explain to my ancestors? $2,000 door or not? Do not compensate 100,000, 80,000. You do not want to go. Seeing the meat on the edge of his mouth, how can he let it fly away? The stall owner began to play rough, with a furious look on his face. Song Yen also chagrined. This is the end of the Qing dynasty kiln mass production of ordinary porcelain. Who will be heirlooms? Is simply you made up. Count me unlucky. At most compensate you 5,000. The stall owner was revealed. Not only did not fear, but continued to mess around. Heirloom this thing, outsiders where to know, is not with their own how to say. This treacherous stall owner, the lion's mouth wants to blackmail. Chen Yu cannot sit idly by. Must give him a lesson. Eyeballs turn. Plan. Boss, don't do business too black. Do you know who this is? She is the big lady of the Song family. You dare to pit her. The stall still want to not want it? Song family in Ninghai City is a famous family. No one knows that no one knows. The stall owner was shocked. He thought Song Yen was just an ordinary rich young lady, but he didn't realize that there was a big head. He couldn't afford to provoke the Song family. Somewhat riding the tiger, but greedy. No matter who it is, breaking my family heirloom, also have to pay for it. See, Miss Song is not intentional. I will take a loss. Pay 10,000. Chen Yu saw the scare worked, and Sing red-faced to act as a peacemaker. See, you do business is not easy. 10,000 I paid for her, but you have to let me pick two things again. Let us find the psychological balance. He walks the streets, collects rags for many years, deeply embedded in the hearts of people. Hit a stick and then give a sweet date. Ensure that the greedy stall owner's beauty bubbles. No time to think more. Or this brother is sensible. My stall is full of good things. It's cheap for you guys. You can take any two pieces. So as not to say that I'm pitting people. The stall owner pretended to be generous, but in his heart, he was happy. As long as the money is given, everything is fine. There are no valuable things on his stall at all, not to mention compensating for 2 pieces. Even if it's 10 pieces, it's still a solid profit. Unbeknownst to him, he has been calculated by Qingyu, but also foolishly thought to take advantage of how big a bargain. Crying later cannot find a place. Chapter 5, 10 million cyanotype treasures. You can't even look at things. What kind of good person are you blindly pretending to be? Song Yan did not appreciate Chen help. She felt that compensating 5,000 was too much, but Chen acted as an ingrate to compensate 10,000. He just got $3 million, so he burned with panic and started pretending to be rich. In vain, he still regarded him as a rival. Is simply a do not know how to do the rash. Chen Yu, however, did not think. On the spot with a cell phone to the stall owner transfer 10,000, and then picked up 2 5 centimeters high and low porcelain cups from the stall. On one side of the cup wall were moonflower and peony flowers respectively, and on the other side were 2 verses of poetry respectively. Boss, this cup is quite pretty. I like the pattern. Do you have any more in hand? The stall owner glanced at the porcelain cup and shook his head. This was something he had collected from the shantytown some time ago, including the shattered porcelain bowl, a bunch of things that cost less than $500 in total. Now that 3 things were exchanged for 10,000, it made his heart so excited that it was bubbling with beauty. Chen Yu's heart is quite regretful, but the surface does not move. To be a person cannot be too greedy. Can meet these 2 blue and white porcelain cups? Has been very contented. This is a complimentary gift. Why don't I give you one? Chen Yu handed over the porcelain cup that only had peony flowers and smiled at Song Yan. I don't care about it, Song Yan said without any humor. Brother, if you want to buy porcelain again in the future, you can come directly to me and sell it to you at a friendly price, the stall owner said cheerfully. If not Chen Yu, he really blackmailed not $10,000. This stupid kid is his lucky star. Song Yan contemptuously swept his eyes. Chen Yu, this time finally know what kind of goods Chen Yu is. He got the ticket king herding horse map. Must be a blind cat meets a dead rat. Young man, the 2 cups in your hands, can you show them to me? At this time, a man aged around 50 years old, dressed in a Zhongshan suit came forward. His eyes fell on the porcelain cups in Chen Yu's hands, and asked eagerly. Chen Yu looked at the visitor. His mind prompted, Jiang Wentao, deputy director of Ninghai City Museum, not a bad person, and nodded graciously. Jiang Wentao thanked him and carefully received the porcelain cup painted with peony flowers. Firstly, he looked at the bottom mark, which was written as Kangxi year of the Qing dynasty. Then, he lifted the cup and reflected it to the sun, gently holding the inner and outer sides of the cup with his thumb and forefinger. Feeling the thickness and smoothness of the cup, his heart beating faster and faster. The poem on the cup reads, Dawn splendor far divides the golden palm dew. Twilight fragrance deeply stirs the jade hall wind. The poem on the other moonflower cup was, not with 1,000 kinds of exhaustion, alone to release a year of red. Read out these 2 poems. Jiang Wentao was even more excited. The surface of the pretense of calm, rushed to Chen Yu said, these 2 porcelain cups I quite like. Do not know whether the young man can love? The price is negotiable. Chen Yu shook his head and refused. With Jiang Wentao's seniority, it was not difficult to see the origin of the porcelain cups. Sorry, I am not going to offer it now. Jiang Wentao is a little anxious. If he misses out this time, the next time he wants to come across it, I don't know when it will be. He takes the initiative to make a bid. I am willing to offer $200,000 to acquire these 2 porcelain cups. Originally made a fortune. Is secretly happy stall owner? Heard 200,000 quotes. Suddenly like a thunderclap. Heartache is difficult to breathe. Could it be that these 2 porcelain cups are genuine, worth $200,000, but was even given out by himself as a gift? His intestines were almost repenting. He couldn't wait to snatch it back from Chen Yu and sell it to this middle-aged man in front of him who offered $200,000. Not for sale. Chen Yu once again coldly refused. Jiang Wentao really thought of himself as a novice who didn't know his way around. Not to mention 200,000. Even if it was 2 million, he wouldn't sell it. $500,000. $500,000 okay? Jiang Wentao was still undeterred. The stall owner only felt his brain filling up with blood, the sky spinning in front of his eyes. It turned out that what he missed out on was not 200,000, but 500,000, or maybe even more. Song Yan's cold face also flashed a trace of shock, staring at Chen Yu in a daze. These 2 porcelain cups are worth $500,000? I'll give you $2 million. As long as you can help me buy a moonflower cup, I'll give you this peony cup for free. How about it? Chen Yu spoke with some sarcasm. Hearing the moon season cup and peony cup, Jiang Wentao was speechless for a while. So the young man in front of him knew his trade and was well aware of the market value of the blue and white December flower cup. What are you guys talking about? Song Yan listened in confusion and questioned. Could it be that these 2 cups have some origin? She had a certain level of appreciation for both porcelain and calligraphy and painting, but she was just in her early 20s, and her experience was still relatively too little. so her insights were no match for Jiang Wentao, an expert who had been immersed in the antique circle for half a lifetime. Not to mention, at a glance, know the value and origin of Chunyu. This is the blue and white December flowers cup, also known as the flower god cup. During the Kanchi period Jingdajun, representing the top level of porcelain technology at that time. 9 centimeters high, flared mouth, rimmed foot, shaped like a back bell, wall thin body strawn like a stripped tire. The glaze is fine and clean and flawless. Inside and outside the white glaze, the outer wall decorated with blue flowers. It is decorated with flowers representing each of the 12 months of the year, and is accompanied by a poem that corresponds to each of the 12 months. The 12 pieces come as a set, and I found the peony cup representing April, and the moonflower cup representing November. The main body of the December floral cups is the moonflower cup, and with the moonflower cup, you have the possibility of putting together a complete set. Currently there are only 7 sets that have appeared in their entirety, 3 of which are collected within major museums. Chen Yu narrated, talking about the blue and white December flower cup. Jiang Wentao on the side listen to Tisk Tsk. Did not expect Chen Yu young, but will be so understanding of the December flower cup, completely no less than their own. What is the market price? After hearing this, the stall owner's face turned ashen and covered his chest, asking with incomparable heartache. Jiang Wentao stroked his chin. Rarely seen at auctions, most of the full sets were single pieces, and more than 4 or 6. Since it was hopeless to buy it, he no longer hid it. The price of the full set is about $40 million, and there is a price, the single piece apiece in the $2 million up and down. But the moonflower cup is the most expensive. There is only the moonflower cup among the blue and white December floral cups, which never appeared as a single piece, and a price of over $10 million is possible. But, hearing that the value broke $10 million, the stall owner's eyes went black, paralyzed on the ground. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Tens of millions of dollars, just like that it flew away. He wanted to die. Song Yan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and covered her cherry red lips with her hand, not having thought that Chen Yu could recognize pearls with his eyes, while the treasure was near her eyes. She did not see it. Even Chen Yu's offer to give her one was rejected. I lost. You can feel free to mention 2 conditions, as long as I can do it. This time, Song Yan was truly convinced that she had lost. Although she had not yet started her treasure hunt, she had to admit that her eyesight and vision were not as good as Chen Yu's. She also saw that Chen Yu deliberately stepped forward, not at all to brush his favor in front of himself, pretending to be pitted and playing the stall owner for a fool. The real goal was the 2 blue and white porcelain cup treasures. She also despised Chen Yu for being a rash person, a fool with a lot of money. It seems that the one who really made a fool of himself. She could not help but blush. Chen Yu glanced at Song Yan. What request to mention? Too much. He will not and dare not mention. After all, the name of the powerful Song family is there. Molestation is very simple, but the consequences are very serious. You give the Happy House Orphanage. Donate 100,000. This small amount of money to Miss Song should not even count as one hair of a 9 ox. Chen Yu thought for a moment and made the request. Song Yan could not help but be stunned. If Chen Yu wanted money or something, it was understandable. But what kind of routine was donating to the orphanage? Could it be that he was passionate about public service? Chapter 6 Method of Awakening. Although Song Yan was high-minded and proud, she did not care to play tricks and nodded her head. Okay, I promise you, there is one more request. Just say it. Chen Yu scratched his head. He really could not think of anything. So he said, can you allow me to think about it for a few days? Making a request to a beautiful woman. I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth. Song Yan frowned and said, 3 days at most. After 3 days if you still can't think of anything, it will be automatically nullified. Fine. Chen Yu nodded his head in agreement. You are also from Ninghai University, right? This is my cell phone number. Feel free to contact me when you think of it. Song Yan remembered that when she was in the Jubilee, Chen Yu had called out to her as schoolgirl Song, obviously recognizing herself. She should be from the same school. She rarely took the initiative to give someone a phone number, especially boys, but she owed Chen Yu and didn't think of reneging. Jiang Wentao, who had not left, came up again and persistently said, young man, let's also leave a contact information. If you want to sell the Flower God Cup someday, you can contact me at any time. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Chen Yu just earned 3 million, temporarily not lack of money. Thinking of the 2 pieces of flower cup collection, may be able to make up a set, or lack of money when then sold. After exchanging contact information, the bet ended with the arrogant Song Yan admitting defeat, and the 2 returned to the entrance of the Jubilee. When Song Yan saw Chen Yu's car as a broken 3-wheeled, both speechless and incomprehensible, to his treasure identification ability, how should not be so downtrodden, cannot help but have a curious heart. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu has just gained the eye mutation today. and the ability to read information about everything has just risen. At this time, it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Yen took advantage of the fact that there was still some time left before it got dark, and decided to head to the orphanage to make a donation and fulfill the bet. According to the navigation tips, more than half an hour later, Song Yen, who was driving a red Ferrari with 1,000 charming features, appeared outside the door of the Happy House orphanage, saying that it was an orphanage. It was actually a large courtyard, surrounded by 2-story dormitory buildings with mottled exterior walls, very shabby. A few small children, aged 3 to 5, were playing games, and seeing Song Yen walk in, they stopped playing and cast curious gazes. "Girl, who are you looking for?" A woman in her 50s next to her got up to greet her, and in her heart, she couldn't help but sigh. "This girl is so pretty, even better looking than the stars on TV. Hello auntie, I'm looking for the person in charge here." Song Yen replied politely. The old woman smiled kindly. "I'm the vice president of the orphanage. My surname is Deng. What's the matter with the girl?" Song Yen was doing this kind of thing for the first time and directly stated, "Auntie Deng, I'm here to make a donation." "Yes, girl, you are not only pretty, but also kind-hearted. What a good girl. Quickly inside please." Auntie Deng was overjoyed. Her face blossomed with joy, and hurriedly invited Song Yen into the humble office on the first floor. After taking a seat, hearing that Song Yen wanted to donate $100,000, Auntie Deng's face emerged with a shocked look. 100,000 yuan, placed in any orphanage, would be considered a huge sum of money, yet this girl chose to donate to their orphanage, which had little popularity. "Girl, your heart is too good. I am unable to repay you. On behalf of the entire orphanage and all the children, I bow to thank you." Saying this, Auntie Tang was about to bend down and bow. Song Yen immediately reached out to assist her. She didn't donate for the sake of charity. She was just fulfilling her promise and felt ashamed to receive it. "If you want to thank Chen Yu." Song Yan's words exited. Realizing that the other party might not know who Chen Yu was, she did not say much. "You know Xiao Yu. Are you two college classmates?" Auntie Deng, however, was surprised and happy, looking at Song Yen with joy in her gaze, as if a mother-in-law was looking at her own daughter-in-law. "Xiao Yu, Chen Yu and I are considered classmates, but not in the same department." Song Yen vaguely remembered that Chen Yu was studying in the archaeology department and explained at once. Auntie Tang smiled and nodded. Chen Yu was the one she had watched grow up. She didn't expect this kid to be quite lucky, and even found such a beautiful girlfriend. "Auntie Tang, can you tell me about Chen Yu?" Seeing that Auntie Tang seemed to know Chen Yu very well, Song Yen could not help but inquire. She was simply acting out of curiosity about Chen Yu, but in Auntie Tang's eyes, it turned into her inquiring about her boyfriend. Chen Yu is a bitter child who grew up in a single-parent family, following his mother around. When he was 6 years old, his mother passed away due to illness and was sent to an orphanage. He is both intelligent and understanding, hardworking and capable. The old dean and I have always treated him as our own son. Song Yen didn't realize that Chen Yu grew up in an orphanage inside. What about his father? Why didn't he take him back to live? Not quite sure. I heard that Chen Yu was born in the capital. We don't know the specifics. Just at this time, Chen Yu pedaled his tricycle also came to the orphanage, saw the red Ferrari from afar, and thought Song Yen acted quite fast. Brother Chen Yu. Brother Chen Yu. The few small children playing in the yard happily shouted and surrounded Chen Yu, who entered the door, looking very close. "Little ones, look what I bought for you." Chen Yu parked his tricycle at the corner of the courtyard, picked up a large bag of fruits and doted on them, distributing one to each person. The children were even happier when they got the fruits. A 5 or 6-year-old boy pointed his finger in the direction of the office and reported childishly, "Just now there was a pretty young lady who came to look for Grandma Deng. Brother, go and take a look. It's so pretty." Chen Yu smiled and touched the little boy's forehead, purposely washed 2 apples and stepped towards the office. Song Yen was chatting with Auntie Deng. Chen Yu handed the apples in his hand to the two. He was just being polite with Song Yen. Unexpectedly, Song Yen took it very facetiously, opened her cherry mouth and ate it elegantly. "Brat, why didn't you come back with Xiao Yen?" Auntie Tang took the apple and said with meaning, "We're not on the way. You guys chat. I'm going to see Auntie Zhou." Chen Yu said in his heart, "How can I ride a broken 3-wheeler compared to a sports car?" It seems that the two are quite chatty. Xiaoyan is called on. He thought Song Yen would have a high and mighty lady temper and disdain for civilians. Auntie Deng stroked her forehead, cursing Chen Yu, this child, usually quite intelligent, how to be so mute at the critical moment. After saying that, Chen Yu walked out of the office and came to a bedroom not far away, where an old woman with white hair was lying on the bed. The moment he saw the old woman, a prompt message appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Josu Xin, the old director of the Happy House orphanage. Craniocerebral injury caused by external forces. In a vegetative state. Method of awakening, use a millipede needle to stab the 100 happiness point by 1 inch. The Tianchong point by 1. 2 inches, the Tianju point by 2 inches, the Yongquan point by 2 inches, and the hidden white point by 5 inches. Chen Yu was first stunned, then cried with joy. 2 years ago, Auntie Zhou was in a car accident. The perpetrator fled, and after resuscitation, although her life was saved, she turned into a vegetable, and may not awaken in this lifetime. After Chen Yu came to the orphanage as a child, it was Auntie Zhou who had been taking care of him, treating him like her own son, and he respected Auntie Zhou as if she were his mother. Unfortunately, Auntie Zhou had a car accident and became a vegetable. Chen Yu was sad for a long time and would take care of her personally when he had time, hoping to wake her up. Chen Yu did not expect the eye mutation. Even Auntie Zhou's illness can be seen, and the treatment, making him ecstatic. He excitedly grabbed Auntie Zhou's hand and excitedly assured, Mother Zhou, when I am familiar with the human body acupuncture points, I will definitely cure you. Chapter 7 Being a person should have self-knowledge. Chen Yu was studying archaeology and didn't know anything about medicine. Even if he knew the treatment method, he didn't dare to give Auntie Zhou needles indiscriminately, so he had to wait until he recognized the acupuncture points and learned acupuncture. Moreover, his heart has always treated Auntie Zhou as a mother, and privately called her Mother Zhou, and absolutely will not allow her to have any more failures. Looking at the hospital bed, Zhou mother's white hair, pale face, wasting body, Chen Yu, a burst of heartache, immediately decided to send her to the hospital, to receive the best rehabilitation treatment. In the past, he also wanted to send Zhou's mother to the hospital for treatment, but unfortunately no money, cannot afford the high cost of medicine. But now it's different. He is worth more than $1 million, even if all the money spent on Zhou's mother will not frown. Just to repay Zhou's mother's parenting grace, Chen Yu dialed 120, and will pick up the leakage to get the blue and white December flowers cup and the peony cup and the moon cup, re-wrapped with impact foam, hidden under the bed of Zhou's mother, in case of emergency. Xiao Yu, Yan Yan is going back to school. You go back with her. Just then, Auntie Tang's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yu lived in the university dormitory. The tricycle, as well as the collected scraps, was placed in the orphanage, usually running both ways. Auntie Tang, I am going to send Mama Zhou to the City People's Hospital so that she can receive better treatment. Chen Yu walked out of the house and stated. Auntie Deng was stunned. Sent to the City People's Hospital. How much would it cost? Not to mention, the cost of the most basic bed alone is several thousand a month. If you have money, you can send the old dean to the hospital, not to let her make do in the orphanage. Not to mention that no one to go to the hospital to take care of. Although the old dean had a biological son, the son was ungrateful and did not care about his bedridden mother. Xiao Yu, don't be ridiculous, hospitals are too expensive. We simply can't afford it. Auntie Tang softly persuaded. She knew that Chen Yu was also filial. Chen Yu said with a serious face, Auntie Deng, I've earned some money now, enough to cover Mama Zhou's medical expenses and nursing fees. By going to the hospital, she will be able to receive better treatment and you will be able to spare more energy to take care of these children. Hearing Chen Yu's words, and then looking at his resolute expression, Auntie Deng no longer persuaded more. Chen Yu was the one she had watched grow up. What he decided, 8 horses couldn't pull him back. Song Yan also heard from Auntie Deng the feelings between Chen Yu and Zhou's mother. Chen Yu was willing to do these things for Zhou's mother. Let her think that Chen Yu's character is still good. 10 minutes later, the ambulance drove into the orphanage. Chen Yu, together with the paramedics, placed Mama Zhou on a stretcher and carried her to the car. Yan Yan, please follow me on this trip as well. I don't feel at ease with Xiao Yu being alone. Auntie Tang pleaded. By the way, it would also increase the bond between the two. During the casual conversation, Auntie Tang also asked out that Song Yan was not Chen Yu's girlfriend, but she saw that Song Yan was pretty and kind, and the more she looked at her, the more she liked her, and was eager to put the two together as a pair. Although Song Yan has the haughty temper of a big lady of a rich family, but not without love, since she met. Sorry not to help. Moreover, she heard that Mother Zhou had been busy in the orphanage for most of her life, taking care of the orphans, going out of her way, not seeking fame or profit. This love was too great, and she also stood in awe, nodding her head and agreeing to do so. Song Yan drove a sports car, followed at the back all the way, and the ambulance arrived at the hospital at the same time. After inquiring, Chen Yu learned that the hospital's regular beds were full, leaving only double and single rooms. He did not hesitate to choose a single room. Now have the money is not bad, to give Zhou mother the best convalescent environment, and strive for early recovery. The hospitalization procedures, Chen Yu prepaid a deposit of 100,000. Song Yan also followed the busy. Zhou's mother was sent into a single room to live. Infusion tubes, catheters and other medical equipment. The arrangement is perfect. Settling down Zhou's mother, Chen Yu took a long breath and expressed his sincere thanks to Song Yan, feeling that this high and mighty lady also had an understanding side. Thank you so much. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. No need. It's just a show of hands. I should go home too, Song Yan said in a flat tone. At this time it was already dark. If she didn't go back, her family should be worried. Song Yan, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Just at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the doorway, only to see a curly-haired youth wearing designer casual clothes. Walking in, he had narrow eyes, a nose like an eagle's beak, thin lips, and a greenish-white face, giving off a mean feeling. Seeing this person, Song Yan's brows frowned and a look of disgust appeared on her face. A string of information surfaced in Cheng Yu's mind. Wu Yang, senior student of the finance department of Ninghai University, Song Yan's suitor, suffering from syphilis. Song Yan had clearly rejected Wu Yang many times, but Wu Yang was still stalking her like a dog's skin, disgusting her to the core. She simply ignored Wu Yang and said to Chen Yu, "Take good care of Mom Zhou. If there is anything you need help with, you can call me. I'm leaving first." Chen Yu nodded and urged, "Be safe on the road. Drive slowly." Seeing Song Yan ignoring herself but favoring Chen Yu, Wu Yang felt intense jealousy and blocked. "Song Yan, who is he? Aren't you going to introduce me? I know you well. Why should I introduce you? Hurry up and get out of the way." Song Yan huffed. Wu Yang's jealousy and hostility towards Chen Yu deepened. Looking up and down a few times, seeing that Chen Yu was dressed in ordinary clothes, not much different from a bumpkin, he contemptuously mocked. "Kid, know what Song Yan's status? You give her shoes are not worthy. Be a person to have self-awareness. Advise you to stay away from her in the future, or see you once hit once." Chen Yu originally wanted to give Wu Yang some face, but now it seems that there is no need. He laughed meaningfully. "You're right. One should be self-aware. A schoolgirl like Song Yan, not everyone can pursue, especially syphilitic patients." Hearing the word syphilis, Wu Yang's face changed violently, subconsciously touching his jacket pocket. Fortunately the lab sheet was still there. He was furious and cursed. "Who the hell are you calling a syphilis patient? Dare to spit blood? Be careful, I'll beat you to death. Of course it's you. 3 days ago you messed around in a nightclub and contracted syphilis. Now that the disease has flared up, you just came to the hospital for checkups and treatment. Am I right?" Chen Yu said playfully. Wu Yang was shocked, revealing an expression of seeing a ghost. He was afraid of being bumped into. He purposely chose the time when he was almost off work to come to see the doctor. How did this kid know about it? He finished seeing the doctor. When he went out, he happened to bump into Song Yan's car, under the colorful heart to find. "I did not expect to hit in the gun. Secretly regret that should not come, but he will not admit it." Panicked sophistry. You fart. "I just came to the hospital to visit the patient." "Really? The lab sheet in your pocket is exposed. It is written clearly, suffering from syphilis. You still have the face to sophistry." Chen Yu teasingly mocked. "Impossible. I loaded it. How can you see it clearly?" Wu Yang rushed to check, found that the lab sheet did not reveal at all. Angry and furious cursed. After cursing he also reacted to the leakage of words. Chapter 8: The Dream of Building an Orphanage. Wu Yang was in a hurry to say something. Song Yan also realized that he was indeed suffering from syphilis. Her expression became even more disgusted, and she hurriedly took a few steps back, fearing that it would infect her in general. "Kid, you're spitting blood and tarnishing my reputation. Dare to slander me like this? You wait for me. I will definitely not let you go." Wu Yang blushed red with embarrassment, and sheepishly dropped a harsh sentence and fled. He was angry in his heart and spat blood. Originally Song Yan did not look at him, knowing that he suffered from syphilis. Completely hopeless, this revenge must be avenged. For Wu Yang, this kind of person, Song Yan was not interested, lazy to pay too much attention, turned his head and asked, "How in the world do you know his condition?" "I went to pay the bill, and inadvertently bumped into Wu Yang and found out." Chen Yu made it up. Song Yan did not ask more questions, and with her high and cold character, she did not care to ask more questions, then excused herself and left. Chen Yu followed downstairs and watched Song Yan drive far away. He first found a housekeeping company near the hospital and hired an experienced caregiver, who will officially go to work tomorrow to take care of Zhou's mother around the clock. After all, he had to go to school and had quite a few things to do, so it was impossible for him to stay at the hospital every day. On the way back, he was at the drugstore, bought a set of silver needles and human acupoint models, self-taught practice acupuncture methods, strive to master as soon as possible, to wake up Zhou's mother. That night, Chen Yu accompanied the bed to stay in the ward, looking up information on the internet, practicing acupuncture for most of the night. The next day at 9 o'clock, the caregiver Auntie Li came to work. She is in her early 40s this year, often in the hospital to take care of patients. Hands and feet, experienced, easygoing, at first glance is an honest person. Chen Yu deliberately exerted the ability to read the information of Auntie Li, and told her not bad at all. Handing over to her is also assured. After the arrangement, Chen Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was his good brother Gao Dakue calling. The two grew up together in the orphanage since childhood. The relationship is good, like brothers. However, Gao Dakue dropped out of school after graduating from junior high school, and relied on selling hard labor to make a living, doing all the dirty work. Chen Yu can successfully finish high school, college, half of the credit. Are Hai Dakue frugal? Money to support. In Chen Yu's heart, the Hai Dakue regarded more than pro-brother, had sworn that if one day in the future, must let the Hai Dakue also live a good life of wealth, will never forget the good brother. Now he earned 3 million. Last night on the calculation, out of 500,000 to Joe mother treatment, to show filial piety, 1 million to Gao Dakue, repayment for his school grace, 1 million donated to the orphanage, improve the children's lives. He felt that a person should know how to be grateful, can't be a white-eyed wolf when he has money. Ungrateful words are worse than pigs and dogs. Xiao Yu, where are you? I took a moving job, a trip of 300, you come over, let's brother and sister divided. On the other side of the phone, came a somewhat rough voice. Okay, I'll go over right away. Chen Yu promised and quickly left the hospital. In order to not let Gao Dakue wait for too long, he found a 3-wheeled motorcycle in front of the hospital and bargained for $15 to send him to the orphanage. He was used to living a hard life. Even if he had money, he didn't want to spend it recklessly, and wanted to save it to make a contribution to the orphanage. After all, he grew up in the orphanage. It was his home. Those orphans were his family, and there were some disabled children among them, who needed large sums of money for medical treatment. He wanted to help these disabled orphans, and also dreamed of one day rebuilding a brand new orphanage, so that all the children who lived there could receive the best care. In the past, he only dreamed about it, but now that he had the ability to make money, he finally saw the hope that one day he would realize his dream of building an orphanage. At the entrance of the orphanage, there was a dilapidated motorcycle 3-wheeler parked. In the car sat a 1-meter-8 head, looking big and thick, dark-skinned youth. It was Gao Dakue. After meeting, Chen Yu sat on Gao Dakue's motorcycle tricycle, to the moving place. Gao Dakue driving, said, Xiao Yu, I heard that you sent Zhou's mother to the city people's hospital. The money you earned from collecting scrap, which is enough for the medical expenses. I still have a few $1,000s in my card. You can also take it, as a filial piety from me. No need. I collected junk and picked up a treasure. Sold quite a lot of money. Enough to give Zhou's mom a medical treatment. There is still a surplus to sponsor you to open a moving company. Chen Yu knows, Gao Dakue's dream is to open a moving company. Their own boss. Just use this excuse to give money. If directly give, to his dead-eyed temper, certainly will not receive. Pick up what treasure? It will not be which little cutie. Sell the gold brick as broken copper, right? I should say it's selling the gold brick as scrap paper. Gao Dakue did not take Chen Yu's words seriously, thinking that Chen Yu will make $1 million or so, at most enough for Zhou's mother's medical expenses for 2 or 3 months. About 20 minutes later, Gao Dakue motorcycle 3 will parked in an old neighborhood downstairs. Chen Yu followed him to climb up to the 6th floor. Need to move is the 6th floor of the eastern household of the family. The homeowner is a woman in her 40s, body slightly fat, looks average, but coated in grease, dressed up in a flamboyant manner. Chen Yu surveyed a glance, then obtained the basic information of the female homeowner, named Xiu Hong, operating a small clothing store. Because her husband passed away some time ago, she felt that a dead person in the house was bad luck, plus she wanted to get a new house a long time ago, so she sold her old house and took out a loan to buy a new house. Why are you guys just coming? You have to finish moving me within an hour. Don't delay the auspicious time of my moving. The landlady was disgruntled and urged. Big sister, don't worry, 1 hour is enough. Gao Daki patted his chest to guarantee a sentence and began to move things downstairs. The furniture and other furnishings in the house looked a bit old, already old. The landlord didn't want any of them, and only moved the daily necessities. Various items are packed, covered the entire living room. Gao Daki is very righteous, picking heavy moving, let Chen Yu move light, even if you do not take things, back and forth in the 6th floor climbing up and down, more often than not also tired enough to move a few trips. The two are already sweating. The landlady is still too slow, constantly urging, you guys hurry up. I deliberately look for a master to see the auspicious time. If you miss, not only moving expenses a point not to give, you also have to compensate for my losses. Still half an hour. Don't rest. Move, quickly. Every time you come up, the landlady has to nag a lot. Listening to Chen, you really want to shout at her to shut up. There is nonsense effort. It is not as good as helping to move 2 trips. It seems that there is still no hurry. But they earn this hard money. Angry also have to endure. When Chen Yu walked towards the balcony to move a paper box, his eyes glanced at a few potted succulents placed on the balcony. He didn't care and just casually looked at them for a few moments. taking the opportunity to wipe off his sweat and catch his breath. But a message with mixed surprises surfaced in his mind. Icy Jade Dew Brocade, the finest of the Jade Dew brocades, vintage 9 years, worth between $600,000 and $800,000. Holy, even a succulent plant made of gold isn't worth this much, right? Chapter 9. In the end, who is the size cute? Chen Yu has not seen a plant worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fixed his eyes and carefully surveyed. The pot of succulent named Ice Vibrant Jade Dew Brocade was covered in dust. It looked bland. It hadn't been watered for many days. The soil was dry. But after yesterday's series of events, he was already convinced of the ability to read information about everything, and knew that his eyes would not lie to him. Although it looks unimpressive, but the variety is certainly not wrong. Cultivated well for a period of time, maybe there is a possibility that the price will rise. Neither watering. The landlady does not know the value of this pot of succulent. Maybe I can pick up a big leak. At this time, the landlady suddenly came forward, heavily slapped Chen Yu's shoulder, interrupting his reverie. Unhappy. What are you doing? What is there to see in a pot of broken flowers? But also lazy. Hurry up and move. If you miss the auspicious time, you won't get a dime. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Chen Yu's heart was overjoyed, holding up the cardboard box and heading out. It seems that the landlady did not know that she had such a bad attitude, the very best of treasures, and there was no shame in his heart to get it. In the next work, he has been distracted thinking how to get that pot of succulent plants. This kind of big leakage do not pick up, white not pick up. Chen Yu and Gao Dakue worked while enduring the nagging urges of the landlady. Even though the two had already worked very hard and their shirts were soaked through, they still couldn't finish moving on time and on schedule. Still missing a couple of small cloth pockets in the corner, the landlady looked at the hands on her wristwatch, passed the appointed time, and burst into a rage. I've been urging you to finish moving within an hour, and now that it's past the auspicious time, our family's good fortune is just gone. What are you two doing for food? You can't even do this little thing right? Chen Yu gasped and complained. It's only a little late. If you had moved 1 or 2 times before, it wouldn't have delayed the hour. If I wanted to do the work myself, why would I pay you guys to do it? With your negative attitude, you don't deserve to be paid, and I won't give you a cent for your labor, and you'll have to compensate me for my losses. The landlady shouted in a sarcastic manner. Chen Yu also caught fire and argued. We worked for you for nothing and still have to pay money back. Are you being reasonable? Xiao Yu, how can you talk? Don't look at Gao Dakue big and thick. In the society to refine for many years, his character mellowed quite a lot. Scolded Chen Yu, turned to kindly plead. Landlady said, Big sister, we are tired and sweaty. It's not easy. Although we didn't finish on time, we didn't delay much time. Why don't you see how much to give? The landlady's face sank, and she angrily shouted, There's no money to be had. I'm not looking for compensation from you guys. It's a bargain for you guys. Hurry up and go. I'm going downstairs and follow the trucks to my new home. Gao Dakue, also some anxious eyes, hastily blocked. Big sister, which work does not give money reasoning. How do you have to give a little? 200 total line. Give you 200 can also. I asked the master to calculate the auspicious time. Spent 2,000. This loss how to calculate? The landlady is even more annoyed. Her so-called master is only a roadside stall fortune-telling. Chen Yu was furious enough. The landlady was so unreasonable. She must make up for the loss. He swept his eyes at the many pieces of scrap furniture left in the house, and was struck by an idea. Moving expenses. We cannot. Gao Dakue was shocked, poked him and whispered, What are you talking about? We are tired for an hour. Why don't we want it? Chen Yu blinked, made a wink and lamented. We broke the contract in the first place. It makes sense that big sister won't pay. Hearing that she does not want the money, the landlady's face eased and said impatiently, Count yourselves as self-aware. I don't want compensation either. Let's clear the air. Chen Yu pointed to the bits and pieces in the house and pleaded, Sister, it's not easy for us to make money to make a living. In fact, my main business is to collect scrap. These things that you don't want at home. Why don't you sell them to me? Ahem. Gao Dakue, who was depressed and smoking on the side, almost coughed his lungs out when he heard this. What's the situation? Thought Chen Yu had a high trick to get the money back, but it turns out that he not only doesn't want the money, but also intends to collect the rags and pour in the money? When the landlady heard this, she immediately laughed out loud. Okay, I'm worried that these rags are not easy to deal with. Since you collect them, I'll buy them all for you. The price is good. She had already treated Chen Yu as a complete sizable cutie, not to mention helping to move for free, but also taking the initiative to collect the junk, just in time to earn some pocket money. Gao Dakue wanted to speak several times. All of them hardened and held back. He did not want to pout his brother's face in front of outsiders. However, he and the landlady have the same idea. Chen Yu is a little too abnormal. Brain what? If you want to collect rags, the streets are full of them. As for here to take the trouble to not please, but also be treated as a big fool? Chen Yu expression sincere. The heart is cold laughter. Later you will know. In the end who is the real size cute. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Thinking, he turned around in the room pretending to walk around and touch up. Successively pointed to a few things, respectively a desk lamp, a broken floor fan, and a bed full of wrinkles Simmons mattress. Originally, these things are broken and old. Not much money, but the landlady opened her mouth wide and said, 200. Worthy of being a businessman. More black than a crooked businessman. Chen Yu cursed in his heart and shook his head in a serious manner on the surface and said, 3 pieces of scrap only. 50 is too much for me. Broken table lamp is scrap. Not worth $5. Fan is iron to sell. At most $12. Broken Simmons is not worth 20. 3 sorts add up to 35. 35. Why don't you go and rob? At least 100. The landlady exasperatedly bargained. 3 things packed. You add more to me. 50 deal. Chen Yu wandered around the room a few times, and finally came near the balcony, pointing to a few pots of succulents, saying, I am planning to raise a few pots of succulents. Use them as add-ons. Sell them together to me. The landlady took a look and said with dissatisfaction, those pots of succulents. My husband his father has been raising them for many years, and has been treating them as treasures. The 4 pots add up to at least 400. 4 pots of succulent, is indeed her husband's father raised, but her husband died because of hepatitis, and she was unfilial to her husband's father, usually do not take care of it at all. Now that her husband passed away, she was afraid of being infected. She was going to throw the succulents away, and when she heard that Chen Yu wanted to buy them, she immediately opened her mouth to ask for a high price. These pots of succulent are almost drought deaf. 20 no one wants. I bid at most 50. Sell even if. Do not sell pull down. Chen Yu want to capture. Indifference said. Let's do it this way. Plus the 3 things just now. A total of 200. See Chen Yu does not intend to want. The landlady immediately reduced the price. Can sell a point is a point. Better than throwing away. 85 in total. 1 more point. I won't even take it. Chen Yu attitude is resolute. No against this kind of love to take advantage of people. Cannot let her see any room for discussion. Otherwise certainly stomped on the face. He counted on the landlady will sell. Pretending to haggle again. About to leave the appearance. Waiting for the landlady to take the bait. Chapter 10 Ice J du brocade. The landlady saw that she could not sell for more money. Helplessly compromised. Gritted her teeth and said, the truck is still waiting downstairs. I don't have the time to waste my breath with you. Take the money. Chen Yu secretly rejoiced. On the surface, he acted as if he had suffered a loss and gave $85, but in his heart, he was happy. At least $600,000 came to hand. Pitting this kind of unreasonable people, I am also at peace. Goodbye. Chen Yu paid the money, pressed the excitement, carefully put a few pots of succulents into a paper box, freed up a hand to pick up the fan, greeted, De Kue. Let's go. Gao Dakue threw away his cigarette, sighed heavily, shouldered the mattress, carried the lamp, and followed Chen Yu out. Arriving downstairs, the duo loaded the stuff onto the motorcycle tricycle. Gao Dakue wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Xiao Yu, I said what are you up to? After an hour of manual labor, you didn't get the money. You are still collecting rags. You won't fall for the landlady, right? Taste is heavy enough. Chen Yu rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. What do you know? We've made a lot of money this time. It's more than enough for you to open a moving company. Gao Dakue 120 do not believe. Mouth, come on. 3 kinds of rags together earn less than $30. But also open the company. You have a fever talking nonsense? I should have known not to bring you to the light of my own words, even if it is rough, but also to get the money back. Although he and Chen Yu is the same age, but in the social experience for many years, always treat Chen Yu as a fragile student. Meet things, he will take the initiative to block in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu's heart was warmed, pointed to the 4 pots of succulents in the box, and sold out. Give me a good look. The moving company's startup capital all depends on it. Gao Dakue despised. You think I'm uneducated? Do not recognize this as a succulent well. The flower market $10 a pot. Just pick. These pots are almost drought deaf. Even a box of cigarettes money cannot be exchanged back. Why is your brain so abnormal today? Want money to think crazy, right? Chen Yu was speechless for a while, pointing to one of the pots, explaining, the other 3 pots are not worth much, but this pot sells you off and can't be exchanged for a single leaf. Look carefully with wide eyes. This is called the Ice J du brocade, worth 600, 000 to 700, 000 dollars. What kind of international joke are you playing? It's dirty. I don't even want it for nothing. Gao Dakue 120 do not believe. If really so valuable, like the landlady kind of treacherous and cunning people, how can sell? Chen Yu also no longer explain, If it is not the eyes to read the information of all things, he also does not believe that a pot of succulent can be sold to the sky price. Waiting to go back to the pot of ice jade du brocade to raise a few days, find a buyer to sell, money in hand, and then with the good brother dejected. On the way back, Chen Yu casually find a scrapyard. Will be 3 pieces of rags sold? Earn $25. Afterwards, Gao Dakue sent Chen Yu to the orphanage, and went to find other work. Today in vain, but also did not earn a penny. Really not willing. Chen Yu and Auntie Deng, chatting a few words about the condition of Zhou's mother, find some tools, began to clear the pot to wash the ice pure jade du brocade. He took the spray can, spray water on the leaves, and then wipe off the dust with a rag. The whole process carefully, for fear of damage to the leaf flesh. Spoiled character, get it wrong, tens of thousands of dollars can be lost. Not sloppy. An hour later, the ice jade du brocade thoroughly cleaned up, as if the skin and bones, revealing the original appearance. Just see the plant leaf flesh translucent ethereal, just like the ice clean lotus, and like crystal glittering radiance, although many days without watering some yellowing, but does not affect its beauty at all. Chen Yu finally know why this pot of succulent worth money is really beautiful. He also deliberately checked online. The capital Jiade auction house had auctioned a pot of $1.3 million of the best quality of the ice and jade du brocade, cultivated for a period of time. There might still be room for appreciation. Chen Yu was excited for a while, remembering the landlady who was greedy for a small advantage and suffered a big loss. The corner of his mouth raised a mocking smile. Let you be ungrateful, deserve to have a treasure hidden at home and not know it. Sooner or later there will be a day when you regret it. This pot of ice vibrant jade du brocade is too valuable. In order to not let the kids touch it and destroy it, Chen Yu specially used scrap iron wire, made a simple flower basket and hung it on the beams of Zhou's mom's bedroom. In the afternoon, Chen Yu appeared at Ninghai University, because there is a class on antique appreciation taught by Prof. Nyo Lakun. The old man, as his name suggests, is a bullish, stubborn, not allowing any student to miss class, or else he is bound to fail the course. Chen Yu was originally a good student, has a strong interest in antique appreciation, plus he obtained the I mutation. In the future he will often contact antiques, learn more about the knowledge of all the benefits and no harm. When he took the book, walked into the classroom, many students cast contemptuous eyes, and even more, cover the mouth and nose. Ridiculed, the rag collector came, full of stench, we can avoid far away. Yes, every day in garbage contact, do not suffer from any infectious disease, and then infect us. The whole class knows that Chen Yu usually rely on collecting garbage for a living. Not many people look down on him. Chen Yu is accustomed to this, and does not care, self-concerned in the first row of the seat. He knows, people's preconceptions are like a big mountain. It is difficult to change. There is no need to be angry with these low-eyed guys. Moreover, he is now a rich man worth more than $3 million. Pay attention to those poor people. Do what? Rag picker, can you get out of here? Purposely sitting in front of me and Nana. Who are you? Disgusting. Chen Yu had just sat down when a condescending angry shout came from behind him. Chen Yu turned around. Behind him sat Zhao Jiajun, the class grass and class president recognized by the whole class, and Sun Lina, the class flower. The two of them snuggled together intimately, the male handsome and the female beautiful, envying the others. I'm not in your way. Please speak with respect. Chen Yu didn't have the heart to retort and turned his head to sit down again. Not only are you in my way, your stench is also smelling my Nana. Telling you to roll is being polite to you. Don't give me the face. Zhao Jiajun was from an antique family. He was high-minded and proud, usually speaking his mind in the class. His legs stretched out from under the table and kicked heavily on Chen Yu's seat. It stinks. Don't be disgusting here. To be a classmate with a garbage collector like you, I feel ashamed. Disgusting. Sun Lina covered her mouth and nose with a disgusted face. Chen Yu, in line with the principle of being a low-profile person, temporarily held his tongue and ignored it. Let you get lost. Didn't you hear me? Deaf? Or is your brain in water? Zhao Jiajun, however, was even more energized, lifting his leg and kicking a few feet underneath. Not only deaf, the brain also into the water. Honey, there's no need to be general with this kind of trash. It's purely pulling us down. Sun Lina sneered in a commanding manner. The two spoke too harshly. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel angry. I don't retort. It doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. You guys stomped your noses. Then don't blame me. He suddenly turned his head, raised his voice, and despised. Zhao Jiajun, you've been cuckolded, and you're still making love to Sun Lina. The broken shoe. How ridiculous. Just a moment ago, when Chen Yu looked at Sun Lina, a message surfaced in his mind. Sun Lina has 2 feet in 2 boats. Last night she went to Vanilla Theme Hotel and spent the night with Wu Yang. Chapter 11, Ancient Jade that is hard to distinguish between true and false. You rag picker. Don't talk nonsense with blood in your mouth. You're the one with broken shoes. Your whole family are broken shoes. Sun Lina was poked through her heart and changed her face in fear, rising up and cursing angrily to cover her heart. Zhao Zhejun was also furious, violently grabbing at Chun Yu, furiously shouting, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will tear your stinking mouth apart. Chen Yu dodged and avoided, mockingly looking at the two men, and said in a shocking manner, that guy Wu Yang is suffering from syphilis. Be careful of infecting the two of you. What? Syphilis? Sun Lina's heart thumped, like falling into an ice cave. Her mouth desperately denied. Bull ********. I have no relationship with Wu Yang. You dare to slander me and tarnish my reputation. I'm not done with you. Chun Yu coldly laughed. Yesterday afternoon, I personally bumped into Wu Yang, went to the hospital to see a doctor. Your body has no reaction. Your heart is the most clear, and still dare to say that I slandered you? Sun Lina has been feeling uncomfortable down there today, painful and itchy. Did she really get that evil disease? The question is, how does Chun Yu know so clearly? As if reading her mind, Chen Yu continued, don't you care how I know? First think about how to explain it to Zhao Zhejun. At this time, Zhao Zhejun's face was blue, and the two words weak-hearted were written on Sun Lina's face. Little cutie. All could see that even if what Chen Yu said was not right, it was still not too far off. Otherwise her reaction would not have been so big. He only felt that his head was green with disbelief. Nana, you really went behind my back and had an affair with Wu Yang? Jiajun, don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. I swear that I absolutely did not betray you. Sun Lina panicked and denied it with a worried look on her face. The trio's quarrel was so loud that the entire classroom heard it, casting surprised and puzzled, gloating and watching eyes, quietly discussing. Chen Yu no longer paid attention to this pair of men and women, turned around and prepared for class, thinking, dog eat dog, let you guys fight as you please, just don't bother me. Class, just at this moment, walked into a 60-something years old, whiskers and hair white formal old man, a serious face. It is the tutor of the antique appreciation class, Professor Nyo Likun. He was highly respected. As soon as he entered the noisy classroom, immediately quieted down. Even Zhao Zhejun and Sun Lina, who were arguing, closed their mouths. Professor Nyo carefully placed a cloth bag on the podium, but did not open it right away, and first called the roll, then lectured. This class was about ancient jade appreciation. Chun Yu listened as if he was mesmerized and learned a lot of new knowledge. He now had the eye's psychic ability to recognize authenticity, but the basic theoretical knowledge was lacking too much. This is the end of the theoretical knowledge. The following is for practice. After explaining the knowledge points, Professor Nyo opened the cloth bag and took out a palm-sized piece of dragon jade inside, which was greenish-gray in color. This is a Song Dynasty jade artifact that I purposely bought from the antique market, so that you guys can identify the authenticity and see if you can integrate the knowledge I taught. Chen Yu looked up and a string of information surfaced in the Nayad. Late Qing Dynasty, Hutian green jade product, worth $30,000 to $40,000. Hutian jade divided into jade color, divided into 4 categories, white jade, green jade, ink jade, yellow jade, of which green jade is the most common, relatively low value. He couldn't help but wonder. Professor Nyo said that the dragon-shaped jade was from the Song Dynasty, and from the appearance, it looked very much like a clumsy fake, yet his eye psychic ability told him it was real? Could it be that there was another doorway in it? Professor Nyo looked around the stage. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally landed on Zhao Zhejun. He was very appreciative of Zhao Zhejun's ability and intended to focus on cultivation. Zhao Zhejun had been arguing with Sun Lina in a whisper for half a class. He didn't have the heart to listen to the lecture at all, and suddenly realized that Professor Nyo was looking at him. He thought that he had made Professor Nyo angry, and hurriedly stood up and said, I'll come to identify it. After saying that, he walked up to the podium, took the dragon jade, carefully observed some. Know it well. Zhao Zhejun's father and grandfather are doing antique business, born in the antique family, from a young age, not before going to college, has learned a lot of antique appreciation knowledge. He said confidently, I'm sure this jade is a fake. The technique of doing the old is very low level. It's not worth mentioning at all. Oh, tell me your basis? Professor Nyo nodded approvingly. Very simple. Zhao Zhejun was quite a bit pleased with himself, temporarily forgetting about the disturbance with Sun Lina, and spoke eloquently. First of all, the shape of this dragon jade artifact is awkward. A normal shape should have 2 claws held flat, while this dragon jade artifact relies on its tail and front claws to support it, and the back claws are much shorter. Then look at the appearance. The pulp is rough. It is made of acid firing. Even without a magnifying glass, you can see the acidic white film, and the color is not uniform. Genuine color will not be uniform, but a little bit of seeping in, gradual change. From the point of view of carving, this dragon jade should be a modern rough machine work. Dead lines, especially the eyes. With a simple two-hook completed, ancient jade is generally a lump of work, so there are traces of articulation in the rounded lines, rather than a sense of completion. Moreover, the cross-section of the marks on this carving is not the obvious triangular shape of the lumpwork, so it is an imitation with rough workmanship. Zhao Jiejun said several points in a row, and then stopped, ready to enjoy the teacher's praise and the awe of his classmates. Sun Lina was holding her feet under the stage, acting like a nymphomaniac, marveling in awe, and not forgetting to satirize Chenyu in passing. Jiajun, you're so good, how do you know everything? Unlike a certain rag picker, who can't do anything but know how to move things around. A complete despicable villain. Chenyu had already figured out why the dragon jade artifact that looked like a fake was actually the real thing. Hearing Sun Lina's harsh words, he secretly sneered. Since you are aggressive, don't blame me for making your boyfriend, who has a prairie on his head, come down. However, he did not immediately lash out and waited for Professor Nyo's opinion to see if the old professor was doing it intentionally or if he really hit his eyes, only to see Professor Nyo's face full of appreciation, nodded his head and said, very good, Jiejun is very smart, said the many points of inadequacy of this counterfeit jade, worthy of praise, worthy of being the head of a class, worthy of everyone's learning. Prof. Nyo's words sealed the deal, showing his attitude and at the same time declaring the authenticity of the dragon-shaped jade artifact. The students who followed the trend were in awe, talking, Zhao Jiejun is so powerful, how does he know everything? He really has an unlimited future. Nonsense, his grandparents and grandchildren have been dealing with antiques for 3 generations. Of course there's no difficulty in identifying a piece of ordinary jade. Hearing the praise from the stage, Zhao Jiejun couldn't help but flutter and get carried away. Students, don't envy me. Today I'll give you the simplest method of identifying ancient jade, and in the future you will be able to do the same as me. And you won't be confused by the clumsy methods of making old. As soon as they heard Zhao Jiejun as if he was going to talk about an exclusive skill, the students immediately perked up their ears to listen to it, and they didn't even see such seriousness in class. The method is to come across a suspected acid-burnt jade, slightly licked with the tongue, feel the acid is always fake. Of course, antiques will inevitably have bacteria. Here are decent people, cannot do that kind of thing. Speaking of this, Zhao Jiejun looked at Chenyu with a disgusted look and teased. Chenyu's classmate picks up rags all day long and works with garbage. He is not afraid of getting dirty. I suggest letting him come on stage, lick the dragon jade and say how he feels. Chapter 12, Seeing the Wrong Eyes. After Zhao Jiejun's words, the whole class immediately burst into laughter. Many people coaxed, the class president is right. Chenyu picks up rags all day long, he's definitely not afraid of getting dirty, so let him have such a good chance to try. Chenyu ignored the teasing of his classmates, stood up, coldly gazed at Zhao Jiejun, and said in a tit-for-tat manner, no matter how much you lick it, it's useless, because this dragon-shaped jade artifact is the real thing. Zhao Jiejun said sarcastically as if he was looking at an idiot. Nonsense, it's really laughable. How can this kind of acid-burned and aged fake be the real thing? It's pure claptrap. You don't have enough eyesight yourself and you're laughing at others. It's you who's ridiculous. The dragon-shaped jade that the teacher took out is an authentic piece created by a folk craftsman in the Qing dynasty, with a market price of between $20,000 and $30,000, Chenyu sarcastically said. This remark was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the class was abuzz with jeers. Zhao Jiejun was the one who knew the most about antiques in the class, and with Professor Nyo's affirmation, no one believed Chenyu's words. Zhao Jiejun even laughed and mocked, laughing at me. Still authentic? What do you know what is called antique? My early childhood holding Jingdezhen porcelain as a toy. You still do not know in which garbage pile to play. Sun Lina, who was a thief, laughed the most exaggeratedly in order to please Zhao Jiejun. Jiejun's family is in the antique business. Isn't it better than you, a rag picker? Who can see? Don't disgrace yourself here. Comparing the attainments of antique appreciation with Jiejun, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old child. Chenyu snorted coldly, not realizing that if not for her repeated teasing, Chenyu would not have uncovered that rotten affair between her and Wu Yang. Professor Nyo's face sank, and with a scolding tone, he said, this dragon-shaped jade was bought by me at the antique market, at a cost of $60, and the previous statement that it was produced in the Song dynasty was actually to test your eyesight. Chun Yu, why did you say that it is true? Could it be that you didn't listen attentively to all the knowledge I taught in class? He somewhat did not quite understand. Chun Yu was usually low-key and humble, and performed well. Why did he jump out today to sing the opposite tune and make a tall tale? Chenyu since stood out. There is no intention to retreat. Insisted on their own views. Teacher, this piece of dragon jade is indeed the Qing dynasty folk craftsman to create. The selling price is much higher than the price of your purchase. If someone else had said that he had picked up a leak in the antique market, he might have been happy. However, in the stubborn old prof. Nyo's ears, it was like a great mockery. His decades of knowledge, even a shoddy imitation cannot be distinguished? He said unhappily, in my life, I hate students who are not full in a bottle, but half in a bottle. If you can't tell me why, I'll regard you as disrupting the classroom discipline, kick you out, and you won't be able to pass the final. Failing the class is too cheap for him. Teacher, we should expel this kind of person who pulls down the grade of our school. Zhao Jiejun fanned the flames from the side. I also hate idiots who don't have much ability and still like to gloat. Chen Yu retorted, stepped onto the podium, took the dragon jade artifact and said aloud, from the looks of it, it is indeed a poor imitation. However, after careful observation, I concluded that it is an authentic piece from the Qing dynasty. Burnt acid incrustation is only an appearance, but in reality, there is something hidden inside. I need alkaline water and a cleaning brush to reveal its true appearance. Acid and alkali neutralization. You want to scrape off the cladding? Professor Nyo could see what Chen Yu was thinking, but his stubborn temperament, as well as his extreme confidence in his eyesight, felt that any further fiddling by Chen Yu would be futile. Who would be foolish enough to add a layer of shoddy incrustation on top of a genuine jade, lowering their own price? It's probably only people like you who are not in their right mind, Zhao Jiejun said with another burst of ridicule. He was already looking at Chen Yu in a bad light, coupled with Chen Yu's previous public rumor that Sun Lina had an affair with another man, causing the whole class to gossip. He held a grudge against Chen Yu and had to take out this bad anger. Chen Yu ignored Zhao Jiejun and waited to hit his face with the facts. He speculated that it might be a dupe who wanted to make the Qing dynasty jade old and sell it for a better price, but his skills were not up to par and he botched the job. The counterfeiting peddler and Professor Nyo hit their eyes at the same time. This kind of thing was unimaginable and no one believed it. While talking, Chen Yu in the corner of the classroom display, find a packet of antique cleaning special alkali powder and a cleaning brush. Chen Yu also went to the water room, called a basin of warm water, the alkali powder in accordance with a certain proportion, poured into the warm water, and then put the dragon jade soaking time of 15 minutes. During this period, to Zhao Jiejun and Sun Lina this pair of dog and boy is the leader of the classmates, Chen Yu sneer and ridicule non-stop, the whole classroom in an uproar. Professor Nyo did not pay attention to this. Confidently do not look at the changes in the alkaline water in the dragon-shaped jade. The heart of the Chen Yu that point of goodwill all disappeared, delaying the class time and questioning his authority. Chen Yu's behavior, in his opinion, was like a chronically unloved child who deliberately made an alternative move in order to gain attention. Class is almost over. Are you done yet? How long do you want us to watch you perform? Zhao Jiejun impatiently urged. Chen Yu confirmed the condition of the dragon-shaped jade in the alkaline water basin, and immediately looked up with a joyful expression on his face, saying, all right, teacher, please look. Claptrap. Other than rough blanks, what else can this be? This is. At first, Prof. Nyo was still disdainful, but after taking a look, his eyes immediately widened and he could no longer retract them, only to see that the dragon-shaped jade vessel's incrustation became loose and peeled off, revealing the greenish-gray jade inside. The flawed dragon foot in Zhao Jiejun's mouth. The slightly shorter hind foot had not changed other than the incrustation coming off, while that extra dragon tail and the bottom of the forefoot came off. It turned out that the extra part was the acid-burnt mortar that was added later. Seeing Prof. Nyo speechless with astonishment, the students were in an uproar, all standing up and scrambling to peer into the basin. Chen Yu picked up the dragon jade that had changed greatly in appearance, and in front of everyone, used a cleaning brush to brush off the remaining pulp a little bit, and a Haten green jade dragon jade carving that was slightly rough in workmanship was revealed. Chen Yu was right, I really hit my eyes. Professor Nyo had a complicated expression, his face showing shame, being hit by his student in public. His face just couldn't hang on. He let out a heavy lament and turned around to walk out of the classroom forlornly. Teacher, Chen Yu called out, revealing a bitter smile. Was it that his way was too direct, making Professor Nyo feel that he had lost face and was somewhat unable to accept it? The problem was that in order to combat the arrogance of the dog man and woman, he did not have a better way. Zhao Jiejun was embarrassed. His own judgment of antiques, actually lost to a rag collector, as if he was slapped twice. His cheeks were hot, a burst of red and white. The class was also dumbfounded. No one thought that Prof. Nyo would hit his eyes. It was really right by Chen Yu. When did this kid's eyesight become more powerful than Prof. Nyo's? If you still have doubts and don't believe it's real, you can lick it. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and swept a glance at Zhao Jiejun, returning this guy's previous words of humiliating himself. Zhao Jiejun was arrogant and good at face. How could he stand this kind of humiliation? And viciously said, Chen Yu, you wait for me. What happened today? I will make you pay back twice as much. Ding bell. As soon as the words fell, the dismissal bell suddenly rang. Chen Yu was about to retort when a cold voice came from the back door. Chen Yu, get the hell out of here. Chapter 13, Who Wore a Cuckold to Whom? Chen Yu was stumped for a moment. Listening to the voice was a bit familiar, and the tone of the other party was very impulsive. Obviously the visitor was not good. He looked up and saw Wu Yang leading two tall boys, strutting in, and information about the two boys came to his mind. Ho Liang, Li Chunsheng, senior students of the Physical Education Department of Ninghai University. Wu Yan looked around condescendingly, saw Chen Yu, and flaunted and cursed, "Kid, finally let me find you. Hurry up and roll over to suffer death." Chen Yu immediately guessed Wu Yang's purpose. The other party came to the door. He would not concede, coldly laughed. "I exposed you as suffering from syphilis in front of Songyan. Want to seek revenge on me?" Wu Yang was like stepping on a dog's tail. Stormily cursed, "Shut your dog's mouth. I'm not sick at all. It's you who started the rumor, causing me to lose face in front of the school flowers. I have to tear your stinking mouth today, and beat you until you kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Zhao Jejun lost to Chen Yu because of his appraisal of the Dragon Jade, and was holding a lot of fire in his heart. Not to mention Chen Yu before, also slander Sun Lina and Wu Yang have a leg. So rumors, causing him to wear a cuckold like, very disgraceful. He couldn't wait for someone to clean up Wu Yang, and took the opportunity to fan the flames and said, "Yes, we must tear his stinking mouth, beat him to death, and see if he dares to talk nonsense in the future. The two of you actually joined forces. How hilarious." Chen Yu mocked. "Zhao Jiajun, you're not afraid that Wu Yang will infect you with syphilis. It just so happens that the three of your family are here, so you can confront each other face to face to see who cuckolded whom." When these words came out, Wu Yang and Zhao Jejun's faces both became ugly, their eyes blazing with anger, fearing that she would be exposed in public. Sun Lina was weak and scolded in a shrill voice, "Rag picker, shut your foul mouth. Wu Yang and I are just ordinary friends. If you keep your mouth shut, I'll let the two of them blow your dog's head off." Chen Yu teased, "Both boyfriends have come to back you up. Quite arrogant, but as a classmate, let me kindly remind you, hurry up and go to the hospital for a checkup. Syphilis can't be treated well. How dare you move the truth? Beat me to death. I'll pay for the medical expenses." Wu Yang shouted like a volcano erupting, greeted the two students he brought and pounced on them together. Chen Yu convergence of playful laughter, become calm and collected. The heart does not have the slightest fear, since the possession of the eye's ability. Other people's movements, in his eyes are extraordinarily clear. Wu Yang was the first to reach the front. A fist hit Chen Yu as if the general prediction, flash across the body, easily dodged over. Wu Yang, who had parried, almost flashed his waist, and was kicked in the buttocks by Chen Yu, and fell to the ground in a doggy stool. Chen Yu's body looks thin, strong, and sports students cannot be compared, but he always pedal three wheels. Legs are still very powerful. Moreover, he grew up in an orphanage, no father and no mother, not a lot of bullying, not a lot of fights before going to college. Experienced, facing the scene of three people surrounded, the best way is to fight quickly, as soon as possible to knock down one or two of them. Wu Yang only felt like his ass was kicked into 4 pedals. Fell 7. A photo was knocked down. It is really embarrassing. Ho Liang was right behind him. He was a physical education student and had some basic fighting training. His fists and feet were raw and looked fierce, but after all, he is not a professional boxer. The starting style of the lower three-way breaks are very big. Those cracks, was Chen Yu clearly see in the eyes? A kick in Ho Liang's defenseless crotch. Ho Liang screamed miserably. His face turned into a pig's liver. His hands covered his crotch, squatted on the ground, temporarily lost the ability to fight back. The last to rush up is Li Chunsheng. He is a basketball player. His height is 1 meter 9 or so. His arm is thick and sturdy, and he swung out several punches continuously. Chen Yu clearly captured the trajectory of each of Li Chunsheng's punches, predicted the landing point in advance, and dodged them all with ease. "You still dare to hit me? Today I will definitely beat you up and make you cry." Wu Yang climbed up at this time, gritting his teeth with hatred, opening his arms and pouncing on Chen Yu. He wanted to hold Chen Yu in his arms, but as a result, Chen Yu slipped like a loach to avoid it, grabbed it as a shield in his hand, and met Li Chunsheng's heavy punch head-on. Bang! Li Chunsheng couldn't collect his force, and punched right on Wu Yang's nose. The bridge of his nose was broken, and blood flowed horizontally. "Wu Yang, how are you?" Ouch! Li Chunsheng did not expect to accidentally injure one of his own people. Slightly stunned, Chen Yu took the opportunity to punch him in the stomach. Ah! The big tall man of 1 meter 9 let out a cry of pain, and immediately bent over like a shrimp, his face twisted in pain. Chen Yu decisively grabbed Li Chunsheng's hair, lifted his knee, slammed it on his chest, and with both hands, he brought it down with force again, dropping him to the ground. The entire process took less than a minute. Chen Yu took out 3 people in 3 hits. 2 of them were also strong and sturdy sports students. The students in the class all looked dumbfounded. Was this the Chen Yu they knew who was low-key and seemed to be a good bully? Those students who had taunted Chen Yu could not help but feel a pang of fear. If Chen Yu had been annoyed at first, he himself would have ended up with a fat beating. This era is too crazy. A scrap collector can both identify treasures and martial arts. Can't afford to mess with When you interact with Chen Yu again in the future, your tone of voice has to be more respectful. Sun Lina on the side was completely dumbfounded. Originally thought that Wu Yang had brought someone here and would easily beat Chen Yu up to take out his anger, but it turned out to be a brutal beating. She saw the situation is not good. Her heart is weak. Afraid that Chen Yu pulled Wu Yang confrontation, reveal their own, panicked and covered her face and shouted, "I'm bloodsick. People are so scared. I have to go first." After saying that, Sun Lina picked up her bag, 2 high heels stomping fast, ran out of the classroom. Wu Yang wiped his nosebleed, and Ho Liang, Li Chunsheng helped each other to climb up, looking at Chen Yu's eyes filled with incredulity, and a little fear. "Good boy, count on your balls. We'll see." Wu Yang did not dare to make another move, put down a vicious sentence. With 2 fox friends, limping away, Chen Yu did not intend to let go easily. Pulling his voice, said loudly, "Wu Yang, go to the hospital to stop bleeding. Remember to look at the men's department. Syphilis is not only contagious, serious to death." Wu Yang's body shape flinched, almost fell down. Suffering from syphilis, things spread, lose people lose big. He did not hurt Chen Yu this time out of anger, but instead got into a mess, really lost a wife and soldiers, with a stomach of grievances, hurried away. Looking at the back of the trio, Chen Yu sneered disdainfully and turned his head to look at Zhao Jiejun. This guy stood more than a meter behind Chen Yu, tightly clenching his fists, his face full of entanglement, like he was hesitating to sneak attack or not. "Zhao Jiejun, Wu Yang has cuckolded you. You don't go to his trouble and still want to sneak attack me?" Chen Yu forced his way up step by step, deliberately revealing a ferocious look. Zhao Jiejun was so scared that he backed up while stuttering. "What do you want to do? We are all civilized people. A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. If you have the ability, fight with me civilly." Chapter 14, Jade Peninsula Window. Zhao Jiejun was stunned by Chen Yu's fighting prowess of picking 3 in a row, and in a panic, he proposed a civil fight. Fresh, a civil fight. "How?" Chen Yu asked disdainfully. Zhao Jiejun gulped heartily and said, "Aren't you a good antique connoisseur? Even Professor Nyo's objects that hit the eye can be pointed out." "I'm not convinced. I want to compete with you in connoisseurship." Chen Yu heard, immediately laughed. This is not to send himself a treasure? Appreciate what? If there is no lottery, I don't have time to waste with you. This kid took the initiative to send it to the gun. It's not a pit for nothing. He made an immediate decision to set Zhao Jiejun up. Zhao Jiejun thought about it, gritted his teeth and said, "I have a piece of family jade penannular ring. You come to appreciate, if you can accurately say the age, authenticity, price, as well as from the hand of who and other information. I will give you both hands. If you can't tell me, you'll have to kneel down and apologize to me in front of the entire school." He proposed the appreciation window to ruthlessly humiliate Chen Yu and avenge his shame, not hesitating to use the family heirloom jade ring as bait. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Otherwise Chen Yu would not have easily agreed. "Is this true?" Chen Yu teasingly asked. He is now not what he used to be. He has a pair of discerning eyes that can peer into the information of all things in the world. A mere jade pendant, in his opinion, was already in his pocket. Absolutely no falsehoods. All the students present can testify. After all, he was in the same class. Zhao Jiejun still had a better understanding of Chen Yu, who had been moderate since he went to college, and had not been stunning in antique appreciation, far less than himself, who had been exposed to antiques since he was a child. He felt that in the classroom, Chen Yu can identify the Qing dynasty jade dragon pendant. Purely blind cat touched the dead rat, not much real skill. Hearing that the two were going to bet on treasure identification, the students present were all interested, watching and yelling, more excited than watching a fight. "Okay, it's a deal. Bring out the jade ring. Today I will let you see my skill in treasure appraisal, so that you will lose with conviction." Chen Yu was secretly happy and was eager to try. Zhao Jiejun felt that Chen Yu was pure bragging and glared contemptuously, taking out a pale yellow, beautifully modeled jade penannular from his waist. The jade pen is made from a round section with a missing topaz, about 10 centimeters in diameter, the center hollowed out, engraved with 5 petals, around the missing piece of the circle above, and then there are complex decorations. Just look at the jade penannular ring itself. The production process is relatively complex, and it is missing from the circle, cannot be worn directly. There are craftsmen in the ring body above and below the drilling of 2 tiny holes, easy to thread, for the owner of the item to wear. The class is studying archaeology, more or less have some eyesight. Many people gather around to watch, cannot help but marvel, worthy of being an antique family, is awesome, there is such a high-level heirloom. But no, Just the 2 pieces of white jade used for embellishment hanging from the gold wire. At least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. The class president's family is really rich. Chen Yu also marveled at the level of craftsmanship of the jade penannular ring, blurted out. Jade penannular ring. Full of the ring, the lack of penannular ring. In ancient times, it was mostly worn by princes and lords, and the meaning of the penannular jade ring is that the one who wants to be full is missing, and it is meant to warn the princes and lords' descendants not to be full of themselves and not to be self-righteous. Humph. It's just a point of knowledge from a book. Do you need to recite it? Zhao Jiejun very much enjoyed the crowd's astonished admiration, and somewhat smugly, he chided Chen Yu. Cut the crap, look and see. You can say the detailed information of this jade penumbra. Say 1 point wrong, even if you lose, you need to apologize to me on your knees. He secretly cold snored in his heart. The amount of Chen Yu this rag collector cannot say. Even if hit the luck can say accurate, he can also deny. Invincible. Chen Yu retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, you think I'm stupid? Empty words without proof. Even if I'm right and you flatly deny it, and everyone doesn't know the truth, then won't I definitely lose? Through the conveyance of his eyes, he had already grasped all the information about this jade ring. What he needed to do now was to perfect the rules of the game, and make sure to make Zhao Jiejun's heart convinced that he would lose without words. Some students who loved to join in the fun coaxed, yes, class president, you have to give the standard answer. Even if you don't tell Chen Yu, at least let us know that there is a certain fairness in judging. Gambling fights are about fairness and impartiality. You can't play scoundrels to play down. Seeing a small trick in his heart was recognized. Zhao Jiejun's face a burst of red and white. Drank, shut up, who can't afford to play? I'll write the correct answer on the paper. We all supervise. Always okay? After saying that, Zhao Jiejun picked up a pen and paper. His back was turned to Chen Yu, one hand covered. With the handwriting of a cockroach crawling, he quickly wrote down the correct answer on the paper, and then, he folded it, not letting anyone look at it, and handed it over to the study committee member who had a good character. Despite the little accident, Zhao Jiejun still thought that Chen Yu had little real talent and definitely could not identify the jade ring. He sneered contemptuously, now you have nothing to say, deceitful fellow. Today even if I gamble on my heirlooms, I will expose your hypocritical true colors, and dare to create rumors about me. I will have to make you kneel down and admit your mistake. It's a pity that you will never see the day I kneel down and admit my mistake except in your dreams, because I will never lose. Chen Yu, confident and with a deep gaze, took the jade pennant, pretended to observe it for a moment, and asked, Wei Zifu, I don't know if you recognize it? You, Zhao Jiejun's heart thumped. No way, he really knows? Seeing that Zhao Jiejun did not say anything, Chen Yu simply stopped selling, and talked aloud. This jade ring, is precisely the famous Wei Zifu heirloom jade ring in history. Who is Wei Zifu? I don't think I will say. We all know. As the second empress of Han Emperor Wu Di Lu Che, she occupied the throne for 38 years and was uniquely favored, and after her death, she even possessed the independent word Si as her posthumous name, which was unparalleled before the Han dynasty. She can be called one of the several women in history who are most capable of being the queen. So after this jade penannular jade ring she once wore left the palace, it was highly sought after by the heavenly daughters of the folk gentry. It was believed that the jade ring was contaminated with Wei Zifu's aura, and that any woman who was to be married would be able to become the mother of a country if she got it. Therefore, this piece of jade ring, from ancient times to the present day, cannot be less tossed. Many of the history of the famous consort, the famous queen, and even the odd woman, have played with it, so that it has a lot of value. In today's world, it will be put into the auction house, such as meet sincere appreciation, and big buyers. 10 million over 100 million, is not difficult. Squad leader, am I right? When Chen Yu pointed out Wei Zifu's name at first glance, Zhao Jiejun's face changed and became very ugly, truly worried that the family heirloom would be taken away by the surname Chen. However, after Chen Yu stopped, Zhao Jiejun laughed instead and said openly, ha ha, you're wrong, I won't give you a second chance. Quickly, kneel down and apologize to me in front of everyone in the class. Chen Yu acted calmly towards Zhao Jiejun's arrogant behavior, as if he had expected it, sneering, did you let your brain get blistered with lie too? Can you hear me out? Chapter 15 Winning a Family Heirloom. Say, it's all wrong, wait to kneel and apologize to me. It was so hard to seize the opportunity. Zhao Jiejun would not miss it, his voice raised an octave, his heart surging with the exhilaration of being about to humiliate Chen Yu. Chen Yu glanced at Zhao Jiejun as if he was looking at a retarded child, and said to himself, the Wei Zifu heirloom jade circle is highly sought after, and it's not true that it can be sold at a sky-high price, and that's exactly where the problem lies. The more famous the jade, the more people in order to profiteer. scrambling to imitate. Even a piece of jade dragon pendant in the Qing dynasty was faked, not to mention the famous Queen's jade, not to mention the cloud of imitators in the following dynasties. Just in the Han dynasty, as far as I know, there were no less than 5 people who claimed to have Wei Zifu's jade pendant in just a few years and were willing to offer it for sale at the same time. After that, with the rampant counterfeiting, and the loss of the authentic Wei Zifu heirloom jade circle, the numerous imitations became increasingly worthless. Chen Yu pointed at the finely carved and beautiful jade in Zhao Jiejun's hand and continued, "It is undeniable that it is made of good materials, with a high level of craftsmanship, and it is also handed down from the Han dynasty. But unfortunately, it is not the genuine article. It's impossible to sell it for 10 million or hundreds of millions, but there are still millions. I estimate it to be around $1,200,000. Listening to Chen Yu speak eloquently, the classroom resounded with exclamations and murmurs. "Boy, scared me to death. I really thought that the class president would dare to wear millions and billions of treasures casually on his body. I'm having thoughts of committing a crime, even if it's a million. It's not a small number for us, even if it's an imitation jade. It was passed down from the Han dynasty. It's more than enough to be a family heirloom." Zhao Jiejun's face became more and more ugly. His eyes rolled over and he nearly fell to the ground. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to the crowd's comments, and after a long time, he came back to his senses, only to see that Chen Yu was asking the study committee member for the answer on the paper, and quite a number of good students also gathered around him. The study committee member among them unfolded the paper and read, "High imitation Wei Zifu heirloom jade peninsula. Beautiful jade from the Han dynasty, valued at about $1,200,000. Exactly the same as what Chen Yu said. The onlookers all clearly saw the text on the paper, and it was exactly the same as what Chen Yu said. The exclamation of surprise rose again. They all felt unbelievable. When did Chen Yu's appraisal level become so high? Impossible. How could a rag collector like him appraise it? This is not scientific. Zhao Jiejun was even more unbelievable. They were all right by Chen Yu. They just lost. In the midst of the crowd's clamor, Chen Yu stretched out his hand and justifiably demanded, "Zhao Jiejun, willing to gamble? This heirloom jade penannular ring will be mine in the future." Zhao Jiejun tightly clutched the family heirloom jade pennant, hastily backtracked and said, "I won't give it to you. I can give you money." What a joke. This was his family's heirloom worth millions. If he lost and gave it away, he didn't know how many people's teeth would be laughed off, and his father would most likely beat him to death alive. "Unless you can give me $1,200,000 on the spot, it's off the table." Chen Yu decisively refused and pressed tightly. "I don't commit crimes if people don't commit crimes. If people commit crimes, he won't just back down and will never be soft when he should strike back." Zhao Jiejun retreated all the way to the corner, his face more ugly than swallowing a dead rat. Although his family is doing antiques, just a general family, not a rich family, he cannot take more than $1 million. Decided to play bad, shouted, "What do you want? Robbery? Ah. Willing to gamble is the most superficial reasoning. See Zhao Jiejun play rogue and not recognize the debt." Many students are showing contemptuous eyes. In addition to watching the fun, there is no intention to intervene. Can't afford to lose. Ah. Want to be shameless? Bring it. Chen Yu sneered disdainfully, forcefully breaking Zhao Jiejun's hand and snatching the jade ring. Mocking. "Thank you. Betting with you is very happy. What other treasures do you have at home? Don't forget to bring them out. Let me open my eyes more." Surname Chen. "You're too much of a bully." Zhao Jiejun, under the frenzy of anger, do not care about a lot, swung his fist viciously towards Chen Yu, vowed to take back the family heirloom treasure jade. Chen Yu's eyes glittered, clearly capturing Zhao Jiejun's movements, as well as the trajectory of the blow, easily avoided, and then raised his leg and kicked out. Zhao Jiejun stumbled a few steps and fell on his back in a sorry state, his face twisted in pain, his eyes blazing with indignant rage. Many of the onlookers were amused, and were extremely ashamed of Zhao Jiejun's behavior. "I didn't expect the class president to turn out to be this kind of person who can't afford to play around. Really disgracing our archaeology department." Chen Yu played with the jade penannular and said playfully, "Imitating a woman's thing, wearing it is not overbearing. Turn around and melt it. Get a trigger finger to play with." Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to do that, just to be angry at Zhao Jiejun, to avenge the guy's previous look at himself. You, Zhao Jiejun from childhood, has not been so humiliated by the enemy in clusters at the same time. Look down on the taste is really not good. Anxious fire attack, black eyes, almost fainted. Winning a piece of jade of more than $1 million. Chen Yu was in a good mood, too lazy to bother with Zhao Jiejun, laughed a few times, turned around elegantly and walked out of the classroom. Looking at Chen Yu's back as he left, many students secretly marveled. Too handsome, able to fight. Professionalism is still strong, usually low profile. Only when he is treated unfairly, he will ruthlessly hit the enemy's face. This is exactly the example we should learn from. On the other hand, Chen Yu didn't return to the dormitory. Carrying the jade ring, he headed to the hospital, taking care of Mom Zhou. Looking at the hospital bed on the mother's bleak face and thin figure, Chen Yu incomparable heartache. He thought that he was a poor boy and could not do anything, but now that he has money, he should fulfill the unfinished wish of Zhou's mother one by one, so that after she wakes up, she will be able to see a better world. Zhou mother's most concerned, but also for the dedication of half a lifetime, is the Happy House Orphanage and the children inside. Chen Yu decided to go to the bank in the morning and take out $1 million and anonymously donate it to the Happy House Orphanage to improve the children's lives. That night, he was again in the hospital to accompany the bed, studied acupuncture for most of the night, and strive to learn as soon as possible. Will be Zhou mother to wake up? The next morning, Chen Yu appeared at the Ninghai Bank. Sir, are you sure you want to transfer $1 million from your bank card to the account of the Joyful House Orphanage through an anonymous method? The staff looked at Chen Yu's ordinary clothes and young age, how he did not look like a rich man, and seriously doubted whether there was $1 million in the card or not. Chen Yu nodded without hesitation and said, yes, anonymously. A lot of people who make charitable donations do it for the sake of fame, but he truly wants to let the children of the Joyful House Orphanage to live a better life, and doesn't care about fame, and he didn't want to be exposed. Otherwise a student who collects scrap will make a fortune. It's too shocking. It's better to keep a low profile. The staff swiped the card. $1 million was successfully transferred. Looking at Chen Yu's eyes filled with astonishment. He really has money, cannot see it at all. So low-profile rich second generation cannot be rare. Chapter 16 Chen Yu on the car. Happy House Orphanage. Auntie Deng suddenly received an arrival prompt. Looking at the large series of zeros on the account, her mouth opened wide in surprise, rubbing her eyes several times and pinching herself, confirming that she wasn't dreaming and that it was really $1 million. She burst into tears on the spot. This was the largest donation the orphanage had received since its inception. Which kind-hearted person is this? Actually anonymously donated $1 million, doing such a great good deed. I will definitely bring the children and express my gratitude to you in person. After the donation, Chen Yu left the bank. Although the deposit was 1/3 less, his mood was extraordinarily cheerful. He traveled all the way to the school happily, and when he arrived at the school entrance, he saw a fiery red Ferrari sports car, from which a tall, long-haired beauty with a cold temperament walked out. She was wearing a red dress, her exquisite figure was outlined to the fullest, and her 2 exposed legs were long, thin and white, paired with 7 centimeters of pointed high heels, clicking and snapping as she walked. Chen Yu's mind surfaced a string of information. Ninghai University School Flower Song Yan, Song Family's 1000 Gold Miss, 3 Circumference, cough. Chen Yu's old face reddened, he coughed awkwardly, interrupting his own rambling thoughts, and came up to greet him. What a coincidence, we meet again. Song Yan did not speak and nodded slightly as a response. Chen Yu touched his nose, worthy of being a high and cold schoolgirl. The day before yesterday, she lost to me in an antique bet, and helped to send Zhou's mother to the hospital. So soon she ignored me. But you still owe me a condition that hasn't been fulfilled. In theory, I should be counted as your debtor. There is such a debtor to the well. There is no unnecessary communication between the two, because the classroom is in the same building, so all the way along, many students have sideways glances, revealing envy and jealousy. Song Yan was the man of the moment at Ninghai University, the deserved school flower, as cold and beautiful as an iceberg snow lotus. Almost no one in the school knew about it. No one knew about it. Countless suitors have been turned away by the school flower. Why would she walk together with a plainly dressed boy? Who is that guy? He's lucky. If we had gone up to him, he would have been blown away by MS. Song, holy, it seems to be Chen Yu who collects rags from the archaeology department. He dares to walk together with the school beauty. The dog's guts are too big. It's simply an insult to the school flower. Feeling the murderous eyes of the boys along the way, Chen Yu reveals a gust of bitter smile. Sure enough, any boy who gets too close to Song Yan will become a target. As the two of them walked to the school building, an angry shout suddenly came from behind them. Chen Yu, stop right there. Chen Yu subconsciously stopped his steps and looked back, realizing that it was Zhao Zhejun who had lost the family jade penetration yesterday. Song Yan heard the dissatisfaction in Zhao Zhejun's tone and felt that something would happen. After taking a few steps, she also stopped. After the last contact, Chen Yu's attainments in antiques and his kindness to the orphanage had raised her favorability in her heart. Otherwise, she would not bother with strangers. Chen Yu said with mockery all over. What is it that you are looking for me for? First things first, your heirloom was won by me in a bet. Unless it is ransomed with $1,200,000, I will definitely not return it to you. Less whimsical. Cootie. Only then will I give you money. Zhao Zhejun held his breath. If not for the fact that he could not beat Chen Yu, he went to play with his life in the morning. Chen Yu, Yesterday you got lucky. I'm 120 unconvinced. If you have the ability to compete with me again, do you dare to take it? I won't take it. What can you do? Chen Yu teasingly said. If you don't take it, you're a coward. It's counted as an automatic admission of defeat. Not only do you have to hand over the winning jade pennant, but you also have to accept the punishment that was agreed upon yesterday. In front of the entire school, kneel down and apologize to me. Zhao Zhejun gritted his teeth. Song Yan slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Why should I just count it as a loss without betting with you? It's simply a rogue's demand. Chen Yu would definitely not agree as long as he was in his right mind. You are brain dead, aren't you? Chen Yu revealed a look at an idiot and decided to teach Zhao Zhejun another lesson. With you being so open-minded, I accept the challenge. What are the stakes this time? No bet. Stay wherever you are. Song Yan did not expect Chen Yu to accept and revealed a surprised look. He couldn't be someone whose IQ was completely below the level of a normal person except for treasure appreciation and having a loving heart, right? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu's confidence was derived from his strength, a pair of eyes that could decipher all information, and there was absolutely no need to fear any challenge. Zhao Zhejun was secretly happy in his heart. This time, he must win back the jade ring. Count your guts. Let's set off right away. The location is the store that my family opened in the antique street. The rules are the same as yesterday. I will take out an item, and you will be the one to identify whether it's real or fake. If you lose, return the jade ring to me, and if you win, you can pick any item from my family's store. He stayed up all night last night and thought about it all night, and decided that it was better to win the jade ring back in the form of a bet, and that what falls down where you fall down has to get up where you fall down, to get back his face. The main thing is still, Zhao Zhejun does not believe that Chen Yu's treasure appreciation is powerful. It is estimated that he has seen Wei Zifu's heirloom jade pennant to recognize it, and this time, increase the difficulty, absolutely let him plant a big head. Okay, today I'll let you lose convincingly. This kind of face that is sent to the door. It's not a good idea not to hit it. Although Chen Yu guessed that Zhao Zhejun had a premeditated plan, but he already had powerful information about his eye's supernatural ability, so he definitely wouldn't lose. Bragging, you will definitely lose badly today. Zhao Zhejun retorted provocatively and agreed to walk a few steps closer to Song Yan with a fawning smile. Schoolgirl Song, I sincerely invite you to be the referee for our betting match, and I also ask the great beauty to show her face. He had seen Song Yan long ago, but was not familiar with it, so he shamelessly went up to invite her, and might even be able to perform in front of the schoolgirl for once and win the heart of a beautiful woman, and even if he refused, he would not have anything to lose. Yes, Song Yan nodded and bashfully agreed. This could make Zhao Zhejun happy. His face was blossoming with joy. His beauty was a bit unable to find his way. What an unexpected surprise. The school flower actually agreed. This is a good opportunity for close contact. Chen Yu was a bit stunned. The cold and colorful school flower went to be the referee. A bit interesting. Beauty Song, this way please. It is my third life's honor for you to go to my family's antique store. I will call a car right away. Zhao Zhejun's face was full of flattery, incomparably glancing at Chen Yu in triumph. See, the great school flower. The Song family's big miss or so to give me face. You count for nothing not obediently kowtow to me to admit their faults. But 2 minutes later, Zhao Zhejun's face was swollen. Song Yan swayed a delicate body, elegantly sat into the driver's seat of the Ferrari. Zhao Zhejun followed the fart to also want to get on the car, but he heard Song Yan coldly said, sorry, you take a taxi, my sports car can only sit 2 people. Chen Yu get in. Chapter 17, a fake without a breakage. Watching Song Yan driving a racy sports car, carrying Chen Yu far away, leaving Zhao Zhejun alone in the wind. The rag collector's dog then. What qualification to sit on the school flower's car? I have not even sat on it. Why not me? Zhao Zhejun hate to gnash his teeth. Indignant taxi to follow, but also made up his mind. Betting on treasure appreciation to make Chen Yu lose face. Passing students, see Chen Yu actually sat on Song Yan's sports car, all envious and jealous. In their impression, they have not heard of any boy who has the honor to sit in the car of the school's flower, even if it is the rich second generation of some of the school's most popular figures. What qualifications does an ordinary boy have? Song Yan was just curious about Chen Yu's ability to identify treasures. She had lost to Chen Yu and owed 2 conditions. Her heart was very unconvinced, so she agreed to be the referee and follow to see. Chen Yu is still the first time to sit in a sports car. Looks a little constrained. He picks up a Coin King Shepherd map. Sold 3 million, but can only buy this Ferrari 3/4, but also let him see the financial strength of the big lady of the mansion. For the antique street, Song Yan can be said to be familiar with the road. All the way up with Chen Yu not much exchange. More than half an hour later, stopped in front of a medium-sized store called Antique World. Not much time. Zhao Zhejun also took a taxi to arrive. Extra attentive and enthusiastic to lead Song Yan into the store. The name of the store is very earthy. Inside the furnishings are also very ordinary. Nothing bright. An area of more than 50 square meters, divided into the upper and lower 2 floors. The second floor of the steps hung tourists are exempted from entering sign. Chunyu roughly scanned through the various kinds of antiques placed. All kinds of information floated in his mind, and couldn't help but mock. This is your family's store, taking such rags, imitations and fakes, fooling people? What a treacherous businessman. Shut up, you're nothing but a frog in the bottom of a well. What do you know? Don't slander our family, or else you'll be sued for libel, and you'll be left with no choice but to eat. Zhao Jejun retorted angrily. He knew very well that the first floor was filled with ordinary antiques and imitations to lure newbies, and the good stuff was all placed on the second floor, specializing in entertaining wealthy customers. Today, for the sake of schoolgirl Song's face, I won't bother with you. Let's start our bet. I'll emphasize once more. If I win, return the jade ring to me. If I lose, feel free to pick an antique on the first floor, as witnessed by School Flower Song. Zhao Jejun secretly sneered. Even if Chunyu won, he could only pick a piece of crap on the first floor, but there was no way he would win. Don't waste time. Start, Song Yan said with some impatience. She didn't come to see the two fight, but to see how Chunyu appraised the treasure, once again verifying Chunyu's ability. Something that doesn't know the depths. I will make sure you lose face. Zhao Jejun glared viciously at Chunyu, raised his hand and greeted. Old Gu, help me bring out that bronze beast face pattern square zune. Yes, young master. Old Gu stood in the counter. In his 60s, with a pair of gleaming eagle eyes, he was the store's treasure connoisseur. Having dealt with antiques for a lifetime, he was experienced. Not long after, the old Gu two hands held a height of more than 20 centimeters of bronze round mouth square belly zune, placed on the table, for Chunyu to observe. This square zune diameter mouth round, about 18 centimeters, the belly is square, neck decorated with 8 cicadas, abdomen and foot 4 sides decorated with animal face pattern, animal legs large and protruding, green rust below a layer of black rust. Chunyu only swept a glance. The answer will emerge in his mind. Made in Shanghai in 1980, 13 months ago after a remodeling. Antique bronze animal face pattern square zune, worth 100,000. It turns out to be a modern imitation. Take this thing to bet on the fight. Really think it can be difficult to live with me. Big beautiful Song, please take a look first. Zhao Jejun received the fangzuan, attentively sent it to Song Yan, with a pleasing face. Song Yan understands the rules of antiques. Easily damaged antiques will not be passed from hand to hand to look at. She did not take it, signaling Zhao Jejun to put it on the table. Even the most basic rules do not know. Still have the nerve to say that they grew up playing antiques, not afraid of being laughed at. Chunyu sneered. Zhao Jejun's face red. The basic rules, he naturally understand. Focusing on pandering in front of Song Yan. To forget. Cannot help but be annoyed and angry. This is between me and Song schoolgirls. No need for you to talk about it. And then identify not out. See how you lose face. Wait for me to identify it. See who will lose face. Chunyu said tit for tat. Song Yan ignored the two men's bickering and watched Fangzun on her own. Very seriously. She knew that later on Chunyu was also going to appraise it, and she secretly fought in her heart, treating it as a competition with Chunyu. She followed her grandfather in and out of the major antique markets, and had seen many bronzes, and had a certain understanding, although not as good as so antique masters. Think in the same age, count on the best. Enough to see have 10 minutes, even magnifying glass are used, and so she put down the square zune, looked up at Chunyu, slowly said, the material is vicissitude, the pattern is complicated, thick and heavy, very much the feeling of the Shangzhou period. It should be an authentic item. I didn't expect this kind of inconspicuous store to be able to come up with such a treasure. Schoolgirl Song is overpraising. There are many more antiques like this in our store. When I'm done with the betting fight, I can take you to have a good look. Zhao Jejun's heart blossomed, and he hastened to get close. There are many? Song Yan eyes flashed a trace of contempt. The Shangzhou period of the bronze cannot be seen. The fine art is few and far between. Said there are a lot of pure bragging. Zhao Jejun had a smug look on his face, turning his head to Chunyu. Your turn. The old rules, tell us the authenticity, age, origin, value and other information about this top square zune. Get them all right, even if you win. I almost know the answer. Just missing a reason. Can I pick it up and take a look? Chunyu ignored Zhao Jejun's provocation. Just now he also looked at the sai for half a day, knowing that the fangzuan was fake. But how could he not see the traces of imitation? The ornamentation, the cladding, the level of patina. There was not the slightest hint of a breakage, enough to fake the real thing. Look at it all you want, but I'll state in advance. Don't break it, or I won't be able to afford to pay for it even if I sell you. Zhao Jejun warned. a sly gloom flashing in his eyes. Chen Yu was able to tell the Qing dynasty dragon jade pendant, and the imitation Wei Zifu heirloom jade peninsula, indicating some research on ancient jade. However, ancient jade and bronzes were two completely different categories. Zhao Jiejun did not believe that he had research on bronzes as well. Besides, Zhao Jiejun was very confident in this fangzhuan of his own. Even if a treasure connoisseur expert came, he would surely hit his eyes, and it was even more unlikely that a guy like Chen Yu, who couldn't even be considered a half-assed person, would be able to see it. Not right. Chen Yu frowned and muttered as he looked at it, as if he couldn't understand it. He had to see where it was faked, before he could count it as a win. Zhao Jiejun became even more complacent and kept making snide remarks. Just by you won't be able to see it even if you look at it for another 100 years. Don't waste your time, quickly admit defeat. Song Yan blinked her beautiful eyes. Her eyes towards Chen Yu became doubtful. This fangzhuan is obviously real. What exactly is he suspecting? Chapter 18 Suspended Silk Diagnosis Pulse Identification Antiques. Chen Yu carefully observed some bronze animal face pattern square zune cupping, used his hand to pick up the patina on it, but found that it could not be picked up at all. Normally, whether physical or chemical methods made of new rust are not strong, it is easy to pick off. Only the patina that had been formed naturally after thousands of years of weathering would grow firmly on it and be difficult to remove. Chen Yu's brows wrinkled deeper. Impossible. From the introduction of this square zune only a few decades, how did it have such a real patina? Zhao Jiejun on the side of the proudly angry shouted, stingy what stingy? This thing is worth tens of millions of dollars. Broken you can afford to pay? You can't exchange a piece of inscription on it for a lifetime of collecting rags. Chen Yu ignored this kind of ambitious villain, flipped the square zune over again and continued to search. The ancients made bronze vessels, mainly using the fan casting method, with fan lines left on the body of the vessel, sometimes sandwiched with spacers. In modern times, they either used the sand turning method, which has thick grains and thick tires, or the lost wax method, which has no fan lines. Fan and fan cannot be tightly closed. There will always be a small gap. When the copper juice invades these gaps during casting, it will form fan marks on the surface of the artifacts, which can be easily overlooked. Thinking about it, Chen Yu reached out to touch it, and was soon disappointed to find that he touched the fan marks on the inner side of the fangzhuan, which was simply a fake. Don't touch it. Zhao Jiejun became even more pleased and cursed even more cheerfully. Want me to wait with schoolgirl song until when? Grinding, like a pussy. Quickly say, can you see it or not? Shopkeeper old fan looks at Chen Yu's eyes, also full of contempt, not to mention a young man in his early 20s. Even if it is a veteran like him, for the first time this bronze beast face pattern square zune. Also look away. Your mouth put clean point. I just looked less than 3 minutes. If you cannot wait, this bet can be cancelled. Chen Yu retorted in a deep voice. It's already too late if you want to nullify the bet now. Hurry up and admit defeat obediently. Return the jade ring to me. I can still let you retain some face. In front of school flower song. Just kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Zhao Jiejun was aggressive. In front of Song Yan's face, stepping Chen Yu under his feet in order to manifest himself and impress Song Yan. Song Yan, however, was dissatisfied. Can you respect others? It's normal that it takes time to identify antiques. Being disliked, Zhao Jiejun felt a little embarrassed about his face, cursing him for being a rag picker. What was there to respect? He smiled sarcastically on the surface and said, I'm not afraid that he will delay the precious time of Senior Flower Song. If Senior Flower Song is not in a hurry, please go with me to look at the other treasured antiques in the store, to ensure that you will have a great eye-opening experience. No need. I want to wait for Chen Yu's appraisal results. Song Yan coldly refused. Zhao Jiejun ate a closed door, cursing in his heart. His hatred towards Chen Yu increased a few more points. As for the message conveyed by Chen Yu's eyes, telling him that fangzhuan was a fake, then it could not be real. He could not see, indicating that the level of counterfeiting is very high, otherwise it is impossible to be worth $100,000 just based on the recent imitation of the process. But where is the crack in the fangzhuan? The two most common ways of identification has been used. No effect. Can only find another way. Suddenly, Chen Yu's mind was inspired, came to inspiration, said to himself, when lecturing on the identification of bronzes, Professor Nyo, in addition to explaining the unusual methods, said that there is a hanging silk pulse diagnosis method, but the operation is too difficult, unless there is a master level to perform. At that time, Prof. Nyo just mentioned it. I was curious and purposely went to the library to check the information on the hanging wire pulse diagnosis method. What a messy code. Hanging wire diagnosis pulse. You think you're a doctor. It's really ridiculous. Zhao Jiejun seized the opportunity again and mocked as hard as he could. He relied on his exposure to antiques since his childhood and his strong appreciation. He usually did not listen very attentively in class. and did not remember Professor Neo mentioning the suspended wire pulse diagnosis method at all. Chun Yu, on the contrary, because he was not blessed with good conditions, so he studied extraordinarily seriously, refusing to let go of every point of knowledge told by the teacher. If I could cure diseases, I would definitely be the first one to whip the paste out of your brain. Maybe then you could be a lot smarter. Chun Yu sneered back. Song Yan's eyes lit up, feeling that Chun Yu would not be bull ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Used to appreciate antiques, was the first time she had heard of it, and she immediately became interested. Your brain is full of paste. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Let's see how you hang silk pulse diagnosis. Shame on you. Zhao Jiejun angrily choked back. Then you stare wide-eyed and see clearly. Chen Yu tit for tat, turned his head and politely asked Lao Gu to help. Find 2 cotton threads, around 30 centimeters, must be equal in length and highly flexible. Zhao Jiejun was short-sighted, but Lao Gu had heard of the hanging wire pulse diagnosis method, and had a bad feeling in his heart that the young proprietor might lose today. But Zhao Jiejun's sarcastic face was so small-minded that he didn't even notice Lao Gu's constant winking. He shook his head helplessly and fetched 2 cotton threads. Chen Yu took the cotton thread, tried the flexibility. A little bit of force did not tear off. To withstand the weight of 10 or 20 pounds, should not be a problem. He let Zhao Jiejun and Song Yan, respectively, grabbed one end of the cotton thread, the force to keep moderate straight, both sides parallel and equal. Keeping the 2 cotton threads horizontal and equal is the basic premise of the suspended silk pulse diagnosis. Otherwise the later verification will not be accurate. Zhao Jiejun did not understand what medicine Chen Yu's gourd was selling and was extremely dissatisfied with being called upon, but was very happy to cooperate with Song Yan for once. He once again despised Chen Yu. Claptrap. Later you still cannot identify. See how I will make you a disgrace. Lao Gu was not idle either. Chen Yu asked him to open his arms and proceed under the cotton thread. Preliminary work ready. Chen Yu picked up the square zune, carefully placed the base on the 2 cotton threads, instructed, keep the force pulling, do not let go. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you doing? The weight of the square zune was all pressed on the cotton threads, and if you were not careful, it could fall and break. Zhao Jiejun cursed, extremely defeated. If you break the bronze square zune, I'll let you sell your blood and kidneys, and you can't afford to pay for it even if you work as a cowherd every day. Song Yan frowned, expressing great contempt for Zhao Jiejun for cursing so unqualifiedly. Don't worry, with me holding on to the side and Bosku carrying on from below, surely the fall won't break. Chen Yu took safety precautions until Fong Zun stabilized himself on the 2 threads, and only then did he gently let go of his hand, but didn't dare to completely loosen it, keeping a distance of about a centimeter to avoid falling down. What are you doing? Song Yan asked in confusion. Chen Yu signaled to carefully observe the square zune, explaining, when a bronze vessel is cast successfully, after the clay paradigm is removed, there is a possibility that the small metal spacers left behind may be burnt and fused to remain in the vessel, creating tiny cavities, especially the square zune. Beautiful shape, complex technology, a lot of shims. It is easy to mix into the air, resulting in air bubbles, resulting in hollow. The more complex the shape, the more hollow. Modern technology is very high, even if the best imitation, but also cannot do as the ancients that thicken the fine. The most obvious sign is that there are far fewer hollows. That is to say, the real good's uneven texture should be one side of the light side of the heavy. The pressure of the 2 cotton threads cannot maintain a horizontal state, only the fake will be 4 flat and stable, and this top square zune stand is very stable. There is no deviation from left to right, so I conclude that it is a fake. Recent imitation. Chapter 19, Gambling and Win Again to pick up leaks. Where did you hear that crooked theory? Left and right are the same weight. Is it a fake? Not enough to convince people. Zhao Jiejun understand the principle, but shameless character, make him resolutely will not admit. Ancient casting technology is not good, even if the bronze square left and right symmetry, but also cannot do the same weight. There will be a certain deviation, but modern technology is superior. Casting technology excellence, can do texture uniform, left and right weight the same. Song Yan also heard and understood. Precisely because of the modern process is superior, the weight of the left and right is almost the same, resulting in the square zune vertical on the 2 cotton threads. There is no obvious weight deviation, thus proving that the square zune is a fake. She had to admire Chen Yu's ingenuity. This identification method is refreshing. Once again compared to her, the counterfeiting craftsmanship of this bronze square zune was high enough to make it a fake, if not for the fact that Chen Yu had certified it as a fake. If it had been bought by someone at a high price, they would definitely be complacent, thinking that they had bought a good treasure, but in actuality, it was a pitiful Shibei product. Zhao Jiejun, this bet, you lost again. Still want to play a scoundrel? Chen Yu put away the Fong Zun and laughed coldly. Zhao Zhejun knew that the Fanzuan was a fake, and was proved by Qingyu. His face became extremely ugly, and he refused to admit it. Rag collector, you don't want to cheat. In the process of shaking the Fanzuan, you must have done something to verify that it doesn't count. Cotton thread is your home. You personally pull the cotton thread with Miss Song. Actually suspect me of tampering. Do you still want to face? Chen Yu despised with 120 despise. Zhao Zhejun stammered for half a day, and said with a stiff upper lip, anyway, I don't believe it. This method can't prove anything at all. Song Yan also cast a contemptuous gaze. What kind of man is he if he can't afford to lose? What a shameless villain. You're not convinced, right? Then I'll make you convinced. Chen Yu snorted coldly, and asked Lao Gu to move a few pieces of symmetrical left and right modeling, relatively well-preserved bronze artifacts, and continued to use the technique of hanging silk pulse diagnosis. To verify, Lao Gu brought out a total of 4 pieces, 3 fake and 1 real. All were verified by Qingyu accurately. However, the real bronze artifacts handed down from the Shangzhou period were rare and expensive. Lao Gu took out the real thing, just the first ear of the Ming Dynasty copper square pot, worth about $50,000. Appraisal. The copper square pot stood on 2 cotton threads. Obviously one side is heavy, one side is light. There is such a maneuver. Today is really long knowledge. He is a college student like me. How do you know so much? The way Song Yan looked at Chen Yu's eyes flashed a touch of dissimilarity, arousing her curiosity to know more about Chen Yu. Zhao Zhejun's face, on the other hand, was getting ugly. He had lost again. Who would have thought that Chen Yu was not only proficient in jade, but also had high attainments in bronze? All 4 pieces I have verified to be accurate. Zhao Zhejun, what else do you have to say? Chen Yu forced a question and looked at old Gu again. That bronze square zun belongs to a recent imitation, but the workmanship is fine and can be used as a collector's item, worth about $100,000. Boss Gu, am I right? Old Gu, as the antique shopkeeper, if not recognized, is tantamount to smashing their own signboard, nodded. You are right. These imitation bronzes, we are as crafts to sell. Hearing that the shopkeeper personally admitted it, Song Yan also assumed the role of referee. This treasure identification betting fight, Chen Yu wins. Zhao Zhejun, you are willing to bet. Don't let people look down on you. This time Zhao Zhejun could not defend himself. He originally wanted to perform in front of Song Yan, but ended up being slapped in the face by Qingyu again, and instead lost face in front of Song Yan. He couldn't hang on to his face and couldn't admit defeat without it. Surname Chen, count your luck. According to the bet, you can pick one thing at random on the first floor, but don't be complacent. This young master will definitely take back the family heirloom jade ring and make you pay back double with interest. Zhao Zhejun gritted his teeth in hatred. Fortunately the first floor was all rags. At most the loss of 10,800,000 was irrelevant. What a lot of nonsense. If you want the jade ring, take $1,200,000 to redeem it. Chen Yu mockingly grunted and started to pick out the objects. He walked around the first floor and suddenly picked up a snuff bottle in the corner of the shelves, which was the highest valued object on the entire first floor. The snuff bottle was 7 centimeters high. The surface was covered with a lot of dust. It looked as if it was made of glass, but in reality it was crystal, and there were words and figures on the inner wall that could be seen vaguely. Chen Yu held in his hand, with a rag to wipe off the dust on it, his heart secretly happy to pick up another $1 million treasure. Then the Zhao family's heirloom jade penannular ring is still worth money, and did not spend a penny, earn a lot of money. Old Gu frowned. He had little impression of that snuff bottle, but after he had seen Chen Yu's eyesight and appraisal techniques, he felt that Chen Yu had some skills. He didn't pick a bronze square zun that was worth about 100,000 but picked a snuff bottle. Could it be that it was worth more than the square zun? What did you pick? Can you show me? Song Yan walked over and asked curiously, very much like knowing what Chen Yu could pick up this time. A trinket. Chen Yu laughed somewhat smugly. Song Yan reached out and took it, but she had no research on snuff bottles and could not see anything. After wiping it clean, it was clearly visible that there was a portrait of an ancient figure on the inner wall of the snuff bottle, and above the portrait there was a line of ancient characters. From right to left, Shou Chen, 27 years old, small portrait. The inscription on the back of the pot, Shou Chen Ren brother adult positive, Wei Zhengguan 6 years in the month of Bangxia, the emperor's summer in the palace of Jiucheng. This is what the Runshou palace is also. Words densely packed, occupying the entire back of the snuff bottle, and the word is very small. The font is full of neat regular script. See the I pane, paragraph sign, Ma Xiao Xian. Song Yan recognized the opening lines of the inscription. A flash of light in his mind said happily, this is known as the world's first regular script by the later generations of the Jiuqing Palace Lichuan inscription. Can be written in the snuff bottle? Should have a high collection value. Chen Yu nodded his head and said approvingly, not bad. This is exactly the regular script Juqing Palace Sweet Spring inscription written in the 6th year of the Tang Jingguan dynasty, written by Wei Zhang and composed by calligrapher Ouyang Sun. Miss Song can recognize it, so it is evident that she has good literary skills. It's mainly because the fame of the world's first regular script is so great that I've had the honor of reading it, so I recognize it. Song Yan modestly smiled lightly, just a shallow smile made people feel mesmerized. She also said modestly, the inscription on the back of the snuff bottle, the portrait of the character in front of it is marvelous. What is the origin of it? How much is it worth? Paragraph you see it. Ma Xiaoxian is one of the late Qing dynasty Beijing school of painting, one of the four major painters. Painting and calligraphy, snuff bottles, calligraphy and painting, calligraphy and exquisite. To work aside of the poetry side of the painting techniques known throughout the country, known as the ghosts of God's workmanship, paintings of pots in the art of Picasso, but also won the Panama World's Fair honorable mention. This snuff bottle, which was made by Ma Xiaoxian, is worth around $1.5 million. Zhao Jiejun also perked up his ears and listened, wanting to hear what Chen Yu can say. Heard $1.5 million when the head buzzed, such as being struck by lightning like a silly on the spot. Chapter 20 Disgraced to the family. A small snuff bottle, actually worth $1.5 million, then the Zhao family's heirloom jade penannular is still worth money. How is this possible? Zhao Jiejun 120 do not believe, more willing to let Chen Yu in their own store to pick up such a big leak. Spread out too humiliating. He was furious but made fun of it. Rag picker, you less put gold on your face, even if it is an antique snuff bottle. It is worth only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Still dare to brag about $1.5 million? Not afraid of being laughed off? Chen Yu revealed a look at idiots. Retorted, this is the late Qing dynasty master Ma Xiaoxuan's work. They do not understand, but also swollen face, do not know who is being laughed off the teeth. Not afraid to tell you the truth. The entire first floor is imitation and ordinary antiques. The real good things are on the second floor. If it's worth more than $1 million, there's no way it could be placed on the first floor. Do you really think our family is as idiotic as you are? You can't even see such a big leak. Zhao Jiejun had a smug look on his face, feeling that Chen Yu must have intentionally raised the value of the snuff bottle in order to perform in front of Song Yan. Claptrap, that was ridiculous. He had to expose Chen Yu's hypocritical face and retrieve his face. Can you let me take a look? Old Gu's face was a bit ugly, and he also came over to take the snuff bottle from Chen Yu's hands. He had poured antiques for half of his life and was experienced. He was the first to look at the inscription on it. The three characters of Ma Xiaoxian came to his eyes, and under the inscription, there was the oval white text Xiaoxian seal. Snuff bottles inside the painting master's inscription. Signature. Character seal with personal style. This snuff bottle on the signature character seal is Ma Xiaoxuan's undoubtedly, enough to prove that it is authentic. Old Gu's face a burst of red and white. Lost such a big leak, was found out by Chen Yu face to face, is tantamount to hitting him in the face. Shopkeeper Gu, you are an expert. Is Chen Yu right? Song Yan inquired. Old Gu hung his head and said, the snuff bottle is indeed made by Master Ma Xiaoxian. Its value easily broke $1 million. Last year, a Master Ma Xiaoxian internally painted baby play figure snuff bottle was auctioned for $1,700,000. This words, Zhao Jiejun completely dumbfounded. Chen Yu's words cannot believe, but the old Gu is their family shopkeeper. Said there will not be false. He was once again slapped in the face by Chen Yu, and in front of Song Yan, he was a little ashamed, and could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. You picked up another big leak, not spending a penny. It's also too powerful. Song Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, her eyes glowing with color. She witnessed Chen Yu picking up a coin king herdsman drawing, blue and white porcelain 12 flowers cup. Today is another $1 million snuff bottle, but also can identify bronze, jade, calligraphy and painting, covering the main categories of antiques, enough to be called knowledgeable and versatile. Zhao Jiejun saw Song Yan look at Chen Yu's eyes, full of appreciation color. He was completely compared to, like a jumping clown, angry or almost spitting blood, white from childhood contact with antiques, but even a rag picker cannot compare. What is worth more than $1 million? Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. It was Zhao Jiejun's old man, Zhao Yinghao. Bosku didn't dare to hide it and briefly recounted what had happened. You loser. You actually lost the family heirloom. See if I don't beat you to death. Zhao Yinghao learned that the reason for the betting fight was because Zhao Jiejun lost the heirloom jade ring, and was also picking up millions of snuff bottles. He was furious and stormed out, shaking his hand to two big mouths. Pa! Zhao Jiejun's cheeks were red and swollen from the beating. He panicked and begged for forgiveness. Dad, don't hit me. I'll definitely get the family heirloom back. Feeling unrelieved, Zhao Yinghao grabbed a chicken feather duster and gave another chop. Zhao Jiejun didn't dare to fight back, shouting and screaming as he dodged around. Chen Yu was gloating for a while. Zhao Jiejun didn't seldom flaunt his power in the class, sarcastically looking down on Chunyu. He deserved to be beaten. Boss, don't fight. The young master is also young and impetuous. Since he knows he is wrong, let's forgive him once. Old Gu stepped forward to persuade the fight, and only then did he manage to make Zhao Hao temporarily calm down and stop. Dad, let's talk about what we have to say at home. This kid robbed our family's treasure. We must get it back. Zhao Jiajun hid behind the counter, pointing at Chen Yu, gnashing his teeth in indignation. Today was really a disgrace. Zhao Hao looked at Chen Yu, and saw at a glance the jade pendant that he intentionally hung on his waist to piss off Zhao Jiajun. Once again, he was furious, and threw the chicken feather duster out, smashing it at Zhao Jiajun. You lost a bet, and you still have the face to say it. Get off to the side and reflect. Zhao Hao cursed angrily again, forced down his anger, walked to Qingyu, changed into a smiling face and said, Little Chan right, I beat up Jiajun. To give you anger? Your previous conflict is considered to be resolved. Is it possible for the jade ring to be returned to us? Shameless, you father and son are really carved from the same mold. Chen Yu boarded up his face and said, Uncle Zhao, the jade ring was lost to me by Zhao Jiajun. It is already mine. Zhao Hao smiled sarcastically. You kids bet. It's purely a fight. It doesn't count. Sure enough, they are raccoons of the same tribe. Chen Yu cursed and said in a straightforward manner, we are already adults. Even if we put it in the law, we are responsible for our own behavior. There is no such thing as backtracking. If you guys want to get back the jade ring, either continue to gamble on the fight, or use money to redeem it. Dad, bet with him. You and Old Gu are both masters of antiques. Winning him is a piece of cake. Zhao Jiajun hid in the counter and shouted in exasperation. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk. Zhao Hao glared fiercely. If he could not touch it, he would have to give Zhao Jiajun 2 more slaps. He heard that Chen Yu will hang silk pulse diagnosis method. This is not what stinky fish and shrimp can use out, but also in the many worthless antique imitations, selected millions of snuff bottles, can be seen not only the vision of the strange good, but also the body with courage and talent. What's more, Chen Yu belongs to the empty gloves. Even if you lose, what loss is not? On the contrary, they can only get back their own things when they win, and will expand their losses when they lose. The risk is too high. Zhao Hao saw that the soft could not work, once again changed his face, said in a chilling voice, Kid, some wealth is not something that a commoner with no power can have. Be careful that in the end it will be an empty game. You won't just lose your wealth, you'll pay a terrible price. Think about it yourself. It was simply a naked threat, but it was the truth. These days, it's hard to beat a hero for a penny. The living can't let the urine suffocate them, but they can let the rich live to bully them to death. Chen Yu barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Strong retort, threats are useless to me? Do not believe you try. The big deal is that I dropped the jade pendant. Anyway, it is for nothing. There is no loss to me. Song Yan was watching from the sidelines. When she heard these words, she appreciated Chen Yu even more. Defying power, having backbone, very different from those people who groveled and curried favor with the Song family. At the same time, she was also angry. Just a small antique family that was not outstanding. What right did it have to bully people? Song Yan stood out and said unhappily, don't play down. If you intend to use illegal means to forcefully take Chen Yu's things, I don't mind representing the Song family and helping Chen Yu out. Chapter 21, Going to the door to raise the price. Song Yan's voice was cold and noble. Throwing her voice on the ground, the power of the two-word Song family was no less than a bomb. Chen Yu was a little stunned. He and Song Yan had only known each other for 3 days. Even if he owed him a condition, it was not as if he had taken the initiative to help. However, he was grateful in his heart. Looking at Song Yan's beautiful and pretty face, he secretly wrote down this favor and would return it later. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. The Song family's daughter had come out to speak and wanted to forcefully reclaim the family heirloom, but it was difficult to do so. With his family's power, bullying the common people was not a problem, but going against the powerful Song family was like blocking a car with a praying mantis, asking for death. After a few seconds of deep thought, Zhao Hao endured the pain and made the decision to take a step back. Anyway, Song Yan couldn't stay by Chen Yu's side forever, and he would find another opportunity later to ruthlessly retaliate against Chen Yu. Once again, like a magic trick, he quickly blossomed a smile on top of his cold face, and also patted Chen Yu's shoulder with force, falsely saying, not bad, not afraid of threats, very much like my style back then. Uncle is just joking with you. The old Zhao family does not do things that are based on power. We are willing to gamble to admit defeat. Jade ring plus snuff bottle. Willing to use money to redeem back. Chen Yu contemptuously rolled his eyes. 10,000 alpacas galloping past in his heart. No wonder Zhao Jiajun is so shameless. It turns out that there is an even more shameless father. Spreading lies is more natural than eating and drinking. But as the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. Chen Yu didn't reveal it, nodded his head and said, no problem. 2 million for the jade pennant. 5 million for the snuff bottle. A total of 7 million. Take the money. It's all sold to you. Here the price. Zhao Hao straight handful of teeth. That is 2,700,000 ah. Almost catch up with the store's income for half a year. Can not heartache, but there is no other way. Not to buy. Heirloom jade penannular all lost. Is too embarrassing. And snuff bottles as their family identification is not good proof. If it spreads out, will also affect business. Xiao Chen ah. What you said is just an estimate. Now the antique business is not doing well. It can't be sold that high. I'll give you 1 million. Let you become a millionaire in a second. Anyway, these two things, and not you spend money to buy. Pure income of 1 million. Steal the joy. Zhao Hao is also a treacherous businessman. Cheeky, bargaining, there may be profit. Chen Yu completely see through the Zhao family father and son. For this kind of shameless person there is no need to be polite. Non-negotiable, 2,700,000. Less 1 point I will not sell. At this time, the door suddenly came a man's voice. What good goods ah? Let me also palm eyes. Something good. I'm willing to accept high prices. Chen Yu twisted his head to look, only to see a rich fat man walk in. And the relevant information surfaced in his mind. Qi DeLong, the owner of DeLong Antique Shop, the biggest competitor of antique world. Zhao Hao's nemesis. Qi DeLong's neck had a jade plaque hanging from it. His hands wore 4 jeweled gold and jade rings, and his wrists wore rosewood strings, all bejeweled and rich looking. Surnamed Qi, do you know the rules? Running to my store to buy something? Be careful, I'll smash your signboard. Get out of here. Zhao Hao saw his nemesis. His fire was not in the right place. If this dead fat man knew that he lost the heirloom and was picking up the pieces in the store, in less than a day, he would be reduced to the laughingstock of the whole antique street. Then I won't break the rules. I'll go outside. You have nothing to say. Qi DeLong swayed his obese body and retreated again, standing in front of the store and shouting, little brother, what's so good? You can sell it to me. The price is definitely higher than the one surnamed Zhao. His antique store was right next to it, and when he heard Zhao Hao chasing and beating Zhao Jejun, he ran to watch the fun, and had already eavesdropped outside the door for a while, and probably had some understanding. He didn't mind being a stirrer in fixing Zhao Hao to get out of his anger. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth hooked up a bad smile, since someone took the initiative to raise the price at the door. If he did not seize the opportunity, it seems too much to say. Zhao Hao glared viciously, walked to the door and confronted Qi DeLong. Dead fat man, you can't even be in front of my house. Hurry up and get as far away as you can. Qi DeLong snorted coldly, not showing any weakness. Zhao Hao, a good dog doesn't get in the way. I'm not looking for you. If I didn't see the treasure in that little brother's hand, this shabby store of yours, I won't even come if I'm invited in a palanquin. Little Chen has already promised to sell it to me. If you want to cut off, no way. Zhao Hao was furious. Really want to stab this dead fat man. If the family heirloom falls into the hands of the dead enemy, that's not good enough. Qi DeLong inch by inch retorted, the thing is someone else's. He wants to sell it to whoever he wants to sell it to. What do you care? If you dare to buy and sell, I'll report you by name and seal up your stupid store. Two antique stores next to each other, often friction. Each other do not see eye to eye. 2 words between the noise of the redneck, who also refused to back down. As the saying goes, fighting tigers is like fighting brothers, fighting fathers and sons. Zhao Jejun also rushed on over, joining the ranks of the quarrelsome. Qi DeLong to 1 against 2. Not at all lose the wind, said Spittle flying. Seeing that both sides were about to fight, Chen Yu felt that the time was almost up, and walked up as if to persuade. You guys stop arguing. I'll sell my stuff to whoever I want. The highest bidder gets it. You. Zhao Hao had a heart attack, secretly cursed, coaxing the price. Really will knock the bamboo stick. Clearly want to pit himself a sum. Little brother is right. The highest bidder wins. Qi DeLong pulled Chen Yu. His eyes fell on the jade ring. His eyes glowing said, my humble Qi DeLong, I fell in love with this piece of precious jade at first sight. Little brother, transfer it to me. The price package you satisfied? Chen Yu said happily, this piece of jade I want a price 1,200,000. Zhao boss refused to pay. Sell to you is also fine. However, I also have a snuff bottle that I plan to sell together, packaged at $2,700,000. Qi DeLong cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at Zhao Hao and squeezed. He's a poorer than can't even take out 100,000. He surely can't afford it. I'll take it for 2,700,000. No way. Little Chen, you promised to sell me something. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Hao was anxious. Both things must not let the 1,000-dagger Qi DeLong buy them. How did I go back on my word? Chen Yu was annoyed. The price you gave, I'm not satisfied. Boss Qi is willing to buy it at a high price. Of course I have to sell it to the higher price. I'll offer 271 million. Zhao Hao was furious enough. He could only grit his teeth and raise the price. Otherwise he would lose his ancestral jade ring and have no face to his ancestors. Only adding 10,000. What a poor crazy little family. Shi Delong even more contempt. Fat hand waved. Wealthy and bold said, I'm out too. 8 million. Dead fat man. Don't go too far. Dare to play like this. In the future I'll block the door of your store every day, so that you won't be able to do a single business. Zhao Hao stormed out, his forehead veins bulging. If you have money, buy it. If you don't have money, don't compare. Master is just rich. What can you do to me? Shi Delong didn't put Zhao Hao in his eyes at all. The strength of the two families was equal. There was no reason to be afraid. Zhao Hao was forced to fight for wealth. A clenched teeth and stomped his foot. Roared. I'll offer 285 million. Chapter 22 Empty Gloves. White Wolf. This jade pennant is from the Han Dynasty, and the snuff bottle is Master Ma Xiaoxuan's work. Both are good stuff. I'll take it. Tell you. Surnamed Zhao. I have 5 million in the card. Have the guts to fight with me to the end. I offer 3 million. Shi Delong looked like he was determined to fight to the end. Looking at Zhao Hao's eyes full of provocation, Zhao Hao heart thumped. The dead fat man did not even get on. How do you know? He must have overheard it. All the more reason not to let him have his way. Chen Yu smiled so much that his eyes almost squinted into slits, like he was very unmotivated, and busily said, Boss Chi is open-minded enough. I like it. If Boss Zhao doesn't raise the price, I'll sell it to you. Zhao Zhejun was also infuriated enough to want to pounce on and strangle Chen Yu. A penny was not spent to get the thing, was raised to 3 million. Too damn treacherous. The current price was a bit on the high side. Whoever bought it was losing money, but Shi Delong and Zhao Hao were completely fighting for face. One wanted to get the heirloom back, while the other was intentionally jacking up the price to humiliate the other. What good thing has come out again? You two are fighting so fiercely. Let us take a look and open our eyes too. A piece of Han Dynasty jade penannular. A snuff bottle of Master Ma Xiaoxian. Both are good things worth over $1 million. Because the two sides lifting the price was in front of the store, it attracted a lot of tourists and neighboring store owners to gather around. And there were more and more people, talking and discussing. This situation is extremely unfavorable to Zhao Hao. Embarrassing things can easily spread out. Under the eyes of the public even more cannot lose to Shi Delong. Must be a quick battle to reduce the impact. With a hot brain, he opened his mouth and shouted, I'll offer 3.5 million. 3.6 million. Shi Delong shouted nonchalantly. 3.7 million. Zhao Hao raised the price again, his eyes a little red. A mere 3.7 million. It's just a small amount of money. There's never a time when the things I have my eye on. She has never missed a beat. Shi Delong let out a vicious word. His tone was very tough, facing Zhao Hao straight on, then said, but I can make you spend 1 million more. It's worth it for me to ruthlessly export my anger. I don't want the thing. I'll let you have it. After saying this, Shi Delong laughed out loud. His body's fat flesh was trembling. Having teased Zhao Hao, there was a kind of great relief, obviously said with great vigor, but the twist at the back was really unexpected, causing the onlookers to be struck by lightning, froze for half a day and didn't come back to their senses. Zhao Hao is angry, steel teeth clenched. The heart is dripping blood. Their own family things still have to spend nearly 4 million to buy back. A tragic loss, but also by fat man Shi teasing. This account must be in the future to even with interest to get back. Put. In the store cold-eyed Song Yen could not help but cover his mouth and laughed out loud. This surname Chi's fat man is really too damaging. Chen Yu twisted his head and winked at Shi Delong unspokenly, thanking for raising the price to help. And then, he said smilingly to Zhao Hao, congratulations to Boss Zhao for getting what he wanted in buying the jade ring and snuff bottle. Transfer the money. So many people are watching. Shi Delong held his bladder at the side and said helpfully, Surname Zhao, if you dare not pay, you are breaking the rules. Be careful, you and your store's reputation stinks. Zhao Hao's face was green with hate. He couldn't wait to kill the two people in front of him who were full of cheap smiles. But Fatty Chi's words were right. It is taboo to shoot without buying, and there are so many people watching, so he had to transfer the money with a hard head. Chen Yu followed and walked to the counter, waiting for Zhao Hao to transfer the money and make the transaction. Zhao Zhejun is like a defeated rooster. Frosted eggplant, downcast, with Chen Yu's two bets. Even lost 3,700,000, he 10,000 unwilling to let Chen Yu take this money, outside the door, but more lively, Shi Delong spittle flying, recounting what he overheard. Zhao Zhejun lost the heirloom jade pendant, and was picked up 1 million snuff bottles, said the oil and vinegar, colorful. After Shi Delong propaganda, Zhao family disgraceful embarrassing, soon spread throughout the antique street, plus Zhao Hao and spend 3,700,000 to buy things back, loss of money and disgrace, a time to fall into a laughing stock. Qi Delong finally ruthless retaliation Zhao Hao once. In the fight between the two families prevailed. Raised eyebrows. Spring breeze. Zhao Hao and his own antique store's reputation fell to pieces. After a long period of time, cannot raise their heads in front of Qi Delong. Of course, the biggest winner, Nan Chun Yu, equivalent to empty gloves, got 3,700,000. So that his existing wealth, and added a colorful one, the face of the happy flowers. Zhao Hao father and son were like a dead mother, face to be more ugly. After the transaction, such as two vicious wolves like dead staring at Chen Yu, sent him away. Sooner or later this account will be doubled to liquidate, cannot just let it go. Before leaving the door, Chen Yu also did not forget to turn back. Got a bargain to sell a good thing, boss Zhao. Zhao Jiajun. Next time there is such a good thing, remember to call me Scram. Zhao Hao hissed angrily, stormily rushed over and forcefully closed the door of the store. Out of this kind of disgraceful thing, where there is still a mood to do business. Dad, surname Chen's bullying is too much. Let's spend money to hire a few triads. Fix him up and snatch the money back. Zhao Jiajun viciously said. You heck still have the face to talk. See if I don't break your dog's legs, lest you cause trouble again. Zhao Hao's anger rose from his heart. If it wasn't for this untalented loser, as for the heavy losses, a year's profit was almost all lost. He casually copied the bronze square zune on the counter and smashed it over with force. Bang! Zhao Jiajun couldn't dodge, was smashed by the bronze square. The square fell to the ground and broke. Old Gu panicked and stepped forward to dissuade. Boss, don't fight. More than $100,000 of bronze square zune. How unfortunate to fall. Don't take the chair. Young master can't withstand a few hits. Chen Yu stood outside the door, listening to the angry curses and screams coming from the store. A burst of gloating laughter. If it wasn't for the Zhao family's father and son bullying people, he wouldn't have ruthlessly slaughtered them. It was purely a case of what goes around comes around. The blame was on them. Let's go. Chen Yu greeted and left with Song Yan, thanking him in passing. When the Zhao family's father and son threatened me, thanks to you for stepping in and speaking up for me. Last time you made a bet, you still owe me a condition. So let's make it clear. I just said a fair word. Don't worry about it. Song Yan smiled bashfully and emphasized. I am not someone who can't afford to play around. And when I say I owe you a condition, I will never go back on it. These words made Chen Yu's good feeling towards Song Yan increase quite a bit. Although this big lady of the mansion was cold and arrogant, she was a man of her word, which was rare and precious. Chen Yu thought about it and said, alright, it's almost noon. I'll invite you to dinner to thank you for administering justice. No need. You let me see the treasure identification means of hanging silk pulse diagnosis. This trip is not in vain. Little brother, please stay. At this time, Qi Delong squeezed away from the crowd listening to his kamikaze. Came over, invited, older brother. We have a destiny. Just hand in hand to fight a big victory. Is there any interest in old brother's store to sit? Chapter 23 Selling succulent at a stall. Shen Yu did not want to owe a favor. Although Qi Delong raised the price and had his own agenda, the real money landed in his pocket and intended to return the favor. Nodding his head in agreement, he walked into the Delong antique store. Song Yan did not follow, drove away alone. Qi Delong usually liked to make friends, even if Chen Yu is young, but also did not underestimate, as a potential stock to befriend. Chen Yu circled around the curio store. The area was about the same as Zhao Hao's curio store. It was also divided into upper and lower floors. The first floor was all ordinary curios. Boss Qi, how do you sell this bamboo carving brush holder? Chen Yu picked up an antique pen container, about 12 centimeters high, with plum blossoms carved on it. Not something valuable. You want it, 2,000 take it away. Qi Delong said with full concern. Chen Yu laughed and shook his head. I have no intention to buy it, but I'll kindly remind you, this is a Qing Dynasty Guzhongyu style bamboo carved plum blossom brush holder, worth about $1 million. Qi Delong was shocked and said, older brother, you're not kidding. Although I don't have much research on bamboo carving, I've heard of Guzhongyu's great name. I have worked side by side with Boss Qi. How could I lie to you? Don't believe me. Chen Yu turned the pen container, gently snapped a few times underneath the bamboo carving on one side, and surprisingly snapped down a piece of bamboo 5 or 6 centimeters long, and 4 traditional Chinese characters underneath the piece of bamboo were clearly presented, made by Guzhongyu. Obviously, this piece of bamboo was a later addition to cover the name of the paragraph. Do not look closely at all cannot be seen. Guzhongyu is the Qing Dynasty Jiating people. His bamboo carving production fine knife, independent family, create a school, is one of the famous bamboo carving masters in the Qing Dynasty. His Shishan traveling picture brush pot, once in Christie's auction house, auction over 10 million, hit the highest auction record of bamboo carving art. This plum blossom brush holder is thick and simple. The knife work is deep and steep, lifelike, not lost as a generation of masterpiece. Holy, you can even find this. It's really Master Gu Zongyu's work. Eyesight is too powerful. It was almost sold by me as garbage. Thank you so much. Chi DeLong grabbed the brush holder, happily held it in his hand, excitedly kissed it a few times, as if he had picked up a big leak. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money and takes it. Shen Yu could have picked up the leak and easily made another million, but in order to return Chi DeLong's favor, he did not hesitate to say so. Shen, old brother, you look again. My store has other valuable objects. Well, Shen Yu has supernormal ability in the body. The value of all the objects cannot escape his eyes, and point out a few pieces, but the value is not so high. From tens of thousands to 200, 000 to 300, 000 ranging from every one of them to say the head. This can be Chi DeLong happy bad. I did not expect Shen Yu's eyesight is so powerful. In his store around, let him avoid the loss of nearly 2 million. This friend to pay. Turned to noon. Chi DeLong pulled Shen Yu. Treat to the best restaurant in the neighborhood meal. The attitude of enthusiasm, brotherhood, are fast Shen Yu as a master treatment. After the meal, Shen Yu found an excuse. It was hard to get away and leave. The next day, Shen Yu came to the Joyful House orphanage and took out the pot of ice vibrant jade brocade that he had taken care of for 2 days, which was in a much better condition, and intended to sell it. Such a valuable flower, he cannot afford to raise, in case of death, not worth a penny. Gao Dakue received a phone call, also rushed over. After meeting complained, this broken flower is not worth $30, not worth selling. Ice pure jade brocade has been washed out, revealing a superior quality. The leaves are crystal clear, just like ice lamps clear and transparent, but in the eyes of the uninitiated Gao Dakue, this thing is white, not even a flower bone, can be worth a few dollars. Shen Yu patted him on the shoulder and laughed, cut the crap, go to the flower market with me, and sell it at a price that is guaranteed to shock your jaw off. Blow it. Gao Dakue bristled, obviously not believing, but still followed Shen Yu out, came to the flower market. Shen Yu around to find out the strength of the store. He took a look at the plaque, will know the assets of the store, and thus launched the owner's financial strength. General stores and vendors are directly excluded. Shen Yu walked into a fresh and elegant environment, all kinds of flowers arranged in a staggered manner. The aroma, very high-class florist, holding the ice vibrant jade dew. He inquired the shopgirl, do you accept this? The shopgirl merely swept a careless glance and said, take it. Succulents, $10 a pot. Cough cough. Shen Yu was instantly nonplussed and reminded, trouble you to take a good look. This pot of mine is not an ordinary succulent plant, but a valuable boutique. The female clerk was patient, sizing it up for a few moments, and suddenly her face changed. You recognize it? Shen Yu was immediately overjoyed. However, the next sentence of the female sales clerk thundered him to the outside. Quite pretty. Let's put it this way. 50. A succulent can be sold for 50. It's already a high price. Encountering those who do not know what they are doing, Shen Yu was helpless and turned around to leave, asking 4 flower stores in a row that still had a fair amount of financial strength, but none of them even recognized the ice vibrant jade brocade, and bumped into a snub. Gao Dakue followed the side, while laughing and joked, brother, could it be that you know that I have not been doing well lately? Specially brought me here to change the mood? I have to say, I'm in a much better mood now. Ha ha. Shen Yu was filled with black lines and angrily said, what do you know? Go get a piece of scrap cardboard and a marker pen. If the store doesn't accept it, I'll set up a stall on the street. Seeing Shen Yu serious, Gao Dakue also converged smile, obediently follow the instructions. Getting the stuff here. Shen Yu wrote down the price on the scrap cardboard, making Gao Daki suck in cool air. $600,000. You want money like crazy, right? Shen Yu rolled his eyes and said, it's scary to be ignorant. Today I'm not selling it for $600,000. Let you see. In this stall, people come and go on the street, not afraid of not touching the knowledge of the goods, such as selling out, to give you to open the moving company. Plainly dressed brothers, simple stall set up, squatting on the ground slightly shabby, but the 600,000 foot price tag on the waste paperboard, and their appearance is in sharp contrast, attracting a lot of people to watch. The country's favorite thing to do is to watch the fun. Not much time. In front of the stall has already gathered a lot of people, pointing, holy, really poor and crazy. A pot of succulent dare to sell $600,000? That is, really think who is stupid. Rich also cannot be this wrongdoer. Ah. Gao Dakue, a 5 big and thick old man, froze, was said to be red in the face, embarrassed to cover his face, whispered, too embarrassing. Shen Yu, let's go. Shen Yu, on the other hand, ignored the onlookers, secretly sneering in his heart, when I sell the ice pure jade brocade, you will know who is really stupid. He consoled Gao Dakue. It's alright, look at our growing popularity. It's good for attracting buyers to our door. Right at this moment, a shrill female voice rang out from the crowd, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, isn't this the two drudges who moved my house? How come they are squatting by the side of the road to have their meals?" Chapter 24 Less than 600,000 not for sale. Gao Dakue looked at the sound, only to see as a 40 years old, slightly fat, dressed in flamboyant middle-aged woman. It is not long ago because of the move, and the two of them are not too pleasant landlady. She came to the flower market to buy plants to decorate the new house, found a lively look will squeeze in, but did not want to see Gao Dakue and Chenyu. Let you work when the tricky. This is good. Down to the street begging, right? Why are you squatting and begging? If you kneel down, maybe someone will give you some bread. The landlady scolded happily and laughed heartily, but her eyes swept down and immediately realized that something was wrong. That pot of flowers, isn't it mine? She was deeply impressed by this pot of ICJ du brocade, because when her husband was alive, he served it like a treasure and wouldn't let her touch it at all. But when she saw the price on the cardboard, she immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, did I read it right? $600,000. You two are really whimsical. Everyone don't believe these two guys, they're liars. When I sold them this pot of flowers, I only charged 85, and there were 3 pots of other succulents, and several things were given away on top of that. The atmosphere of the onlookers became even more enthusiastic. Good guy, actually really dared to openly cheat on the street, attempting to make huge profits. This kind of young man, not to mention being poor, deserved to starve to death. Chenyu coldly looked up at the landlady and did not speak, feeling that conversing with her was an insult to his intelligence. Gao Dakue, however, did not do it anymore, stood up and said in annoyance, "You haven't paid the $300 labor fee for us helping you move. You haven't paid it yet. Today we bumped into it. Hurry up and settle the money for us. What do you want to do? Robbery? In broad daylight. Beware of me calling the police to arrest you." The landlady saw Gao Dakue forced toward herself, hurriedly back to the crowd. Shrill voice, "Still wanna work money? Think beautiful," at that time said, "Never owe each other." You, Gao Dakue gas liver pain, have not seen such a shameless woman. Do not give money not to say, but also disrupt the demolition of the stage. If the other party is not a woman, he must go forward to slap a few slaps. At this time, a hidden in the crowd, observed for a while of middle-aged men came out, advised, do not quarrel, have a good talk. Too little brother is not easy, do not delay them to do business. The landlady turned her head away, snorted coldly and stopped talking. She also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. It was better for someone to talk it out. The middle-aged man acted as a good old man, going over to pat Gao Dakue's shoulder, signaling to be at ease, and then asked, "I see that this pot of succulent is of good quality, and I have a destiny. How about letting it go to me?" Chunyu swept his eyes and quickly got the information. Li Dafu, the owner of the high-end succulent specialty store, graduated from the Department of Horticulture of Ninghai University. It's fine to sell it to you. How much do you offer? It was not easy to have an asking price, Gao Daki said with delight. Li Dafu's eyes rolled, and he said in a wealthy manner, "Seeing that you guys are quite uncomfortable, I'll offer $10,000. A sentence shocked everyone present. Onlookers feel incredulous. A pot of succulent. Would someone spend 10,000 yuan to buy? Is not the brain let donkey kick it? The landlady was even more dumbfounded, with an expression of having seen a ghost. What is the situation? Dead ghost old man left behind the relics. Will be so valuable? Gao Dakue instantly put the landlady owes $300 in the back of the mind. Even stabbed Xinyu's waist eye. Whispered urging, "What are you waiting for? Quickly give the flowers to others. We collect the money to go. Eat a good meal to go." $10,000 to Gao Dakue is already a fortune. Simply happy. However, to everyone's surprise, Chenyu was unmoved. The corner of his mouth raised a disdainful smile. It is true that there is no such thing as a businessman. As a succulent expert, Li Dafu clearly knows the value of the ice pure jade du brocade, yet he only offers 10,000 to fool people. "I'm sorry sir, 10,000 is too little. I'm not selling." Li Dafu was not in a hurry. His tone was slow. "Not me. The price tag of 600,000 is too high. The market price of succulent is originally much lower than the unusual flowers. I run the largest succulent specialty store in the flower market. If I don't buy it, no one will really buy it. I'll add up to 10,000, 20,000. Sell it even if not, keep it for yourself." Said to be bargaining, but Li Dafu's words vaguely revealed the threat. 20,000 is already give you face. If you do not sell, waiting for the rotten hands it. Gao Dakue excited cannot hold themselves, and Chenyu discussed, 20,000 is not low. Do not end again. Hurry to sell. But also what bicycle? Do you really want to go out for $600,000? That's impossible. Chenyu laughed. You're right, I really refuse to bargain. Less than 600. 000 not for sale. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In public, Gao Dakue did not want to fight with Chen Yu. To provide a joke to outsiders, angry he burst of foul language, squatting to the side of the smoke, sulking away. Through Chen Yu's stance, Li Dafu was considered to see, this kid no goods. Ice jade du brocade price is not a whim randomly marked out. However, even if the knowledge of goods and how succulent is a niche, from the streets of the open-eyed blind cannot recognize, you can know, they do not buy, who else will buy, as long as you give enough pressure, not afraid not to sell yourself at a low price. Thinking, he used the eloquence of the treacherous businessman, continued to swim said, little brother, 20, 000 quite a lot, you have set up a stall, must not be too spacious hand, right? 20,000 is enough to solve your urgent needs. Chen Yu heard a big head, feel this guy is too noisy, just want to interrupt to drive away. At this time, another old and powerful mellow voice rang out from the crowd. Ice spirit jade du brocade? Old me has my eye on it, no one should compete with me. Li Dafu's long speech was interrupted, and he immediately became angry, and turned back to scold with great dissatisfaction. Where did the old man come from? Go go go, don't disturb my business, also do not go out to inquire. The entire flower market, who does not know me Li? Egu, Uncle Fu, which gust of wind blew your old man here? When Li Dafu see clearly the old man's appearance, scared almost jumped 3 feet high, hastily shivering bows to curry favor, yelling, Uncle Fu see things, who dares to compete with his old man? I, Li Dafu, will be the first to say no. What? Uncle Fu, Song family's great steward Uncle Fu? The crowd of onlookers were immediately nonplussed. The Song family was powerful, not to mention Elder Song himself, even his personal butler. A group of assholes couldn't afford to offend him. Uncle Fu is good, your spirit is good, your body is really tough. The crowd scrambled to greet him, all forgetting to laugh at the scene of Li Dafu being scared out of his wits. In their place, it would be the same. Chen Yu nodded slightly at the old man named Fu Bo in respect. Although he knew Song Yen, he was not yet so close to Fu Bo by relying on a little meager friendship. This point of pride, he still had. Your old man has also taken a fancy to this pot of icy jade du brocade. May I ask what price you are willing to pay? Uncle Fu was richly dressed, full of essence, and his hands and feet showed the noble temperament of a big family. He ignored Li Dafu, this kind of clown, said expressionlessly, that is not written. $600,000. The Song family has no tradition of haggling. Say it, do you want a check or a transfer? Chapter 25, not worthy of pity. Hearing Fu Bo's words, Gao Dakue couldn't believe his ears. The powerful Song family is really wealthy. Money is arbitrary. Spending $600,000 to buy a pot of flowers, not even with a counteroffer. Chen Yu is no longer a bumpkin who has never seen the world. In just a few days handled 6 or 7 million. Said with a calm demeanor, transfer. Fu Bo did not say anything. Transferred money on the spot, but the money was transferred to Gao Dakue's bank card. The reason why Fu Bo had bought the ice jade du brocade was because Master Song had a pot at home, which more or less seemed monotonous. If there is another pot, good things come in pairs, placed together to reflect each other, adding a lot of beauty. Received the arrival of the SMS prompt. Gao Dakue looked at the string of zeros on the phone. The whole person is silly. Feel as if dreaming. Counted several times, before daring to determine that it really is 600,000. He has never seen so much money since he was a child. Such as the treasure will tightly grasp the phone in the hand. Grinning and giggling, the beauty cannot find the north. Uncle Fu handed the ice jade du brocade to the accompanying servants. Strutting away, the crowd automatically make a road. Before and after the delay of less than 5 minutes, after seeing Uncle Fu get into the luxury car and slowly go away, the crowd of onlookers exploded like boiling water. My God, that pot of ice what du brocade, surprisingly really worth $600,000, all of a sudden got rich. Today finally open eyes, before we also laugh at people whimsical, poor crazy. It turns out that we are the bottom of the well of frogs who have never seen the world. Li Dafu constantly sighing, only hate themselves did not earlier cut the price to buy. Even if the cost of 3 to 500,000 can be turned to sell to Fu Bo steady profit, but also with the Song family relations, but unfortunately they are not so good life. The landlady was even more shocked, never dreamed that the succulent raised by her husband before he was born was actually worth 600,000 yuan. No wonder it was treated as a treasure. It was not easy for her to come back to her senses, and she recklessly pounced on Gao Daki, trying to snatch his cell phone, and cried out with red eyes, that pot of flowers is my home. And the money is also mine. Give it back to me. The huge amount of money that had just arrived had not yet warmed up. Gao Dakue would not be willing to be snatched away, and with a forceful hand, pushed the landlady out. Chen Yu coldly smiled, mimicking the tone of the landlady. What? The phone is ours. Robbery in broad daylight. Ah, be careful, I call the police to arrest you. The landlady was so angry that her face turned white. Seeing the money, she said unreasonably, I don't care. You must give me the $600,000. Otherwise I'm not finished with you. When you blackmailed us for our hard-earned money for moving, you didn't think of today, right? I'm not afraid to tell you. I knew at that time that the pot of succulent was worth 600,000. It's you who are unkind. Don't blame us for being unrighteous. Dakue, let's go. The grievances of being blackmailed for hard work, Chunyu held in his heart for a few days, and this bad breath finally came out today. Looking at the landlady's expression like she had eaten shang, it can be called a great revenge, and earned another $600,000. Don't mention how good it is in the heart. She stood frozen in place, lips several times open, but could not say a word, humiliated in front of so many people, no place to hide. Everyone knew that she only charged $85, and sold $600,000 of expensive succulents, to Chen Yu. For a while, people treated her as a little cutie, as synonym, and the cynicism and mockery was unceasing. The landlady could not bear it, and with a sour nose, she sat on her butt on the ground and bawled, 600,000, that's 600,000 ah. She cannot save so much money even after 10 years of hard work, just like this is gone. Want to die heart. But this kind of person is not worth pitying, even the hard-earned money or pit. Visible character is poor to the extreme. Cry to death is also deserved. Waiting for the crowd to disperse, the landlady is still sitting on the ground like a hopeless case. The intestines are repenting. If the previous more filial piety, a little dead ghost husband, not to death, are not willing to disclose to her the value of the ice jade du brocade. On the other hand, happy Chen Yu and Gao Dakue, straight to a high-end restaurant, gourmet meal, enjoy a good, eat and drink enough. Gao Dakue leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette, patting his belly, sighing, hiccup, the rich man's world is really good ah. When will I also be able to everyday big fish and meat, mountain and seafood? Work hard. Sooner or later you will live the life you want. Chen Yu laughed. $600,000 is all on your card. Grab a moving company and realize your wish for many years. Gao Dakue heard. Denied squarely. Ice pure jade du brocade is you spend money to buy. Also you insist on selling at a high price. How can I want? When the passing god of fortune over the addiction on the line, turned back to transfer the money to you. Chen Yu grinned and advised. Who are our brothers with who? I have recently made a fortune. Not at all bad this 600,000. It is better to give it to you to take to start a business. Gao Dakue is not money-minded people. Adhere to the principle. Insist on not receiving. Chen Yu persuasion. Discussed to the end. The two brothers decided to take a step back. Gao Dakue take 300,000. Open the moving company. Half of the shares. The remaining 300,000 donated to the orphanage. The composition of the moving company is not complicated. Only need to have a car and a few workers. 300,000 was enough to buy a used van and test run it for a while first. When the duo returned to the orphanage, they mentioned to Auntie Deng that they wanted to donate $300,000. Auntie Deng was first shocked. Really cannot understand. A rag collector. A sell hard labor. How suddenly rich. Even suspected that they did what illegal activities. Under questioning, the two to sell the ice jade du brocade causes and consequences. Recounted once again. Auntie Deng was relieved, sighing that the two are too lucky, but do not accept donations. She claimed that 2 days ago, an anonymous benefactor donated $1 million, enough to sustain the orphanage for a long time. It was the two of them who had reached the age of marriage and should save up some money for their wives. The good Samaritan who made the anonymous donation was Chen Yu, who told no one and willingly did something for the orphanage he grew up in. Since Auntie Deng insisted on not receiving, the two did not force, whispered to discuss, back to anonymous donations. After this matter is finished, Chen Yu and Gao Dakue were again reduced to drudgery, by Auntie Deng to drive out to buy paint. Because of the donations received from anonymous people, Auntie Deng planned to paint the walls of the orphanage, so that the children could live a little more comfortably. The two of them immediately agreed and rode Gao Dakue's motorcycle tricycle to the hardware market under the 1 or 2 o'clock afternoon sun. Gao Dakue is used to the hard life. Do not look long and thick, doing business but careful calculation. Buy anything to compare 3. It took more than an hour to buy all the paints. When the two returned to the orphanage, has been 4 o'clock in the afternoon, far away from seeing the gate surrounded by a group of people. Well dressed, Auntie Deng is also in, is negotiating with them. The two brothers went forward, asked to learn. These people are real estate companies, demand the orphanage demolition. The documents have been approved. Within 3 days must be moved. Chapter 26, Orphanage to be demolished. Xiao Yu, Dakue, you guys can come back. They said that they want to demolish the orphanage. There is an authorization from the city, and they are limited to move out within 3 days. What should we do now? Seeing the two of them, Auntie Deng seemed to have found her backbone, anxiously complaining. Orphanage is a charitable organization, beneficial to society. Why should it be demolished for no reason? I do not agree. Gao Dakue was furious enough, and immediately jumped to his feet in opposition. Chen Yu frowned, previously rumored that this part of the orphanage might be demolished, but there was a delay in the approval. But he did not expect that today. It suddenly said that it would be demolished and relocated. He and Gao Dakue had grown up in the orphanage since they were young and had lived there for more than 10 years. This place was their home. Their feelings were deep. It was hard to accept that they would be moved out in the cold. Advise you not to be unreasonable. The city's documents, written clearly in black and white. 50 acres and a radius are to be demolished and relocated. Planned neighborhoods. One family counts as one family. Within 3 days of receiving the notice, they all have to get out. One of the long-haired youths brutally shouted. 50 acres in a square circle is more than 30,000 square meters, and it is within the city. The population density is extremely high, at least a few hundred families. 3 days want everyone to get lost. Good overbearing demolition team, good overbearing developers. Chen Yu held back his anger and asked, what compensation will be given to the orphanage if it is to be demolished, and how will the children living here be resettled? The land of the orphanage is public. The compensation is not your turn. There is an abandoned warehouse at the foot of the deserted mountain in the south of the city. You can move over to live there at any time. The area is much larger than here. It is considered a bargain for you. As soon as he heard the words barren mountain and abandoned warehouse, Chen Yu was anxious at that time. Not a place for people to live at all. And far from the city. The transportation is not convenient. What about the school-age children to go to school? This delay is their whole life. Chen Yu, completely annoyed, angrily scolded, you group of treacherous businessmen, even placed the children to the abandoned warehouse? That is a place for people to live. You still have no conscience? As soon as these words came out, a man in his 30s at the head, dressed in a suit and looking human-like, gave a cold snort in displeasure. Chen Yu glanced at him, and the relevant information of this person appeared in his mind. Xiao Lu, 32 years old, manager of the demolition office of Dingtai Real Estate, left-handed disabled, murderer, carrying 3 lives. Xiao Lu's left hand little finger golden, pure gold shell to create, looks particularly conspicuous. But what shocked Chen Yu the most was that this guy was carrying 3 lives, and still dared to waltz through the city. Obviously a ruthless person. It is estimated that the murder was not revealed. Kid, your ing mouth put clean. To arrange accommodation for the orphanage's little brats, we have already been benevolent. If you dare to be unclean again, there will be good fruit for you to eat. The long-haired youth threatened viciously. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who answered. Xiao Lu had a lofty posture, not bothering to pay attention to Chen Yu and the others at all. Originally, the equally angry Gao Dakue, after recognizing Xiao Lu again, his face changed, hurriedly pulling Chen Yu, whispering, we can't afford to mess with these people. Say less. Chen Yu ignored it and forcefully shouted, it's fine to let the orphanage relocate. It must properly house all the children. At least proper housing and a certain amount of living compensation. Don't fool people with abandoned warehouses, otherwise it will never be moved. Love ing live or not, don't move away within 3 days. Don't blame us for bulldozing even the people with the house. Together, casualties at your own risk. The long-haired youth viciously said, don't waste time, go to the next place. Xiao Lu waved his hand in a salty manner and stepped away, the others following closely like a crowd holding the moon. Don't blame me for not warning you, a bunch of ignorant children. How dare you obstruct the demolition of real estate under the Song family's umbrella? And don't inquire about Brother Six's reputation. Be careful how you die without even knowing. The long-haired youth flaunted a few more intimidating sentences and swaggered away. Chen Yu clenched his fists, anger burning in his chest. Too damn bullying, almost like giving a death ultimatum. Auntie Deng, a burst of sighing, frowning tightly, full of sadness, exasperated, I do not believe that there is no reasonable place. I want to go to the city to sue them. Gao Dakue said with a sad face, I guess it's useless to sue. The leader of these demolition personnel, I know, is the road to mix, the heart in hand, really dare to demolition. Immediately after, under Gao Daki's explanation, Chen Yu understood. Xiao Lu was a no-nonsense hooligan leader. Early years of stealing chickens and dogs, idleness, fights have not done much, and later entered a demolition team. His battle of fame is to run into a dozen nail households, do not agree to demolition. He forced these nail households together, publicly chopped off one of their pinkies, put out the word, who dared to do, will not have to demolish. To their own ruthless people, is called really ruthless. All were scared. No one dared to self-mutilation follow suit. The demolition team successfully resolved those nail households. Xiao Lu, also so prestigious, quickly formed a force, monopolized half of Ninghai City's demolition projects, and hitched a ride on the Song family's boat, but also the boat rose, and Xiao Lu's demolition company is very efficient. In their eyes, only recognize the house does not recognize people. There was a family who did not want to relocate, and in the end, their whole family, along with the century-old house, was leveled by bulldozers, with no bones left. After hearing this, Chen Yu did not fear, said forcefully, no matter how powerful they are, the children should fight for the interests of the children. I must not retreat, because the orphanage land is state-owned. The real estate company to get the formal demolition and relocation documents. Relocation is basically a foregone conclusion. But Chen Yu is relieved that the children's resettlement problem, even if you move away, you must have a good life. Move to the abandoned warehouse conditions. Killed cannot be accepted. Gao Dakue at the bottom of the social crawling for many years. All the edges of the sharpness have been smoothed out. Sighing persuade, Xiaoyu, don't be stubborn. You're still resigned to fate. People have city documents, money and power. We really can't afford to mess with. Xiaoyu is right. We can't suffer the children. Auntie Deng said with a firm gaze. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to the city leaders to discuss. See if we can allocate a better house. If not, then think of other ways. Chen Yu nodded and said, Auntie Tang, I will accompany you tomorrow. Good boy. Auntie Deng heaved a sigh and walked into the orphanage forlornly. In fact, she had no bottom at all in her heart. The probability of finding the city leaders to plead for success is lower than winning the lottery. Fortunately, there are good people donated $1 million. Really can only pay for their own rent. At least can be maintained for a period of time. When it comes to this kind of thing, Chen Yu is deeply powerless. His words are slight, and the success rate of obstructing the demolition is almost zero. Even if there are a few million nowadays, it is useless. When he thought about it, he thought of someone, asked Song Yen to help. Since it is the Song family's real estate company, she should be able to play a role in talking. Chapter 27, I Want to Rise. Gao Daki silently took the paint from the motorcycle tricycle and moved it down. A few hours ago, they were still discussing how to paint in order to make this dilapidated orphanage more beautiful. Now they got the news that the orphanage was being demolished and their home was about to be destroyed. It was beyond ironic. Chen Yu is difficult to accept such a fact. Very unconvincing. If he has money and power, reputation, today will be treated like this? Will also be surnamed Xiao's even the eyes do not look on it? Of course, this is all envisioned. People should be down to earth. The most important thing now is to give the children to fight for a better proper placement. In desperation, he dialed Song Yan's phone and offered to help with the conditions owed to him. Today is the deadline. What are your requirements? Despite mentioning, I can do by no means ambiguous, Song Yan attaches great importance to her promise. Words spoken are like water thrown out. No regrets. Chen Yu's pride was very strong. Begging a woman for help was really unspeakable. But for the sake of the children, he could only put down his pride and stammered. Miss Song, your Song family's Dingsheng real estate company, to demolish and renovate the old city. Happy House Orphanage is also within the scope of the demolition. Can you help to intercede, not to demolish the orphanage? Song Yan had been to the orphanage, remembering those innocent children, said with a straight face, I'll try, with all my might. You wait for my news. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yu's ears were filled with the children's cries, crying and asking Auntie Deng why they had to move all of a sudden. They don't want to move. He listened to a burst of heart, sitting on the steps, staring and thinking about what can be done in this matter, with the few millions in his hands. As a result, he realized in despair that nothing could be done. The land is public. Even if you want to buy, spell money cannot spell Song family real estate company. When nail households, Xiao Lu is a demolition of ruthless, carrying 3 lives. He can fight, but also cannot defeat dozens of hundreds of murderers' siege, and cannot stop the bulldozers' rolling wheels. The more the bull's eye, the more Chen Yu is skeptical of life. Loss of their own access to psychic abilities, earned a few million on complacency, in front of the real big shots, nothing. Unconsciously, the sky is already dark. Chen Yu's phone ringing suddenly rang. It is Song Yan called. As if he saw the light of dawn, he quickly picked up the phone and asked, how is it? Can the orphanage be saved? Song Yan was silent for a moment and apologized. I'm sorry, I personally went to my cousin to plead for mercy, but he didn't agree. The orphanage's location is in the center. To build Bandai Square, it has to be demolished. This result, in Chen Yu's expectation, in front of the real estate millions of hundreds of millions of interests, he and Song Yan know a few days of friendship is insignificant. Song Yan was very embarrassed. Please rest assured, I am not a person who goes back on his word. Although I can't keep the orphanage, I'll try my best to help the children fight for more compensation so that they can lead a better life. Thank you, please. Chen Yu bitterly thanked and hung up the phone. It seemed that the orphanage was destined to be uninsurable. On the other side, Song Yan held her cell phone for half a day, biting her lips, muttering, I'm sorry, I slipped up. A lot of things in the mansion are not like what you think. My family's lineage and my cousin's lineage. Apart from the blood relationship, there is nothing affectionate to speak of. They are completely rivals. Song Yan knows Chin Yu's attitude towards the orphanage. It must be very difficult for this caring guy. She secretly made up her mind to go to her cousin again. She must fight for more compensation for the children. The night passed, and Chen Yu, who was full of haggard face, fed Zhou's mother breakfast and got up to leave the hospital. He and Auntie Deng agreed to meet at the municipal party committee, intending to buy some gifts, door to door to find the city leaders to discuss. Do the last time the hope is very slim struggle. 2 hours later, Chen Yu and Auntie Deng walked out of the municipal party committee, full of indignation, hand carrying a lot of things. Not long ago, how these gifts carried in, and took out as is. City leaders confiscated, righteously told them that the transformation of the old city is imperative. Is the general trend irreversible? Even Auntie Deng, who has not seen much, can see that it is not that the city leaders have a clean slate. It is really compared to the cooperation with the Song family. Their gifts are not worth mentioning. How could Chen Yu not know that it was a good thing to remodel the old city and make Ninghai City a better place? If the compensation conditions were generous enough, the orphanage could be relocated even if it was 180 times unwilling. But it is preferred that every time it is mentioned, why the children are resettled to the abandoned warehouses in the suburbs. The city leaders will turn to other topics, and said that they should go back and wait for news, and give an answer within 7 working days. Just kidding. 2 days later, Zhou's 6th construction team will be door to door to demolish the house. Waiting for 7 working days, cucumber vegetables are cold. Tramp. A bunch of dogs. Chen Yu can't get angry and burst out. Auntie Deng was so distressed that she couldn't help the tears from falling. Xiao Yu just whine about this with me. Don't say it in front of outsiders. Xiao Lu, the city leaders, the Song family. She was a woman with a group of children. She couldn't afford to offend any of them. Once he heard this, Chen Yu became even more angry and cursed. Too bullying? I'm not convinced. A group of power-hungry things. What? Auntie Deng hurriedly covered his mouth, dragged him to the street, and tearfully persuaded. Child, I know you're not willing, but there's no way. This world is like this. The arm can't twist the leg. You have to listen to the words. Cannot be impulsive to do stupid things. To stay in the mountains. Not afraid of no wood to burn. Although the house cannot be saved. You and Dakue, I and Zhou mother, and the children, not all good? Originally, Chen Yu was furious and wished to make a big deal out of the matter, preferably letting the whole country know about the dirty deeds done by the 3 parties in collusion, before he openly stood on the street and roared in anger. However, Auntie Deng's persuasion had enlightened him. Yes, there is hope when people are still around. If he is not calm enough, really make a big deal. His neck to be killed, but become a hero. But the suffering is the children of the orphanage. Chen Yu gradually calmed down his anger and said in a deep voice, I know, I won't do anything stupid again. Since the orphanage can't be saved, we have to look forward and find a new place for the children to live. He kind of understood. Showing off for a while is not called a skill. Enduring humiliation, lying down, rising a little bit, that is the real hero. On the surface Chen Yu accepted the reality, but now his heart is not able to calm down for a long time. Like there is a fire burning. He has a pair of eyes. Making money and developing power is much easier than ordinary people. Why worry about not rising? One day, he must wind clouds into a dragon, so that the Song family shocked, so that Xiao 6 look up to, so that the tendency to small people trembling. Chapter 28 Money burned confused. The city leaders didn't care and pushed the resettlement matters to Dingsheng Real Estate Company, and the demolition was a foregone conclusion. Auntie Deng and Chen Yu were at their wits' end and could only seize the time to find a place for the children to live. Just at this time, Chen Yu's cell phone rang. Is Song Yan called? With a strong apology, Song Yan said, I talked to my cousin once again, and he is willing to give the children a new and better place to live. In the south of the city, in the urban rural area, there is a small 2-story building with 7 or 8 rooms. Chen Yu clearly knew that the Song family's matter had nothing to do with Song Yan, and that she was able to do this for the sake of helping herself had already been benevolent. But Chen Yu is just not happy. The combination of urban and rural areas from the city is not close. Then the barren mountain warehouse Strawn Limited is only the location from the suburbs changed to the suburbs. The other party is obviously to treat them as a beggar to send. The district's small profits want to appease the hearts of the people. Let them be grateful. Dreaming, he coldly said. This is considered a handout. Please tell your cousin that we don't need it, and I will definitely claim back the compensation that should be given. I'm sorry, I tried my best. Song Yan said guiltily. After all, this matter was related to the Song family, and she was a member of the Song family. But the real estate company was under the control of her cousin's family, and she had already tried her best to fight for it, but her cousin was unmoved. In the afternoon, Chen Yu called up Gao Dakue and went to look for a house together. Ordinary homes were easy to find, but having a dozen kids living somewhere was not so easy. The minimum configuration had to have a single courtyard for the kids to play in, and many rooms for living, and it couldn't be too far away from the orphanage, because the children all went to school nearby, and if they were too far away, going to school would be a hassle. The two of them went around, and finally in an urban village, they found an ancient courtyard, very much in the style of the Republican era, with a rental posted on the iron gate. This is a quiet environment, surrounded by fewer households, 10 or so minutes drive from the orphanage. Not a bad choice. Daki's eyes lit up and smiled. This courtyard is good. It meets the conditions. The rent of the urban village should not be too expensive. 3,000 a month. Proper. Chunyu gave him a blank look. Uneducated guy. Thinking to buy Chinese cabbage. $3,000 just want to rent such a courtyard? He followed the number on the word rental and dialed the phone number left by the landlord, stating that he wanted to see the house. Enough to wait for half an hour. An Audi parked in front of the compound. From the car down a young woman dressed in a new wave of beautiful. Through the information transmitted by the eyes, Chunyu learned that her name was Lu Sihui, working as a manager in a foreign trade company, and that this compound was her family's ancestral property. After reading Lu Sihui's information, he was much relieved. He was worried about the character of the future landlord before, but it seems that he was overly worried. After all, Lu Sihui was knowledgeable and educated, and wouldn't be as brazen as the landlady who had blackmailed them for moving expenses. You guys are here to rent a room. Come in with me and take a look. Surprisingly, Lu Sihui treated people more coldly, unlocked the door and led the way in. The house was modeled after the style of the Republican era, elegantly shaped and ancient, sitting north to south, with a total of 7 rooms, from which it could also be seen that Lu Sihui's ancestors had a strong family. The yard is spacious enough for the kids to play soccer, and it's very clean. The last tenant just moved out not long ago. The house is fully furnished. Water and electricity are available. Basically turnkey can move in. Turned around. Gao Dakue very satisfied. Secretly nodding is it. Chunyu is also very satisfied. Each room looked once. Pushed open the storage room full of miscellaneous goods. He scanned a few eyes. Suddenly stagnant eyes. Gao Dakue whispered and joked. It's just a pile of rags. What's there to see? Could it be that your occupational disease is off, and you can't walk once you see the junk? Yu did not say anything. His eyes fell on a bird cage hanging on the beam. There was no bird inside the cage. The surface was thick with dust and there were a few cobwebs. Lu Sihui said coldly and proudly, "These are scraps. Don't want them. If you want to rent them, do whatever you want with them." Yu's gaze passed through the birdcage and once again took a deep look at the small porcelain cup in the cage feeding the birds, then turned his head and said boldly, "We are very satisfied with this place. May I ask how much is the monthly rent? If the price is right, we can sign the contract now." Wait. Gao Dakue hurriedly stopped. In his heart, he cursed Yu for not understanding. Even if you like it, you can't show it so bluntly, letting the other party know your intention. Then the price will not go to the sky? The best way is to depreciate the house to worthless, creating the illusion that you seem to have suffered a great loss, and have no choice but to reluctantly be willing to rent it. Only then can you press the price. He followed up with, "Ms. Lu, my brother likes it, but I'm not too happy with it. To be honest, we are from an orphanage, with a dozen children at home, purely for the good of society. Deserves preferential treatment. Do you think the price can be cheaper?" Lu Sihui said with some impatience. "The rent is 10,000 a month. No bargaining. If you want to rent cheaply, you can look again." Her implication, do not want to rent can go. This lady does not have time to serve. Gao Dakue touched his nose. Some embarrassment, obviously, as the success rate is very high bargaining tricks. The result is that people simply do not eat this set. Good in his way wild. In the twinkling of an eye and came up with a trick. Frowning tightly said, 10,000 is too expensive. Do not rent. Let's go. Lu Sihui hugged her shoulders, coldly looking at Gao Dakue's poor performance. A little bit of meaning to stay. Yu couldn't help but laugh dumbly, hurriedly pulled Dakue back and said with a bashful smile, "Ms. Lu, I accept the rent. Sign the contract." Xiao Yu, you have money to burn confused. $10,000. How many trips do I have to move to earn it back? Gao Dakue lost his voice and exclaimed, thinking that Yu might have been overly sad and short-circuited his brain. This price can actually be agreed. Yesterday's sale of Ice Jade Du Brocade was earned $600,000, but also cannot be spent like this. Yu directly ignored Gao Dakue's complaints and signed a contract with Lu Sihui on the spot, paying half a year's rent and deposit in advance, a mere $60,000 to $70,000, with his current worth of $5 to $6 million, is completely affordable. Doing the handover formalities, Lu Sihui left the key, stepped on her high heels, and left full of joy. She looked at Yu and Gao Dakue dressed ordinary, Not at all like a rich man. Hard eyes are not willing to rent. Deliberately asked for 10,000 not to return the price. I did not expect Chenyu to give money quite fast. Gao Dakue like looking at Shavi like looking at Chenyu. Dissatisfied, let you pretend to be a big-tail wolf. A year more than 100,000 yuan of rent. With our income level, simply cannot afford it. You think I'm really stupid. Chenyu pretended to be mysterious smile. Follow me. I'll show you something. That's a free gift from MS. Lu to us, the next 20 years of rent. You're just bull ting. People are out of their minds. Will they let you live for 20 years for nothing? If you are really so attractive, why do you still collect junk? The streets are full of rich women lining up to give you money. Gao Dakue face of contempt, reluctantly followed into the storage room. Eyes around, skittish, 20 years rent wear it. I seriously doubt that you were still awake last night. Daydreaming. Chapter 29, 20 years of rent for nothing. Broken birdcage, worth 20 years of rent. Are you out of your mind or kicked by a donkey? Gao Dakue followed the direction of Chen Yu's finger and looked up, realizing that it was a dusty birdcage. He was filled with contempt. It was understandable that he did not recognize the ice pure jade du brocade, but the birdcage was something that a blind man would recognize. Even if it was made of pure gold, it would not be worth 120,000 a year's rent, let alone 20 years. As he spoke, Chen Yu took off the birdcage and took out the small porcelain cup that was fed inside. When did I say the birdcage is worth money? It's this porcelain cup that can be exchanged for 20 years of rent. The small porcelain cup is about 5 centimeters high, covered with dust, vaguely visible with bird droppings on it. Selling looks are really bad. No one will think it is a treasure. This crap is worth $10 well. You pick up 1,000 a month. Can be worth a month's rent? Come on. Still missing 999. Gao Dakue was sarcastic for a while, more and more feeling that Chen Yu's brain was out of control. Your ass. Chen Yu laughed and cursed, not minding the dirt, brought a wet rag and carefully wiped up the porcelain cup, moving gently for fear of breaking it. 2 minutes later, the dust and bird droppings clean, revealing the original appearance of the porcelain cup. One side of the cup wall is painted with blue narcissus pattern, the other side of the small letters with a line of poetry, the spring breeze jade to the clear painting, the night moon on the embankment. Then look at the bottom of the paragraph. The top of the seal is stamped with the Kangxi year of the Qing dynasty. Gao Dakue, a big old man, do not know antiques, but also can see the exquisite shape, estimated to be worth a few $dozen. Chen Yu heart a burst of excitement, out of the rental but picked up a floral cup. Happy smile, today I teach you a good boy. This is one of the Kangxi year's blue and white December floral cup. The first month of the Narcissus cup, worth at least 2 million. How much? Worth 2 million. No way. How do you know? Gao Dakue incredulous. The front did not listen in. The only thing left in his mind is the price. When my 4 years of antique appreciation class in college was for nothing. $2 million of blue and white porcelain cups, equivalent to 20 years of rent for nothing. Now believe it? Chen Yu said with some smugness. Gao Dakue back to God. Unconvinced, mouth says no evidence. I also said that it is worth 10 million. You can sell. Get money is the ability. Love to believe it or not. It's time to go back. Go to the orphanage to help pack things. Looking at Gao Dakue's expression, he knows that this guy intends to urge himself and sell the Narcissus cup. However, Chen Yu previously picked up a moonflower cup and a peony cup. The card has a deposit of $5 or $6 million, not short of money for the time being, and intends to keep the collection. Just in case, he found a cardboard box, foam, carefully wrapped the daffodil cup. This antique can be exchanged for 20 houses in the orphanage, cannot be damaged. When the two returned to the orphanage, excited to find Auntie Deng announced the good news, but after entering the door, found the children in chaos, chattering, all missing Auntie Deng. A little girl whimpered and cried, "Brother, it's no good. Xiao Hao is sick. His stomach hurts and he's rolling all over the place." Auntie Tang took him to the doctor. Another slightly older little boy added. Auntie Tang said to go to Ji Shi Tang. You guys quickly go and take a look. Xiao Hao is very sick. He's going to die soon. Chen Yu grew up in the orphanage, treating this place as his home and the children as his younger siblings. Now that a loved one was sick, how could he not be anxious? He immediately arranged, "Dakue, you stay and take care of the children. I'll go check on Xiao Hao's condition." Gao Dakue nodded heavily. His nervousness at this moment was exactly the same as Chen Yu's. "You go quickly. Leave this place to me. When you see Xiao Hao, don't forget to report your safety." Chen Yu hid the Narcissus cup, also under the bed in Zhou's mother's house, and then hurriedly ran out. Gong is a famous Chinese medicine clinic in Ninghai City. The old man Lin Yuanshan's medical skill is superb. A hand of 5 Sun's divine needle is said to be able to return to life, but also was selected as a finalist in the top 10 doctors of Ninghai. What is remarkable is that the old man did not take advantage of his fame to amass wealth, but always insisted on helping the poor and the needy. The medicines and consultation fees of Ji Tang were far lower than those of other traditional Chinese medicine stores. Just as the age of the old man gradually energy cannot afford, announced last year to collect the needle retired. Ji Tang sitting physician by his several disciples take turns to serve. Even so, because of the good reputation, Ji Tang is still the best choice for the poor to see a doctor. Shen Yu hurried all the way to Ji Tang and found Auntie Deng and Xiao Hao in the consultation hall. Auntie Deng was anxiously asking questions around a young female doctor. Anxious like ants on a hot pan, the female doctor was wearing a mask that hid most of her face, but her bright eyes were sparkling and swirling like spring water. Very attractive. Even wearing a loose white coat, she couldn't hide her exquisite figure, but instead added a holy beauty. It made people want to uncover her mask and catch a glimpse of her stunning face, but right now was not the time to look at beautiful women. Shen Yu only glanced hurriedly and learned that the female doctor's name was Lin Wanyi, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao's face was pale and tear-stained as he lay on the hospital bed, constantly crying out in pain. A swelling bulged on his tiny tummy, veins popping out as if he had grown something. Shen Yu was heartbroken for a moment and began to read the information in his mind. Shen Zihao, an orphan, suffers from functional intestinal obstruction, a blockage of the large intestine caused by slow peristalsis of the digestive tract, poor exhaustion, abdominal distension and pain. Treatment, acupuncture and stimulation of acupoints to promote faster peristalsis of the large intestine, thus restoring function. Acupuncture points to be stimulated. Tianshu, large intestine acupoint. Futsanli, Zhangjiu, Higu. Phew. Shen Yu let out a long breath. It turns out that it is not a big disease and can be relieved with a few needles. Go back and remind Auntie Deng to pay attention to the children's food. Don't be too dry, and it will be fine. Blame it on the orphanage's bare children. Talking with a startle can scare people to death. Shen Yu is a low-profile person, and after seeing the condition at a glance, he did not say anything to show off. He was learning acupuncture on his own, but other than recognizing acupuncture points, he didn't have the ability to administer needles to cure diseases. What's more, the female doctor had already taken out the silver needles, indicating that other professionals had already seen it, and he only needed to watch from the sidelines. Auntie Tang worriedly said, Dr. Lin, is Xiao Hao really alright? That moment when he had an attack, it was excruciatingly painful. The female doctor, Lin Wanyi's voice was euphemistic and soft as water as she replied, Auntie, don't worry, abdominal flatulence is a minor illness. Only the pain at the moment of the attack is unbearable. It won't be life-threatening. I'll just give Xiao Hao's classmate a few needles and massage his stomach to direct the flatulence out of his intestines and stomach. Thank you, Dr. Lin, you're really a good person. Auntie Tang was finally a little more relieved and thanked her repeatedly. However, the words reached Shen Yu's ears, but it felt a bit wrong. Expel the flatulence out of the body? Without treating the intestinal obstruction first, how can the flatulence be expelled from the body? Is it possible that Xiao Hao will die from the pain? Chapter 30 Highly popular female quack doctor. While Chen Yu was frowning, doubting whether the female doctor had made a diagnostic error, the next move she made further confirmed her suspicions, only to see Lin Wanyi lifting up the silver needle, measuring to find the Jinli 0.3 inches above Xiao Hao's umbilicus, and immediately afterward, she was about to stab downwards. Wait, stop. Shen Yu was startled and hurriedly stopped it. Recently, he has been studying the human body acupuncture points all night long, so he knows that Jinli point has the effect of harmonizing the stomach, strengthening the spleen, and lowering qi through the abdomen. Needle stabbing Jinli point, clinically used to treat abdominal distension, often can play a miraculous effect. But the problem is, Xiao Hao is not a common sense of abdominal distension. He is a functional intestinal obstruction caused by the internal organs of the qi cannot be. If the first Tai Jinli point, not to treat intestinal obstruction, is the same as putting the cart before the horse, but will aggravate the condition. Lin Wanyi was startled and almost stabbed the wrong point. She hurriedly retracted the silver needle and said in annoyance, "What are you yelling for? Don't you know that the medical center prohibits loud noises? Disturbing the doctor can easily lead to medical accidents? Xiao Yu, don't get in the way of other doctors." Auntie Tang was also confused. She did not quite understand. Usually Chen Yu was courteous and polite. Why was he so rude today? Chen Yu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Dr. Lin, with all due respect, have you considered that Xiao Hao's condition may not be as simple as just abdominal distension? Little Hao's student's abdominal distension is unbearable. The tongue is red at the edge and the moss is gloriously yellow and greasy. Using the method of Chinese medicine's dialectic, it is precisely the appearance of abdominal distension and gas. What else could it be?" Lin Wanyi's voice was clear and pleasant, like an oriole chirping, but mixed with a few moments of anger and confidence. How can this person be like this? knowing medical skills, why should he tell her what to do? Auntie Tang hurriedly stopped Shen Yu and persuaded, Xiao Yu, you don't know how to heal, don't follow and add to the chaos. This is the Jishir Hall, the medical center of the old Dr. Lin. His old man will never harm us poor people, Shen Yu said with a serious face. I don't know how to cure diseases, but I have some understanding of human body acupoints. Xiao Hao's disease is intestinal obstruction. Absolutely not to use the way of treating children's flatulence to give needles. Once you stab the wrong acupoints, the consequences will be extremely serious. Due to being too concerned about Xiao Hao's well-being, it made him instantly feel much less favorable towards Jishir Tang. The reputation is no bigger than that. It doesn't have a misdiagnosed quack doctor. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyi muttered as if she suddenly realized, yeah, it might be intestinal obstruction. Functional intestinal obstruction and abdominal flatulence have similar symptoms, and Western doctors need to take X-rays in order to see it, while Chinese medicine practitioners also need to have solid basic skills and experienced veteran Chinese medicine practitioners in order to discover the subtle differences between the two. Obviously, Lin Wanyi was young, far from being experienced, and she hadn't identified the real root of Xiao Hao's illness. Silent, Lin Wanyi lowered her head and touched Xiao Hao's bulging belly, making another diagnosis. After a full minute had passed, her cold sweat flowed out, and surprisingly, she still had not detected a difference. Quack! Seeing Lin Wanyi's reaction, Shen Yu knew that there was no diagnosis, and said with a disdainful cold snort, Auntie Tang, the doctors here can't be relied upon. Let's change places. These days, young female doctors are similar to young female drivers. One is more unreliable than the other. Stop! Lin Wanyi had been studying medicine since she was young, and had been practicing in Jishir Hall, treating people kindly. Her medical skills far exceeded those of her peers, and she seldom made mistakes, and she was much loved. Today, she was inexplicably labeled as a quack, and her strong self-esteem made her unable to bear the insult. This voice startled everyone in the hall of the medical center. Many doctors and patients have sideways glances around. Shen Yu argued, What? Do you still want to zap Xiao Hao's Jianli point and let him continue to be tortured? A flash of anger surfaced in Lin Wanyi's bright star-like eyes as she questioned. I admit that there is not much difference between abdominal distension and functional intestinal obstruction. I can't tell the difference, but you're not a doctor. So on what basis do you question my diagnosis after just a glance? Saying that Chen Ziheo's illness is not abdominal distension but intestinal obstruction. What basis do you have? Without evidence. You are slandering my reputation and I will not let you go. She even felt that Chen Yu had slandered himself, and might be a competitor with ulterior motives, deliberately sent over to cause trouble. It was really detestable. A few doctors in white coats, middle-aged men who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, angrily condemned. That's right, we are professionals in treating illnesses. It's not your turn to point fingers as a layman. The guy who makes tall tales really thinks he's so great. Pure claptrap. Senior sister, don't pay attention to him. It's not worth it to get angry with this kind of person. Shen Yu, a burst of consternation. 40 to 50 years old people, called a 20-something years old girl sister. How does it sound so awkward? What makes him even more stunned is still in the back. All the patients present, surprisingly all stood out to help Lin Wanyi to support the scene. Kid, Dr. Lin has a good heart and takes care of us in every way. What are you? You dare to say bad things about her. Hurry up and get out of here. If it wasn't for my broken bones, I'd really like to go up and punch your face in the face. Even Auntie Tang, who had a sulky look on her face, blamed Shen Yu for being unintelligent. Shen Yu was puzzled. A female quack doctor who didn't even dare to show her face actually had such high popularity? However, he was convinced of the supernormal ability of his eyes to read information about everything, and said forcefully, the reason is simple. I can see it and you can't. Xiao Hao has an intestinal obstruction. I won't leave him in your hands to be destroyed. That's a good point. Then why don't you give him an acupuncture treatment? Lin Wanyi was furious. Her eyes were a little red, blocking in questioning. Shen Yu impatiently said, if I can cure, I still need you doctors. The words did not finish. A message urgently surfaced in his mind. A second later, this is going to slap herself. He immediately shut his mouth and subconsciously reached out to grab it, and sure enough, he held Lin Wanyi's slender jade hand that swung over in midair. Lin Wanyi was surprised beyond words. She had just made a move and this guy reacted. Was it still human reaction speed? This was the first time she had argued with someone and had the idea of hitting someone. It was really too detrimental to her image as a lady. But this can also reflect from the side. The guy in front of her in the end, how hateful. Quack, how do you hit someone? Shen Yu felt very wronged. Who did he invite and who did he piss off? Afraid of Xiao Hao being hurt twice. Wanting to bring him to a different hospital only. How come he was accused by 1,000 people, and almost got beaten? Bastard. Let go. Lin Wanyi struggled hard, her face full of shame and anger. At the sight of both of them fighting, The entire medical center was in chaos, and several middle-aged doctors quickly ran to relieve themselves. The fractured boy lying on the hospital bed also cursed and was ready to get out of bed on his crutches to save the hero. Xiao Hao was shocked. Stomach pain began to attack again. Wow and cry. Auntie Deng anxiously calmed Xiao Hao while screaming out of breath. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Quickly let go of my hand. Chapter 31 A Misunderstanding. What's going on? So noisy? As the hall of the Jishur Hall was in chaos, a neutral voice suddenly rang out from the back door. The crowd followed the sound and quickly quieted down as the patients greeted in unison. Divine Dr. Lin. The doctors present even saluted respectfully. Master. Chen Yu raised his eyes and looked, only to see that the one who entered the door was an old man in his 70s. With crane hair and a red face, he was calm and composed, wearing a long shirt, very much like an immortal. Lin Yuanshan, one of the top 10 divine doctors in Ninghai, the owner of Ji Shi Tang, Lin Wanyi's father. After reading the information in his mind, Chen Yu was a little shocked. The elegance of the divine doctor was indeed extraordinary. Most crucially, he was actually Lin Wanyi's father. Such a prestigious person, who had practiced medicine all his life, must have saved many great people, and his power could be imagined. When an old man gets a daughter, he must have doted on his young daughter. Chen Yu knew that his behavior was tantamount to stirring up a hornet's nest. Dad, someone bullied me, saying that I am a quack. Lin Wanyi took the opportunity to get out of her clutches and poured out her grievances. Chen Yu did not compromise and argued without being humble. You saw the wrong disease. Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Wanyi retorted in exasperation. You are not a doctor at all. What qualifications do you have to say that I misdiagnosed? What that child has is clearly abdominal distension. No, it's intestinal obstruction. Concerning Xiao Hao's condition, Chen Yu's unrelenting retort infuriated Lin Wanyi to the point of stomping her feet. Almost all of the people present favored the Lin family, stating in a chorus of words, Master, we believe in Senior Sister. Senior Sister is kind-hearted and adhering to your old medical ethics of hanging on to the world. She won't cheat people. Divine Dr. Lin. We also believe in Miss Lin. It's that brat who provoked first, pretending to be ignorant, claptrap, too bullying. Lin Yuanshan roughly understood what was going on, stroked his beard and laughed at himself. I'm retired. It's quite nice to raise flowers in the backyard, but as a result, you guys still won't let me rest. I'm going to move around and judge who was right and who was wrong. First of all, the one who is wrong has to apologize to the one who wins. No backtracking. I agree. Chen Yu nodded his head rather surprised. He did not expect Lin Yuanshan to be full of honors. He has long been successful and famous, and he still speaks in such a down-to-earth manner, not biased and without a stance. It is no wonder that he is well loved. Humph. I'm not going to lose. Lin Wanyi stubbornly nuzzled her mouth. She always felt that Chen Yu was being unreasonable, just to slander herself. Lin Yuanshan nodded with a smile and took a few steps to walk in front of Xiao Hao and pressed a large hand on his belly. The little guy felt his belly warm. The pain slowed down quite a bit, and his cries became smaller. Chen Yu's pupils shrunk. To be able to slow down the pain just by touching it, with this hand alone, he lived up to the name of a divine doctor. Lin Yuanshan's big hand felt on Xiao Hao's belly for a moment, then touched Xiao Hao's pulse as well as his fingers, and said in a deep voice, the fingerprints are blue and purple. The pulse is smooth and counting. The liver and spleen are slightly hard in texture, but there are no nodules or masses to be found. The right abdomen is bulging and protruding, and it is soft when pressed. Fetch my needle. He did not immediately announce the winners and losers, but first cured Xiao Hao, leaving a deep impression in Chen Yu's mind. A master is a master. There are some details that a hypocrite cannot fake. Master, please. An old man in his 50s respectfully handed over a box of silver needles. Lin Yuanshan took the silver needle. Brush, brush, brush 5 needles. Movement numb, not the slightest trace of old age, respectively in the small hose Tianshu, large intestine acupuncture point, foot Sanli, Zheng Tsu, Higu 5 acupoints. A set of actions down the line of clouds and water in general. The crowd has not yet reacted. The silver needle has been tied. Little children are most afraid of needles. A few moments later, Xiao Hao unexpectedly stopped crying, because his stomach didn't hurt anymore. Instead, his body was warm and very comfortable. Wow! Everyone present, including Chen Yu, applauded enthusiastically. A few needles down, relieved the patient's pain. The effect was immediate. This is what is called a divine doctor. The train wasn't pushed. The cowskin wasn't blown. People really have this ability. It's impossible not to be convinced. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. Thank you so much. Auntie Tang didn't expect Lin Yuanshan to be able to treat Xiao Hao personally. She was excited and thanked him repeatedly. You're welcome. Lin Yuanshan smiled bashfully and said, the little friend is suffering from functional intestinal obstruction. It can't be completely cured at one time. Come back tomorrow to stabilize it with a few needles. Usually pay more attention to your diet. You can't eat cold and spicy things. What? Really functional intestinal obstruction. Senior sister misdiagnosed? The middle-aged doctors present all found it unbelievable, not believing that Lin Wanyi had misdiagnosed. It should be known that Lin Wanyi had studied medicine since she was young. Her talent far exceeded that of her peers, and had been deeply taught by her father, Divine Dr. Lin. Her starting point was too high compared to the average person, and her current medical skills were completely inferior to these middle-aged brothers. Even so, she even lost to a nameless boy. The patients present had mixed feelings. For them, a doctor's misdiagnosis was not good news, yet no one condemned it. They all spoke in unison in support of understanding. It's okay, Ms. Lin, no one is a saint. No one is immune to faults. It's normal to make a mistake once. It's not a big deal. That's right, Ms. Lin's kind heart and noble medical ethics are obvious to everyone. Even if you make a mistake once in a while, it's still a blessing for us. If in other hospitals, the doctor was wrong about the disease, the audience who watched and didn't mind the incident would have scolded. But Lin Wanyi not only didn't get scolded, but also received praise. Chen Yu cannot help but be moved by this, who is not a little cute. Being able to win the hearts of the people shows that Lin Wanyi has actually paid her dues, and having a super high popularity is not all for nothing. It seems that I was wrong about her. Not a quack, just a momentary lapse. Chen Yu self-examined. Because of the orphanage demolition matter, he was in a bad mood. It was inevitable that he would speak to outsiders with a fiery flavor. Lin Wanyi was a little embarrassed instead. Her face was blushing. Her mask couldn't even cover it. Lin Yuanshan reprimanded, Wanyi, it's you who are not skillful in your studies and caused the misdiagnosis. In the future, you must learn from your mistakes and are not allowed to make any more mistakes. Even if you are a daughter, you must still do what you say. Hurry up and apologize to the others. Yes, I'm sorry. Lin Wanyi lowered her head and reluctantly apologized. Chen Yu had no more fire in his heart. Just Divine Dr. Lin's open-mindedness and rigor alone called for admiration. The disciple and daughter he taught were not far behind. Smiling, he said, Miss Lin, there's no need to apologize to me. It's just a misunderstanding. I was also thinking about Xiaohao's health. My words were a bit over the top. I hope you won't take it personally. Lin Wanyi is still the first time to be called a quack. Simply to her this kind of, in line with the purpose of saving lives and helping the injured, as a great insult to the doctor. Hard to get over it, cold snort, and did not appreciate the situation. Chen Yu was dumbfounded, helplessly shook his head. A momentary mouth. This beautiful doctor was offended. The doctors and male and female patients present have issued disdainful voices. Dare to bully the kind-hearted Ms. Lin, brat, don't want us to give you a good face. Chapter 32, looking for Miss Sister to seek medical treatment. After removing the silver needles from Xiaohao, Chen Yu and Auntie Tang thanked him again and again and left with Xiaohao in their arms. Lin Wanyi said somewhat angrily, Dad, why are you helping outsiders? Lin Yuanshan said with a straight face, what's an outsider? A mistake is a mistake. It's lucky that you didn't stab that little kid's Jianli point, or else something big is going to happen. When I taught you the knowledge of anus and intestines, you were too dirty to learn. All day long. How is it? Being caught in the wrong, right? Lin Wanyi felt a burst of shame. Her father was right. If she had been a little more serious about learning anal intestinal knowledge, she wouldn't have been unable to tell the difference between abdominal flatulence and intestinal obstruction. The problem was, at that time, a young girl in her prime was forced by a white-bearded old man to memorize all sorts of rotten anal and intestinal shapes all day long. The picture was intolerable. Who would want to learn? Lin Yuanshan added in a serious tone. This young man named Shen Yu, relying on his eyes alone, diagnosed the little boy's condition, showing that his looking and smelling skills are far above yours. You have to work hard not to be surpassed. What? How can he be so powerful? Lin Wanyi was shocked. She was a proud daughter of the sky. Her heart was high in her bones. She said that she couldn't be surpassed by a nameless boy. Starting from this evening, she will seriously study the knowledge of anus and intestines, and will make sure to make up for her own shortcomings. Lin Yuanshan's mouth corners show old fox-like smile. As the saying goes, no daughter is not like father. He knows very well that his baby daughter's surface calmness of mind, but in the bones of the arrogant very. Just borrow Chen Yu stimulate her, so that her medical skills to further. On the other hand, Chen Yu held Xiaohao, listening to Auntie Tang's nagging reproach all the way back to the orphanage. Seeing that Xiaohao was back, his condition under control and not crying, the children all gathered around and pulled him to play. Auntie Deng went to busy washing dishes and cooking, while Chen Yu and Gao Dakue packed up their things and prepared to move tomorrow. Turning to the next morning, Chen Yu held the confused Xiaohao and once again came to Jishir Tang for a follow-up consultation. Jishir Tang had just opened its doors. Because it was still early, there were no patients for the time being. The medical staff of the pharmacy was busy, some cleaning, some checking the medicines. welcoming today's patients. When they saw Chen Yu coming to the door, each of them showed disdain, emitting a cold snort from their noses and ignoring them. Chen Yu secretly laughed bitterly. It seemed that he had offended Lin Wanyi, and was considered to have offended the entire Jishir Tang, even the doctors with their patients. He scanned around and found a pretty young girl sitting at the counter, holding a copy of the famous Jin Yuan period medical doctor, Li Dong Yuan, authored the treatise on the spleen and stomach, and reading it with great interest. Lin Wanyi, 25 years old, graduated from Ninghai Medical University, the youngest daughter of the divine Dr. Lin Yuan Shan. If it wasn't for the information floating in his mind, Chen Yu wouldn't even dare to recognize that this beautiful woman was actually the female doctor who had quarreled with him yesterday. From start to finish, Lin Wanyi was wearing a mask, and at that time, the angry Chen Yu also maliciously guessed that this woman must have been strangely ugly and full of pockmarks, which was why she did not dare to show her true face. But I did not expect. She looks outstanding. Her features are exquisite as impeccable works of art. Long black hair tied into a capable ponytail, fair skin than snow can be broken, a pair of clear as water eyes, fascinating heart. Her temperament was offbeat, with a bit of unearthly spirituality, as if a holy white angel, quietly reading a book, was as beautiful as a picture scroll, pleasing to the eye, so that people could not bear to disturb. I'm looking for the young lady from yesterday to see the doctor, Xiao Hao shouted childishly. Lin Wanyi was startled. The beauty of the show was broken. Looking up and seeing that it was Chen Yu, anger immediately surfaced on her flawless pretty face. Humph! She was obviously still in a state of residual anger as she heavily closed her book and got up to leave. Dr. Lin, please stay. I was wrong yesterday. I was also thinking about Xiao Hao's health. Chen Yu hurriedly called out, pointing at Xiao Hao. Divine Dr. Lin asked us to repeat the consultation. There is no need to bother his old man with such a small matter. Please help Dr. Lin. For the sake of the innocent Xiao Hao. Lin Wanyi stops and glares at Chen Yu, coldly saying, I'm not a quack. Do you trust me now? Misunderstanding. I was tongue-tied for a moment and misjudged you. Please forgive me, Chen Yu said with some embarrassment. Lin Wanyi snorted coldly. Out of her responsibility as a doctor, she still let Chen Yu put Xiao Hao on the hospital bed, lifted her clothes and exposed her little belly for acupuncture treatment. Because of the knowledge of Xiao Hao's disease, symptomatic application of needle for Lin Wanyi without difficulty. The demeanor of focus and serious, under the needle and stable and accurate. Chen Yu, in order to save the unconscious Zhou mother, recently at night has been studying acupuncture. From Lin Wanyi's technique, as well as accurately hit the acupoints, can be seen that there are indeed two skills. Is not a quack. Xiao Hao released a few gas bombs and got much better again. Chen Yu was bursting with joy and thanked Dr. Lin. Thank you for saving little Hao regardless of the past. In order to make up for yesterday's mistake, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. After seeing Lin Yuanshan's medical skills, Chen Yu felt that he should get on good terms with the father and daughter, learn some acupuncture techniques from them, and save Zhou's mother early. He had a pair of magical eyes. He could see any disease and knew how to treat it. Only he could not treat it with his own hands, so he could only be anxious. Self-study acupuncture. Progress is really slow. If there is an old doctor on the side to point out one or two, he believes that he can certainly get twice the result with half the effort, and wake up Mom Zhou as soon as possible. However, Chen Yu's words of inviting her to dinner fell on Lin Wanyi's ears but turned sour, coldly refusing. I don't have time. Yesterday, when she was wearing a mask, Chen Yu was mean to her. But today, when she revealed her original appearance, her attitude turned 180 degrees and invited herself to dinner. So she must have gotten horny. Previously, when she did not cover her face to sit in the clinic, the business of Jishir Tang was very hot every day. There were always some young men who did not have any disease and shouted in pain to make trouble, taking the opportunity to accost and scratch in the name of seeing a doctor, causing her a great deal of trouble. That's why during her work, she would wear a mask to cover her face and eliminate those crazy bees and butterflies. Just at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from in front of the door of the Jishir Tang. A Range Rover, creaking, stopped at the door. From above came down a middle-aged man, anxiously shouted, Lin, old miracle doctor in well. I'm the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Su Minghui. There is a serious illness, please ask him to save the cure. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyi hurriedly put on her mask and greeted her, saying, I'm sorry Director Su, my father has retired from acupuncture and no longer treats people. If you have any persistent illnesses, you can tell me and my brothers. We are all deeply blessed by my father's true teachings. Su Minghui was sweating anxiously and lamented. In that case, please take a look at my canine son's strange disease. Can it still be saved? Saying that, under the clear sky and white sun, he unexpectedly took out a large black parasol from the car, then opened the back seat of the car and let out a slim young man who was wrapped tightly. Chapter 33 Strange Patient. The man was covered in black clothes and pants, long leather boots, wearing a duck tongue cap, with a black mask over his face. Even his eyes, which should be exposed, were covered by large sunglasses. In short, his whole body did not have a skin exposed outside. Can be based on the body type to see as a young man. Has been really not easy. Su Minghui held the parasol, led his son into the clinic, and made a request. Ms. Lin, is there a compartment without windows on all sides that can't see the sunlight? Let's go inside and talk. Lin Wanyi was confused. There is still a strange disease in the world that is allergic to sunlight? However, she still did as she was told and opened the cubicle that was specially used for treating male speech and brought Su Minghui father and son in to check their condition. Meanwhile, Chen Yu finished paying the medical bills and was about to leave. Xiao Hao poked him and innocently asked, "That big brother is wearing such thick clothes. Isn't he hot? Where does a little kid have so many problems? Just take care of your own body." Chen Yu was unimpressed and casually swept his eyes. He thought that with old divine Dr. Lin around, the people who came would get better with a set of divine needles no matter what kind of strange disease they had, so there was no need for him to be salty about carrots and carrots. However, after just glancing at the significantly thin youth, Chen Yu violently shuddered and stopped in his tracks. He placed Xiao Hao down, shaking his head incredulously and muttering to himself, "How is it possible that there is actually such a strange disease in the world?" According to the information tip read, the youth's name was Su Menglong, the only son of Su Minghui, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, and the first grandson of the Su family, an antique family. What made Chen Yu curious was that Su Menglong was suffering from one of the top 10 rare diseases in the world, porphyria, commonly known as vampirism. Suffering from this disease, he is most afraid of sunlight exposure and can only often live in darker places. The National Health Commission and other 5 departments jointly developed the first batch of rare disease catalog. Porphyria was included in it. Turning his thoughts, Chen Yu decided not to go. No matter what, he had to stay and watch. This strange disease, Lin Wanyi should not be able to cure it, but the old divine Dr. Lin Yuanshan might be able to save it. Being able to witness the encounter between the divine doctor and the strange disease would definitely benefit Chen Yu, who was eager to improve his medical skills. Chen Yu walked forward and was pondering on what method to use to enter and take a look when a sudden cry of alarm came from the cubicle. As if she had seen a ghost, Lin Wanyi hurriedly ran out and collided with Chen Yu outside the door. The hair brushed the tip of his nose, the ghostly aroma of his nose, tantalizing his heart, the softness of his petite body, the close proximity of the intimate contact, allowing him to have a brief few seconds of enjoyment. Lin Wanyi's face was full of panic. She couldn't care less about scolding Chen Yu for being a rogue. After breaking free, she flew towards the backyard, calling out, "Dad, come out and take a look. There's a strange patient in the medicine hall." Su Minghui did not blame Lin Wanyi for not even having this mental quality as a doctor, as he had long gotten used to it, and with a sigh, he reclosed the door of the dimly lit cubicle room, taking advantage of the gap between closing the door. Chen Yu's gaze was like electricity, aiming at Su Menglong who was dodging the light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder Lin Wanyi would be so frightened that she lost her voice. Bold as Chen Yu, seeing the true face of Su Menglong who had taken off his mask, he could not help but let out a cry of shock, his heart rising and falling violently. Su Menglong's skin was ghastly white, as if there wasn't a single drop of blood in his body. His face appeared puffy in some places, and his spirit was depressed, very scary, as if he was a drug addict living in the darkness. Not much time had passed. Lin Yuanshan brought the slightly stunned Lin Wanyi and walked quickly into the medicine hall. "Greeting, apprentices. All come over and join me in the joint diagnosis." In the medical world, once a relatively rare and strange disease was encountered, the teacher would gather his students to observe, to grow their eyes and experience, and incidentally teach the treatment method on the spot. Several middle-aged doctors put down their hands and all gathered around. Chen Yu had a thought and sincerely pleaded, "Divine Dr. Lin, I also want to grow my eyesight, so please let me tag along and take a look inside?" Lin Wanyi had already gotten rid of her panic and looked at Chen Yu unhappily, sulking. "You are not a doctor of Ji Shi Tang. What qualifications do you have to observe our patients?" The middle-aged doctors beside him also helped. "That's right, who knows what tricks you scoundrels want to play again? Your body is sterilized. Letting you go in is irresponsible to the patients." Chen Yu smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything. Their opinions are not important. Lin Yuanshan is the real decisive figure. Old divine Dr. Lin briefly thought for a few seconds and nodded his head. "All right, you can follow in as well." He knew that Chen Yu's looking and smelling skills were very impressive, and allowing such a young man to open up his eyes would be considered his own small contribution to the medical world. Chen Yu thanked him profusely and entrusted Xiao Hao to the doctor in charge of guarding the medicine hall, and was the last one to walk in. The door to the room was closed, leaving only a dim light illuminating the room. Originally the electric light was quite bright. In order to prevent his son from being exposed to the bright light, Su Minghui purposely pasted a layer of paper on the light. All the doctors who came in, including Lin Yuanshan, gathered their eyes on Su Menglong. Most of them had only heard of porphyria, and it was the first time they had seen a real patient. Su Menglong was afraid of even the dusklight. His entire body curled up in the corner of the hospital bed, as if he was a frightened and helpless child. When Su Minghui saw Lin Yuanshan, he was like seeing a savior, begging, "Old divine Dr. Lin, please save my son. As long as I can let him live like a normal person, I'll agree to any conditions." After all, the old divine doctor had seen the world, and after a brief moment of surprise, he quickly returned to normal, frowning as he asked, "Mr. Su, aside from not being able to see the light, what other symptoms does your son have, and how was it caused?" Su Minghui let out a heavy lament and replied, "Menglong was originally a lively and cheerful child, and half a year ago, he suddenly came down with this strange disease. At first, his skin was pale, he lost his appetite, and had vomiting and diarrhea. Originally thinking that it was a lack of blood, I got a doctor to prescribe him a few pairs of medicines to replenish qi and blood. After a period of conditioning, not only did it not get better, but it got worse, and he began to fear bright lights. He could only stay at home all day, not daring to go out, and his whole person became irritable and not talkative, sleeping during the day and walking around only at night. In the latter months, his image changed drastically and he became what he is today. Along with it, his anemia has increased extremely, and the medicine has long since failed to work, so he must go to the hospital for regular blood transfusions, and if he doesn't have a blood transfusion he will." "How?" Lin Yuanshan's eldest disciple, the white-haired Wang Hanlin, asked after him. Su Minghui replied disheveledly, "Without a blood transfusion, he will show a strong desire for blood, and in severe cases, he will bite." At these words, the crowd could not help but look at the two deep teeth marks on Su Minghui's arm and sucked in a breath of cool air. Drinking blood, could it be the same as the legendary vampire? Chapter 34, I Have a Cure. Asking about the situation, Lin Yuanshan stretched out his hand and put it on Su Menglong's pulse. The doctors present, however, became very nervous. They were all Lin Yuanshan's disciples, afraid that Su Menglong would commit an offense and bite his master. Although Su Menglong looked horrible, he was conscious and did not act aggressively, acting timid and nervous. After taking his pulse, Lin Yuanshan pondered for a long time and summarized. Prince Su is suffering from porphyria. His pulse is weak, his body is cold, he is severely ischemic, his skin is abnormal and suffers from inflammatory blisters, abnormal digestive function, gastrointestinal discomfort, mental anxiety, depression, irritability, and neurotransmitter secretion disorders. Su Minghui looked as if he had seen hope, nodding his head repeatedly. "What the old divine doctor said is not bad at all. The symptoms are all correct. Do you have any methods that can cure your canine son? I am willing to pay any price." Director Su, Lin Mao's life is based on treating the sick and saving people, and I will definitely go all out for the illnesses that I can treat. Only, Lin Yuanshan stroked his beard and said with an embarrassed look, "I'm ashamed to say that I've lived for 76 years and I'm presuming to call myself a miracle doctor. And including Mr. Su, I've only seen 2 porphyria patients in my life, and there's no cure for it. I can only prescribe a few Chinese medicines to alleviate Mr. Su's condition." When he was in his middle age, he had seen a porphyria patient, but he didn't know how to save him, and after trying various methods to no avail, he could only watch that patient die, because this disease was extremely rare. Lin Yuanshan never encountered it again after that, and even if he wanted to research a cure, no patient cooperated. This has become a piece of his heart disease. Did not expect to meet another today, still unable to do anything. The heart is very bad. The 5-yang divine needle that he was famous for, although it claimed to be able to bring the dead back to life, but there was a prerequisite that needed to be clear about the other person's condition and know where to place the needle. However, Su Menglong's illness not only looked bizarre, but also suffered from multiple complications: blood, mental, digestive, and skin, all combined together, making it even more difficult to cure. Lin Yuanshan wasn't the kind of doctor who would give needles indiscriminately just to keep his name as a miracle doctor, and in the end casually coped with the statement that he had done his best and had no medical ethics, so he couldn't cure him, and he was honest about it. As soon as he finished his words, the entire room was shocked, even more shocked than when they first saw Su Menglong's appalling appearance. To Lin Wan Yi and the disciples, Lin Yuanshan was a medical god in their hearts. There was nothing he didn't know, and there was no stubborn disease he couldn't cure. But today, his old man had also encountered a difficult problem that felt unimaginable. Senior disciple Wang Hanlin excused himself. Porphyria is rare in the world. It was included by the state as the first catalog of rare diseases. It is estimated that the entire medical world does not have a cure, and it makes sense that Master, his old man, cannot be cured. Senior brother is right. There are countless thousands of strange diseases in the world. Many of them have no cure. I can't blame my father. Lin Wanyi also said in relief. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand and sighed longingly. There is no need to comfort me. Not being able to cure is not being able to cure. Old me is ashamed. Chun Yu, who had been silently observing, secretly gave a thumbs up, praising the old divine doctor for really having an outstanding character. Even though he might have smashed his own signboard, he still dared to admit it. Unlike those quacks, who had to pretend to understand even if they did not, fooling the patients. At the same time, he was also shocked that a disease that the divine doctor was unable to do anything about. He himself had learned the condition and treatment method with just a glance. Previously, Chen Yu merely knew that the wisdom eye that peers into the information of all things was very powerful, but now in comparison, he realized that it was powerful to such an extent. He also completely recognized that the divine doctor's life of hard learning, not as good as his own glimpse, as long as a look. All the hidden secrets of the world are nothing to hide. Su Minghui had despaired, hugging Su Menglong and weeping. I don't know how many cultural relics I have protected in my life, and I have made countless contributions to the country, but as a result, I have to suffer the pain of losing my son. The world has no eyes, and the heavens are unjust. His crying was full of mourning and despair. Everyone present could not help but be moved by it. In fact, Su Minghui with his son has been to a number of major hospitals, mainly Western medicine, are at their wits' end. He thought that Chinese medicine could still have a ray of hope, but it turned out that even a godly doctor like Lin Lao couldn't cure him, causing him to completely despair. Lin Wanyi also had some reddened eyes and softly comforted. Director Su, please don't despair. Although my father can't be cured, there are still a lot of famous doctors under the sky. Perhaps they have a solution. MS. Lin is right. We can't give up hope. I know about porphyria and have seen treatments, so we might as well give it a try. Chun Yu looked at Su Minghui's grief-stricken appearance and became compassionate. Since he was able to discern a cure, he could not just sit back and witness the white hair being sent to the black hair. At these words, Lin Yuanshan's disciples were first stunned for a while, and then looked at Chun Yu with eyes filled with anger. A disease that even my master can't cure. You dare to say that you know about it. It's really ridiculous. Not afraid of being laughed out of the room, Wang Hanlin was the first to step forward and angrily rebuked. I remember you, kid. Yesterday you admitted in public that you didn't learn medical skills, and you still dare to come to woo and deceive. Disgusting. Hurry up and get out. Otherwise don't blame us for calling the police. How old are you? When we studied medicine, you were not even born yet. Also dare to speak loudly. Want to be shameless. The other doctors also shouted angrily. Chen Yu's bragging words were simply hitting Lin Yuanshan's face in front of him, trying to step on his master's divine doctor's name to get to the top. How could they not be angry? Lin Wanyi was also furious, daring to show off in front of her father, really playing with a big sword in front of Guangong, not measuring himself. This point alone made her impression of Chen Yu poor to the extreme, coldly snorting in disdain, not even bothering to pay attention to this kind of jumping clown. Although Su Minghui was heartbroken, he hadn't lost his mind and was also filled with distrust towards Chen Yu. He had seen too many of these big talkers and mouth breathers, and being so young, he could not do anything with a hairless mouth. All shut up. Lin Yuanshan stopped the crowd from chortling and calmly inquired. Young man, what treatment do you know and where did you see it? Tell us? Chen Yu gratefully glanced at the old divine doctor. It was still the old man who was sensible. He could not expose his supernormal ability, otherwise he would have to be dragged as a guinea pig to study it. Turning his thoughts, he said, I have seen it in a tattered ancient book. Tattered ancient book? Don't even know the name? Also dare to make up nonsense. Human life is at stake. Can you afford the responsibility? Wang Hanlin despised. The doctors also chimed in, once again swarming against Chen Yu. They all felt that he was unreliable and must defend his master's reputation. Whether you guys believe it or not, I have indeed seen it. Acupuncture plus medication. Please also ask old divine Dr. Lin to cooperate with me in applying the needles. If it is ineffective, I'd rather lose one life for another. There are still 3 fire breaths in a clayman. Chen Yu really can't stand to see being looked down upon by these lesser-seen doctors, and said firmly, with a firm gaze. Chapter 35, stepping on the old divine doctor's name to get to the top. Looking at Chen Yu's resolute gaze and uttering the words of one life for one life, the powerful confidence that flowed between his words was mesmerizing. This is said with backbone. How to do acupuncture. I am willing to cooperate. Lin Yuanshan was already 76 years old, an old man. From Chen Yu's expression and demeanor, he could not see the slightest hint of hypocrisy. With his experience in reading people, he could not see that Chen Yu had the slightest sign of lying, and was not a believer, and chose to believe in Chen Yu. And if it was really effective, it would make up for his years of regret. Wang Hanlin hurriedly dissuaded. Master, you can't listen to his credulous words. In case there is any accident, Your old name. Lin Yuanshan interrupted unhappily and said righteously. I practice medicine only to save lives. What's the use of wanting a false name? I have warned you countless times not to covet false fame, but to have a heart to help the world, regardless of how great your achievements are. You must not forget your beginnings. Have you forgotten? A few reprimands from the old master. These disciples of his didn't dare to speak again, and they all cast angry glances at Chunyu. It was all because of this kid's flowery words that made the master fall for it. If the treatment was ineffective and caused the master's reputation to be tarnished, this brat would definitely not be spared. Lin Wan-yi, however, was in awe. She was also afraid that her old father's reputation would be damaged, but the old master's words were like the morning bell ringing in her heart, reminding her of her old father's wise teachings. It was precisely because the old master did not seek fame and fortune that he was respected by millions of people and had the prestige and reputation he had today. Chunyu was even more impressed and said respectfully, Old divine Dr. Lin, I guarantee with my life that the method I mentioned is absolutely effective, and I guarantee that it will not tarnish your reputation. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand smilingly and looked at Su Minghui's father and son, inquiring, Director Su, I wonder if you would be willing to take your son for a test. I've studied acupuncture for my entire life, so whether little Chen is right or not, I won't let anything happen to your son. Su Minghui trusted Lin Yuanshan's medical skills. Acupuncture was just sticking acupoints. If any of the acupoints were in danger, just don't stick them, and his son's life wouldn't be in danger. Even though he couldn't trust Yu 120 times, he didn't want to give up when there was a ray of hope. I am willing to try. Looking at the gaze cast by his father, Su Menglong, who had been silent all along, also spoke up, his voice hoarse. Instead of lingering and living a life where I can't even see the sun, I'd rather die, so feel free to try. Su Menglong had been tortured enough since he had gotten the strange disease, living a life that was inhuman and unearthly, and had even moved to lighten his life. He wanted to die, so why would he be afraid to try the treatment? With the consent of Su Minghui's father and son, Lin Yuanshan pulled out the needle box from his body, which had been with him all his life. Even though he claimed to have retired from public life, he still kept the needle with him. The needle box opened, revealing 25 silver needles inside. 25 needles. Take the number of 5. 5 needles for a group, corresponding to the 5 yang, namely the heart, lungs, spleen, liver and kidney. All 25 needles were used, claiming to be able to change life against the heavens and bring the dead back to life. Su Minghui personally took off his son's shirt, revealing his miserable white and skinny body. Su Menglong lay on the bed, closing his eyes and waiting for the verdict of fate. With everything in place, Chen Yu's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, the first needle, the 100 meetings point on the top of the head, stabbed diagonally downward at an angle of 30 degrees for 1.5 inches. Although Lin Yuanshan was old, he was usually well conditioned. His ears were not deaf and his eyes were not blurred, and he placed the needle steadily, without bias, and instilled the Taoist internal energy. Second needle, Feng Qi point at the back of the head. Use the twisting and scraping needle technique. Stab straight for half an inch. Leave the needle for 5 minutes. Third needle, Tian Ding point on the side of the throat. Stab routinely. Do not leave the needle in. Fourth needle, Shenzong point on the top of the chest. Based on the information prompted in his mind, Shen Yu followed a combination of acupuncture points that had never been seen before in the history of Chinese medicine, commanding Lin Yuanshan to needle Su Menglong's major points around his body from top to bottom. Even though Lin Yuanshan doubted whether this brand new combination of acupuncture points could work, but now that the arrow was on the string, he had no energy to question it, and could only use all his strength to hope for a miracle to happen. His 5 young divine needle needed to be complemented by the Taoist internal energy, which was transmitted into his body through the silver needle and used to stimulate the acupoints, which was a huge loss. Not long after, Lin Yuanshan's forehead was sweating, and his hand holding the needle was slightly trembling, but he was trying his best to keep it steady, and with all his might, he was only able to stick 17 needles on Su Menglong's body. At the same time, when Chen Yu said the 18th acupuncture point, Lin Yuanshan would pull out the silver needle in the forefront, and then apply the needle, and when he needed to keep the needle, he hurriedly grabbed it to recover. If the power is not enough, but still want to force a breakthrough to make the 18th needle, Lin Yuanshan will suffer the backlash. Light will be seriously injured, heavy will be killed. Lin Wanyi was very clear about this secret of her old father, her palms sweating with worry and her face tense. Everyone held their breath as they watched, and the room fell into silence. Only Chen Yu commanded with a serious face, and time passed by the minute. Nearly an hour later, Chen Yu raised his voice and said, the last shot, the foot Yongquan point, raise it for 5 minutes before pulling it out. As if he saw the light of victory, Lin Yuanshan clenched his teeth and stabbed at the Yongquan point. After stabbing it, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes went black and he nearly fell. Lin Wanyi, who was guarding the side, was prepared for this and hurriedly supported him. Lin Yuanshan said breathlessly, "It's not a problem, I just ran out of energy. I'm old and useless. Little friend Shen Yu, has it worked?" Only to see Su Menglong's previously bleak and oozing skin had some more blood color. His spirit had also recovered a lot, and his overall improvement was quite good. The effect was obvious for all to see. Shen Yu gazed at Su Menglong, reading the information, and said happily, "There is an upturn, renewing his life for at least half a year. If you want a complete cure, you need to work with medication, and you must find the most crucial blood Ganoderma." Lin Yuanshan put his life on the line, exerting Taoist internal force and the 5-yuan divine needle, performing acupuncture and repairing most of Su Menglong's bodily functions from the inside out. The mental, digestive, and blood symptoms caused by the porphyria would not be troubling Su Menglong in a short period of time. There was only one thing: the root cause of the porphyria, the hemoglobin synthesis disorder, must be reversed by taking the blood lingji with the aid of acupuncture. Lin Yuanshan, despite his disembodied strength, tremblingly stretched out his hand and rested it on Su Menglong's pulse. After a few moments of diagnosis, an excited smile appeared on his face, happy as a child. "It works, it really works. The heartbeat has become strong. Renewing his life for half a year is not a lie. I've finally found a cure for porphyria." No one doubted the old divine doctor's diagnosis. The eyes of the crowd of doctors beside him looking at Shen Yu were filled with shock. How many famous doctors were unable to do anything about the porphyria disease? But a brat said that he had found a cure. How could this be possible? If word spreads out, Shen Yu will step on the old divine doctor's name and rise to the top, with an unlimited future. Su Minghui was so excited that he was in tears. If not for the silver needles on his son's body, he would have pounced on him, turned around and grabbed Shen Yu's hand tightly, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Little divine doctor, thank you so much. You are the benefactor of our Su family. No matter what payment you want, I promise. Say it, what do you want?" Chapter 36, Exchange Conditions. Lin Wani was surprised and looked at Shen Yu with a different look in her eyes. She didn't expect his method to really work, and how did he accurately memorize so many acupoints? Yesterday, her old father had said that Shen Yu surpassed her in the power of looking and smelling, and she was still unconvinced. As a result, Shen Yu surpassed even her father. Facing Su Minghui's gratitude, Shen Yu smiled blandly and said, "I just happen to know how porphyria can be cured. In fact, I didn't help much. The one who labored is old divine Dr. Lin. You should be thanking him." Su Minghui froze at his words, his heart ashamed. Not long ago, he had misunderstood that Shen Yu had made a fuss and was actually trying to climb the high branches of the Su family, but it turned out that the person did not even ask for anything in return, which made him even more grateful. "If it wasn't for you providing a cure, my son wouldn't have been able to see the hope of a cure. A great favor is not to be thanked. This favor, I, Mr. Su, will remember it in my heart. In the future, if there is any need for me to help, feel free to speak up." At this time but a discordant voice rang out. Wang Hanlin interjected, "Director Su, please forgive me. Even if the blood Ganoderma is helpful to Mr. Su's condition, it is hard to find in the world because the blood Ganoderma is already extinct." Wang Hanlin had always been prejudiced against Shen Yu, not wanting to be robbed of his master's limelight by Shen Yu, and even felt that Shen Yu's utterance of extinct herbs was purely his own fabrication, and had to be debunked. What blood lingji is extinct? Hearing this, Su Minghui was struck by lightning, his mood instantly falling from the peak of excitement to the bottom. But then, his gaze became extraordinarily resolute. Even if he traveled all over the world, he must find the blood Ganoderma and save Su Menglong. The Su family was a true antique family, powerful and with countless amounts of money. He believed that by smashing down the money, even if he couldn't find the extinct blood Ganoderma, he would be able to find a substitute. And then, his gaze landed on Lin Yuanshan, and he respectfully said, "Thank you for saving my life. In the future, I will still have to trouble the old divine doctor to continue the acupuncture treatment for my son, and I will have a generous consultation fee to offer." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand and said weakly, "Mr. Su has not yet been cured. I don't get paid for what I don't deserve, so it's not too late to thank me when he's cured." He cured patients for a fair price, but compared to the consultation fee, he cared more about the sense of accomplishment of conquering difficult diseases. It was not easy for him to meet another porphyria patient, and he had found the acupuncture method. He must study and research it properly. Su Menglong also dressed up, full of gratitude to Lin Yuanshan, and Shen Yu again and again thanked, wrapped tightly, followed Su Minghui to leave. His illness had improved, but he wasn't cured and was still afraid of light. Lin Yuanshan rested for a moment and more or less eased some of his strength, looking at Shen Yu with eyes full of appreciation, smilingly asked, "Little friend Chen, are you willing to transfer the acupuncture method for treating porphyria to me?" I will pay a high price to receive it. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he turned his thoughts and replied, yes, but I have one condition. Wang Hanlin and the other doctors all showed anger, wanting to scold Chen Yu for not knowing the sky and the earth. It was his honor that his master paid to receive his acupuncture method, but he actually dared to raise a condition. What conditions do you want? Lin Wani asked before him. It's simple. Teach me authentic acupuncture, and I would like to give the acupuncture method for porphyria for free. Porphyria was rare in the world, and it was useless for Chen Yu to keep the acupuncture method, so it would be better to exchange it for some benefits and wake up Mom Zhou early. However, in the eyes of a doctor like Lin Yuanshan, who saved lives and helped people, a set of acupuncture methods for treating difficult diseases weighed more than 1,000 pieces of gold, and he did not expect that Chen Yu would only exchange it for the opportunity to learn acupuncture. At the same time, he was also very curious. Chen Yu does not know acupuncture. How do you know the treatment of porphyria? Is it really just in the ancient books? He stroked his beard and agreed with a big smile. Good, I agree to your conditions. I can let Wani teach you basic acupuncture, and when you are accomplished in your studies, I will then teach you advanced acupuncture. Lin Wani was still suspicious of Chen Yu and was very reluctant, but her old father promised, and her opposition was ineffective. Things settled. Chen Yu took Xiao Hao and said goodbye to leave. Back to the Happy House orphanage. The orphanage was in a mess. Auntie Dang and Gao Dakue were busy packing things up, and the children who knew what they were doing also followed to help. Chen Yu rushed to join in, not caring about lunch. The crowd finally packed all the things. In the afternoon, Gao Dakue called a few of his friends who worked together, rented 2 more vans, loaded all the things and moved them to the newly rented compound. The children came to the new home for the first time. They are all children, and soon put the unhappiness of leaving their home behind, and played in the yard. Looking at the spacious courtyard, the ancient houses, the environment was better than the orphanage. Auntie Deng was also very satisfied and praised Chen Yu and Gao Dakue for their ability to rent such a good place. When she inquired about the rent of the compound, Chen Yu and Gao Dakue looked at each other and smiled. The two of them had already discussed and lied about 3,000. In fact, picking up a blue flower first month daffodil cup in this mansion is equivalent to living for free for more than 20 years for free. In the evening, Auntie Tang made a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the orphanage's housewarming, and the two brothers pushed their cups together and ate and drank very happily with the children, temporarily forgetting about the worries of being kicked out of the homestead, because they were busy until very late. Chen Yu and Gao Dakue did not go, stayed in the new home to make up for the night. Early the next morning, Chen Yu, who was still sleeping, was woken up by Gao Dakue. Sleep, 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 get up, go collect rags with me. Chen Yu stretched his lazy waist and sat up, glaring at Gao Daki with displeasure. Thinking that I am a tycoon with tens of millions of dollars of total assets, and I have to collect rags. What kind of international joke is this? Gao Daki said, the residents around the orphanage will be relocated. There must be a large number of unwanted waste products. What a good opportunity to make money. Let's go and make a fortune. Don't mention any broken cups. If you don't sell it, it's worthless. You're still a pauper. Chen Yu, a burst of heart, together with this guy, is still thinking about the Narcissus cup thing. There is no way. The blue and white December flower cups are saved 3. He does not want to sell it for the time being. In order to stop the sinful thought of Gao Daki, he had to compromise and agreed. Go go go. Collect the scrap. After washing up and having breakfast, Chen Yu rode a 3-wheeler and followed behind Gao Dakue's motorcycle 3-wheeler to the old town near the orphanage. The streets are in a mess everywhere. Families are moving. People are coming and going, traveling in a hurry. Vehicles are flowing endlessly. Those who don't know think it's some kind of bazaar. Xiao Lu's fierce reputation was too loud. Surprisingly, not a single household objected. All agreed to move out within 3 days. After all, they don't want to be asleep at home. Suddenly hear a rumble. The whole family will be bulldozed into mush. Chen Yu was no longer interested in collecting scrap. He might be able to take advantage of the relocation and pick up some big leaks, which was the real purpose of his visit. Chapter 37. Another big leak. Chen Yu and Gao Dakue spent most of the morning, collected a lot of waste products. If you sell them, you can earn a small amount of money. But Chen Yu wants to pick up the leak, a piece of not encountered. Very upset. In the process, they met a lot of Joe Six under the gangsters, door to door to urge the relocation. Rude attitude, arrogant, because today is the last day. These punks threatened not to move out before 12 o'clock tonight. The demolition of Smashed to Death will not be responsible. When they met some complaining tenants, they scolded them angrily and punched and kicked them. Looking at these people, the demolition tenants are hated with gnashing teeth, cursing behind their backs, but can't afford to mess with them, so they can only swallow their anger. Passing through an old residential building, an old man with white hair, wrinkled face and stooped body to sell scrap, called out to Gao Dakue and Chen Yu. The two followed to the 4th floor. only to see the living room placed a large pile of unused rags. Things are quite a lot, but there are not a few pieces of valuable. Most of them are worthless garbage. Gao Daki frowned, turned it over with his hand, and said, "Grandpa, see you're not easy. This pile of 50. Count me as obliged to help you clean up the garbage." The old man also did not point to how much money these scraps can be sold, because of old age, lazy to clean up, nodded and said, "Okay, take it all." Gao Dakue handed over the money, greeted Chun Yu and put on gloves, picking up things that could be sold for money. Chun Yu roughly swept through, suddenly bright eyes, will be some of the living garbage peeled open, from which to find a scroll, carefully unfolded is a nearly more than a meter long, 60 centimeters wide scroll. At the same time, a string of information floated in his mind. Lotus Pond with Mandarin Ducks by Rinbonian, a painter at the end of the Qing dynasty, slightly damaged, affecting the value, valued at between $800,000 and $1 million. His heart burst with joy. This trip was not in vain. Finally let me pick up a leak. Next to Gao Dakue also came over, curious to measure a few eyes. Do not pretend to understand the comment. What is this painting? Dirty, a few broken birds and a few broken leaves, not even color, painting around all the folds, also stained with 2 grains of rice, obviously not worth money. Uncultured is really scary. Chen Yu gave Gao Dakue a glance. After all, he had picked up a few big leaks of millions of dollars. In his heart he was happy, but on the surface he kept calm and asked, "Grandpa, how much did you buy this painting?" The old man grinned to reveal no few teeth left, laughed, "Did not spend money. My partner was born from the countryside from the mother's family brought over. The painting is not worth money, hanging on the wall to see afresh. Now I'm going to move my son's house. I don't need it anymore, so I'll just treat it as garbage." "Dakue, let's hurry up and move." Chen Yu nodded and said no more, put the painting away and continued to work as if nothing had happened. There was not much time, and all the scraps that could be sold were collected and organized. The duo clapped their hands, intending to leave when Chen Yu felt his heart was too much. All the cash on his body, while the old man was not paying attention, stuffed into his clothes package. Antique. This line has iron rules. According to reason, because the eyesight is not good to be picked up, the buyer does not have to add a penny of subsidies. But Chen Yu's soft heart, think the old man is not easy to live alone, or secretly give more than $2,000, is kind to justice. Carrying the scrap downstairs, loaded on a tricycle, Gao Dakue leaned against the car, smoking brake. Chen Yu took out the Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks picture, carefully appreciate it, with the aesthetic eye observation. The artistic level of this painting immediately sublimated more than one level. Just see the 4 Mandarin ducks playing in the lotus field. The lotus leaves are as big as pots. The elegant lotus seems to emit the fragrance. The flowers, birds and fishes are blended into one, joyful and natural, rich in vitality. The white space between the brush and the brush plays the role of ventilation and sober vision, mottled and disoriented, and it is not possible to reach the state lightly unless one's skill is deep. The shape of the Mandarin ducks is ancient and vivid. The strokes are sharp, and the details are well organized and concise, showing Rinbonian's unique and superb skills everywhere. The picture is mainly ink and wash, which is why it looks dirty in the eyes of Gao Daki, who doesn't know anything about it. The edges are tattered, but it doesn't affect the overall aesthetics in the slightest. It's really a good piece of work. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yu let out a long breath. Admiring a master's work can always mesmerize people and make them forget to breathe. At this time, Gao Dakue heavily patted Chen Yu's shoulder and joked, "Take a brush and barrenly smear. I can get hundreds of paintings like this in a day. Don't look at it. Let's go." Chen Yu sighed helplessly, looked around to see that no one was paying attention, and whispered, "You know a hammer. If you can paint, you don't need to pick up rags. This is an authentic painting master's work from the late Qing dynasty, worth millions." Gao Dakue exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said disdainfully, "Flip-flop, keep flopping. What rain and dew brocade and daffodil bird feeder cup, let you touch, and now pick up a famous painting. Who do you think you are? The goddess of fortune's own son, or the god of fortune's own grandson? There's no way. We have a discerning eye, that's how it hangs." Chen Yu is a bit proud, ignoring Gao Dakue's contempt. He feels the need to popularize it with him, in case he can also meet it in the future. At least he won't miss it. Chen Yu pointed to the Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks figure, explained, "This ink painting style is clear and elegant, simple and warm. It is Rinbonian's late works." Although Rinbonian came from a poor background and didn't read much, the painting contains a lack of literary ideas and lacks a hint of extra painting. But compared to the brushwork, inking, and structure, his painting skills are richer, claiming to be among the top few of the current generation. And then look at the inscription. Rinbonian, real name Ren-yi. His painting's inscription is very characteristic. Not many words, not inscribed poetry, only right on the paragraph. Chronology, place of origin, signature and where it was made only. Secondly, after he was 38 years old, he wrote the character E in cursive script, which is also an important basis for recognizing the authenticity of his paintings. Chunyu spoke eloquently. Gao Dakue listened in awe. After Chenyu's hints and pointers and detailed explanations, in the end, even he, a big old man, realized that this painting, apart from being broken a little bit, was really one of the rare gems. He swallowed his saliva, incredibly asked, we pick up again? How much is this painting worth? Chenyu hugged his shoulders and confirmed with a smile. That's right, it's even more expensive than the ice pure jade du brocade. It can be sold for about $1 million. Not long ago, Gao Dakue was still very contemptuous of this painting, convinced that it can be sold for $1 million, hastily snatched it from Chenyu's hands, not minding at all that it was picked up from the garbage heap, cupped it up and kissed it, excitedly exclaiming, ha ha, rich, another $1 million, we want to be rich. Chenyu was shocked, hurriedly blocked his mouth, scolded, you crazy, shouting so loud for what? Cannot show wealth, no do not know? Gao Dakue's loud voice, shouting in a startled manner, immediately attracted the attention of people on the street. What have you gotten rich? Tell me. The long-haired young man who went to the orphanage and brutally notified the relocation, happened to pass by, holding a cigarette, went up and asked. Chapter 38, Evil people still need evil people to grind. Long-haired young man named Kai Koen, followed by 4 young men dressed in flowing, full of evil smiles surrounded up, staring at the scroll in the hands of Gao Dakue, obviously do not have good intentions. Gao Dakue heart sank, cursing his own complacency, a shout to provoke the Xiaolu's men, is not a good man. That painting is worth $1 million? Bring it over and let me take a look. Kai Koen had a brash face and arrogant attitude. He didn't think that a broken painting was worth $1 million, but was idling around with nothing to do, and since he met it, he took a look at it to have some fun. It's not a valuable thing. I'm talking nonsense. Gao Dakue hurriedly put the painting away. He knew that as long as he handed it out, it was equivalent to a meat bag. There is no return. Lousy wants to see your broken painting. It's your honor. If you don't give it, you have to give it. Otherwise don't blame Lousy for not being polite. Kai Koen unpleasantly scolded. This painting is really worthless. Brothers, or don't look at it. Why don't I buy each of you a box of Hibiscus King, just as a reparation? I'll go now. Gao Dakue was scornful of Xiaolu, not wanting to clash with these punks. He smiled on the surface, and under the guise of buying cigarettes, he found an excuse to bolt. Kai Koen's face sank, feeling that the more Gao Dakue was not allowed to see, the more fishy it was, not to mention that repeatedly not being allowed to see, counting down his face, making him even more irritated. He threw the cigarettes in his hand on the ground with force, and cursed in a domineering manner. Damn, I'm not going to do it until I'm forced to do it. I'm going to look at it today, so grab it for me. Followed by 4 youths immediately spread out. We'll just be ready to leave. Gao Dakue and Chenyu, surrounded in the middle. Chenyu had already looked at these people unfavorably, but they were still so horizontal, simply bullying people too much. His face sank as he took the scroll from Gao Dakue's hands and responded forcefully. This painting is mine. Why should I let you guys look at it? You don't deserve it either. Another one popped out looking for death. Whose pants door wasn't pulled tight and exposed you? Dare to play rough with me? You are still too young. Give me a beating. Teach me a hard lesson. And snatch the painting. By the way, Kai Koen already recognized that he had seen Chenyu and Gao Dakue in the orphanage, and felt that these 2 boys had no power at all, and that it would be futile to beat them, and they became even more arrogant. Although they are ostensibly demolition personnel, in reality, they are all gangsters on the road, originally rude and insolent. How can they allow 2 nobodies to be wild in front of them? The 4 gangsters next to them had a bad face, their mouths were not clean and cursing, and they made their hands one after another. Since tall Dakue's stout figure was not too good to deal with, they decisively chose to swarm Chenyu, who was relatively skinny and holding a scroll, figuring that they would first knock down one and then deal with the other. Because of the forced relocation of the orphanage, did not get any compensation, Chenyu's heart is holding a fire, nowhere to vent, just when someone to the door, but also happens to be Xiaolu under the lapdog. Of course, will not be polite. His eyes flashed, keenly capturing the attacking movements of the 4, lightly avoiding them, while tucking the scroll in his back, freeing up his hands to return fire. Although Chenyu's hands were ordinary, but with the assistance of his eye powers, he predicted the trajectory of the enemy's strikes and dodged in advance, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he repelled all the 4 people who had surrounded him. Actually dare to fight back, really live impatiently. Kai Koen did not expect Chenyu to have 2 tricks up his sleeve. Being surrounded by 4 people and still having the upper hand, he also joined the fray. Chenyu with 1 against 5. Not afraid, waving his fists to meet. Against these ruffians, reasoning is useless, only stronger and more ruthless than them. Numb, moving my brother, looking for death. Gao Dakue was like a brother to Chenyu. How could he watch Chenyu being beaten? Coldly stepped in, raised his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it at two of the gangsters. With Gao Dakue's help, Chenyu fought more easily. A broken foot, put down one. Another punch will be a punk's nose broken. Turn the eye only left Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan was secretly surprised. If he couldn't beat 2 out of 5, he couldn't save face. His eyes revealed a sinister color, and he made a cruel move, swinging his fist, viciously hitting Chenyu's head. Chenyu quickly side head, seemingly thrilling to avoid. In fact, are in his control. At the same time, with all the strength of a punch, hit Kai Kuan's abdomen. Kai Kuan screamed miserably. His body could not help but bend down. Chenyu took the opportunity to grab his long hair, his knee raised, and even hit a few times, and then another kick, kicking Kai Kuan over, falling on his back. Gao Dakue, relying on his strong physique and strength, knocked the other 2 gangsters to the ground as well. This fight also attracted the onlookers from the nearby demolition households, and each of them felt great joy and waved their hands to express their happiness. The scroll is here. Do you guys still want to see it? Chenyu held up the scroll. His tone was extremely mocking, using practical action to tell Gao Dakue that it is useless to tolerate. The wicked still need to grind the wicked. No more looking. We are wrong. One of the skinny youths replied in a trembling voice. Spineless thing. Shut up. Kai Kuan cursed angrily, struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said viciously, don't leave if you have the ability. Master 6 is nearby. When he comes over, he'll make you all look good. Get lost, no matter who comes. It's useless. Chenyu spoke coldly, despising these dregs of society from the bottom of his heart. The 5 gangsters helped each other and fled, going to find Xiao Lu, who was supervising the relocation in the neighborhood, to complain. Gao Dakue nervously said, if Xiao Lu really comes, there is no good fruit for us to eat. Quickly go. Chenyu shook his head and laughed coldly. We are doing the right thing. What is there to be afraid of? Let him come as he pleases. It's just that I would like to meet him and get more compensation for the demolition. Gao Dakue couldn't help but be stunned, and persuaded, you're silly. Right, Xiao Lu has a lot of people. It's not something we can afford to mess with. However, no matter how Gao Dakue persuade, Chenyu still not go. He tolerated once, did not keep the orphanage, has sworn in his heart to be like a man, to stand up to the sky, can no longer be allowed to be bullied and humiliated. Time is not great. The front and back of the Zhou 6, with a vote of manpower, arrived aggressively, surrounded by the demolition of households such as avoiding snakes and scorpions, hiding. Xiao Lu was usually rampant and overbearing, and after cooperating with the Song family, he is even more emboldened. Surrounded by dozens of people, Chenyu was undaunted, holding his head high and coldly glaring at Xiao Lu. Gao Dakue's face was unusually ugly. 4 or 5 scumbags could still be dealt with, but facing 20 or 30 people was like looking for death. Not to mention that Xiao Lu personally led the team. The 2 of them were not beaten half to death. Today's matter can never be good. Gao Dakue extruded a trace of a smile. Compensating, 6 masters came. In fact, is a misunderstanding that a few brothers of the medical expenses, all by us responsible for the small matter, will not bother you to go out. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You just weren't quite crazy. Have the balls not to wimp out. Kai Kuan stood in the side of Xiao 6. Fox fake tiger. Turn eyes like 3 grandchildren. Nodded and wasted to move the right and wrong, said. 6 master. They have a pair of famous paintings worth millions of dollars. We just want to borrow it to enjoy watching. They not only do not let, but also hands sneak attack. Disrespect to you. Malicious insults. Must be taught a good lesson. Xiao Lu gave a heavy cold snort and asked expressionlessly, where is the painting? Chapter 39, Better to be broken than to be broken. If the ancient painting was targeted by Xiao Lu, $1 million would definitely not be kept. Gao Dakue revealed a smile that was worse than tears. A very common broken painting is just, it's not worth $10. It can't enter Master 6's eyes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You also yelled before that painting is worth $1 million. In the hands of that kid. Kai Kuan glared and cursed angrily, pointing at Chenyu. Chenyu knew that he couldn't hide it and took out the Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks painting and said stiffly, this is my stuff. You guys are not qualified to look at it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In front of Master 6 you still dare to be wild. You really don't know how to live. You simply don't put Master 6 in your eyes. Kai Kuan completely interpreted what it meant to be a lapdog. Jumping to his feet and cursing angrily. Xiao Lu didn't seem to be angry, playfully sneering. You kid has some guts, but you're using your ability in the wrong place. In front of me it's a dog. All have to pin their tails up. Also dare to injure my brother. Hand over that painting as compensation. and it will also allow you to suffer less physical pain. The Song family's old man was celebrating his birthday, and Xiao Lu had to show something in order to solidify his relationship with the Song family, but he wasn't willing to hemorrhage money, and the old master couldn't see anything cheap. It just so happened that a famous painting worth millions of dollars solved this problem for him. He was still unsure of the authenticity of the famous painting though, so he would get it first. Chen Yu shot back tit for tat. Under your hand. You are only worthy of raising a few dogs with their tails between their legs. The dog bit the man first. Who am I to compensate? This sentence to Xiao Lu's men all scolded in. The presence of 20 or 30 punks are all full of anger. Rolled up his arms and sleeves, only waiting for Xiao Lu's order. The mouth of this rash young beaten into a cripple. Gao Dekue quietly pulled Chen Yu, signaling him to pay attention to his words, but not to be defeated. It's been a long time since a little person dared to talk to me like this. You kid is eloquent. If you dare to be wild in front of me, you will die an ugly death. Hand over the ancient painting, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and leave you a dog's life. Xiao Lu didn't put Chen Yu in his eyes at all, feeling that bringing so many people to clean up a rash young man was a waste of money. Kai Koan Fox shouted, "Dogs, quickly kowtow and apologize. Hand over the painting, spare your lives." See dozens of people rubbing their fists, immediately ready to strike. Gao Dekue anxious, whispered to persuade, "Brothers, good man, but not before the loss of life is the most important. Let's admit it. I dare to stay. I have never thought of admitting defeat." Chen Yu was not a reckless man. This kind of scene had already been foreseen. Intending to capture the thief first, his greatest reliance was still a pair of discerning eyes, able to see through the moves of regular people, and had the confidence to restrain Xiao Lu before this group of punks made their move. However, the cause of the trouble was caused by picking up millions of ancient paintings, causing suspicion and greed of Kai Koan and other punks. And if this scourge is not resolved, there will be trouble to follow. To tell you the truth, this painting is the end of the Qing dynasty painter Rinbo Nian, by the Lotus Pond Mandarin Duck's figure, really worth $1 million. Chen Yu's words, causing the scene to be in an uproar. $1 million is enough for these punks to struggle for more than 10 years. No one is not hot-eyed, and can't wait to rush up and grab it immediately. But you bunch of scum, not qualified to touch it all. The words just fell, not waiting for the punks to grab. Chen Yu made a move that was unexpected by everyone, only hearing a click sound. Chen Yu rigidly tore the Lotus Pond Mandarin Duck's picture into two halves and threw it on the ground. The dozens of people present, including Gao Daki and Xiao Lu, all sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in pity, "This is $1 million painting. Just tear it? Painting damaged. The price will be greatly reduced. Broken into two is not worth money." In order to put an end to the crowd's thoughts of snatching, even tore the painting. Good ruthless boy. Chen Yu's tone was morose as he continued, "I would rather break the jade than give it to you even if I tore it up." The corner of Xiao Lu's eyes twitched. $1 million was a lot of money even for him, but this kid was able to be so determined. Chen Yu's action was tantamount to hitting Xiao Lu's face in public, making him furious, waving his hand and commanding, "Go together, destroy him for me." More than 20 people rubbed their fists and cursed, some even looked around for a weapon. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Chen Yu copied an iron rod from the upper part of the tricycle and prepared to strike first and control Xiao Lu. "Xiao Yu, you go first, I'll put my life on the line to stall them." Just as Chen Yu was about to rush out, Gao Dekue grabbed him. Although Gao Dekue was afraid of Xiao Lu and the others, he was like a brother to Chen Yu, and knowing that today's matter could not be settled, he crossed his heart and put his life on the line. And the trouble of this matter, all because of Gao Dekue mouth a voice, exposed the value of the ancient paintings. He has a guilty conscience. Say anything cannot let Chen Yu hurt. Chen Yu secretly screamed bad food. The opportunity was fleeting, was seized by Gao Daki, lost the best time to capture Xiao Lu. However, he would not blame Gao Daki and was moved to say, "Good brother, I have my own way to get out of the trap. You go first. I'm not leaving. The big deal is to fight to the death." Gao Dekue completely went out of his way and grabbed two iron bars, seeing a battle between the many and the few was about to start. Just at this time, the crowd periphery came from a clear and bright cry, "Stop it." The voice was gentle and melodious, like a lark, but mixed with a strong anger. Chen Yu heard the voice sound familiar, raised his eyes and looked. A beautiful and charming figure appeared in the middle of the line of sight. It was actually Song Yan. She was wearing a white dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her features were exquisite and flawless. Her figure was slender and delicate, as if she was a heavenly fairy. The crowd of gangsters also subconsciously turned their heads to look, realizing that it was a great beauty like a flower, surpassing the stars. All of them lewdly and strangely laughed, their eyes showing lewd rays of light. "Stop, don't make a move yet, all get out of my way." Xiao Lu, after all, was helping the Song family. Recognizing Song Yan, hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully greeting, "Miss Song, Why are you here? Hearing that it was the Song family's miss, the surrounding gangsters panicked and converged their gazes. They all smiled and nodded their heads. Even the boss Xiao Lu had to look at the Song family's face to act, and they dared not make a move. Song Yan ignored Xiao Lu, directly through the crowd, came to Chen Yu in front of, see Chen Yu unharmed, a long sigh of relief. Not being able to help Chen Yu reach a condition to keep the orphanage, she felt guilty, thinking that today was the last day of the relocation. She purposely came to see the situation of the orphanage and ask if she needed any help. When she arrives, she realizes that the Happy House orphanage is empty, and no one answers her phone calls to Chen Yu. She asks a passerby about the orphanage, but hears that Xiao Lu is leading a fight. Song Yan knew that Xiao Lu was her cousin's lapdog, and not wanting him to tarnish the Song family's reputation, she rushed to stop it, not realizing that it was Chen Yu who was besieging. There are so many of you, bullying two people, don't you feel ashamed? Song Yan twisted her head around and questioned furiously. Thanks to the timely arrival, otherwise bloodshed was likely to occur. Chapter 40. A dog is always a dog. MS. Song, I can't be blamed. The two of them beat up my brother, refused to pay compensation, and even provoked him with their words. We're seeking justice. Xiao Lu blatantly reversed the facts, telling lies without blushing. Humph, when I am a 3-year-old child. Song Yan obviously did not believe it, and asked Chen Yu, what's going on? Tell me the truth. I won't let them oppress the good, Chen Yu roughly said once after the incident. Song Yan listened to the wide-eyed beauty, looked down at the Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's picture torn into two, exclaimed, "A million? You just tore it?" Her heart fluctuated, and her feeling towards Chen Yu once again became different. Even though his life was threatened, he was still not humble. Such a man really had a backbone. Xiao Lu, this matter, please give a reasonable explanation. Song Yan turned around and forced the question again. Her tone was calm but cold as ice. The aura of a big lady of a luxurious family was not blown out of proportion. Xiao Lu did not expect Chen Yu to actually know Song Yan, defiantly protested. The painting was torn by him. It has nothing to do with me. Your men's intention to seize the painting came first, and you don't know right from wrong, bullying the few with the many, bullying others, shouldn't you apologize? Song Yan coldly reprimanded. Chen Yu disdainfully said, just a bunch of biting dogs, I don't need their apology. Brat, who are you talking about? Xiao Lu was also scolded as a dog and became furious, hating that he could not dismantle Chen Yu on the spot. Song Yan, however, blocked in front of Chen Yu and coldly said, you still want to make a move in front of me? Have you ever put me in your eyes? Believe it or not, I will go back and report to Grandpa, so that you won't even know how you died. Xiao Lu was scolded without any temper, and snapped his mouth shut. A little girl, he is not afraid. The key is the family behind Song Yan, Ninghai City's behemoth, simply cannot afford to offend. See the boss so, around the gangsters is silent, especially in Chen Yu conflict. Kai Kuan 5 people, face are green, legs shaking like sieve chaff, the heart begging grandparents, MS. Song must not pack their own. Even Xiao 6 are difficult to protect themselves, not to mention a few of their shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not to mention how miserable the end will be. Fortunately, Song Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them, and after scolding Xiao Lu, she angrily drank. People like you will only dishonor the Song family's reputation. You don't deserve to work for the Song family. When I go back, I'll tell the elders at home to dissolve the cooperation with you. Chen Yu, let's go. After saying that, she lifted her leg and left. No one dared to stop her. Gao Dakue's eyes rolled a few times, hemmed and hawed, picked up the tattered scroll, followed Song Yan closely, pushing the tricycle out of the crowd. Xiao Lu was full of anger, but didn't dare to lash out at Song Yan, waiting for Chen Yu to pass by him. He lowered his voice and said viciously, kid, count yourself lucky today, next time without mess. Song, I'll see who can still save you. Chen Yu stopped and retorted forcefully, a dog is a dog after all, no matter how many there are, they can never be wolves. They will only bully the soft and fear the hard. Xiao Lu hated to clench his fists, eyes flashed intense killing intent. He is famous for his ruthlessness in the road. Today was actually insulted by a nobody, not killed and maimed, mixed in the road for nothing, but he is not mixed for nothing. Know what to mess with, what people cannot mess with. Right now Song Yan protects Chen Yu. If you hit Chen Yu, cannot hold Song Yan's anger, he had to temporarily tolerate. When Chen Yu and Song Yan walked away, Kai Kuan waved his fist. Indignation, 6th master, too damn bullying, raw can endure, cooked cannot endure, waiting for one day those two boys to fall alone. I will bring my brothers. Ouch, pa, words did not finish. Kai Kuan received a heavy 2 slaps. Xiao Lu's righteous finger is made of pure gold, very hard, in this guy's face to leave a blood slot. Xiao Lu was furious. If what Song Yan said was true, he would soon be kicked away by the Song family, as a dog. Without the Song family tree, his power would be greatly reduced. Originally thought to be able to get on the Song family's thighs, did not think that the good thing was a rag collector to stir up the yellow, Chen Yu's words, but also make Xiao Lu angry. He is also considered in the road, but that kid is not afraid of their own, but also dare to speak out of shame. Xiao Lu stared at the gold-shaking broken finger on his left hand, gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, dare to humiliate me, your fate will be miserable." On the other side, the three of them walked to a secluded place, and Gao Dakue handed over the Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's picture, which was torn into two, to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took a look at it, and the information in his mind prompted, Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's drawing by the late Qing dynasty painter Ren Banian, severely damaged, affecting the value, currently valued at between $30,000 and $50,000. The damage can be repaired. The repair method is, the materials needed to repair the serious breakage are. The method of repair emerged in his mind. Chen Yu was surprised and happy, except that it mentioned that the glue that specialized in repairing ancient paintings and calligraphy was basically unavailable on the market. Song Yan does not know what Chen Yu is thinking, but looking at the torn ancient paintings feel pity. A bright light in front of his eyes, said, "The dean of the School of History and Culture of our Ninghai University, Prof. Tan Yonyan is an expert in the restoration of antiquities, but also the Song family's full-time antiques consultant. I can take you to find Prof. Tan to repair. It can still be restored. $1 million can't be thrown away for nothing." Gao Dakue grinned with excitement and urged, "You guys go quickly. I'm a big old man, so I won't follow and get involved. Sell this car scrap and go home to avoid the wind." Chen Yu got the information tip that he would be able to repair the painting himself, but was too embarrassed to reject Song Yan's warm and kind intentions and nodded his head in agreement. "Alright, then I'll trouble schoolgirl Song to take me on a trip." He was an ordinary student with no gifts and no power, making it difficult for him to come into contact with the dean-level school leaders. Without Song Yan's introduction, he wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Before leaving, Gao Daki purposely lowered his voice and instructed in Chen Yu's ear, "Brother, MS. Song is so beautiful and a rich family's daughter. She seems to be interested in you, so you have to seize the opportunity to take it down at an early date. One day, you can marry into the Song family, as a rich man's aunt. Our brother and sister will turn over the surf to sing, a lifetime of glory and wealth, food and clothing without worry." Chen Yu face full of black lines. What detrimental friends. Urge himself to go as a little white boy, but then again, to be able to eat Song Yan's soft rice? It is estimated that countless males would want to squeeze their heads. Gao Dakue's voice was rather loud. Lowering his voice was just his own illusion. In reality, all of his instructions were heard by Song Yan, cold and colorful as ice. The Song family's daughter cannot help but playful face slightly red, and Chen Yu to get along, also become a little less natural. Immediately at noon, Chen Yu proposed to invite Song Yan to dinner. She did not refuse. The two went to eat French cuisine. Chen Yu is still the first time to eat Western food, showing some constraints. In the course of the meal, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude and told the story of the Happy House Orphanage's move. Song Yan listened with great interest, thinking that this is a good man with courage, backbone, responsibility, commitment and love. Which lucky girl can marry him? Must be a great blessing. Chapter 41, Solving the Dean's Confusion. After dinner, Song Yan drove with Chen Yu to the Ninghai University, which had been separated for a few days, where the fiery red Ferrari 488 passed by. There were always shouts of surprise along the way. Just a car. How many people can't afford to buy it in 2 lifetimes? Not to mention the fact that the car is also sitting on a school goddess that they can't afford to marry in 10 lifetimes. Schoolgirl Song is so beautiful, a white dress, as if she's a fairy coming out of a scroll. That's right, it feels like I'm in love. Who's that? Why is there 2 rags in his hand? Holy, that rag collector Chen Yu from the archaeology department. What qualifications does he have to walk with the school flower? Chen Yu was dressed in ordinary clothes, holding 2 cuts of the Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's picture full of staleness in his hand, and Song Yan, who was slinking in white, forming a strong visual contrast. He disdainfully swept a glance at the passerby classmates. He is not shorter than anyone. Why can't he walk with Song Yan? A group of guys who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Song Yan is used to being noticed, and does not care, will not care about the crowd's surprised gaze. She lightly with Chen Yu into the school leadership office building, knocked on the door of the office of the Dean of the College of History and Heritage. Inside the office was spotless. The display cabinets on both walls were filled with all kinds of antiques, very much like the treasure cabinet of a senior antique collector. In front of a mahogany desk, sitting side by side was an old man in his 60s with gray hair and wearing old-fashioned glasses, and a middle-aged man in his early 40s. The two were frowning sadly, staring at a pair of somewhat tattered calligraphy posters on the table. Sighing, the old man was none other than the dean, Tan Yunyan. Looking up and seeing that it was Song Yin, he revealed a kind smile and asked, Yen Yen, why are you here? The middle-aged man's name is Ho Liangping, is the director of instruction of the Department of Archaeology, has always been known for his iron face, and his reputation among the students is not too good, but he had real talent and was the favorite student of old Dean Tan. Song Yin politely greeted, Dean Tan, Director Ho, I have an ungrateful request. One of Chen Yu's students' calligraphy and paintings is severely damaged. I hope Dean Tan can help repair it. It's really not coincidental. Liang Ping and I are restoring this topography of the Han He Yang Order Chaoquan stele, and have encountered a bit of a problem. You guys sit down first and wait. Tan Yunyen had been the Song family's antique advisor for more than 10 years, almost watching Song Yen grow up, and caring for her. As for Chen Yu, Tan Yunyen simply did not have the time to pay attention, said and lowered his head, and Ho Liangping continued to discuss the problem of restoration. Chen Yu skimmed his mouth, if it is not good to reject Song Yan's heart, I will not find someone to restore the calligraphy and painting. You guys look down on me, so don't blame me for punching you in the face. Immediately after, he swept a glance at the Chaoquan tablet on the table. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a knowing smile as he coughed lightly and inquired, May I ask Dean Tan, Director Ho, which part of the restoration did you encounter problems? With his thoughts interrupted, Tan Yunian frowned unhappily. Ho Liangping, on the other hand, angrily rebuked angrily, which department are you from? Do you know how to be courteous? Didn't you see that other Song Yen students are not talking? What are you following to blindly get involved? We can't even figure out the problem. Said you can understand? Chen Yu secretly smacked his lips, worthy of being the director of instruction, speaks really impulsively. However, he did not care and said unhurriedly, Chaoquan stele, an important monument in the Eastern Han Dynasty, was erected in the second year of Zhongping in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and was moved to the Xian Steel Forest Museum in Shanxi Province in 1956 for preservation. It is the representative work of the Han Dynasty clerical script, known for its elegant and colorful style and well-balanced form, which has been highly respected by calligraphers of all times and has a very high collection value. In front of this, although for the topography, but also the old objects handed down from the Tang Dynasty, after the complete restoration, at least worth 6 million. Chen Yu finished, Ho Liangping froze. History college there is such a knowledgeable student? Tan Yunyen bright eyes, pushed the presbyopia, praised, you say good. Not on the hand can see is the topography of the Tang Dynasty. Eyesight is not generally good. Instead of Tan Yunyen himself, if not on the hand, on the side to see a few eyes, do not dare to say that can see. Look at Chen Yu's eyes full of appreciation. 180-degree change in attitude. Chen Yu modestly said, Dean overpraised. I also know some ways to repair the word post, but do not dare to show off in front of the two teachers. No harm. Tell me. Chen Yu showed insight in talk. Let Tan Yunyen up the heart of love talent. Is a good seedling, even if said wrong, also worthy of praise. Chen Yu eloquently said, repair posters say difficult not difficult. Say simple not simple. Lack of paper to make up paper. Less ink add ink. All depends on a skillful word. Paper material, size to grasp, ink blending, density and color. These should be well grasped. Otherwise repair up. Difficult to reach heaven. Humph. Also thought you have what high theory. All is some book knowledge. Ho Liangping coldly snorted, disdainfully said, all right, bookish knowledge. History Academy can memorize word for word. There are not many students. This student's basic knowledge is very solid, praiseworthy. Tan Yunian was relatively easygoing, but it was hard to hide some loss on his face. After all is said and done, there is still no good way. It is really a pity that this valuable Chaoquanbei topography. Chen Yu glanced at the paper and ink prepared on the desk, with a glance of understanding, continued, the paper is no problem. The two teachers, is it that the ink has hit a dead end? No matter how it is deployed, there is a color difference with the handwriting on the topography? How do you know? Ho Liangping was shocked and said, Tan Yunian was again bright, gave an encouraging look, signaling Chen Yu to continue on. Chen Yu greatly explained, ancient people study ink, using as natural stream spring water, from the gift of heaven and earth, no pollution, pure and bright, and modern people use water? All more convenient and fast tap water, although the tap water drinking is not a problem, but the ink research has disadvantages. Tap water plants usually use chlorine to disinfect the natural water source. The chlorine inside, and the water of the spring and stream naturally produce a difference. The water is different. How can we ask for the same ink color? Listening to him, Tan Yunian and Ho Liangping looked at each other with a sense of regret of why didn't I think of that? The two nodded their heads in unison and said in unison, not bad, we were careless. The water we used was office distilled water, which is not exactly the same as the water of Quanxi. Is there more? Chen Yu pointed his finger at the new ink on the table and said, the ink itself is also problematic. The ancients used ink that was produced from natural raw minerals, while these inks are artificially manufactured and contain a lot of not-so-pure chemical raw materials. Pa! Tan Yunian slammed the table, startling Song Yan and Ho Liangping, and shouted excitedly, I finally understand why there is a color difference. So it's like this. Little Chen student, thank you so much. Saying this, Tan Yunian took the initiative to go forward and grab Chen Yu's hand, his love for talent overflowing. Song Yan looked at Chen Yu's eyes, also added a few more points of strange appreciation. Even the difficult problem that experts like the dean could not overcome was actually solved by Chen Yu in a few words. Really powerful. Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, a sharp knock on the door rang out. After getting permission, a male student who was dressed in oil but had 2 bruised scars on his face walked in. It was clearly Zhao Jiejun. Zhao Jiejun saw Chen Yu at a glance and shouted angrily, You've been expelled from Ninghai University. You're not qualified to come to our school. Scum, get the hell out. Chapter 42. I want to report too. Hearing that he was expelled, Chen Yu felt absurd and said sarcastically, Zhao Jiejun, your head is in the water or kicked by a donkey. When was I expelled from the school? In your dream? Ho Liangping looked like he remembered something and said with a straight face, Classmate, your name is Chen Yu, right? What Jiejun said is true. You have been expelled from the teaching office this morning. You just haven't had a chance to inform the whole academy yet. Liangping, what's going on? Tan Yunian asked unhappily, annoyed in his heart. Chen Yu's eyesight and learning is too much. It is rare for the school to produce such a good seedling. How can he be expelled? Ho Liangping righteously replied, Teacher, Chen Yu students absent from school for nearly a week's time, ignoring school rules and discipline, but also in the classroom openly beating classmates, resulting in an extremely bad influence, reported by enthusiastic students, enough to be expelled. Chen Yu can also know with his feet, the so-called zealous classmates, besides Zhao Jiejun, who else can there be, playing dirty tricks with me? Then don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Yu swept over Zhao Jiejun and Ho Liangping, reading some information from both of them. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Zhao Jiejun had a villainous look on his face, adding more fuel to the fire. Director Ho is right. The injury on my face was caused by Chen Yu, and he also beat up Wu Yang and others, spreading rumors and slandering my reputation. And the whole class can testify to this. Being pitted by Chen Yu for $3,700,000, humiliated several times, losing face. Zhao Jiejun was also brutally beaten by his own old man, hating his teeth. The evil anger is difficult to eliminate, so he thought of using despicable means. Relying on his father and Ho director of personal friendship, he secretly gave Ho Liangping an antique, and reported Chen Yu, so that Ho Liangping will be fired. Chen Yu, he has been waiting for when Chen Yu returned to school. Notify Chen Yu of this bad news in person, ruthlessly humiliated, in order to avenge the original one arrow, not write several arrows. Today Chen Yu sat in Song Yan's car to the school. The impact is more sensational. After getting the news, Zhao Jiejun first smelled the smell, looking for it. Without waiting for Chen Yu to retort, Song Yan angrily said, The injury on your face was beaten by your father. I can testify. Still dare to slander Chen Yu. Want to be shameless? Zhao Jiejun was a bit speechless, looking at the revenge. Under the excitement, forgot that Song Yan was still present when he was beaten by his father. Song Yan saw it all. Tan Yunian originally wanted to harden his defense of Chen Yu. Now with Song Yan testifying, it was even more justified. He said angrily to Zhao Jiejun in a deep voice, with Song Yan's identity, surely she doesn't care to lie. You slander Xiao Chen, move right and wrong, and also shouted in the dean's office, really hateful. Remember the major punishment once. Zhao Jiejun was instantly dumbfounded. Chen Yu hasn't been dealt with yet. How did he get a major demerit? It was really a dog's day. Liang Ping immediately revoked the decision to expel Xiao Chen immediately. Tan Yunian commanded in a deep voice. Ho Liangping 4, Teacher, Chen Yu really broke the school rules, caused a bad influence. Not expelled, I'm afraid it's not right. Tan Yunian slammed the table, domineeringly droned, could it be that I, the dean, don't even have this power? Xiao Chen's performance. You also saw. Amazing talent. What a good seedling. Why expel? Discipline students. Fierce Ho Liangping. In front of the teacher Tan Yunyan, tense, like a child who made a mistake, muttered in a low voice, he missed class. Beating are indisputable facts. Director Ho, you didn't hear Song Yan's student's testimony. Xiao Chen was defamed. Are you suspecting Miss Song of lying or harboring evil intentions? Tan Yunyan's tone turned cold and said, hearing the teacher sarcastically call himself Ho the director, Ho Liangping almost knelt down in fear, and said in a trembling voice, Teacher, I was wrong. I agree to revoke the disciplinary action against Chen Yu's classmates. Go and do it right away. Zhao Jiejun didn't expect this outcome. The trick he had racked his brain to come up with was uncovered by Tan Yunian in a few words. He didn't dare to question the dean, and could only ask Ho Liangping for help, pointing at Chen Yu, and said unconvincingly, "Director Ho, before we..." "Shut up," Ho Liangping hurriedly scolded and interrupted, blaring fiercely, fearing that Zhao Zhejun had spoken out of turn. "The dean has ordered to revoke Chen Yu's punishment. You have to keep whatever opinions you have." Zhao Zhejun heard Ho Liangping's implication, telling him not to speak out of turn, and that the entire Academy of History and Antiquities was under the say-so of Tan Yanyan, and with the dean's power to protect him, no one could move Chen Yu. He was so angry that he spat blood, but there was nothing he could do, and he closed his mouth unwillingly, secretly cursing. "Director Ho, I also want to report." Chen Yu, who hadn't been speaking much, suddenly opened his mouth. "I want to report that Zhao Zhejun offered you a bribe, and the gift was a late Qing dynasty mahogany brush, valued at over $10,000. This word out, as released a thunderbolt, so that Zhao Zhejun and Ho Liangping were like a lightning strike, froze on the spot, full of unbelievable eyes. Zhao Zhejun gift, no outsiders present, think do very secretive. Chen Yu, and how do you know? Tan Yunyan is also the old man fine. Look at the expression of the two, already have a guess. Angrily rebuked, "Good Ho Liangping, you dare to accept bribes. There is no such thing?" Ho Liangping stammered, in front of the teacher, did not dare to lie, and did not dare to admit, "No, I didn't send it." "Chen Yu, you don't contain blood." Zhao Zhejun came back to his senses and hurriedly denied it. "Shut up, I didn't ask you." Tan Yunyan was truly angry, his eyes spewed fire, once again questioned, "Ho Liangping, did you or did you not accept bribes from your classmates? Answer truthfully, otherwise I will find out and dissolve the relationship between master and disciple." Since he became the dean step by step, always set an example, both sleeves clean. Accepting bribes from classmates is really against the teacher's example. Let him how not angry. Ho Liangping was so scared that his body trembled, as if he had no face to see others. His head hung low and defended. "Teacher, I did receive a brush from Zhao Zhejun. It can't be considered a bribe. It's just a piece of the student's heart. I'll return it right away." Hearing Ho Liangping's personal admission, Song Yan looked at Chen Yu with astonishment. He was really hit by his words. How did he know? It was too magical, right? If Zhao Zhejun didn't have a request for you, how could he send heavy gifts worth over $10,000? You don't dare to admit it, and you want to expel a talent like Xiao Chun. The school spirit has been corrupted by you, and you don't deserve to be a teacher. Tan Yunyan rigorous governance, for their own disciples is even more stringent requirements. The more he said, the more agitated. Furious, from today onwards, you are expelled. It just so happens that the Bureau of Cultural Relics has a batch of antiques need to be restored. Punished you to go to repair the cultural relics for a year to reform yourself. Tan Dina's sentence. Ho Liangping, director of instructions position, was deprived of, but also punished to repair cultural relics. The punishment is quite serious. But Ho Liangping did not dare to say half a word. Remorseful, "Teacher, I was confused for a moment, made a big mistake, willing to be punished. This time is to humiliate Chen Yu. The results of Chen Yu nothing." Ho Liangping counter and right in, next to Zhao Zhejun, completely dumbfounded. The hall of the director of the teaching department Ho was expelled. He, this fart of a student, was not punished. Even more serious. Scared, face white, body trembling, do not know what to do. Chapter 43 Demon Genius. After dealing with Ho Liangping, Tan Yunyan turned his head to look at Zhao Zhejun again, and majestically drank. "And you, moving right and wrong, private bribery. The whole school is notified of the criticism. Probation. If you dare to commit a crime again, withholding of graduation certificate." Once the withholding of the graduation certificate, Zhao Zhejun 4 years of college in vain. No graduation certificate, unless working in their own store. Otherwise want to enter the antique-related industry. Not recognized at all. Zhao Zhejun only felt that his face was hot. His mentality collapsed. He really lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. He glared viciously at Chen Yu, and like a jumping clown, he slipped away. Serves him right. Looked at Zhao Zhejun, defeat left. Chen Yu, a burst of pleasure. Against this kind of scumbag, should be taught a hard lesson, a tooth for a tooth. As for Ho Liangping, mixed, lost the position of director of the teaching department. Purely undeserved disaster. But he received Zhao Zhejun's benefits. Want to fire Chen Yu? Chen Yu also do not need to be polite. Their own mistakes will have to pay the bill. Ho Liangping did not have the face to stay down. Like a frosted eggplant, downcast out of the office. Tan Yunyan also felt disgraced, somewhat disheveled, and sat on the sofa. Dean Tan, don't be angry. There is no need to punish yourself with other people's mistakes. Chen Yu hurriedly went forward to comfort. To be able to severely punish his own disciple, it is evident that this old man's character is not to be spoken of, and the respect in his heart was born. The two of them colluded. They should have been punished. Dean Tan doesn't have to blame himself. Song Yan also persuaded. It's because I'm a religiously incompetent person. Tan Yunian sighed heavily, waved his hand and adjusted his mood. Xiao Chen, you're here to fix the calligraphy and painting, right? I'll help you fix it now. Dean Tan, you old man, take a rest first. I'll fix it myself. You can guide me. Chen Yu originally wanted to repair it himself, and practiced on the way, and could not wear down Song Yan's good intentions before he came. He also knew that Dean Tan was in a bad mood right now, so it was just the right time to do it himself. Tan Yunian nodded. There are ready-made tools on the table. You do it, I will guide from the side. It was still the first time for Tan Yu to restore an antique, but with the information hints from his eye psychic ability, as long as his hands were steady, there was no difficulty. He flipped the two sections of the Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's picture to the back, carefully spliced them together, and used a small brush and the special glue for restoring antiques to carefully apply the glue and whitewash. Since the information prompts in his mind would be refreshed every time he completed a step, he didn't worry about not having a clue, and his movements were a bit raw at first, and then became more and more skillful. Tan Yunian watched from the side, wanting to give instructions, but realized that there was no need for him to speak at all. Chen Yu did every step very well. Moreover, he could tell that Chen Yu was a novice. His movements were not skillful enough, but later on, he became more and more skillful, as if he had become a veteran. This caused him to be completely shocked, and other than describing it with giftedness, he really could not find too good of a word. Nearly half an hour later, Chen Yu straightened up, rubbing his sore waist, and happily said, "The great work has been accomplished. Dean Tan, come and take a look. Where are the shortcomings?" This 30 minutes of performance, Tan Yunian all saw in his eyes. At this time the torn breaks in the scroll had disappeared, as if it had never been torn open. He couldn't stop praising. Good, very good. Repair as before, can't be seen at all. Can be called perfect, even if I repair, can only do this degree. Restoration of antiques? Not only need a pair of skillful hands and rich theoretical knowledge, the most important is to have a big heart. After all, it is often tens of millions of things. Screw up a step, the whole plate is lost. Pressure is too great, resulting in the restoration of this profession sparse. The entire Ninghai cannot find a few restoration masters. Chen Yu is young. The first time actually can be perfectly restored as the beginning. Really amazing, incredible. Although Song Yan does not know how to repair, but looked at Chen Yu a series of action. Also surprised. The treasure appreciation eyesight is excellent. Repair is also so powerful. Antiques in the attainment is also too deep. It are fast catching up with the famous experts. Tan Yunyan has forgotten to expel the disciple Ho Liangping's unhappiness. Look at Chen Yu's eyes filled with strong appreciation. Really a good seedling. Must be cultivated diligently. Future achievements can certainly exceed their own. He intended to test Chen Yu, asked with a big smile. Little Chen, you will frame? I can try. I haven't framed before. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. After framing the calligraphy and painting, it is firm and beautiful. It will prolong the vitality, and it is also more convenient to collect and arrange for viewing. Ancient saying, monument reframing, such as the disease to extend the doctor. The doctor is good will rise with the hand. The doctor is not good will die with the hand, is exactly the reason. Tan Yunyan did not know what kind of surprise Chen Yu will bring to himself. With his level of restoration, framing should not be bad. Praised, you try as much as you like. I will see. The next half an hour, Chen Yu once again brought Tan Yunyan great shock. Chen Yu first paper mounted on the back of the Mandarin duck's picture, and then edging, and then install the shaft into the layout. The 3 steps of mounting the heart of the painting, inlaying and calendaring were operated by him in a perfect manner, without revealing anything. Soon, Chen Yu lifted a brand new scroll, and when he said it was brand new, what he said was not false at all. The lotus pond with Mandarin ducks seems to have been revitalized, and even the previous destruction in the garbage heap, with a few defects and holes, has been restored as in the beginning. If Run Banian had been resurrected, he would have been amazed when he saw this work. 100 years of wind and frost has passed, how their own works, still and just created out when the same. Chen Yu again fixed his eyes to look carefully, and then got a brand new information, the late Qing dynasty painter Rinbonian's Lotus Pond Mandarin duck's figure. After a bonded framing restoration, no obvious breakage, the current valuation of 1 million to 1,110,000 between. The value has also increased. Chen Yu was overjoyed in his heart and found a delighted smile on his face. More than $1 million had come back. Song Yan had been watching from the sidelines, blinking her watery eyes in amazement. This guy had all personally said that he had no experience in restoration, and as a result, his first time had been so successful. Apart from being gifted and having excessive vigor, Song Yan could not think of any other words to describe Chen Yu for a while. Little Chen, your level of restoration and mounting have caught up with me? Say you have not practiced before. Absolutely no one believe. Simply demonic genius. Tan Yunian was so excited that he did not know how to praise Chen Yu. Only an insider like him could clearly recognize Chen Yu's talent, just how high it was. Chen Yu was only in his early 20s. He could reach the level of his 40 years of hard learning. It could be called terrifying. Song Yan is even more shocked. She is more understanding of Tan Yunian. Ninghai City, the top of the restoration of the master, actually praised Chen Yu as a demon-level genius. If the rumor is definitely shocked off a floor jaw, Tan Yunian asked smilingly, this Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks map, how are you going to deal with? Chen Yu thought about it. The collection is not necessary. After all, it is in Dakue found together. Narcissus Cup himself stayed. This painting is logical that should be divided into half of the brother. Make up your mind, Chen Yu said. Intend to sell, but there is no good doorway for a while. Dean so asked. Is willing to help introduce? Smart, Tan Yunian complimented. I have a friend. Their unit is recently acquiring antiques in large quantities. The price is absolutely fair. I can take you to see him. Chapter 44 Gentlemen love money and take it in the right way. Song Yan stood up and said, since the painting is repaired, I should also leave. There is still something at home. Chen Yu knew that Song Yan went back and was going to inform the family elders to dissolve the cooperation with Xiao Lu. He gratefully said, Miss Song, thank you for your help. If I need it in the future, I will definitely do my best to repay. Song Yan nodded. The relationship between the two was already quite close. There was no need for hypocritical politeness. Seeing off schoolgirl Song as she left, Chen Yu turned his head and inquired, Dean Tan, where are you taking me to sell the painting? Tan Yunian explained. The Cultural Relics Bureau is recently acquiring antiques in large quantities. I will take you to take a look and open your eyes. Chen Yu estimated to sell to the Cultural Relics Bureau. The price may be low, the heart is not willing. He is not a tycoon, but Tan Yunian recommended, and embarrassed not to go. Go out and get into the old dean's car. About half an hour later, the two came to the Cultural Relics Bureau. Tan Yunian is a regular visitor to the Bureau of Cultural Relics. With Chen Yu unimpeded, walked to the door of the office of the director. See, the door is hidden. Then pushed the door and went in. Inside, an old man with white hair is with a middle-aged man around a palm-sized bronze statue, whispering. Chen Yu swept a glance. The old man's basic information floated in his mind. Li Qingshan, 63 years old, director of the Cultural Relics Identification Division, close to retirement. Tan Yunian's late friend. Without reading the middle-aged man's information, Chen Yu also recognized that it was Su Menglong's father, Su Minghui, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Su Minghui and Li Qingshan were chatting intently, and did not notice the duo entering the door. Director Li, this bronze goat has a simple and ancient shape, with the charm of the Warring States period. The two methods of identification. We have also tried. Lightly scraping the patina does not fall off, with the hand touching the edge. There is fan casting method left by the fan marks. It should be true. Only to hear Li Qingshan's side, the unusual method is not identified. But I played a lifetime of antiques. Intuition has always been very accurate. The first sight of seeing this bronze goat, I think it is fake. Unfortunately, after looking left and right, I couldn't find a break. Su Minghui furrowed his brows and didn't respond for a moment. He was from a family of antiques and had seen countless antiques, and had the same intuition that there was something odd about this bronze goat. But the evil thing is, he and Li Qingshan appraisal half a day, did not find out the strong evidence of forgery. This bronze sheep is a caring person donated, later to be sent to the museum for display. If the fake is handed over, make a joke. One of the Cultural Relics Bureau of the face cannot hang. Two Su Minghui also have to bear the corresponding responsibility. He thought in his heart, really can't, can only let his father look at it. If even the old man cannot see, the entire Ninghai, and even the country, I'm afraid there are not many people can see. Ha, little Dr. Chen, Dean Tan, why are you here? Suddenly, Su Minghui's afterglow caught a glimpse of the duo standing at the door, and upon closer inspection recognized Chen Yu, surprised and delighted. Seeing his old friend, Li Qingshan also stood up and joked aloud with Tan Yunian. The two of them were in a much better mood. Temporarily putting the tricky bronze sheep aside, Su Minghui was extraordinarily enthusiastic about Chen Yu, the benefactor who saved his precious son. After taking his seat, Tan Yunian is secretly curious why Su Minghui is so enthusiastic about Chen Yu, but also a mouthful of a small doctor called. Chen Yu is an archaeology major. How to become a doctor? Besides young, cannot afford to be a god doctor. See Su Minghui pulling Chen Yu chatting up. Tan Yunian cannot intervene. Had to put the doubt temporarily in the bottom of the heart. Knowing that Chen Yu is here to sell the painting, Su Minghui, in order to repay the favor, said quickly, this painting I buy in the name of private. Chen, little doctor, you open a price it. Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised but a little sweaty. The scroll has not been unrolled yet. You want to buy it, not afraid that it is a piece of trash? He opened the scroll, explained a bit, quoted, Lotus Pond Mandarin Ducks picture. The market price to sell to 1 million is not a problem, but I and Sue director is also considered a friend. Willing to ask for less, 800,000 it. No way. Su Minghui shook his head in a serious manner. This picture of Mandarin ducks is well preserved. The future appreciation space must be very big. I am willing to make up for the difference in the value of the future appreciation to you. Out of 8 million. $8 million? Chunyu didn't hold back and exclaimed in shock. If not familiar. He really wanted to touch Su Minghui's head and ask him if he has no fever. The opening price of 800,000 things. You want to spend 8 million to buy it? Into the profession for a period of time. He still heard for the first time. There are buyers are willing to think for the sake of the seller, in advance to compensate for the difference in the appreciation of the price. Next to Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan were also confused. Usually quite shrewd Su Minghui. How did he make a fool of himself today? That's right. I'm willing to collect 8 million. The painting is mine. What's the bank card number? I'll transfer it to you. Su Minghui took out his cell phone. His expression was serious, not joking at all. Don't look at Su Minghui when the director's salary is not high. But Su family is a family of antiques. The family is big. The area of 8 million, he really does not put in the eyes. Chen Yu also figured out that Su Minghui was repaying him for the favor of renewing Su Menglong's life for half a year and prescribing the blood Ganoderma prescription. He did not want to bear this favor and violently rolled up the Mandarin ducks diagram and refused. I'm sorry, Director Su. I'm not selling it. Su Minghui was stunned for a moment and said, What? You think my bid is low? That $10 million? To him, his son's life was priceless. The benefactor who could save Menglong from his pain. He could agree to whatever conditions he offered. Tan Yunian and Li Qingshan were even more confused. Even they were moved. If the painting was theirs, they would definitely rush to sell it. Who knows? Chen Yu still shook his head, straightened his spine and said, Gentlemen love money. Take it. How much should be how much? I will not take advantage of your gratitude profiteering. I am not that kind of person. I hope Director Su can respect me and treat me as a true seller. His words were loud and clear, causing Su Minghui's heart to remain calm for a long time. $10 million was not a small figure, and Chen Yu surprisingly did not want it, thus showing that his willingness to make a move to save Su Menglong was indeed not because he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get close to the Su family, but was merely doing his part as a healer. Su Minghui's good feelings towards Chen Yu had somehow risen a few levels, and he once again asked Chen Yu for the Lotus Pond Mandarin ducks picture, and stood to scrutinize it from the perspective of a real buyer, and laughed. This time I have looked carefully. It is Rin Bonian's genuine work. I will offer $1 million. Is the little divine doctor willing to trade with me? Of course. Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction and gladly accepted the transfer. So far, his bank card balance was nearly 7 million. One step closer to his goal of building an orphanage. Tan Yunyan's appreciation of Chen Yu also raised a lot, secretly nodding his head in approval. As soon as the sale of the painting was over, Li Qingshan pulled Tan Yunyan, inviting, Come, old Tan. You are a university professor and a man of culture. Help us to break the authenticity of this bronze goat. Chapter 45, A Needle to Identify the Real or Fake. Chen Yu's gaze looked over. He had noticed the bronze goat long ago, and also recognized the authenticity. However, out of politeness, before the old dean spoke out, when the younger generation must not clamor, so he did not say much. Tan Yunyan held up the bronze sheep, only to see the body of the sheep on both sides of the three intertwined tiger dragon. Sheep-back symmetrical decoration of the front half of a pair of long-tailed phoenix. The back of the sheep is also a pair of even the body of the pointed crown pointed beak of the phoenix. Phoenix next to each of the wolf-shaped beasts. He carefully observed half a day, first gouged the patina, and touched the fan marks, and finally murmured. The patina on the bronze goat's body and buttocks is slightly dry and floating. The decoration is slightly complicated. Although suspicious, there is no breakage, and it is difficult to determine the authenticity. Su Minghui and Li Qingshan glanced at each other and laughed bitterly. We also have the same doubts. It looks like the real thing, but there are suspicious points, and we can't conclude that it's fake. Little Chen, what is your opinion? Tan Yunian had already attached great importance to Chen Yu and had gotten up the idea of taking on an apprentice, taking the initiative to ask. I think it is fake, Chen Yu said confidently. Li Qingshan was seeing Chen Yu for the first time and did not know his depth, but being so young, his eyesight must be average. He disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said didactically, Young man, it's good to be confident, but words can't be spoken carelessly. Even we can't conclude it, so who are you to say it's fake? Su Minghui frowned, having the same thought as Li Qingshan, but didn't say it out loud. Of course I can prove it. Chen Yu revealed a hint of a smile, walked over to the appraisal toolbox and took out a millimeter needle. What do you want? Li Qingshan hurriedly blocked it. Although the Warring States bronze goat was donated without spending any money, if it was concluded to be authentic, it would be worth at least $10 million. In case it was destroyed by this brat, what should be done? Prove that it is fake. If my judgment is wrong, willing to pay the price. Chunyu was calm and composed, radiating a strong confidence. After Tan Yunian had seen Chenyu's demonic-level talent, he had great trust in his ability, and seeing his unusual confidence, he encouraged from the sidelines, "Little Chen, you can try as much as you want. Don't have any worries." Li Qingshan glared at Tan Yunian in dissatisfaction, condoning the brat to mess around. "If something goes wrong, you old boy can't get away with it either." Tan Yu received permission, raised his hand and stabbed the millipede into the bronze sheep patina part, a few dozen millimeters or so, explaining, "Ancient bronze patina is very hard and difficult to pierce, while those with glue-bonded rust, not only easy to pierce. After releasing the hand, the needle will also be contained by the glue inside to fall down. Exactly how? A look will tell." After saying that, he loosened his hand, and saw that the millimeters of needles that had merely pierced in less than a centimeter were surprisingly retained by the patina. "Little Chen, you suspect that there is something wrong with the patina?" The three appraisal experts were shocked, as if they had discovered a new continent, and came to a realization. However, soon after, Li Qingshan raised a new doubt. "Isn't it too hasty to do just that? Perhaps you used too much force and stabbed too deeply, or perhaps the bronze goat has a loose structure and has problems of its own? In short, it's hard to convince the public about the removal of a single needle." Chenyu nodded and calmly said, "Don't be anxious, this is just the beginning." Afterwards, he lit the alcohol lamp, pulled out the millimeter needle, burned it until it was fiery red, and stabbed the bronze sheep again. Crack! Snap! The bronze sheep's patina heralded the sound of an explosion, and wisps of pungent-smelling green smoke emerged. This time the three experts were completely nonplussed. They knew that the ancient patina is generally not easy to burn. Only the crystallization of the glue made of resin, at high temperatures, will blow up, melt, burn, and smoke. Can smell the pungent smell of burning plastic, by the hot needle's scalded parts, inside the flow of a small amount of melted gel, followed by quickly solidified, according to the shape of the hot needle to form a semicircular groove. Chenyu added at the right time, "Ancient patina is a naturally grown mineral crystallization, which neither melts nor burns easily under high temperature, let alone having an odor. Only by smearing glue will this happen, so it proves that this bronze goat is an imitation, and the rust on it is transplanted rust." Sure enough, there is a problem with the rust. What we can't identify was actually found out by a late generation descendant. The three experts have mixed feelings. Losing to a younger generation is not a good taste. Li Qingshan even felt that his cheeks were hot before he questioned Chenyu. So soon he was slapped in the face, or a junior. His face could not hang on. Discovering the problem, in order to get the actual corroboration, Chenyu, with Su Minghui's permission, put down the millipede needle, picked up a small scraper specially used to take the patina, and scraped off a piece of patina on the surface of the bronze goat. He greeted the three of them and watched the skin shell exposed underneath the patina, saying, "What is exposed directly under the patina is a copper color, while underneath a real antique bronze patina, there is usually a black-brown or silver-white oxide film. Obviously, this is a fake, not worthy of being called a national treasure." Pa. Su Minghui, Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan, all three of them, stood up in unison and gave Chenyu a warm applause. The later generation is fearful awe. When they were in their early 20s, they were still ignorant apprentices, while Chenyu, of the same age, was able to solve the confusion for them who were half buried in the ground, and used a needle in the area to identify the authenticity of the bronze imitations. They suddenly remembered a grandiose saying, "A born son should be like this." The three people surrounded Chenyu a good round of praise, making him close his mouth, are a little fluttering. Tan Yunyan bent down to touch the piece of patina taken off, felt it for a moment, and sighed lightly. This transplanted patina is surprisingly from other ancient bronzes to take off the real patina, with a specific glue bonded on the fake bronze sheep. No wonder we only look at the surface patina. Will be blinded. Hit the eyes. It was because the glue was on the inside and the real rust was on the outside that the three experts could not see it. Otherwise, for masters of their level, but if there was the slightest hint of a break, they would be able to spot it immediately. Su Minghui suddenly realized that something was wrong and inquired, "Isn't Tan Yu a healer? How come he's so good at identifying antiques as well?" Tan Yunyan proudly said, "Little Chen is the talent of our school's archaeology department. Identifying antiques naturally has a hand in it. Archaeology will be medical." Su Minghui, how to think, feel that these two occupations are completely incompatible. He suddenly remembered that Chenyu had said that the method of treating porphyria was seen from an ancient book, so it turned out that he was studying archaeology, which explained why Chenyu had discovered it from an ancient book. Alas, not right. Li Qingshan didn't listen to the conversation between the two and said suspiciously, Xiao Chen, the other party is a master of counterfeiting, and the gum is hidden in the real rust sandwich. Other than that, there is no breakage. How did you see it? Of course, Chen Yu would not say anything about the eyes, and with a hefty smile, he prevaricated, maybe I'm younger and have good eyes. He casually said that it was nothing, but in the ears of the three experts, especially Tan Yunyan and Li Qingshan, it was very difficult. People old, eyes flower, antiques cannot be identified. The years are really unforgiving. Tan Yunyan pondered that he is also close to retirement, has seen Chen Yu's level of treasure identification, but also the love of talent, open to generous conditions, asked, Little Chen, your talent for antique appreciation and restoration is extremely high. Are you willing to graduate from graduate school? Let me be your graduate school tutor. Tuition fees are waived, and every year for you to apply for not less than 100,000 scholarships? Chapter 46, The Meat and Potatoes of the Scramble. Li Qingshan glared unhappily at Tan Yunyan, and even cursed, the old immortal, actually was you first. 100,000 scholarships a year, and guaranteed graduate school, really blood money. Who knows? Tan Yu politely refused. Sorry, Dean. I don't particularly wish to go to graduate school. I'm about to graduate. I want to leave the campus and venture out to prove my worth. These were merely his humble words. In actuality, he felt that he was endowed with supernormal abilities, and deserved to have higher pursuits and accomplish something outside. What's the point of always hiding in school and being a flower in a greenhouse? There were only a few guaranteed graduate school places a year, not to mention that the mentor was the renowned Tan Yunyan. The outstanding top students are simply going to grab their heads. However, Chen Yu unexpectedly refused, really out of the old dean's expectations. He was still undeterred and continued to raise the price. Then read the blog? As long as you are willing to, you want to cultivate 18 degrees. When my students, Ninghai University will guarantee that you walk horizontally. Chen Yu still shook his head, full of apologies. Dean Tan, I'm afraid I have to fail your expectations. Just in time. What's the point of going to school? A man should go to work after graduating. Without waiting for the old dean to speak again, Su Minghui grabbed the right to speak and began to bombard Chen Yu. In this era, proving yourself is nothing more than going to work for a big corporation. In our China, what is the most awesome and respected profession? Of course it's a civil servant. Xiao Chen, listen to me. Graduate and come to work at the Cultural Relics Bureau. Free of assessment. Start at the grassroots level first, just in time for the old director Li Qingshan to retire in a couple years. You know what I mean, right? As long as it is not a little cute. Can understand Su Minghui's meaning? When Li Qingshan retired, Chen Yu directly take over the director. For unusual people, is absolutely incomparable generous conditions. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. When did he become a meat and potatoes? By Tan Yunyan and Su Minghui, two powerful and high-ranking people competing with each other. Really a happy trouble. However, he was not overwhelmed by the sugarcoating. Once again politely refused. I am sorry, Director Su. I am free-spirited by nature. I am not suitable to work within the system and be subjected to people's discipline. I appreciate your good intentions. This was true for Chen Yu. Instead of working from 9 to 5, day in and day out, he would rather go out on the street and pick up rags. Seeing him insisting on doing so, Su Minghui and Tan Yunyan each lamented. Sure enough, not a thing in the pool, not even a golden birdcage can be locked up. A young talent destined to rise like Chen Yu could only be drawn in, not taken in. The two human elves looked at each other and began to change tactics, giving benefits for nothing. Chen Yu students, not to mention, in this regard of antique restoration, Ninghai is not much better than me. In the future there is a need. Come to me at any time. Chen, meet the trouble to me on the phone. In public, I am the Cultural Relics Secretary. There are a few points of authority in face. In private, the Su family behind me can solve most of your troubles. Chen Yu did not refuse anymore and nodded his head in agreement. Wanting to rise, connections were a must, no matter how one looked at it. Su Minghui and Tan Yunyan were two excellent lines of relationship. After staying in the Cultural Relics Bureau for a while, it was almost dark. Chen Yu refused the dinner invitation of the three experts and left the place with the 1 million earned. Casually finding a stall to eat something, he hurriedly got up and went to Jishir Tang. He had agreed with divine Dr. Lin that he was going to learn acupuncture today, and in order for Zhou's mother to get well soon, this could not be delayed. Came to Jishir Hall. There are not many patients left inside. Empty. Some middle-aged doctors are doing their own work. The most conspicuous is sitting in the middle of the counter. Take off the mask after the face of the beautiful Lin Wanyi. Her back was straight, showing her good upbringing. Her head was lowered as she wrote down the consultation records, and the meticulous look on her small face could really make people feel touched. Dr. Lin, I've come to learn acupuncture. Chen Yu walked over to greet him, wanting to test what attitude Lin Wanyi had towards herself. Lin Wanyi glanced up at him, her tone was very cold and said, "Wait, I'm done with my work." Chen Yu promised and casually moved a chair to sit down, just staring at her calmly from the side. Not long after, Lin Wanyi was furious at being looked at, and questioned with some displeasure. "What are you looking at?" "Looking at a beautiful woman. If you don't teach me, I can only look at you." Chen Yu replied with a smile, purposely angry at Lin Wanyi, making her hurry up and teach herself. "Tired for the whole day. Finish learning early and go home to sleep." "Humph. Shameless." Lin Wanyi spat and directly threw the pen and paper over. "Teaching you is fine. First mimeograph the acupuncture point diagram for treating porphyria." She never forgot the exchange terms between Chen Yu and her old father. Both sides got what they wanted, one to learn acupuncture and the other to get the treatment for porphyria. Of course, Chen Yu steadily received the pen and paper, and his hands flew to mimeograph it down. It didn't take long for him to finish writing and hand over the acupuncture point record to Lin Wanyi. Lin Wanyi received the acupuncture point record and could not help but feel surprised. "Is this true? Dozens of acupoints. You fully memorized?" Chen Yu proudly pointed to his head, telling her with practical actions that brother's IQ is actually very high. "Shay." Lin Wanyi bristled and got up to go to the warehouse. After a few minutes had passed, she laboriously moved a bronze man that was about the size of a real person, as well as a few tome books, and coldly said, "Start from the very basics. Memorize the acupuncture points that need to be used for a few simple illnesses. Then practice applying needles on the bronze man, and where the posture and force is incorrect, I will correct it on the side." She actually did not really want to teach, especially since the other party was Chen Yu, who did not have much of a favorable impression. But her father's order could not be disobeyed, so she had to tough it out and complete the task. Chen Yu twisted his head to look at the bronze figure and marveled. Acupuncture bronze figure. Good stuff. Worthy of being a divine doctor. Even this level of imitation can be obtained. Acupuncture bronze man is a medical model from the Song dynasty, made under the auspices of acupuncture expert Wang Wei. The body is equipped with 5 organs and 6 bowels, consistent with the structure of a real person. The limbs and internal organs can be disassembled, and the exterior is engraved with 354 acupoints, designed for newcomers to practice acupuncture. Before using, filled with mercury inside, debugging is complete. You can start the needle. The right acupuncture points will automatically seep out the mercury. The original product only 2, so far long lost. Chen Yu learned through his discerning eye that this reduction of G***** on was very high and expensive, and believed that with the help of such a treasure, the speed at which he could familiarize himself with and apply acupuncture would be greatly shortened. Lin Wanyi's gaze is a little less than the same. Porphyria, acupuncture bronze, how does he know everything? Immediately after, Chen Yu sank his heart and looked at it, memorizing by heart the primary and secondary acupuncture points for treating a condition, the angle of stabbing, the time to leave the needle in place, and so on. Due to the previous self-study for a period of time, there is a certain foundation. He entered the state very quickly. After reading the acupoints, he began to try to put needles on the acupuncture bronze man. In the first few needles, Chen Yu's hands were not coordinated, and he always had a bad grasp of the strength. But after missing a few times, with Lin Wanyi's help in correcting him, he became more and more skillful and gradually stepped into a good position. Chapter 47, Good Brothers Being Beaten. To treat migraines, take the head dimension point and the curved temples point, and enter the needle at the midpoint of the connecting line. Take bilateral solar plexus points and feng qi points to dredge qi and blood from the 12 meridians. Take the affected side silk bamboo hollow and rate valley to stab along the skin. Apply medium-strong stimulation with the tip of the finger at the painful localization. Transport the needle at intervals, and leave the needle in place for 20 minutes. Chen Yu muttered, reciting the treatment method for migraine headache under his breath, while accurately sticking the silver needles on the corresponding acupuncture points of the acupuncture bronze man. The technique, the force, the size, the mastery is not different from each other. This, looking at the mercury flowing out of the acupuncture bronze man's head, shock was written all over Lin Wanyi's small face. It had only been half an hour. How was it possible for him to progress so fast? It could be called divine. To know, once she was known to be gifted. When she first learned, it still took several months to find the acupuncture points and familiarize herself with the techniques, while Chen Yu's learning ability was so strong that it was heaven-defying. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. Suddenly, Lin Wanyi thought of something. Her face changed, questioning, normal people cannot get started so fast. You must have studied medical skills before. How dare you lie that you don't know how to do it? Come over here to steal from the master. In the end, what is the purpose? Due to her great prejudice against Chen Yu, it made her think a little more, thinking that this guy's motives for approaching their father and daughter were impure, and was most likely sent by a competitor who wanted to steal the 5 young divine needle. Chunyu was flabbergasted for a moment, followed by a bitter smile full of innocence. Big sister, it's not so bad. I'm just a college student studying archaeology. It's normal that I don't know acupuncture. Don't think too much. Then why did you switch to acupuncture if you didn't study archaeology properly? Lin Wani obviously did not believe it. As if she was treating a prisoner, she fiercely pressed the question. Mentioning this, Shen Yu's gaze became soft, remembering his mother Jo who took care of him in every way, and answered with deep emotion. I want to save my favorite person. She was in a car accident, turned into a vegetable, and is now in a coma. I must personally cure and save her. Shen Yu's appearance was not feigned, which Lin Wani never expected and could not help but believe it. Her tone eased up quite a bit and inquired. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Can you tell the story of the two of you? Shen Yu sighed contentedly for a moment, looked at the sky outside, got up and smiled. It's getting late. Let's wait for a chance in the future. I'll go back first. Thank you for your teaching today. It helped me a lot. After saying that, Shen Yu took a step to leave Ji Shirtang. Lin Wani watched his figure, walking away under the night curtain. Her impression of him, for the first time, had changed. In order to love the most people to study the medical arts, the character should not be bad. It seems that before it is I misunderstood him. On the other side, Shen Yu strolled forward, recalling the acupuncture techniques he mastered tonight in his mind, deepening and consolidating them, striving for an early integration and waking up Mom Zhou. Ding bell. Suddenly, Shen Yu's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Pulling out his cell phone, it was an unfamiliar landline number. He thought it was a scratch call or something like that. After connecting, it was the hospital calling, informing him of news that broke his heart. Gao Dakue had been beaten and was badly injured, with multiple fractures all over his body, a broken leg, serious internal injuries, unconsciousness, and was in the hospital for resuscitation. Xiao Lu. Shen Yu's mind the first time this person's name. Gao Dakue has no enemies, lawless to dare to openly hurt people. In addition to the morning just offended Xiao Lu, he cannot think of the second person. At the moment the situation is urgent, he forced to endure a huge anger. Taxi quickly to the hospital. In front of the emergency room door, Shen Yu anxiously wandered, fidgeting and waiting for nearly 2 hours. In the early morning, a doctor wearing a white coat, pushed the door out. Shen Yu couldn't wait to go forward and asked anxiously, Doctor, how is my friend? Will he be alright? The doctor took off his mask, his face was tired, and said thankfully, the patient is out of danger, but he is still in a coma and needs further observation. It's good to be out of danger. Thank you so much. Shen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gao Dakue would have a long or short life. Not much time passed. The medical staff pushed the mobile hospital bed and walked out of the emergency room. Unconscious Gao Dakue lying on the hospital bed, all wrapped up like a mummy, many gauze oozing bright red blood. The right leg in a plaster cast was suspended high, the appearance of a miserable. Shen Yu was instantly exasperated. His eyes swept over and information surfaced in his mind. Gao Dakue, orphan, 24 years old, severely attacked 3 hours ago, internal organs damaged, 11 fractures all over his body, right leg tibia fracture. After resuscitation, his life is temporarily out of danger. Location of injury, rented house in Dongcheng Shantytown. Perpetrators, Kai Kuan, Lu Hua, Zhang Yu. Kai Kuan. Shen Yu eyes red, face fierce, bare burning anger like a volcano eruption, filling the entire chest cavity, hate gritted teeth, clenching his fists hard. He has been bullied since he was a child, but he has never been so furious as now. Ridicule, abuse, ostracism, he can tolerate, but his good brother Gao Dakue, who was like a brother, and the orphanage that was like a home, were his last bottom line. Whoever touches his bottom line must pay a terrible price. Shen Yu wiped a handful of tears of heartache, followed by Gao Dakue sent to the intensive care unit, secretly swore in his heart, brother, your beatings will not be in vain. Kai Kuan, Xiao Lu, I will make them pay for their blood. Anger has reached its peak, but he calmed down, knowing that brute force is useless. Xiao Lu's men are many and powerful, and have the Song family shelter. Want to revenge, the only way to break through. But right now there is not much time. Tomorrow morning is the official start of the demolition ceremony. I heard that many big leaders in the city will be there. If you let the city leaders successfully participate, the umbrella behind Xiao Lu will undoubtedly increase indirectly, and then even more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Shen Yu's mouth corner surfaced a cruel smile. Launching ceremony is it? City leaders is it? Song family is it? Then I'll let you start not. Anyway, I'm not afraid of barefoot shoes. See who can play over who. Settle down Gao Daki. Shen Yu thought about revenge countermeasures, left the hospital, take a taxi to the Old Town Joy House Orphanage old site. This time is already the middle of the night, all silent, He pretended to walk into the orphanage, circled around, over the wall and jumped out. Borrowing the cover of the night, Chenyu in the quiet streets through 10 minutes, appeared in an empty square. In the center of the square, a platform was temporarily erected, with a red carpet, banners, rows of seats and a speaker's platform for leaders to speak. Next to the platform, parked a van. A few youths in the car are sleeping. Chenyu gazed and surveyed. Information surfaced in his mind. All of them were Xiao Lu's minions, assigned to come over to guard the site, to ensure that tomorrow's demolition and groundbreaking ceremony goes smoothly. The guards are asleep. Just what Chenyu wants. He lightly, toward the high platform. Chapter 48 Major Accidents. Dimensions, 15 meters long, 5 meters wide, 2 meters high. Main materials, steel and wood. Person in charge of construction, Kai Kuan. Maximum load-bearing capacity of the stage, 17 tons. Load-bearing parts are located at. Chenyu glanced at the speech high stage. A series of information flashed through his mind, and when he got the last load-bearing part, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile, and he sneered in his heart. It's you! While a few youths watching the stage were dreaming of spring and fall, Chenyu rolled up his arms and sleeves, burrowed under the stage and drummed away. He repeatedly checked the information floating in his mind and removed some key screw fasteners for load-bearing, until the maximum load-bearing of the stage reached the standard he wanted, before he clapped his hands and left with a satisfied face. The next morning, Chenyu came to the square early, mingled among the onlookers and waited for a good show. However, it had to be said that the Song family was deeply powerful, and their face in Ninghai City was bigger than the sky. In addition to the demolition office, the housing authority, the land bureau, the investment promotion bureau, the 4 relevant departments of the director of the deputy bureau, as well as the power figures all came to the scene. Even the vice mayor in charge of urban construction, Huang Qigong, also personally came to support the scene. In addition, there is Song Yan's cousin Song Ming, 26 years old, wearing expensive suits, elegant, handsome, no expression on his face, cold look, a kind of look down on all the sense of superiority. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he immediately caused the crowd to gasp in surprise, and many of the girls who were waiting to be married straightened their eyes. If one could marry such a rich and powerful young man, one could truly be described as flying to the top of a branch, turning a pheasant into a phoenix. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Song Ming didn't even look at the crowd, only ceremoniously shaking hands and talking to a few powerful figures. It seems that in his world, this group of civilians that he bought houses cheaply and drove out of their homes are not worthy of being human beings, but just a bunch of meaningless data in the investment statement. Looking at a group of reporters, focusing their long guns on Song Ming, clicking and clicking, Chenyu disdainfully whispered, demolition ceremony to make such a windy. What to pretend then? Later have you good to suffer. At the chosen auspicious time, the deputy mayor Huang Qigong and others took the stage to speak, said a lot of nutrient-less bull *******, and then began to invite the powerful partners, various departments and city leaders to come up to the stage and cut the ribbon together. Huang Qigong and Song Ming stood in the center, while the others stood on both sides, all of them being accomplices. As the chief demolition leader, Xiao Lu was also among the team of partners. Yesterday, after Song Yan went home, she approached her grandfather and complained, denouncing Xiao Lu's evil behavior and demanding that the Song family not use this kind of person to do business in the future. But Xiao Lu is Song Ming's people. Song Ming and Song Yan are cousins, face and heart. He will not give Song Yan face, the surface to cope with the past, did not kick off Xiao Lu, still for their own use. One after another, 30 people walked onto the stage, lined up in a row, holding up banners, their faces are full of smiles. Kai Kuan, also dressed like a man, stood on the stage, nodding to the personnel on stage, a fawning face, a full pug lackey look. Chenyu's eyes swept over Xiao Lu, Kai Kuan, Song Ming and a few other major enemies. The cold smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more victorious, and his heart began to count down to a silent countdown. Huang Qigong, holding golden scissors, full of smiles, said aloud, "Below, I officially announce that song is set." Click. The words did not finish. Suddenly issued a loud noise. The speech high platform violently shook up, turning the eyes of a shocking change. The stage that had been remodeled by Chenyu last night finally couldn't withstand the weight, and with a rumble, it completely collapsed, only to see those dignified figures in suits, like floating weeds in the sea, unsteady on their feet, swaying from east to west, in a sorry state. Amidst their cries of alarm, without exception, they were all dropped into the rubble of the stage. A rather tragic scene. The onlookers also did not expect an unexpected turn of events. Screams rose and fell, and they all ran to the distance to take cover, fearing that they would be affected. Around the maintenance of order of Xiao Lu's men, one by one, all dumbfounded, especially Kai Kuan. He stood under the stage, in time to avoid, but stood after the legs softened, but sat on the ground. Kai Koen can't afford to mess with any of the big names on the stage, and he can't afford to pay for any of them. As if the sky had collapsed, Chen Yu hugged his shoulders, revealing a gloating sneer, scolding, "Serves you right, I'll see how you still cut the ribbon." Destroying the demolition ceremony is just the beginning. A bigger revenge is still behind. The stage is not too high from the ground, although the fall does not kill, but when those scantily clad people, struggling to get up, the suit has been full of dust. Many people hung color, look woeful. The most tragic than the Vice Mayor Huang Qigong. He was located in the center of the stage, collapsed, the first to fall, holding the scissors also in the chaos, poked into the chest. Soon after, he was crushed by a nearby person, and for a moment his life and death were unknown. Song Ming was also injured by the iron pipe that constructed the stage, but fortunately, he pressed Huang Qigong underneath him, and the fall was not too heavy. When he managed to climb up and went to assist Huang Qigong, he found that Huang Qigong's clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were golden scissors poking out of his chest. "Mayor Huang, are you alright?" Song Ming was so frightened that he couldn't care about his eyeless pride and hurriedly organized his manpower, breaking into a rage. "What the hell are you waiting for? Quickly send Mayor Huang to the hospital for resuscitation. Reporters, do not shoot." And that group of ES immediately coaxed me away. Who dares to publicize out, will never be lightly spared. A deputy mayor is just a deputy mayor. The Song family is not afraid. If an accident occurred during the launching ceremony, the impact on the Song family's reputation would be very bad. Those who were maintaining order woke up like a dream and acted in panic in all directions, driving away the crowd and snatching the reporters' cameras, making the scene even more chaotic. Chen Yu took his cell phone and filmed all of this scene, keeping it as a precautionary measure. After Xiao Lu climbed out, he came over to Song Ming's side, anxiously explaining, "Young Song, the stage is loaded with more than 10 tons of weight. It's reasonable to say that no accident should have happened. I suspect that someone must have done something." Snap! Song Ming was furious enough to fling his hand in a resounding slap and coldly bellowed, "The stage was built by your people, and now that it's gone so wrong, you have to take full responsibility. If anything happens to Vice Mayor Huang, I'll hold you responsible." Today's incident was destined to become a shame for the Song family. Ninghai City's #1 real estate company. The building has not yet been built. The stage for the launch ceremony collapsed first. Spread the word. Sure to be laughed off. If Huang Qigong really have a long and short, out of public pressure, then the demolition project is very likely to be temporarily shelved. But things have happened. Seize the time to undo. Minimize the loss is the main thing. Song Ming's ability to adapt to the situation is very strong. Sent people to rescue the officials and partners. Went up to apologize, saying that there are generous gifts to compensate. I hope not to take offense. Chen Yu was not interested in how Song Ming made amends, and his eyes moved with Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was slapped in the face, greatly enraged, but the gas did not dare to send to Song Ming. Immediately remembered Kai Kuan, who was responsible for building the stage, and yelled and cursed loudly, "Nima, where is Kai Kuan? Get over here for me." Chapter 49, Autocrat Can't Live. Kai Kuan was scared out of his wits early, shivering and shivering walked over, trembling and trembling. Sixth Master, you call me? You. I asked you to supervise the repair of the station, and you're just fooling around? If Mayor Huang has a long and short, I let your whole family shall not die well. Xiao Lu was furious. Out of such a big accident, he simply cannot afford. Viciously kicked Kai Kuan down, and then, he stormed out and copied. An iron pipe that fell after the stage collapsed, swung round and hit Kai Kuan. He vented all of his anger from being slapped by Song Ming on Kai Kuan's body, also showing his ruthless side. When Song Ming's side was done, he might come back and pack him up. Sixth Master, don't hit. I was wrong. I stepped down to supervise. I wasn't lazy. There's no way this stage can't even withstand the weight of dozens of people. Goo, it hurts me. Kai Kuan did not dare to dodge at all. Not much time. Was beaten and bruised, covered in blood, struggling to wail and beg for mercy. The appearance is extremely miserable. Chun Yu, who was watching from afar, only felt great joy. Last night, how did you bring people to beat Daku Wei? Today, how will you double back? Was killed also deserved. Kai Kuan was beaten to only half a life. The iron pipe was stained red with blood. Xiao Lu felt that he was not yet relieved, and then a few vicious blows hit Kai Kuan's legs. Bone cracking sound followed. Kai Kuan once again issued a scalp-numbing miserable howl, holding the broken leg, rolling back and forth. Only then did Xiao Lu stop, spat heavily and cursed fiercely. Today first break a leg to atone for your sins. From now on you are no longer my men. Go back and wait. If Mayor Huang has any accidents, I will personally come to your door and take your life. After cursing, Xiaolu smashed the ion pipe on Kai Kuan again and turned his head to leave. Chen Yu saw it clearly and grinned out. Retribution. Deserved, but I guarantee that you will end up far worse than De Kue. At this time, a punk who drove away the spectators came closer and scolded. Get lost, don't look, look again and gouge your eyeballs. Shen Yu blared fiercely at this person, but did not clash and pretended to turn away. There were already not many people in this square. There was no need to stay any longer. There was no need to expose himself before the big success. Chen Yu whistled cheerfully and walked further away, secretly observing Kai Kuan who was dragged away. He pondered in his heart to follow up and see how Kai Kuan was doing, and if he wasn't hurt enough to be thorough, he would help the guy again. But halfway there, Chen Yu stopped, attracted by the cries of a child, only to see a dirty, hair more disheveled than a chicken's nest, a silly kid who looked big and thick, both eyes dull and lifeless, a silly smile on his face, obviously mentally abnormal. That silly kid snatched the little kid's popsicle and stuffed it directly into his mouth, licking it while giggling. Hey, it smells so good, it's so delicious. Does silly Chun dare to bully the little kid? See if I don't beat you to death. The child's father was furious enough to pick up a brick and heavily slapped at Big Silly Spring's back. If it were an ordinary person, he would have jumped to his feet in pain, but Dazukin was as senseless as if he hadn't realized it, still licking the popsicle on his own. Yummy, I have to leave half for my sister. Where is my sister? Where did she go? Originally Chen Yu did not put it on his mind, casually glanced at a few eyes. His body shook. Surprised. Feng Yanyan's own brother, Feng Yuchen? At the same time, a string of information surfaced in his mind. Feng Yuchen, 25 years old, suffering from severe schizophrenia. Feng Yanyan's younger brother. 2 years ago, due to his obsession with investigating the cause of his sister's death, he was sent by Xiao Lu to be beaten and severely injured, with nerve damage to his brain. Shen Yu held his breath as if he had discovered a treasure. There is no other reason. And Xiao Lu's first meeting with him, he could see that Xiao Lu had personally killed 3 people's lives, and Feng Yanyan was one of them. Xiao Lu is the mastermind of hurting Gao Dakue, and is a murderer on the loose. It is only right to screw him to rid the people of evil. This Feng Yuchen was the key figure and had to be utilized properly. Big brother, don't fight. This $100, buy a few more popsicles for the child. Making up his mind, Chen Yu quickly stepped forward and paid out money to send away the beating father. He also did not mind the dirt, pulled the hand of the big stupid spring, inquired, Feng Yuchen, do you remember who you are? What exactly happened 2 years ago? How did your sister die? Hey, my sister, popsicle. Feng Yuchen did not understand what Chen Yu was saying at all, eating popsicles in his own fancy way and having fun. Chen Yu realized that he was too hasty, and had to change his approach and follow the good advice. However, to his surprise, words such as Xiao Lu, Feng Yanyan, sister, etc., mentioned more often. Feng Yuchen's head began to ache violently, and after the pain, still do not remember anything. It was only when Xiao Lu was mentioned that Feng Yuchen would be extraordinarily angry and almost storm out. Through his eyes, Chen Yu let out a long sigh, knowing that he could not ask anything. Feng Yuchen's brain was a mess, and with today's medicine, there was no cure. Wanting to bring down Xiao Lu, those 3 lives were the best clue. Unfortunately, after finding the key Feng Yuchen, the clues actually broke. Chen Yu pondered for a while and decided to give up. Asking further would only cause more serious damage to Feng Yuchen's brain. He went to buy a few popsicles, as if coaxing a child, inducing Feng Yuchen to follow him. This silly kid was very obedient for the sake of the popsicles, eating one, taking one, and bumblingly following Chen Yu. During this time, Chen Yu also did not forget to observe Kai Kuan's movements, and found that he was thrown into a nearby alley. Into the alley, only to see Kai Kuan look incomparably miserable, covered with blood, such as a dead dog lying on the ground. When Xiao Lu hit him, the cell phone has disappeared. All around the demolition households have moved away. No one at all. Want to go to the hospital to pick up the leg or not? Chen Yu calmly observed Kai Kuan's appearance, and blandly said, being beaten into a dog by his own boss. Is it ironic enough? The sins of heaven can be forgiven, and the sins of the self cannot be lived. Save me, I hurt so much. Hearing the human voice, Kai Kuan raised his head and looked at Chen Yu with tears in his eyes. But Chen Yu was indifferent, coldly smiling. When you brought people to beat up my brother last night, did you ever consider that there would be today? Kai Kuan was momentarily speechless, and his mood was incomparably desperate. Chen Yu squatted down and solemnly scrutinized Kai Kuan for the first time. Before this, he had never looked at Kai Kuan squarely. A dog is just a dog, not yet put in his heart. His eyes glittered. After scanning, all of Kai Kuan's hidden secrets have nothing to hide. Kai Kuan, 26 years old, drug addict, currently in serious condition, right leg bone broken, not recoverable. Followed Xiao 6 nearly 6 years. Bad things to do. Monthly income of 8,000. In Ninghai City has 2 sets of houses, one of them in the name of his parents. Oh, Chen Yu found some unusual information and sneered. You will win a follower little brother. Quite rich nah. Both sucking powder and have 2 suites in the city. Your monthly salary is less than 10,000. Where did the extra money come from? Chapter 50 The Layout Plot of Revenge. What money? I don't understand. Kai Kuan's heart sank violently as he bared his teeth and denied. Being beaten like a dog. Don't you want to be treated and wait for death? Chen Yu sneered. As long as you truthfully explain where the money for the powder in the house came from, I will send you to the hospital. Otherwise, you stay here and fend for yourself. Kai Kuan immediately panicked. There are no residents around. Chen Yu, no one to help send to the hospital. Maybe alive and pain death, compared to the life is still the most important. Seeing Chen Yu waiting impatiently, get up to go, he hurriedly said. I say, but cannot let others know. Chen Yu disdainfully said, love to say or not, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Want to live and want to die all depends on your own. Dare to have half a lie, the same as waiting for death. Kai Kuan was in severe pain, unbearable, easing a few breaths, gritted his teeth and said, I'm Xiao Lu's beloved. In addition to the salary, he explained that I do other things, but also will share me a part of the reward money, such as fake accounts, and selling drugs. Fake accounts? Selling drugs? Chen Yu's eyes lit up and hurriedly pressed. Tell me in detail what's going on, as well as whether Xiao Lu has left any leverage? Kai Kuan's expression couldn't help but become fearful and twisted. If it leaked out and reached Xiao Lu's ears, he would still be dead. He could not dare to speak down, shaking his head. Even if there are handles, he could not possibly let me know. Chen Yu sneered. You cannot say anything. I will now go and publicize your betrayal of Xiao Lu, and see how Xiao Lu will screw you. You, Kai Kuan wanted to cry, secretly cursed, he fell into a pit. To say or not to say, all in the palms of Chen Yu's hands. Say it, there is a possibility that Xiao Lu does not know that he leaked, and still be able to save his life. If you don't say it, and let Chen Yu go out to make a fuss, there is only one way to die. After a battle of heaven and man, Kai Kuan, in order to survive the immediate difficulties, seized the time to get medical treatment to survive, helplessly spit out the truth. Originally, Xiao 6 years contracted demolition project, always use various means to deduct the demolition money, especially this time with the rich and powerful Song family cooperation, but also made a lot of money. As a Zhou 6 once beloved, Kai Kuan on these things no. Zhou 6 in order to seal, has rewarded him millions. As for selling drugs, it is the Song family's rival, the Lu family, in order to tarnish the reputation of the Song family, to buy through Xiao Lu, and supply him, so that he is responsible for the care of the Song family nightclub selling. The money earned is all his. This kind of business with a profit. Xiao Lu greedily agreed to it. He thought that the private secretly tell Kai Kuan, Lu Hua and other people to do some secretive. The Song family should not know. In fact, the Song family did not notice, but coincidentally, this matter was just kicked out of the team. Kai Kuan reported to Chen Yu one by one. Chen Yu listened carefully, refusing to let go of a single detail, observing through his eyes. He knew that Kai Kuan was not lying. When listening to Kai Kuan mentioning the ledger, Chen Yu pursued. You said that Xiao Lu's ledger for taking kickbacks and selling drugs are hidden in the safe at home? Kai Kuan said bitterly. That's right. The safe is foreign imports. No password. Submachine guns cannot be pierced. The account book is the most powerful evidence to take revenge on Xiao Lu. It must be gotten. Chen Yu made up his mind to steal it. And then, he pointed at the stupid Feng Yechen and asked. He is Feng Yanyan's brother. Tell me, how did Feng Yanyan die 2 years ago? Things have come to this point. Kai Kuan told Xiao Lu's bit of horizontal and vertical death. Not bad. He took a deep breath and recounted. I've heard a bit of rumors, but I'm not sure exactly how. Feng Yanyan is a beautiful woman, still a college student. Xiao Lu saw the color and forcibly took over. Feng Yanyan's parents died early, and with her younger brother, she could not resist, only compromise, but also pregnant. It is said that Feng Yanyan has a boyfriend, about 8 months pregnant. She and her boyfriend rendezvous, was caught by Xiao 6. Later the 2 people and the unborn child mysteriously disappeared. No news. Ma, not as good as, even pregnant women and the baby about to be born are tolerated to kill, plus the orphanage and the 2 debts of Gao Dakue, will make him pay for his blood. Chen Yu secretly cursed, felt that there is nothing to ask. Make a phone call to the good performance of Kai Kuan, called an ambulance, and then took Feng Yechen out of the alley. Feng Yechen a demented look, as if the story told by Kai Kuan has nothing to do with him. Chen Yu shook his head despondently, bought a lot of food, and placed Feng Yechen in the old Happy House orphanage, which was empty. The demolition launch ceremony turned into an accident tragedy. These 2 days will not be demolished for the time being. Feng Yechen live also safe. After leaving the orphanage, Chen Yu made a risky decision to go alone to Xiao Lu's residence to steal crucial evidence. At this time, Xiao Lu was outside running around, busy, up and down the launch ceremony accident aftermath, but also have to send people to the hospital to guard. Always report the news of Mayor Huang. If Huang Qigong life to the 9 springs, Xiao Lu's good days 80% also to the end. Shen Yu was precisely to take advantage of this, to start by surprise. Over the years, Xiao Lu relied on the demolition and relocation of a large amount of money, living in a villa. Shen Yu came to the outside of the villa, secretly cursed. This kind of scum also deserved to live in a villa, purely for nothing. He took advantage of the fact that no one was around, avoided the surveillance cameras, effortlessly jumped the wall and entered, and with his eye powers, he found the villa empty. Xiao Lu was not married and usually brought his bodyguards to live with him, but the bodyguards all followed him out on business, which was just convenient for Chen Yu to act. He jumped in from an open window, and found the safe in the bedroom. The color is still rustic gold. Swept a glance, the information floated in his mind. European imported bulletproof safe, 1 meter high, single door opening, password. Chen Yu's psychic ability was able to discern the numerical code. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and he effortlessly opened the safe and took out the account book. He roughly flipped through it, and it was filled with detailed records of every income over $500,000 that Xiao Lu had made over the years. With the evidence on the ledger, it is more than enough to kill Xiao Lu, but not cheaply, must be well planned and laid out, so that his reputation is broken. Hateful death to relieve the anger. The safe will be closed again. Chen Yu took the account book, and left Xiao Lu's villa unnoticed. On the way back to the orphanage, he took pictures of the important parts of the ledger, sent the pictures to Song Yan, and then gave a call to Miss Song. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yu appeared outside the door of Shengyuan nightclub and dialed Xiao Lu's phone. The account book of your family's safe is in my hands. No matter where you are, you have half an hour to give you. You must roll over to the Song family's Shengyuan nightclub to meet me. Otherwise I will send the evidence of your withholding of demolition money and making false accounts to Song Ming. Grandpa, how do you know? Dodo. Xiao Lu was first stunned, then broke into a curse, but just said a sentence. Chen Yu directly hung up the phone, making him so angry that his face turned green. However, not to go cannot. Who knows that kid talking is true or false? Home to check the safe or also too late. After thinking about it, Xiao Lu decided to bring dozens of people, raging to rush to the Shengyuan nightclub. Chapter 51 Teasing Xiao Lu out of anger. Chen Yu sat in the bar card seat of Shengyuan nightclub, ordered 24 bottles of beer, set up the wine table, but did not open it, keeping it as a weapon. At this time just twilight. The time is still early. The guests are not many. Seems a little cold. Around 7:30, there was a commotion at the door, and Xiao Lu led a large group of people, walking in aggressively. Xiao Lu's face was as heavy as water, waved his hand and gave a command. The men he brought with him immediately spread out, blocking both the front and back doors, intending to catch a turtle in a jar. Chen Yu saw that the other party had at least 30 people. If they really fought, he would only be completely abused. But since he dared to come, he was not afraid. He beckoned and said with a leathery smile, "I'm here. Don't look for me. It's you." Xiao Lu rushed closer and quickly recognized Chen Yu, viciously saying, "Brat, where did you hear that rumor? Dare to slander me? I will make your life worse than death." Chen Yu was unafraid, and said unafraid, "I am sitting right here. Do you dare to move me? The books are not on me. Once I have any slip-ups, Song Ming will be the first to know." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's heart immediately cooled down. After receiving Chen Yu's phone call, he sent his close friends home to check, and before entering the nightclub, he got the news that the account book had indeed disappeared, and was actually really stolen by this kid. Dare to steal his things, or incomparably important account book, he will Chen Yu broken body heart have. Tell me, what do you want before you are willing to return the account book to me? Xiao Lu hangs out on the road and has seen a lot. He feels that a brat whose hair is not even long enough to make any waves in front of him. He sits on the sofa opposite him and asks in a deep voice, "Master 6, why are you here?" At this time, Lu Hua and Zhang Yu, who were in charge of watching the venue, heard the commotion and rushed over to check, only to find that it was actually Big Brother leading a group of people. Lu Hua had sharp eyes and recognized Chen Yu, and angrily scolded, "It's your kid, so big and bold, still dare to come to our territory to spread." Ah! Words did not finish. Chen Yu coldly stood up, swung up the unopened beer bottle, heavily smashed in Lu Hua's head. Boom sound explosion. Beer, broken glass splash. Lu Hua's head was opened. Blood quickly flowed down, staining his cheeks. He howled in horror, covering his head and squatting down. Chen Yu grabbed the burst bottle and pointed the sharp glass at Xiao Lu, shouting extremely arrogantly, "They beat up my good brother. Now I'm going to avenge my brother's death. Tell your men to obediently stand still." or else don't even think about the account book. Xiao Lu was so angry that he was burning with rage. When was it the turn of a nobody to dictate in front of him? But for the sake of the account book, he could only tolerate it for the time being. Shen Yu didn't care if Xiao Lu answered or not. With a flash of his figure, half of the bottle stabbed into Zhang Yu's mouth next to him. In an instant, Zhang Yu's lips were cut out with a terribly large gash. Blood spilled everywhere, and his screams changed tone. Damn it, brothers, get him. Each of Xiao Lu's men opened their teeth and claws, wanting to pounce over and tear Chen Yu alive. Xiao Lu's face was horribly gloomy as he roared. Nobody move. Back off. The lives of Lu Hua and Zhang Yu were worthless to Xiao Lu. Making sure to get the account book was the most important thing. Let this kid run wild for a while first, then turn around and get him killed. Shen Yu did not stop. Compared to Gao Dukui's injuries, the punishment these two scumbags received was too light. He picked up a bottle with one hand and smashed it towards the bodies of the two once again. Boom, boom, boom. After smashing all 24 bottles of beer in one breath, Shen Yu felt that he had also given Gao Daki a chance to get out of the way before stopping. Lu Hua and Zhang Yu have long fallen in the pile of broken glass, howling miserably, covered with blood stains, the appearance of a mess. Beer splashed all over the ground. Shen Yu condescended, coldly grunted. Little master still has business. Slightly small punishment. Cheap for you guys. Hiss. A chill rose in the nightclub. Many people sucked in cold air, and those gangsters who were excited and wanted to violently beat Shen Yu at first, also snapped their mouths shut. Lu Hua and Zhang Yu were beaten into a dying dog. Head and face, skin and flesh. The body is full of glass shards. Even if you go to the hospital to sew a few hundred stitches to restore health, the original appearance is certainly not safe. That is to say, these two scumbags, the rest of their lives will be topped with an ugly face. Lifelong dare not raise their heads to see people. Shen Yu shook the liquor on his clothes, and resettled his seat as if he was nothing, and said in a cold voice, if you want me to return the account book to you, you can do so. Give me $10 million. To ask for $10 million is tantamount to extortion. It is always Xiao Lu who extorts others. Since he became famous, no one has dared to extort him. Xiao Lu was even more furious and said angrily, kid, you dare to open your mouth wide. Before you open your price, I advise you to think twice. Be careful of having a life to take the money, no life to spend. Orphanage demolition and relocation fee, my brother's medical fee for being injured and hospitalized, as well as Feng Yanyan's own brother, Feng Yuchun's mental damage fee. These three add up to 10 million. Not too much, right? Shen Yu stared at Xiao Lu, teasingly continued. If you think it's not worth it, take $10 million for your dog's life. Is it worth it? Xiao Lu was about to explode with anger. He was a dignified figure, but he was so humiliated by a brat that he couldn't wait to break Shen Yu into pieces. I also advise you to think twice before opening your mouth. Otherwise beware of having a life to take money but no life to spend it. Shen Yu returned the words that Xiao Lu had just threatened. Xiao Lu gritted his teeth in hatred and stared ferociously at Shen Yu, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Okay, I promise you. He had already made a plan in his heart to get the account book and immediately moved to chop Shen Yu into mincemeat. Xiao Lu forced himself to endure the tremendous shame and anger, asking for Shen Yu's bank card number to transfer money. When the cell phone beep sounded, 10 million arrived. Shen Yu comfortably closed his eyes, enjoying the afterglow of heavenly music. Xiao Lu's teeth ached with hatred. His eyes showed a fierce light, reaching out to demand. Where is the account book? Give it to me. Account book? Shen Yu repeated, smiling playfully. I said the account book is not on me. You should go find Song Ming. It's already in his hands. Holy Nima, dare to fool me. Give me on. Kill him. Xiao Lu sniffed furiously, his eyes red with anger. How many years had it been? He had never been treated like this. Like a little cutie, teasing and fooling like that. He could no longer care to think about what would happen in the future. At this moment, Shen Yu had to die. 30 or so people witnessing this, all felt that Shen Yu was crazy, daring to blackmail and bully Xiao Lu. Really, the old man hanged himself too long. Looking at the crowd that swarmed and pounced on him, Shen Yu was indifferent and shouted, don't make a move yet. The person I've arranged for is almost here. Stop. As soon as Shen Yu's words fell, a dainty cry followed closely behind. The heavenly-looking Song Yan and her cold, arrogant and handsome cousin Song Ming appeared side by side at the entrance of the bar, followed by a group of black suit bodyguards. Those shrimp soldiers turned their heads and saw the figure of Mr. Song. Where would they dare to act rashly? Immediately stopping their bodies and coming to a hard halt. Scram! Shen Yu slapped one, knocked over the two punks who rushed in front of him, and then cast a grateful gaze towards Song Yan. Coming too timely. There is still a good show to be staged behind. Chapter 52. Watching the dog master beat the dog. Song Yan winked heartily, saying no need to thank him, and pointed to the door, telling Shen Yu that the person he wanted had also been brought. Song Ming, dressed in a suit, his face still bearing the bruises left from today's stage collapse, droned out in a deep voice, "Clear the stage. There's one who counts. All of you get the hell out of here. I'll pay for the guests' drinks." Without saying a word, the following bodyguards began to clear the scene, blowing away the bartenders, waiters, customers, and Xiao Lu's men. Only Lu Hua and Zhang Yu, who were lying on the ground, were ignored. They were covered in blood. Their appearance was horrible, and they were lying in the middle of the glass shards. Even if they were helped up, they were still stuck in their hands. Seeing the biggest dependents, dozens of brothers were driven out. The corner of Xiao Lu's mouth viciously pumped a little, wanting to say something, but in the end did not open his mouth. A bodyguard walked up to Chen Yu and asked in a jarring voice, "Boss, should we drive him away?" As a personal bodyguard, he roughly knew what had happened. It was Chen Yu who had reported Xiao Lu. Keeping him might be useful. However, Song Ming merely swept a glance at Chen Yu and withdrew his gaze with great contempt. "Where did the pariah come from? Get out. He doesn't deserve to know about our Song family's matters." Because of the orphanage's resettlement issue, Chen Yu looked at Song Ming 120 times and sneered. "What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? When the stage collapsed in the morning, what's the difference between your panicked appearance and the so-called pariahs? Slap your mouth and whip it until it's smashed." Song Ming's face sank as he coldly ordered. The bodyguard who spoke nodded his head and swung his arm, without saying a word, directly slapping towards Chen Yu's cheek. These bodyguards were all practiced and carefully selected, strong and decisive. A slap down would not be able to be withstood by an ordinary person. However, the bodyguard's movements were extraordinarily clear in front of Chen Yu's eyes. The trajectory could be predicted, and his figure leaned back, easily avoiding it. "Stop, no rudeness. Mr. Chen is my friend. He can stay." Song Yen hurriedly spoke out to stop him, looking at Chen Yu with a few more points of appreciation. In contrast to the ruthless Xiao Lu who held his tongue after his cousin's words, Chen Yu was not submissive. The two were truly one heaven and one earth. The bodyguard was stunned for a while. Song Yen had always been as cold as ice, disdaining to socialize with others. Where did a shabbily dressed friend appear from? "Didn't hear what I said. Keep slapping." Song Ming ignored his cousin's obstruction and ordered in a cold voice. He thought highly of himself, and a wild boy who dared to disobey him and speak out of turn had to be taught a hard lesson. "Who dares?" Song Yen stepped forward and blocked Chen Yu behind her. Her pretty face chilled as she sternly said, "Whoever touches my friend, I will make him regret it for the rest of his life." The bodyguard was caught in the middle, not knowing what to do. It was no secret in the Song family that the two veins of Song Ming and Song Yen did not get along, but the bodyguard could not dare offend anyone. "Forget it, with my status I don't care to bother with a pariah, and give face to my cousin." Song Ming snorted coldly, looked at Song Yen who had stubbornness written all over her small face, and made a compromise. Immediately after, he ignored Chen Yu's presence, not having to look squarely at him, and sternly questioned Xiao Lu. "Surname Qiao, you're eating out of the palm of your hand. You dare to take the Lu family's favors, and sell drugs in the Song family's nightclub. What crime should you be held responsible for?" Xiao Lu's face went white with fear. He panicked and defended. "Please Sir Song, I didn't. It's someone who framed and wanted to provoke the partnership between us. Your bull ting me." Song Yen pointed at Xiao Lu and huffed. "What kind of man is it to not dare to admit what you have done? I have the complete ledger here as proof." Saying that, she beckoned for a bodyguard to take out the complete ledger and hand it over to Song Ming. In the afternoon, Chen Yu had called Song Yen and sent a photo of a portion of the ledger, asking her to help contact Song Ming and get his attention to arrive at Shangyuan nightclub on time. The ledger was his evidence against Xiao Lu. There was no use in keeping it, and before he came, he told Song Yen the hiding place again, asking her to send her close friends to pick it up and bring Feng Yechen with her. This thing is Xiao Lu's heart and soul for many years. A pen writing and drawing out simply cannot be fake. Xiao Lu was covered in a cold sweat and wanted to snatch the ledger over, but the surrounding bodyguards were gawking, so there was no hope of success. Song Ming lowered his head to read it and burst into a rage, slamming the ledger in Xiao Lu's face with force, cursing, "Withholding the demolition money. I won't say anything about it. It's considered greed at best, but you even dared to collude with the Lu family, selling drugs in the Song family's venues and damaging the Song family's reputation. It's simply an unforgivable crime. Mr. Song, I didn't. I really didn't." The ledger was a disguise. Xiao Lu flopped to his knees and begged for forgiveness, biting down on his denial. Don't look at him in the road some fame, but in front of the behemoth mansion Song family, is just a dog, casually can be killed. Don't play dead. Wake up. At this time, Chen Yu suddenly spoke, stepped forward and kicked Lu Hua with his foot, threatening, "If you don't get up, I'll proceed to smash you." Relying on his supernatural ability, the injuries of the two of them were in his eyes. Lu Hua pretending to be unconscious could not be hidden from him at all, just in time to testify against Xiao Lu. Don't. Big brother, what are your demands? Just mention it. I know I'm wrong." Lu Hua sat up in a panic, with his head full of glass, in front of Xiao Lu, calling out to someone else's big brother, was completely scared by Qingyu. Shen Yu ordered, "Where is the poison hidden in Sheng Yuan nightclub? Get lost and find it all for me." "Okay, I'm going." Lu Hua also saw that with Song Ming personally present, Xiao Lu was in a great position. Even if he didn't take it, it would still be searched out, so he might as well take the initiative to cooperate. In a short amount of time, Lu Hua returned with a few packets of white powder, staggering and limping. "Mr. Song, it is the 6. Xiao Lu, let our nightclub sell it. Go to hell, traitor." Xiao Lu furiously jumped up and viciously kicked Lu Hua twice, kicking Lu Hua over on the ground. And then, Xiao Lu knelt on both knees again and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Song, listen to my explanation. It was the Lu family that threatened me. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life." Song Ming's face was cold, and a cold light shone in his eyes. The Lu family was the Song family's evenly matched nemesis, and to dare to help the Lu family, to be two-faced, to eat out of the palm of your hand, was absolutely unforgivable. He said in a chilling voice, "Killing a cheap dog like you will only dirty my hands. I will make you lose your reputation and hold regrets for the rest of your life. Someone come, waste him for me. Pass my words down. From now on, Xiao Lu is the enemy of my Song family. Whoever dares to get close to him is an enemy of the Song family." "What? Don't!" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lu sat on his butt on the ground, his mind completely collapsing. Song Ming's words were tantamount to pronouncing his life, an early end, and in the future, throughout Ninghai City. Who would dare to risk offending the Song family by cooperating with himself? The Lu family is not afraid, but the Lu family will never admit to buy through Xiao Lu, selling drugs in the rival family's nightclub. This kind of despicable and shameless means, spread out to the Lu family's reputation is not good. Used to living in the days of the mighty, respected, a dynasty of infamy, everyone shouted, "Such a discrepancy, Xiao Six cannot accept, might as well die forget," but did not have time to lament too much. A few bodyguards have already walked to Xiao Lu's side, lifted him up like a chicken and began to beat him ferociously. The corner of Chun Yu's mouth emerges a cold smile, secretly gloating. Watching the master beat the dog is also a kind of fun, but also do not need me to personally take action. This kind of revenge is only to relieve the anger. Chapter 53 The Dignity of the Little Man. When Xiao Lu was young, his body was tough and he was able to fight without any problems, but after he became powerful from then on, his body was gradually hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and he simply couldn't carry the ferocious bodyguard siege. The 4 bodyguards took turns to fight. A violent beating, like this kind of eating, double-faced, the surface for the Song family work, secretly private Lu family scum, also does not deserve sympathy. Each hand is very hard. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Lu was already bruised and covered in blood, his bones and tendons broken, miserable to the extreme. He didn't even have the strength to scream and beg for mercy, lying on the ground like a dead dog, only waiting to die. He also knew that he was finished. As long as the Song family spread the news of the collapse of his news, will be a loss of reputation, no longer have a foothold in Ninghai City. Xiao Lu's heart only left a thought, to save his life not to die, as soon as possible with money, leave Ninghai City, away from the Song family's sphere of influence. But he does not know. Shen Yu, in order to avenge Gao Dakue, consumed countless brain cells, laid tonight's bureau, did not intend to let him leave alive. Otherwise let this kind of jackal return to the mountain, will certainly be endless trouble. Even if Chun Yu did not personally do anything, watching Xiao Lu being beaten to death, continuously spitting out blood, miserable, he still felt very relieved, and step by step, he was following his scheme. Stop it, don't beat him to death so as not to dirty our family's nightclub, drag him out. Seeing that Xiao Lu was abused into a dog, Song Ming didn't bother to look at it more than once and waved his hand in a lofty manner. In his eyes, Xiao Lu was a dog at the beck and call of the Song family, daring to eat and sell drugs secretly, damaging the Song family's reputation. He must be severely punished and killed as an example. The 4 bodyguards nodded and dragged Xiao Lu out like a dead dog. Song Ming sternly commanded again, "Tonight, conduct a thorough investigation of all the Song family's nightclubs overnight, and any personnel involved in selling drugs will never be lightly punished." The Song family was the top gentry in Ninghai City, and valued their reputation highly, and didn't care to use illegal methods such as selling drugs to make money. If word got out, it would really damage their reputation. Leaving the rest of the matter to his men, Song Ming finished his instructions and stepped away. "Mr. Song, stay, I have something to find you." Chen Yu hurriedly stepped forward and blocked the way. Song Ming still stepped forward, ignoring it. A pariah, also worthy of making him stop. How ridiculous, not a small temper, pretending to be noble. Who are you showing it to? Chen Yu cursed and raised his voice. "If you are not afraid that I will publicize today's matter, You may leave. Song Ming jolted to a halt, anger surfacing on his face as he turned his head and viciously questioned. Bastard! Are you threatening me? Previously, Chun Yu had dared to speak out against him. He held his status and didn't bother. He didn't expect Chun Yu to dare to stomp on his nose and use tonight's events as blackmail. He simply didn't know what to do. The surrounding several bodyguards who followed Song Ming also became furious, immediately stepped forward and surrounded Chun Yu. Chun Yu swept his eyes at the several bodyguards and said in an unimpressed manner, "Think what you want. You still owe all the children a satisfactory answer regarding the placement of the Joyful House orphanage." Song Ming condescendingly and coldly said, "What orphanage? Don't bother me with this kind of small sesame point. It's purely a waste of my time. Don't think you're so great for being born in the Song family. I'll ask you one thing right now. The orphanage's resettlement problem. How the hell are you going to solve it?" Chun Yu is also angry. This Song Ming thinks highly of himself. Really think he is the king of heaven? Want to pose home to pose? Not good in front of me. I will not be spoiled. You a pariah. Dare to me so rude. Want to be with Xiao Six a downfall? Well, give me a fight. If placed in normal times, Song Ming, who was a superior person in his bones, simply disdained to pay attention to nameless pawns. But Chen Yu's repeated rudeness, coupled with the anger triggered by Xiao Lu's incident, he could no longer suppress it and roared, "Stop! I said Chen Yu is my friend. I'll see which of you dares to touch him." Song Yan once again took sides and shouted sternly in a cold voice. She usually came into contact with people who tended to favor others, fearing the power of the Song family and groveling, so she was extraordinarily impressed with Chun Yu, who was not afraid of power. Chun Yu gratefully glanced at Song Yan, and then said to Song Ming, "I provided Xiao Lu's account book. Speaking of which, I am also considered a benefactor of the Song family. Since you don't know how to repay me, then don't blame me." Saying that, he took out his cell phone and shook it, sneering, "Everything that happened just now, I filmed it and sent it to my best friend, as well as the video of the demolition startup stage collapsing today. If we don't compensate the orphanage's resettlement fee, the video will be uploaded to the internet tonight." Song Ming was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and had lived a life of superiority since he was a child. Even the mayor had to be courteous when he met him, and had never been threatened like this before. His face became gloomy and ugly. His eyes coldly stared at Chun Yu, coldly said, "Are you not afraid? How to die do not know." "Afraid of what? I'm an orphan. A cheap life. When pushed, I can do anything. Even if I die, I will pull one as a cushion." Chen Yu's gaze was firm as he stared at each other, radiating fearless madness. Song Ming had a strong feeling that if he dared to let his bodyguards move Chen Yu would not hesitate to fight for his life and pull him as his back. This kind of life-threatening madness made Song Ming feel a chill and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Both sides were at swords drawn. A violent clash could occur at any time. This was something Song Yan did not wish to see. Rounding off the situation, "Cousin, the account book was indeed provided by Qing Yu. Without him, the Song family would surely be disgraced. We can't be gracious enough to return the favor. With a favor, he deserves it?" Song Ming realized the pariah in his eyes, backed away in fear, annoyed, incomparably contemptuous and sarcastic. "Poor then, not just want to blackmail money. This young master has plenty of money, just as to send off the beggar. $500,000 is enough?" Finished, he took out a checkbook from his pocket, tore off a check for $500,000, and threw it on Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not pick it up, letting the check float down. "Too little?" Song Ming had a face of thick contempt, tore off another one and flung it over again. Chen Yu still didn't pick it up. He was looking for Song Ming to ask for resettlement fee. It was what the real estate company should give. It was only natural for him to ask for it. But this kind of insulting money, he wouldn't pick it up. Even a small person had his own unyielding spine, and at this moment, his waist was extraordinarily straight. "Cousin, can you respect others?" Song Yan said with strong dissatisfaction. "A small person like him? He's not even worthy of lifting my shoes. What qualifications does he have to make me respect him?" Song Ming had a superior stance, arrogantly sneering. "I am a small person, but the dignity of a small person is not to be trampled on either." Chen Yu's gaze abruptly turned cold as he violently leapt out. Without any prior warning, he grabbed Song Ming's neck collar, holding a glass shard in his other hand, and pressed it against Song Ming's neck. Chapter 54. The Heavenly Tao is good for reincarnation. "Stop, let go of Mr. Song. If you dare to harm him for a moment, you will surely die." The surrounding bodyguards did not expect Chen Yu to dare to make a move. They were unprepared beforehand and cried out in shock. However, Chen Yu was holding broken glass and pressed against Song Ming's neck artery. The bodyguards, although there were many of them, did not dare to move. They could not afford to hurt the Song family's young master's golden body. "Chen Yu, don't mess around. There is something to discuss. How much money do you want? Just mention it." Song Yan was also startled and hurriedly advised, fearing that Chen Yu would do something stupid. Song Ming was accustomed to being pampered. He had never been blackmailed like this before. His face suddenly turned white. The orphanage's resettlement fee. I want what is rightfully mine. Immediately donate $5 million to the Happy House Orphanage's account. This is the compensation Song Ming should give. Chen Yu shouted forcefully. He hadn't originally planned to blackmail Song Ming, but this kind of self-righteous eunuch was truly detestable. Even if the fish died, he would still get the resettlement fee. And then, he ambled over to Song Ming's ear, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he scornfully said, "Just you deserve to be superior. It's disgusting. Don't think that I don't know about that bit of crap you have with your aunt. Once exposed, you guessed the whole world. How will look at you guys. How do you know?" Song Ming was more shocked than being blackmailed. He said, "Last night, you spent the night at your aunt's place, right?" Chen Yu smiled mysteriously and pushed Song Ming away. After he saw Song Ming tonight, he had already utilized his eye's supernormal ability to read Song Ming's information clearly. What surprised him the most was that Song Ming's mother had died early, suffered from Oedipal fetishism, had a penchant for older women, and had gotten involved with his aunt, which was a family scandal. These days, people's favorite thing to read was gossip, and once it was exposed, the impact was even more sensational than the Song family's nightclub drug sales. When the time came, the Song family's reputation would be severely damaged, and Song Ming would definitely be deprived of all rights in the family's affairs, losing his eligibility to inherit the Song family in the future. Song Ming didn't know how Chen Yu heard about it, but since Chen Yu was able to say that he spent the night at his aunt's place last night, he obviously knew about it in detail, and probably had been following him for the past few days, and had photos or something in his hands. A few bodyguards swarmed up and tackled Chen Yu, but Chen Yu did not resist in the slightest, teasingly looking at Song Ming, emboldened. "Stop, let go of him." Song Ming wasn't sure what kind of backhand Chen Yu had, making him quite fearful. He wouldn't dare to joke with his future of inheriting a $10 billion family fortune in the future. However, the matter could not be explicitly stated in public. He viciously gritted his teeth and said, "Transfer $5 million to the orphanage. Chen Yu, keep your mouth shut, or I will make both you and the orphanage cease to exist." This lifeless brat, who dared to threaten him with glass, made him feel that Chen Yu could do anything. Song Ming viciously glared at Chen Yu, but he could not do anything to Chen Yu at the moment, holding in his belly full of anger. He whisked his sleeves away. Tonight's events were simply a great shame for him, making it difficult for him to accept, his face turning blue. After leaving the house, Song Ming furiously instructed his close bodyguards to go and thoroughly investigate Chen Yu. Tomorrow he would want to know all relevant information about Chen Yu. Seeing her cousin defeated, Song Yan's mouth revealed a sneer, and worriedly reminded Chen Yu, "You're very brave and have a backbone, but I advise you to better restrain yourself. Don't mess with my cousin again. He's so narrow-minded that he'll probably retaliate against you." "Thanks, Miss Song. I am not a reckless person. If I dare to do so, I am not afraid of his retaliation." Chen Yu smiled indifferently. Based on his grasp of Song Ming's ugliness alone, he was able to cause Song Ming to throw in the towel and not dare to act rashly. Song Yan sighed softly and urged once again, "Anyway, you have to be careful, and I will also try to persuade my cousin as much as possible. As you requested, when I send someone to fetch the account books, bring Feng Yuchen over. He is a little cutie. What's the point of having him here?" She did not quite understand why Chen Yu placed special emphasis on bringing over a person who was not quite mentally normal. Chen Yu replied vaguely, "I had planned to let silly Chen come to the nightclub to meet the world, but now that I have offended your cousin, I have to take him with me." Song Yan sensitively realized that Chen Yu wasn't telling the truth. A little cutie covered in filth, which was not allowed to enter any nightclub. Seeing that Chen Yu did not want to say, she did not continue to pursue the matter. Walking out of the nightclub, Chen Yu found Feng Yuchen squatting on the ground playing with his fingers. Refused Song Yan sent a car to send each other, and watched Song Yan get on the car and leave. He patted Feng Yuchen's shoulder, took out 2 lollipops and laughed. "De-chun, follow me, go and avenge your sister." Feng Yuchen snatched the lollipops and held them in his mouth, foolishly got up and followed Chen Yu's ass. Walking out for less than 2 minutes, Chen Yu found Xiao Lu, who was thrown on the roadside greenbelt, half dead. Chen Yu squatted down, tore off a piece of rag from Xiao Lu's body, and seemingly kindly wiped up the blood on his face, rubbing it as he said sarcastically, "Xiao Lu, you haven't thought of having today, right? How about the taste of being defeated and losing your reputation? Not even as good as a dog? You are so sinister and despicable." Xiao Lu's bones all over his body. I don't know how many were broken. He couldn't climb up at all. His speech was breathless, and his eyes were full of indignation. He never thought that he could not easily mix with the people, but in the gutter overturned the boat. By his previous casually can pinch the death of a small person, to the whole so miserable. Xiao Lu could not wait to jump up and strangle Chen Yu, but he was too injured to move, and could only take revenge later. Chen Yu guessed Xiao Lu's mind and sneered. You definitely want to kill me, right? Just like when you killed Feng Yanyan's mother and son and her boyfriend. But unfortunately, you'll never have the chance. Tonight is the night of your death. His voice was very soft, but in Xiao Lu's ears, it was like a thunderbolt from the sky. His body shook, and he said in horror, "What the are you doing? If you dare to kill me, you can't escape the law. Ha ha, you fall into the vanguard of the law. These years you have done bad things less well, killing people and goods. Death is not enough. Today it is also your turn to pay for your life." Chen Yu eerie sneer, pointing to Feng Yuchen behind him. "I don't mind for you to popularize the legal knowledge. Serious mental illness patients. Killing is not a crime. You don't come over. I can give money. Lots of money." Xiao Lu only felt chills all over his body, wanting to climb up and escape, but his serious injuries made it difficult for him to move, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle back. "Silly Chun, look carefully. He's the one who killed your sister and beat you into a little cutie. His name is Xiao Lu. If you want to avenge your sister, Xiao Lu is right in front of you. Why don't you do it?" The reason why Chen Yu wiped clean the bloodstains on Xiao Lu's face was to make Feng Yuchen see more clearly, constantly stimulating him with his words. The first time they met, he realized that Feng Yuchen almost went crazy when he heard words like his sister being killed and Xiao Lu. "Sister is dead. I want to kill and take revenge." Feng Yuchen's two bull's eyes opened wide, as if he was mad, hissing, as if he was a maddened beast. He pounced on him and ruthlessly choked Xiao Lu's neck. Xiao Lu struggled desperately, but to no avail. His body convulsed, his strength was getting smaller and smaller, gradually becoming motionless, dying of gas. Chen Yu coldly watched from the sidelines, neither intervening nor stopping. Xiao 6 bad things to do. Once brutally killed pregnant Feng Yanyan mother and son, but now died in the hands of Feng Yanyan's brother. Just as the old saying goes, the way of heaven is good. The heavens have spared no one. Chapter 55, Low-Profile Rich People. Seeing Xiao Lu return to the west, all of Chen Yu's calculations tonight, also all completed, drawing a successful conclusion. Good brother Gao Dakuei's revenge also doubled back. "Silly Chun, your sister's great revenge has been avenged. You must live well. Don't be afraid when you arrive at the police station. You will soon be released." Chen Yu muttered a sentence, stepped towards the distance and dialed the alarm. "Hey, police station, well, there is a murder case near the Shangyuan nightclub. Xiao Lu's death, but also have to let the police to end. Good thing Feng Yuchen is little cute. Mental illness. Killing is not a crime." 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the scene, and the police who jumped down subdued the stupid Feng Yuchen before disposing of Xiao Lu's body. When the police arrived, Chen Yu, who was secretly spying, turned away and took a taxi to visit his good brother Dakuei in the hospital. Turning to the next morning, lying on the hospital bed, wrapped like a mummy like Gao Dakuei, from the sleep of the ghost turned awake. Yesterday he woke up, out of danger, from the intensive care unit to the intensive care unit. Gao Dakuei opened his eyes and saw Chen Yu, who smiled at him and asked weakly, "Xiao Lu's people didn't look for your trouble in the past 2 days, right?" Chen Yu smiled and replied, "If you want to find me in trouble, he has to be alive to do so. How can a dead man fool around? Is it haunted? Xiao Lu is dead?" Gao Dakuei was first shocked, then overjoyed, feeling as if his injuries had healed, could not hide his excitement. How did he die? That finally got retribution. Some secrets Chen Yu can only rot in the heart. Not convenient to say, perfunctorily said. Their own death offended the Song family, including the fighter Kai Kuan. "Lu Hua, Zhang, you are ruined. Really live that. Ha ha, great. Retribution, ah. We no longer need to fear." Gao Dakuei grinning. If there is no plaster bandage binding, must jump up, because he was so happy. He didn't pay attention to his injury for a moment and bared his teeth in pain. "Don't laugh. There's good news. Xiao Lu compensated you for your medical expenses. A full $2 million. Enough for you to open a medium-sized moving company after you heal." Chen Yu blackmailed Xiao Lu for $10 million, $4 million of which was reserved for Feng Yuchen. The other $4 million was anonymously donated to the orphanage, and $2 million was enough for Gao Dakuei. "Nima, this old arm and leg of mine is worth so much? Originally, the body is still vaguely painful." Hearing this good news, Gao Dakuei not only does not hurt, but also a bit of dark pleasure. Chen Yu personally planned, with the help of other people's hands, to Gao Dakuei revenge, but also got the compensation due. See good brother happy, he is also happy, telling Gao Daki to take care of his injuries and strive for an early recovery. Chen Yu walked out of the hospital room and made a call to Su Minghui. He half-truthfully recounted last night's events, choosing himself cleanly, and asked, "Director Su, Feng Yuchen is my friend, can you help save him out? This favor, I will definitely double it when I have the chance. You saved Menglong, heavenly favor. I don't know how to repay it, a small thing only. Don't worry, the Director of Public Security is my friend. when the psychiatric examination report comes out. I'll look for him to plead for leniency. Su Minghui quickly agreed. If what Chen Yu said is true, a little cute, killed the deserving Xiao Lu. No need to take legal responsibility. Sooner or later will be released. He stepped in, but it is just advancing the speed in doing a favor. Chen Yu hung up the phone and was thinking of going to the bank to make an anonymous donation when a call came in. Surprisingly, it was Song Yen. Do you have something to do this afternoon? My grandfather is celebrating his birthday next month. I want to go to the antique market to pick out an antique for him as a gift. You have a great eye. Can you help me go pick it out? Being able to be invited by the hallowed Miss Song, Chen Yu was too happy to refuse. Which has the reason to refuse? Immediately responded. No problem. Afternoon antique market. Don't see you there. And Song Yen agreed. Chen Yu took a taxi to the Ninghai Bank. Anonymous donations, but also coincidentally, again encountered the last saleswoman reception. With the previous one-sided relationship, the saleswoman did not dare to take it lightly. Led him into the VIP reception room. Praised, sir, you are really a good person. Only a few days later, and again want to donate to the orphanage. This time how much? Chen Yu smiled blandly and said, 4 million, please help me with it. Ah, the saleswoman opened her mouth wide in surprise. 2 times added together, a full 5 million. Or is it anonymous? This guy was dressed so shabbily. Unexpectedly it was really a low-key rich person. After working in the bank for a long time, the saleswoman had also received some millionaires and handled donation business. But those people are all trying to gain reputation, and are eager to let the whole world know. And Chen Yu has donated $5 million, but very low-key, do not want fame and fortune. Really admirable. After handling the transfer, Chen Yu left in style. The female sales clerk looked at his back, and could not calm down for a long time. Too handsome, rich, low-key, and caring, in the future to get married. Must be married to such I. On the other hand, received a huge sum of 4 million anti-dang. A moment did not react. Last night received 5 million. Froze for half a day before bursting into a burst of screaming. Ecstatic, kind-hearted person. Thank you. You are the benefactor of all of us in the Joyful House Orphanage. If we know your name, the children will repay your kindness with their lives in the future. Chen Yu did not need to return the favor. In his heart, being raised by the orphanage for more than 10 years to not end up begging on the streets, it was only right to repay the favor. One day, he would definitely use his wealth to build a brand new orphanage building, expand it and raise more poor children. However, after distributing the money he received from Xiao Lu, his balance was still more than $6 million, which was still a long way from his dream. Other not to mention, on China's soaring housing prices, 6 million simply cannot get a large area of land in the city. Not to mention that there is also after the purchase of land to build a house, renovation, expand the size of the orphanage's expenses. Just thinking, Chen Yu's cell phone ringing again. Is Qi Delong called? He cannot help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. What is the situation? Not long ago the poor boy who collected rags. How to become a busy man. Even the curio store owner Qi Delong took the initiative to call. This before, he would never have imagined. Qi Delong smiled and said, Chen old brother, tell you a good news. Last time you helped me identify the Qing Dynasty Guzhonyu model's bamboo carved plum blossom pen holder sold 1 million and 3 million. That brush holder was covered with the name. If not for Chen Yu's timely reminder, it would have been sold by Qi Delong as worthless. It could be said that Chen Yu had indelible credit for him being able to earn the $1,300,000. Qi Delong's character was quite good. He was not ungrateful and took the initiative to invite old brother Chen. In order to express my gratitude to you, I'll treat you to dinner at noon, old brother. Please make sure you are there. Congratulations, boss Qi. Since you have kindly invited me, then I will respectfully follow your order. We will see you later. Chen Yu thought about it and did not refute the face of others. After all, if he wanted to rise, Qi Delong was also considered a not-so-small network of people, and there was no harm in making one more friend. At this time is already close to noon. Chen Yu beckoned a car, straight to the antique street. Chapter 56, 10 million copper tripods delivered to the door. Qi Delong saw Chen Yu came, immediately warmly welcomed up, exchanging pleasantries, and then drove Chen Yu to the luxurious Ninghai Hotel. The meals on the table, highlighting Qi Delong's taste and style of doing business. That is really only point expensive, not point right. What lobster, shark fin, sea cucumber? What expensive to what? Chen Yu has been used to a hard life since childhood. Even after picking up money has not been spent. In the face of a table of good food, do not eat pure waste. Qi Delong ate and kept praising Chen Yu. Young and talented, extraordinary eyesight, he will become a great man. These words, Chen Yu heard and then pulled down. Did not take it to heart. The so-called use of people towards the front. Do not use people towards the back. When he did not have the ability to collect scrap all over the street. No one said he was young and promising. Of course, in contrast, Qi Delong's character of saying what he wants to say is more appreciated by him. Like Zhao Hao, kind of sinister villain, only the most should be guarded against. After eating and drinking, Chen Yu followed Qi Delong back to the antique store. He also asked Song Yin to help select antiques, to save running back and forth. Qi Delong can't wait for Chen Yu to sit more in the store, leading Chen Yu straight to the second floor, good tea reception, and invited him to appreciate his collection of expensive antiques. Chen Yu did not drink good tea, casually point out two should be worth a higher price of confusing antiques, so that Qi Delong and avoided the loss of millions of dollars. In the antique house, please appraisal of antiques is to give the appraisal fee. The greater the fame, to the appraisal fee more. The reason why Chen Yu free appraisal. For one thing, because there is no fame, too young, no one trust. Secondly, it is also the main point. In order to return Qi Delong last time to help raise the price, Pit Zhao Hao's favor of 3,700,000. Qi Delong was happy, more and more feel Chen Yu reliable, and his good relations, at least can avoid the eye, is the same as more than a money tree. Squeeze next door Zhao Hao's antique store, is only a matter of time. Identifying antiques for Chen Yu, just casually, effortlessly, they have nothing to lose, but also open their eyes. Long knowledge, may I ask if the boss is in? Just as the two were chatting, a man's voice came from downstairs. Having business on the doorstep, Qi Delong said sorry and swayed his obese body downstairs. Chen Yu had nothing better to do and followed, only to see the first floor stood a suited and booted middle-aged man, combed with greasy big back hair. A clothing price is not expensive, leather shoes polished, obviously is not an ordinary person. Hand carrying a 4-square suitcase, Qi Delong greeted him with a smile and inquired, I am the store owner, may I ask what is your business? Sir? Chen Yu sized up this person for a few moments. A string of information surfaced in his mind, and the corner of his mouth could not help but raise a contemptuous smile. The middle-aged man in the suit introduced himself and said, Hello Mr. Qi, I am the general manager of Long Tai Group. My name is Xia Tianhe. After being introduced by a friend, I would like to look for you to bid on a piece of antique. As soon as he heard about Long Tai Group, Qi Delong was relieved. It was a famous big enterprise in Ninghai City. Xia Tianhe held a prominent position in the company. His conversation was not bad. The antique he wanted to sell should be extraordinary. His attitude was even more enthusiastic and he asked with a smile, May I ask what objects manager Xia would like to offer for sale? Xia Tianhe placed the box on the counter and carefully opened it, holding out a rusty, extremely age-rich bronze tripod. Tripod height of 24 centimeters, 16 centimeters long, 4 feet. 4 sides of the tripod under the mouth are decorated with kuei, abdomen decorated with animal face pattern. The horns of the animal face pattern are as vivid as the angry eyes of Vajra. Bronze tripod casement rib protruding, in the beast face neck and neck, abdomen junction outward 2 short halberd, do capital F shape, tripod cast inscription 3 words, Yao Zui. This means that the tripod is used for sacrifice. Yao is the family crest, that is, the members of the Yao tribe, in order to sacrifice the dead of a temple name be of the ancestors and made tripod. In our country's history, tripod culture has a colorful one, in addition to sacrifice, but also because of its square domineering appearance, often and the supreme power of the emperor. The so-called one-word 9 tripod, 9 or 5, and other bronzes, compared to the price of tripod naturally higher than a few grades, many of which are national treasures. The most famous, of course, to count the famous Si Muwa tripod, Shang Dynasty animal face pattern line square tripod. Good stuff. As soon as he saw this bronze tripod, Qi Delong's eyes immediately glared round, and his whole body almost pounced on it. He looked around the bronze tripod left and right, picked up a high magnifying glass, carefully observed for more than half an hour, the heart secretly calculating. All aspects are flawless. It should be genuine. Resale of tens of millions of dollars is not a problem at all. No matter what, I must take it. But due to the expensive price, Qi Delong did not dare to jump to conclusions, for fear of hitting his own eyes, turned his head to Chen Yu and inquired, Chen old brother, your eyesight is not bad, can you see the authenticity of this tripod? Chen Yu's eyes were deep and could tell the authenticity of the bronze tripod at a glance. Pretending to survey and think for a moment, he replied, I don't see any breakage for the time being. Upon hearing this, Qi Delong mistakenly thought that Chen Yu had made a judgment that there was no breakage, so it was real, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. It's done. His and Chen Yu's eyesight together. How can it be ranked in the top 10 of the entire antique street? The tripod is real. Can't be wrong. But in a flash, he put the smile back and pointed out with a stern face. Manager Xie, your tripod is true, but the rust is too serious. The animal pattern of the killing gas is also a little too heavy. The appearance is not very pleasing. What's more, it's a utensil for ancestor worship, which is inherently bad luck and not very suitable for ornamental display. How much do you want to sell? Name a price and I'll listen. Chi DeLong is a curio line of veterans, a flurry of nitpicking, purely to pressure the price. Looking for bones, to say bad luck. More than half of the antiques are dug out from the dead. Antique stores still sell what? Directly closed down well. And the unwritten rules of the antique line. The seller hosts the antiques want to sell, must first open price. If the seller does not open price, the buyer must never give the price first. This bronze tripod is my family's ancestral heirloom. I looked for expert appraisal, valued at about 10 million. Recently my family had some situation, urgent need for money, forced to go out, and is a friend introduced. I do not ask for more, a minimum of 7 million. Once Chi DeLong heard that there are 3 million earning, his heart will have a bottom, but no treachery is not business. Naturally the more you earn the better. He frowned and said, Manager CA, just now I also said that your bronze tripod is not in good condition, greatly affecting the value. To be honest, I will offer 3 million at most. Boss Chi, it was a friend's introduction that brought me to your store first. Giving it too low, I had to go next door to the antique store to ask. Farewell. Xia Tianhe had an expression on his face that looked like he was humiliated, announced that the business was over, and got his hands on the animal face patterned Yaofeng Ding to reassemble it. Next door is Zhaoyinghao's family's antique store. This kind of good stuff, Chi DeLong won't cheapen Zhaoyinghao for nothing and let his competitors make a fortune. Furthermore, letting go of 10 million bronze tripods, spreading the word, he will also be reduced to a laughingstock. Chi DeLong just wanted to call out, but Chen Yu stopped him, shook his head playfully, and laughed coldly in his heart. This little trick, who do you want to fool? Ah. Chapter 57, a dragon runner still wants to deceive people. Elder brother Chen, what do you mean? Chi DeLong did not understand why Chen Yu was blocking the way and lowered his voice to ask. Don't be anxious, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chen Yu laughed in a low voice, actually wanting to see Xia Tianhe then perform. Xia Tianhe carried the box and walked out, and when he almost reached the door, he saw that no one was stopping him and stopped himself. He turned back, as if he had suffered a great loss, gritted his teeth and said, Boss Chi, at least $5 million, I am really in a hurry to use the money. If you don't take it, I can only sell it to the antique store next door. To be honest, my hands are also a little tight. Can only be prepared to give my son's future college money also take out? Except your bronze tripod. Chi DeLong looked as if he had made up his mind, but in his heart, he was happy that he had finally bought it. Even if 5 million collected, and sold upside down for more than 10 million, it can still earn double the profit. Even if it's just a penny, it can't let Zhaoyinghao earn it. As for what son's tuition, are all bull ***** words? In order to create an illusion that he cannot raise the price again. This is the usual means of antique merchants. The antique circle of the old oil does not work, but Xia Tianhe is not the circle of people. A try inaccurate. Xia Tianhe went and returned. Once again the animal face pattern line square tripod took out. Chi DeLong surveyed some more, to ensure that everything is safe. Secretly relieved, took out his cell phone and said, Manager CA, what's your bank card number? I'm transferring money to you now. Chen Yu has been holding his shoulders, flat as water watching from the side. The two of them were tricking each other and playing a big game of psychological tactics. It was really very wonderful. Only Chi DeLong still missed a move. If not for me, it would have been a huge loss. After catching Chi DeLong taking the bait, the corner of Xia Tianhe's mouth revealed a wry smile with a sense of triumph. Chen Yu knew that it was time for him to make his own move. Wait a minute, Boss Chi, don't settle the bill first. I think there's a bit of a problem with this tripod. Why don't you wait for me to finish and then you can make a decision? Chen Yu suddenly tapped Chi DeLong's shoulder to stop the payment. Chi DeLong was puzzled. What's the problem? I don't see it. Didn't you say that there was no breakage before? Old brother Chen. Chen Yu rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. I said that I don't see any flaws for the time being. When did I say that it has no flaws? The first time I saw this tripod, I felt that it wasn't quite right, only that I didn't think of a way to prove it at that time. Now you thought of it? Chi DeLong asked with a face full of confusion. Nonsense. Chen Yu sighed, turned his head to look at Xia Tianhe, locked eyes with him, and said playfully, no wonder you can't catch fire. Failing in acting, only worthy of acting as a B, C, D, and running the show for the rest of your life. Xia Tianhe's heart sank. His face became not so good. How did this kid know? He played dumb and said, little brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm doing business with Boss Chi. I don't need others to interfere. Although Chi DeLong also didn't understand Chen Yu's meaning, he still spoke up to help. Elder brother Chen is a friend of mine. He can represent me and test the authenticity only. If it's real I'll be relieved to buy it. Since the store owner had said so, Xia Tianhe was speechless, so he could only spread his hands indifferently and said, it can't be real. You check it, but don't damage my heirloom, otherwise I'll make you look good. Before coming, the employer said clearly, absolutely fake to real, do not need to be afraid of inspection. Chunyu bristled and pointed at the mottled rust on the copper tripod, prompting, whether with the naked eye, or by touching it with my hands, the patina is fine. But Boss Chi, don't you think that the arrangement of the patina is a bit odd? Why is the outer layer of the patina much thicker than the inside of the tripod's mouth? Chi Delong looked down and immediately realized that something was wrong, and said with a sudden realization, yes, why didn't I notice? No matter whether it was kept in the crypt, or straight into the civil world and tossed around, the copper tripod is open mouth. Inside and outside the level of patina should be the same. There will not be such a difference, unless, without actual evidence, Chi Delong didn't put words in his mouth. But he was already suspicious. It was likely that someone had faked it and deliberately made it old. Xia Tianhe coldly grunted. Nature's ghostly craftsmanship. After 1,000 years of frost, what is not possible? You don't have any evidence. Just by using your mouth. On what basis do you ask people to believe? Slander my heirloom indiscriminately. Beware of suing you for slander. Chen Yu sneered, followed by greeting the clerk, handing over a cup of water. After getting the water, he directly splashed it towards the bronze tripod without saying a word. What are you doing? Xia Tianhe was instantly furious and roared sternly. Chi Delong was also startled. Antique stained with water, but a big taboo. Very easy to destroy the character. However, Chen Yu said nonchalantly, don't panic. I won't do something out of the ordinary like this without a bottom. Boss Chi, come and look at the reaction of the patina. Chi Delong looked over with fear and trepidation. His eyes suddenly widened and exclaimed, not pro water. There is something wrong with the patina. I am also considered an antique veteran. Why didn't I realize it just now? The bronze tripod was splashed with water, and the water smoothly slid from the surface of the patina, drip by drip. What seemed like a normal phenomenon was actually very suspicious in the eyes of insiders. Real antique patina is formed naturally. The rust particles are more loosely arranged. After being splashed with water, it will stick to some of the water droplets, i.e., hydrophilic, while the pseudo-rust artificially manufactured. The structure of the tight average cannot stay in the water beads, not hydrophilic. This method is not complicated, nor is it a secret, but few people will try it. After all, if people are genuine, they are splashed by you. Broken. How much money is lost is deserved. Chen Yu replied, because this is not a general pseudo-rust, but a high-grade rust made by chemical means, mixing paint, glue, pigment, and resin into a whole. The technique of making this kind of rust is very complicated, often requiring precision instruments and abundant chemical knowledge to assist. Most counterfeiters are deterred, so that the market is rarely seen. Chi Boss occasionally hit the eye. It is normal. Gulp. Chi Delong could not help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes completely changed as he looked at Chen Yu. What in the world is this kid's origin? To have such vigor, most likely worth millions of bronzes. Say splash water on splash water? Not only that, even the uncommon chemical mixture knows. Really knowledgeable. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with not being pro water? As I said before, nature is ever changing. Anything can happen. Xia Tianhe was still talking tough, blowing his beard and eyes. You damaged my family heirloom. You have to pay for it. $5 million won't be able to get rid of me. At least $10 million. To your grandfather, but also pretend nah. You are a fart long tie group manager. The district is not into the 18-line group acting only. Receiving money, taking fake goods to cheat Boss Chi. Too shameless. Chen Yu was impatient and instantly scolded back. Hearing this, Chi Delong froze. Group actor, not a manager. Why didn't I see it? Elder brother Chen wouldn't be talking nonsense, right? Chapter 58, not acting according to common sense. When he just met Xia Tianhe, Chen Yu scrutinized the identity of this person. It was not some manager, but an actor hired by Zhao to intentionally sell fake goods to Chi Delong, surely for the purpose of ruthlessly screwing Chi Delong over and taking revenge. The reason why Chen Yu did not just start to break it down was because he wanted to see a good show and have some fun. You counted me unlucky. I am not selling. Farewell. Xia Tianhe was completely flustered inside, not knowing what kind of god Chen Yu was, actually knowing top secret inside information. He did not dare to continue to stay. Do not care to pretend to claim compensation. Holding up the bronze tripod, turned to go. Stop right there. Damn it, cheating to my head. You still want to leave? Chi Delong was furious enough, immediately jumped up. His obese body ran faster than a leather ball and grabbed Xia Tianhe. What for? Let go of me. Xia Tianhe struggled. Manager Xie, what are you running for? We haven't talked about the bronze tripod compensation thing yet. Chi Delong hemmed and hawed. A few touches of ruthlessness surfaced on his fat face. Don't look at Chi Delong as a relatively amiable person, like a traditional businessman, but to be able to gain a foothold in the mixed fish and dragons, masters like clouds of Antique Street, which can be a weak generation. Xia Tianhe tense, nervous, two hands lightly trembling bronze tripod, replaced on the counter, drumming up the courage to say, "What are you doing? Buying and selling? I do not pursue your responsibility, but also in turn to restrict my personal freedom. In the end there is no law?" Chen Yu picked up a rag on the table and sneered. "Okay, I know you are unconvinced. The persuasive power of simply splashing water is not strong. Then I'll give you another fresh one. Let's see how you can sophistically argue." Saying that, Chen Yu copied up the rag and rubbed it hard on the animal face pattern-lined square tripod. The fragile patina immediately clattered down. Chi DeLong's corner of the eye straight twitching. "Chen, old brother is really ruthless nah. Dare to use such a rough technique appraisal. The whole Antique Street absolutely first a child. Not much time. Will be rough to the end of." Chen Yu stopped, patted by the already miserable bronze tripod. Then, he grabbed Xia Tianhe's collar, pressed his head near the bronze tripod, said loudly, "Liar, this time you see it, still dare to sophistry?" As the rust fell off the bronze tripod, it also gave off a subtle flavor that was pungent and unpleasant. Rosin, plastic, glue, paint, pigment. I smelled it. It is indeed pseudo-rust. Ironclad. Zydron sniffs and announces with an ironic grimace. The smell of the raw material would be emitted when an object such as a dry hard cloth was rubbed quickly on the surface of the pseudo-rust, causing the surface to heat up. The flavor of the pseudo-rust was a mixture of many kinds, and without a doubt, it was exactly the chemical advanced rust that Chen Yu had mentioned. This technique of identifying authenticity through friction and heat is similar to Chen Yu's last time in the Bureau of Cultural Relics, where he used a red-hot silver needle to determine a bronze sheep. Only last time, it was the inner layer of glue that was problematic, and today, it was the epidermal rust that was problematic. Even if it's fake, it might be that my old ancestor hit his eyes and remembered it wrong. In that case, I don't want it. Give it to you guys. I'm leaving. Xia Tianhe was completely shocked. This damn can be. How come the kid surnamed Chen doesn't follow the rules? Before coming, Zhao Yinghao confidently told him, experts cannot see the patina is fake. Normal techniques simply cannot identify. But Chen Yu did not use normal techniques. Not according to common sense. Directly killed the chicken. The bronze tripod destroyed. It's like, a few people were having dinner. The dishes were not all served. Chen Yu lifted the table first. Slow down. Chi DeLong's face was grim as he blocked again, turning his head and asking, Elder Brother Chen, what do you mean by the 18-line group actor? Isn't he the manager of Longtai Group? Manager? He is also worthy? Chen Yu snorted coldly and broke it down in front of his face. A dragon set is a dragon set. Acting is not at all like it. Think about it. A general manager who sells an antique will come in person. Even if he comes personally, he doesn't even have an assistant or bodyguard? Saying that, Chen Yu took out his cell phone and disliked the screen to see it in his face. Look carefully. The general manager of other people's Long Tai is not surnamed Xia at all. Seeing the online introduction, Chi DeLong stumbled and nearly fell over. It's damn well possible. The point is, without Chen Yu's reminder, I'm afraid he would have been fooled by such a childish trick. After all, normally speaking, a person who declared himself, no one would be idle enough to search the internet. Chi DeLong couldn't help but get annoyed, stepping forward and viciously pushing Xia Tianhe, cursing, Dog, how dare you fool me? Quickly say who sent you, otherwise I'll let you come in standing and go out lying down. As a serious businessman, Chi DeLong's words were merely a threat to strike out and hurt someone in his own store. Cootie, only then would he do that. But as a drag queen, Xia Tianhe wasn't as well thought out as the big boss. Thinking that Chi DeLong would really waste himself, he squatted on the ground, hands holding his head, shaking like a sieve, and loudly begged for forgiveness. I said, it was the boss next door, Zhao, who gave me $10,000, and he told me to come. Chi DeLong and Chen Yu looked at each other. It is really surnamed Zhao, doing business to this extent, in order to avenge the last price increase of more than $3 million, not hesitate to use illegal means. It is really hateful. Say, there is no evidence, contract, recording and so on. Chi DeLong continued to press. If he got those things, making Zhao Yinghao lose his reputation would not be a problem. However, Zhao Yinghao was devious and cunning, and would definitely not leave any obvious evidence. Xia Tianhe confessed. He and Zhao boss is only a verbal agreement. 10,000 performance fee. First paid 5,000 deposit. After the completion of the other 5,000. Looking at the current situation, the other 5,000 he is not to think about. Zhao Yinghao does not look for him to ask for that $5,000 back. It is good. Get lost. If I see you come to the antique street again, I promise I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Chi DeLong kicked out, driving Xia Tianhe out of the store. This kind of goods was not enough for him to spend time and energy to deal with, but it was the culprit. Zhao Hao, who should find a way to mess with him a little bit, or else he couldn't swallow this breath. Although there was no evidence, Zhao Hao would not admit it, but Qi Delong in order to vent, but still aggressively blocked in front of the Antique World store. Cursing, Zhao Hao was waiting for the wind inside the store, and when he saw Xia Tianhe being kicked out, he knew that he had failed. Cursing the runner for being unreliable, his black under the lights tactic was unsuccessful. In order not to expand the matter, go out to confrontation and turn more and more black, Zhao Hao chose to play the grandson. In the store does not go out. The whole take Qi Delong those unpleasant dirty words. Qi Delong's voice is full of gas, attracting many pedestrians to watch. Despite all the talk, there is no evidence, but the Chinese people like to gossip. Unknowingly, the impression of the antique world has become a few points worse. After cursing, Qi Delong returned to the store with a hoarse voice. Indignantly said, "Gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. Surnamed Zhao, give me to wait. Sooner or later call you look good." Seeing that it was almost time for the appointment with Song Yan, Chun Yu, who had been sitting calmly without getting involved in the scolding, stood up and excused himself. "Boss Qi, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Qi Delong nodded and solemnly thanked. "Elder brother Chen, thanks to you. If it wasn't for you shielding me from the disaster today, not only would I have lost $5 million, but I would also have been treated like a cutie. If it wasn't for you saving me from disaster today, I would have not only lost $5 million, but also been treated like a little cutie. Your favor, I'll keep it in mind. Let's have a long time to come." Chen Yu smiled and left Qi Delong's store. He knew that after this incident, Qi Delong had seen his ability, and this network was considered to be solid. Walking to the entrance of the antique street, a fiery red Ferrari stopped in front of Chen Yu. Song Yan walked down. Chapter 59, accompanying Miss Song to buy paintings. Wearing a beautiful tight short skirt, Song Yan walked down from the fiery red Ferrari. Her figure was convex in the front and curved in the back, and her two jade legs were exposed, straight and slender, amazingly white, and once she stepped out of the car, she became the center of attention for the passers-by around her. Song Yan had long been accustomed to being noticed, directly ignoring the various gazes. She walked to Chen Yu and said with a light smile, "Trouble you, Grandpa is about to celebrate his birthday. I have to pick a favorite gift for him." The Song family, a large and powerful family like the Song family, was particularly particular about gift giving, but there was not a single poor person in the entire family, and simply sending luxuries was too vulgar to be taken in. It just so happened that the old master liked to collect antiques, and most of the clan members pitched in, and every year on their birthdays, they would collect rare antiques from all over the world through various means, in an attempt to win the old master's heart. When Song Yan and Chen Yu first met in the antique street, she also came to pick out a gift, and as a result, she bought a fake, and was pointed out by Chen Yu, which pissed her off at the time. Chen Yu did not move from the schoolgirl's beautiful legs, retracted his gaze, waved his hand and said, "There is no need to be polite. You have helped me many times. This time, it will be as returning your favor. It's me who should say thank you. Let's go." Song Yan had seen Chen Yu appreciating antiques twice and restoring them once, each time bringing her a different surprise. She was already more confident in Chen Yu's level of treasure appreciation, at least it was too much higher than her own, and she is very appreciative of Chen Yu's behavior. This time to buy antiques, unconsciously thought of bringing Chen Yu. The two of them strolled shoulder to shoulder on the antique street, because Song Yan's face value is explosive, can be called the closed moon and shy flower. National color, turnover rate is almost 100%. In order to avoid boring people accosting her, Song Yan resumed her previous noble and cold posture, as if rejecting others. However, when talking to Chen Yu, a few smiles would appear on her face, envying the others. Chen Yu learned that Song Yan's grandfather liked calligraphy and painting, celebrities, but the public familiar with those celebrities made calligraphy and painting expensive, often tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. Although Song Yan is the Song family miss, relying solely on their own hands of money, more than 10 million paintings cannot afford to buy. She sent her grandfather birthday gift, expression of filial piety, do not want to use the family's money. Therefore, Song Yan brought Chen Yu straight to the area of the stall, hoping to pick up a leak, but also get the grandfather's praise. The antique street has hundreds of people coming and going every day, and I don't know how many times it has been swept through, so is a big leak not that good to pick up, but for Chen Yu, not a difficult task. Eyes swept back and forth. A variety of antique information constantly surfaced in the mind. Screening, wandering close to half an hour. Song Yan nothing, with her half-baked eyesight, also did not find something that can be started. Passing by a stall specializing in calligraphy and paintings, Chen Yu stopped, pretended to survey some, pointed to an unfolded scroll and asked, "Boss, how to sell this?" The scroll was an ink painting of a landscape scene, pines and cypresses, more than 70 centimeters wide horizontally and about 1 meter 8 high vertically. The stall owner's name was Joe E., a dark and thin young man with a sharp mouth and thieving eyes that revealed a shrewdness. His eyes were all focused on Song Yen, secretly marveling. A first-class beauty, not only beautiful, good figure, but also very rich. Song Yan's dress, high heels, bags, all world-famous luxury goods company production, a line at least 100,000. Especially, Song Yen back of LV bag, he saw online. This year's latest models, priced at 80,000 or so. Joby thought, so young and beautiful young lady, certainly do not know anything. Today must ruthlessly slaughter on a sum. Like their small stall vendors, nothing real, often asking price is not very high, earn less, rarely have big fish, he will not easily miss. Beauty, you've taken a liking to this 10,000 mountains of green by Gaotzen? What a good eye. Joey directly ignored the shabbily dressed Xinyu, thinking that he was a laborer working, and warmly greeted Song Yen. I won't hide it from you. This painting is my treasure that I press the hall, mainly used to solicit customers. Several times someone asked for the price. I don't want to sell it. Seeing that you are young and beautiful, today I bite the bullet and sell it cheaply. Song Yen was unmoved, not saying a word, just looking coldly. Scanning a few glances at the painting, she frowned. What kind of crap? Although her level of connoisseurship is average, but because of her origin, she has seen many authentic paintings and knows Gaotzen. Gaotzen was one of the 8 Jinling artists of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and his skills were pure, so even if he painted with his eyes closed, he couldn't get this kind of crap. Inferred from this painting, 10,000 Hills Song Chui Tu should be used in the real Gaoyuan method, painting mountain villages and early fall scenery, rigorous ink and brush, Fima chapped painting rocks, light ink rendering, old trees, dense but not chaotic, tree leaves to clip leaves, point leaves and use, tree stone cover with light blue ochre color. The mountains and rivers are densely wooded and verdant, ancient temples, pavilions, village houses, springs, boats. Set up the scene seems to be the beautiful and rich countryside of Jiangnan. The old man crosses the bridge with a walking stick, and the farmer works in the field, which is full of life atmosphere. Ink and brushwork, majestic, is a rare masterpiece of landscape works. However, the one on Joe B's booth is randomly written, with a confusing structure and unintelligible coloring. The lines of the trees, not to mention the beauty, simply have dozens of strokes overlap together. The most excessive is the painting of the lower right corner of the paragraph. 10,000 sprinkles of verdure forcing the cold sky, the thin road back to the ancient wood, faint sunset can lean on the staff, frost maple a few points on the red. What a good poem, but the handwriting is froze with a crooked title, as if cockroaches crawling through. Song Yen a burst of disgust, please even copy, but also to be more attentive. It is simply an insult to the master. She was too lazy to talk to Joey, who was full of words, and at the same time, she was also a little dissatisfied with Chen Yu's eyesight, she knew, was quite a bit higher than her own, but how could he be so ridiculous as to ask for a price for worthless trash? Chen Yu heart felt, turned back and rushed. Song Yen winked, signaling a little peace and quiet. He did not fool her. The main event in the back, received Chen Yu's eye signaled. Song Yen immediately shook, face swept over too scarlet, trust nodded. For some reason, when she met Chen Yu's deep eyes, she couldn't stop her heart from racing. Chen Yu twisted his head around, sizing up the scroll, and once again inquired, boss, how much is it? The stall owner, Zhou Yi, was good at observing words and captured the two's frowns, and immediately became furious. This kid is not a drudge. Could it be that he has a leg up with the little rich girl? On what grounds? What's wrong with the rich white beauty nowadays? The good old handsome don't have to lower their own price. Committed to the poor kid who has no ability? Because Chen Yu asked this piece of garbage imitation painting. Let Joby think white boy has no ability. Simply antique blind. Deserve to be slaughtered. Joby turn of mind. Lion's mouth said, this is the real master of Gaotzen, and is my treasure of this pressure hall. Let you meet is also fate. We are all a little more refreshing. 4 million, 10,000 mountains of Song Chui Tu let you. What? Song Yen couldn't help but exclaim. Disbelief written all over her small face. Huffed. Are you crazy? A piece of trash. How dare you offer 4 million? Chapter 60 Uneducated young lady. Say 4 million offer. Even Joe B's own heart is thumping, as the saying is rich and powerful. To do big. Earn this vote, at least the next 20 years of food and clothing without worry. Moreover, the real 10,000 Hills Song Chui Tu is really worth the price. Said less. More suspicious. He Chen Yu and Song Yen asked the price of this piece of garbage. Must not understand antiques. Continue to talk. To be in this business, one must have a good mouth. To be able to talk trash into a national treasure is considered a victory. Miss, you don't know, the author of this painting, Gaotzen, is a Jinling. 50. Shen Yu was made impatient by this nagging, still looking at people, and directly quoted the real price of the trash imitation painting. Ha! Joey flabbergasted for a moment. His heart was ecstatic, followed by dancing like he stepped on an electric gate, shouting, "Mister, you're not kidding, a $4 million treasure, you're offering $500,000? Shen Yu revealed a look at an idiot and emphasized, "What are your ears? There is no 10,000. $50. You." Joby's face instantly changed, thinking that today it is time for him to get rich. Selling 500,000 is fine. His heart is happy, pretending to suffer more points. The result is $50, such as lightning, the heart of 10,000 grass mud horse gallop, such a garbage imitation painting. Who is not a little cute? Want to cheat newbies to pay tuition? You've got the wrong person. Then, Shen Yu pointed to the painting, said how it is clumsy, how worthless. Joey was completely dumbfounded after hearing this, and the expression on his face was worse than crying. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a good thing falling from the sky. He had looked away, which was a novice, but a connoisseur of calligraphy and painting appreciation. Song Yan on the side could not help but be dismayed. Since Chen Yuf personally said that this painting is fake, then why did he have to ask for the price? The gourd is sold in the end. What is the drug? Chen Yu smiled and said, "Boss, to tell you the truth, I'm a student of archaeology, and recently I've been studying the works of the 8 masters of Jinling, as well as the popular styles of fakes on the market. This painting is useful to me, not to you. How about selling it to me for 50? Joey's bitter face, as if he had really lost out on $4 million, coupled with the fact that he was the same hangman, Chen Yu was able to evening out a rich woman, while he was only eyeballing her, triggering his extreme unwillingness. Thinking about the $50 of humiliating money, it would be better not to earn it. He hardened his heart, gritted his teeth and refused. No, one bite price, 5,000. Love to buy or not to buy. He thought that this could save part of his face, spread out, not to fall into a laughingstock. However, out of his expectation and out of Song Yan's expectation, Chen Yu unexpectedly nodded his head and agreed. 5,000 is 5,000. One price deal. This painting has far more research value than actual value to me, and can be used as a reference for writing my thesis. Joey instantly became at a loss for words. What on earth is going on? What is wrong with this person? First devaluing the imitation painting as worthless, and then subsequently buying it at a very high price? He suddenly secretly regretted. Had he known, said something about a bite price? Point more good. There is an unwritten rule in the antique trade. After the buyer and seller have agreed, the price cannot be changed unless a third party enters the picture and is willing to offer a higher price. However, for such a shabby thing, besides Cheng Yu, who would be stupid enough to spend 5,000 on it? MS. Song, please settle the bill. Chen Yu turned around and asked Song Yan to come over and pay. He kindly stayed out of it, lest it would be embarrassing and make Song Yan feel guilty. When Joey looked at it, his heart was straight up jammed. Evening a rich woman to eat soft rice can reach such a level as Chen Yu. $5,000 have to let the woman check out. Really envious. Song Yan sighed, do not know what to say, but out of trust for Chen Yu, $5,000 and nothing, obediently took out his cell phone, hurried to complete the transaction, and ask him what in the end. Gu, this is not our Ninghui University's big flower. Song Yan well, how to run on the stall to buy antiques, but also really easygoing, not afraid of shabby. Right at this moment, a woman's voice rang out in a conspiratorial manner. The words were full of provocative meaning. Immediately following, another young man's voice chimed in, with the same eerie tone. Baby, what are you talking about? You are the real school flower of Ninghui University. Those selection people have eyes but no pearls. What kind of asshole ranking did they come up with? How dare they let you come in second? It's simply a big joke. Song Yan's face sank, not bothering to settle the bill. She turned her head and shot back. Lu Yufu, Su Chonghao, mind your own business. My business has nothing to do with outsiders. Chen Yu was slightly stunned and frowned unhappily. He also felt curious as to who, in the end, had eaten a bear's heart and eaten a leopard's gall, and dared to speak sarcastically while knowing Song Yan's identity. Thinking about it, Chen Yu raised his eyes and looked over, only to see that it was a young man and woman holding hands, and the relevant information about the duo surfaced in his mind. Su Chonghao, 24 years old, the first grandson of the antique family Su family, Su Mingkai's son, Su Minghui's own nephew. Lu Yufu, 22 years old, a senior student of the finance department of Ninghui University, the granddaughter of the powerful Lu family's sideline, currently in love with Su Chonghao. Chen Yu suddenly realized, the Lu family and the Song family, the two families have always been at odds. Lu Yufu and Song Yan as the same classmates, weekdays in the dark fight, each other's length is very normal. Su Chonghao is the son of an antique family, there is no need to fear the Song family. In the last 6 months, due to the fact that Su Menglong, the eldest son and grandson of the family, has been stricken with porphyria and is likely to die soon. He and his father, Su Mingkai, have risen sharply in the family's status. He was also Lu Yufu's boyfriend, so it was no wonder that the two of them would be singing in unison and co-arranging Song Yen. Chen Yu knew that as an alumnus, his power and status was far inferior to these three people, and did not immediately intervene to help Song Yen out, but rather watched to see what was going on first. Hubby, if I'm not mistaken, did the titular Miss Song buy something in a stall? Ha ha, the Song family has so much money, yet you're buying floor stalls. You're really disgracing the families. Uneducated. In all fairness, Lu Yufu's looks were definitely worthy of the name Ning University's second most beautiful woman, and her looks and figure were only half a step behind compared to Song Yen. However, through just a few words, Chen Yu was able to tell that the soul inside her good skin was really coarse and unappealing, mouthing the word of upbringing on her lips, not realizing that she was the one without upbringing. What did you buy? Show me. Lu Yufu disregarded the rules of the antique house and directly snatched the trashy fake from the hands of peddler Joey. Su Changhao scanned it twice, and immediately laughed, hating to let everyone hear as if he had to, and exclaimed, "Holy, MS, Song is going to spend money on a piece of garbage. Ha ha, that's really interesting. Good eye." Song Yen bit her lips, the expression on her pretty face getting colder and colder as she angrily said, "I'm warning you, don't give an inch." Chapter 61, Disliking the Children of the Two Great Families. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the various information that kept surfacing in his mind, he knew that Su Changhao came from the Su family, and had been inculcated by the elders of the clan since childhood, and his attainments in appreciating antiques were extraordinary. Far from the same generation will be thrown out of several streets. Only cousin Su Menglong is qualified to compete. The two are also known as the young generation of Ninghai City Antiques. Double Master is a real antique family of genius. In contrast, Zhao Jiejun, relying on his father to open a broken antique store, dared to call himself a family of antiques. Simply a joke. That guy's level of connoisseurship was not even on the same order of magnitude as Su Changhao. See Song Yen angry. Su Changhao slightly convergence of some, not afraid. The main Song family and Su family, and no contradiction. If because he provoked trouble, that sin can be big. And Lu Yufu nothing to care about. Blaring, how? Scare people? I see you can scare who? When this big lady afraid of you? Chen Yu listened to this woman's words sticking to his ears. For the first time in his life, he would hate a beauty with more than 9 points in her look so much. He couldn't bear it anymore. A hand snatched the scroll from Lu Yufu's hand and said in a cold voice, "There are rules in the antique house. What we have negotiated. Even if we haven't settled the bill, you can't move it. Do you have any quality? Who are you? How dare you yell at this Qian Jin?" Lu Yufu was instantly infuriated. A poor man whose whole body didn't add up to $200, also dared to disrespect her? She turned her head and threatened Zhou Bi, the stall owner, explicitly. "Since you didn't settle the bill, the painting is your thing. You say, let me touch it or not. Is there this kind of hateful rule in the antique shop or not?" The Su family monopolizes most of Ninghai City's antique industry, and their reputation is so prominent that no one in the antique world is unaware of it. From the moment Su Changhao appeared at first, Joey recognized Duke Su, and knew that the one who was in love with Duke Su must be a young lady. However, the problem was that through the conversation of a few people, he had also learned that the one who came to buy the trash imitation was actually the Song family's daughter. He couldn't help but secretly sweat. Fortunately, the knockout didn't work out, otherwise he wouldn't even know how to die. Joby's legs couldn't help but tremble. Shivering, both sides can't afford to offend anyone. Nodding his head is not, shaking his head is not dare to answer at all. He simply held his head and whimpered strangely, "I don't know. You guys spare me." "What? You win the stall owner, actually do not know the rules?" Lu Yufu was furious enough and was about to force Joey with a harsher tone. Su Changhao patted her shoulder, playfully. "A street vendor is just a street vendor. There's no need to pay attention to it. Baby, I found out something interesting. Miss Song and this poor boy, the relationship is not ordinary nah. People who are good at appreciating antiques are often more meticulous in their observation." He keenly captured Chen Yu and Song Yen, having made eye contact many times, seemed to be very familiar with each other. "Song Yen, you can taste is unique enough. Found such a stinky beggar as a boyfriend. I'm afraid no one wants it." Lu Yufu immediately seized the conversation and made a sarcastic remark. Song Yen has connotations, good upbringing, a lot of words cannot be exported, and the two sides of the family power and cancel each other out. She, alone, simply couldn't speak to the other two, and was so angry that her little face turned white. "Wait." Suddenly, Chen Yu pulled Song Yen back and said softly, "This matter started because of me. If it wasn't for me insisting on buying that painting, you wouldn't have been humiliated. I absolutely cannot let you be bullied for no reason. Listen to me. Go to the checkout. I will make them all shut their stinking mouths. Song Yen suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, nodded and paid the checkout. In fact, she didn't really want Chen Yu to get involved in this inwardly. After all, it would be unwise for him to offend the Lu and Su families. However, Chen Yu's firm gaze gave her an unrivaled sense of security, and the words she wanted to persuade her did not come out after all. At this time Joe be scared into a shivering little chicken. Good eloquence has long disappeared. Collected the money, without saying a word. Will be in the stall of the things haphazardly pack some. Turn around and run. From now on, this painting officially belongs to Song Yen. Chen Yu straightened his back and protected her behind him, fearlessly locking eyes with Su Chonghao and Lu Yufu, saying, I'm a student of Ninghai University, part-time collector of scrap, but not a stinking beggar. I hope you guys will keep your mouths clean in the future. This was not alarmist talk. Lu Yufu was a woman. There was no way around it, but if Su Chonghao dared to speak out of turn again, he would definitely greet him with a big slap. Su family, so what? For him, dignity comes first, more important than life. For the sake of dignity, it doesn't matter what family you offend. Not to mention, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. He was very young. The future had unlimited possibilities. One should know that Xiao Lu indirectly died under Chen Yu because he was too contemptuous of Chen Yu. Humph. What is the difference between picking up rags and stinking? Cough. Su Chonghao coldly snorted disdainfully, and when he met Chen Yu's stern gaze, he fiercely felt a heart palpitation, which made him swallow back the 3 words beggar, which made him very unhappy. Chen Yu blared fiercely and continued, Miss Song and I are friends. Only nasty people think nasty. You guys laugh at her poor eyesight, buying a pair of worthless trash imitation paintings. Saying that, he raised the imitation painting in his hand and said in a deep voice, but I am letting you know that what Miss Song bought is not trash, and you must apologize to her. Don't be a hero. Song Yen was touched in her heart when she heard Chen Yu defending himself so well, but she still secretly pulled the corner of his coat behind her, signaling to hurry up and shut up. Don't try to be a hero for a while. Take a step back and the sky is the limit. After all, she herself, Chen Yu, Su Chonghao, stall owner Zhou Yi, all 4 people decided that this painting is garbage. No need to think carefully to know. No matter what, Chen Yu will lose. Chen Yu turned back and smiled gently, saying confidently, trust me, I won't let you down. Upon hearing this, Song Yen froze, followed by blooming a flower-like smile. Instantly, all her worries disappeared. Chen Yu gave her great courage, making her feel that miracles really do happen in the world. At the same time, a wave of admiration inexplicably arose in her heart, only to feel that Chen Yu's unassuming and unafraid of power, standing up for her and angrily disliking the sons of the 2 big families was so handsome. Joke, if my husband says it's fake, it must not be wrong. You punk, you're not qualified to question him. Lu Yufu to Su Chonghao's eyesight extremely believe. A few months ago, she witnessed Su Chonghao and a room full of antique experts competition. To the early 20s, won a group of white-bearded old men to lose armor. That record is not blowing. Su Chonghao also felt unusually angry that someone dared to question his ability, and smiled coldly, okay, you can perform, but once you lose, the price you can't afford. Chen Yu unfolded the scroll to himself, treating the threat as a whisper, mocking, finished or not, there's so damn much bull asterisk. I will quickly let you know how your face was swollen. Chapter 62, Hitting Your Own Face. The sons of the 3 great families appeared at the same time and clashed, causing quite a stir and attracting many nearby vendors as well as tourists to watch. A poor boy still wants to challenge the antique family's Mr. Su, he really doesn't know what he's doing. Anyone with long eyes can tell that it's an inferior imitation. I don't believe he can turn out flowers, especially those who knew Su Chonghao. They were all sneering at Chen Yu, each watching the fun. Hearing Chen Yu threaten to hit his face with a broken painting, Su Chonghao laughed back in anger and said coldly, I don't have time to waste with you. If you can't prove the value of this painting, I will make you regret having come to this world. To Song Yen, he threw his weight around, but to clean up a grassroots, all it took was a casual phone call. Chen Yu was too lazy to say much, and borrowed a tweezer from the surrounding onlookers, and neatly laid the scroll on the stall's table. And then, he took a mouthful of mineral water and sprayed the water mist on the surface of the painting, and so repeated several times until the surface of the scroll became evenly moist. Song Yen stared with wide eyes, watching curiously, wondering what surprise Chen Yu could bring her this time. The saliva is spraying out. Disgusting. Lu Yufu was very pretentious, burying her head into Su Chonghao's arms, extremely disgusted with Chen Yu as if she was the cleanest person in the world. Su Chonghao wrapped his arms around her and comforted her with a disdainful tone. It's okay baby, claptrap guy, later on you see how I. What? Halfway through his words, he stopped and instantly opened his eyes wide, feeling incredulous, only to see that after the surface of the scroll was thoroughly moist, Chen Yu picked up the tweezers, pivoted on the edge of the scroll, and pinched up a warped corner. Chen Yu pinched the corner and carefully lifted it up. Something magical happened. As the surface of the scroll was uncovered, the following slowly revealed another landscape painting. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, stretching their necks and staring wide-eyed as a landscape autumn scene came into view. Hidden underneath the landscape painting, the use of fine brushwork, the chiaroscuro vivid, no rough air, the written flowers made are light, elegant and loose, and are clear and mesmerizing. The upper part of the strange peaks rise up, majestic and steep, the top of the peak of the dense trees among the lush. There is a waterfall flowing straight down to see the mountains lofty, the veins of the distant mountains with a fine chapped rain painted on the real under the virtual, giving a person both ethereal and not lack of heavy feeling. The second half of the right autumn water Pleasant Creek, MTA, green trees and red leaves reflect each other, green trees and red leaves reflecting, fine and moist rocks, simple wooden bridge, trickling water, natural and vivid. The light mist that filled the streams and valleys and the trees made the autumn mountains flow with a lang run air and silence. So much so that a scribe on the mountain path towards the depths of the forest appeared to have the flavor of an immortal. This painting, do you recognize it? Chen Yu turned his head and looked provocatively at Su Changhao. Su Changhao only felt his cheeks flaming. With his eyesight, from the seal on it, he could already tell whose work it was. If he said he didn't know, it would be detrimental to his reputation as the son of an antique family. If he said he knew, it would be tantamount to proving that Chen Yu had found a fine piece of art. Either way, he was riding a tiger. His face reddened, hesitating, glaring at Chen Yu, cursing in his heart, "Hemp, this kid will really give me a problem." This is one of the 8 Jinling families. Gao Tsun's work. From the point of view of the painting style and mood, it's an authentic piece. Song Yan exclaimed. Not bad. Chen Yu nodded approvingly. This is exactly the autumn mountains in 10,000 woods made by Gao Tsun. It is as genuine as it is. I don't know if there are any connoisseurs present. Please also verify. I am not talented. I am willing to verify it. From the crowd came out an old man with white hair. It was the Jubo Zhai's shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu was out on an errand and happened to be passing by. He was impressed with Chen Yu, and had appraised, the other day, the imitation of Shirtao's fine rain and gnarled pine drawing that Song Yan had brought with her. Only the 3 of them knew about it, and it was not publicized, which saved the reputation of shopkeeper Lu for most of his life. He was grateful to Chen Yu, and felt that with Chen Yu's eyesight, he would not be wrong, and that he had come forward to help verify it, which was also considered to be returning the favor. After politely greeting him, shopkeeper Lu took out the magnifying glass he carried with him and watched it carefully. Chen Yu looked at Su Changhao again and sneered. You can't even see Gao Tsun's real handwriting. You're no better than that. Not as good as MS. Song's eyesight. These words not only slapped Su Changhao's face, but also raised Song Yan's stature, comparing Su Changhao to her, and helping her out, so it could be said that it was a double win. Su Changhao's face is even more red. Angry enough, this heel planted too big, who did not have a long perspective eye, simply cannot see the painting under the painting. Song Yan's beautiful eyes exuded color. Chen Yu really did not lie to her, said to do, really have a miracle. In her heart, she was even more touched. Chen Yu was not afraid of offending the Lu family and Su family, and stood up for himself, and succeeded in punching the other side in the face. Most importantly, she finally realized Chen Yu's good intentions, insisting on letting her pay in order for her to pick up the pieces. This way, even if she found out afterwards that the scrolls were worth their weight in gold, she would not have to subsidize Chen Yu additionally. After all was said and done, Chen Yu was trying to leave all the benefits to her. What's with the stinking complacency? The hidden painting is not much better than the one above it. It must be a fake. Lu Yufu shouted angrily. Eunuch Su, what do you think? Whether it's real or fake, you wouldn't have failed to see it until now, right? Chen Yu playfully pressed. It's true. Su Chonghao barely squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. No longer say it to look like he has no eyesight. Say it, it's just like hitting his own face. Not bad. This painting is indeed the autumn mountains in 10,000 woods made by Gao Tsun, one of the 8 great masters of Jinling. The authenticity is undoubted. Shopkeeper Lu also declared. Lu Yufu was dumbfounded. Being teased so much by a smelly hangdog, she felt disgraced, and in front of so many people, she was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Jubo Zhai's shopkeeper Lu, but the antique street famous connoisseur, plus antique family son Su Changhao, both personally confirmed that it must be the real thing. Imitation painting hidden underneath a real painting. This kind of thing is unheard of. The crowd of onlookers, all stunned, out of breath, shouted, how can it be? Why would someone want to cover a piece of garbage imitation on top of a real painting? There is something wrong with it? Even Mr. Su is wrong. This kid's eyesight is too horrible. Is it better than the heritage of the antique family? Say, how did he see it? Does not make sense. eyesight is even more powerful than Su Gongzi. These words fell on Su Changhao's ears and seemed particularly harsh. His fists clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Losing to a nobody, really can't afford to lose this person, but also can't refute. Holding back a mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out, Chen Yu pointed at the picture that was stained with a little bit of wetness, and appeared even more vivid. Autumn mountains and 10,000 woods. Mocking, at least worth 10 million. Mr. Su, Miss Lu, you have lost. Apologize to Miss Song. Chapter 63, a side-by-side gambling game. Being forced to apologize in public. Lu Yufu and Su Changhao's faces became uglier than swallowing a dead rat, and with all eyes on them, they really couldn't pull a face. Che, what's $10 million? I didn't lose. Lu Yufu played up the set of splashy. Anyway, the bet is not perfect enough. Biting 10 million is not called valuable. Who can not help her? In short, to beat her to death. Will not give 4 years of college. Everywhere she pressed her head Song Yan apologize. Su Changhao, as a big man, obviously couldn't muddle through. The Su family's reputation in the antique line was unrivaled, and if the prestige of the Su family was damaged because he couldn't afford to play, he would become the family's sinner. I admit, you figured out the mystery in that painting. I lost. MS. Song, I'm sorry. Su Chonghao broke off and lowered his head as he uttered his words of apology, as if he had been severely slapped twice. He was really ashamed of himself. At the same time, he was very unconvinced, thinking that Chen Yu was relying on trickery rather than real talent to win. If he pulled off a match, no one of his generation could win against him. I forgive you, Song Yan said magnanimously, revealing a different style of the Song family's eldest lady and winning a lot of applause. You're a liar. Using conspiracy to win over my boyfriend. Dishonorable. You can't compare to him at all. Even though Lu Yufu had a small brain capacity, she knew what defeat meant to Su Changhao, the heir to the Su family. It's true that your win was dishonorable. I'm going to compete with you squarely. Su Changhao also sought his own face, viciously saying, anger blazing in his eyes. The defeat in public was unacceptable to him, and he had to win back his face through an exciting and great victory. Shen Yu said playfully, what? Not convinced? Don't say one game. I will accompany you to the end even if you compete in 10 games, but it has to be added to the pot. You have already apologized. I don't want to hear it a second time. It has to be a fresh bet. Bringing up the matter of apologizing again is like hitting his face twice. Su Chonghao was so angry that he was about to lose his mind, and shouted angrily, you and I will stroll through the antique street together. We are not allowed to enter the store. We can only check out the goods on the ground stalls. One person will pick a piece. Then who can use a smaller price to find a curio with a higher value? As for the bet, I want you to apologize to me and Yufu on your knees. Get out of Ninghai City, and never set foot in the city again. If you don't comply, I don't mind sending someone to help you out. Su Chonghao didn't take the possibility of losing into consideration, as he was determined that once he put up a fight and went all out, he would have 100% chance of winning, and it was impossible to lose. Quite confident. What if you lose? Do you do the same? Chen Yu teasingly asked back. Of course, Su Chonghao replied proudly. The two words permeated with the backbone of an antique family. The bet between the two stunned everyone on the sidelines. Good fellow, daring to compete with Mr. Su in appreciation. Who on earth gave him the courage? Jing Ru? The crowd did not know much about Chen Yu and thought that the way that the Autumn Mountains and 10,000 Woods painting was discovered was too evil and not his true level. I can see that this is a rash young man who doesn't know how to see what's good for him, wanting to use the situation to challenge authority and become famous in one battle. Unbeknownst to him, he will lose miserably and even doubt his life. Claptrap. Wait to be spurned and leave your hometown. As we all know, learning to appreciate antiques does not only require the guidance of a famous teacher, but also a great deal of practical experience. And the Su family happened to have countless pieces of valuable antiques, including many national treasures and heavy artifacts for Su Changhao to practice on. Chen Yu was dressed in ordinary clothes and obviously had an average family, but without that kind of excellent conditions, no matter which way he looked at it, he would definitely lose. Cheer up, I'm optimistic about you. Song Yan was the only one who had full confidence in Chen Yu, holding the rolled-up Autumn Mountains and 10,000 Woods in her hands, her eyebrows flowing as she said, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Count me as owing you a big favor. What do you need me to do? Just ask. Who are we to each other? No need to be polite. Chen Yu laughed flatly, unusually relaxed. Antique Street is not big, not small, just a street. Most of the people mixed inside are acquaintances. The news spreads very fast. Not long, the confrontation between Chen Yu and Su Changhao side has been crowded with people. A pair of old enemies who had been locked in a fight for many years. Qi Delong and Zhao Yinghao also rushed over after getting the news. Qi Delong did not expect Chen Yu to say something, but actually came to call on Su Changhao. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. no matter if he wins or loses. He must support. Zhao Hao knew Su Changhao and acted extraordinarily attentive, mocking Chen Yu profusely, so that he could also avenge his anger. Hearing Zhao Hao's ear-piercing words, Qi Delong frowned and said sarcastically, "Surname Zhao, you still have the face to come out. Aren't you quite happy hiding in the store as a shrunken head turtle in the afternoon?" The matter of nearly being cheated of $5 million. Qi Delong was so angry that he stormed out. Since the surname Zhao was so cunning, he must find the opportunity to make his store unopened and turn him into a pauper. Dead fatso, if you dare to slander my innocence again, you won't be spared. Zhao Hao's face was green and white with ridicule, but he still refused to admit it. Talking to you insults your intelligence. Widen your dog's eyes and watch how my old brother Chen is making a name for himself. Qi Delong has been speculating for many years and sees people very accurately. Chen Yu went to his store twice and lightly allowed him to avoid a loss of nearly $10 million, which is enough to show that his eyesight is far beyond the ordinary, and he may not lose to Su Changhao. What? Did I hear it right? You support that brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven? Do you dare to bet with me as well? Surname Chen can't win. The bet is $5 million. If you don't dare, get out of the antique street. Zhao Hao as if he heard a big joke. Chen Yu and Qi Delong colluded to make him suffer great losses. Otherwise he wouldn't have invited Xie Tianhe and played an unorthodox trick. The first thing that Zhao Hao can't wait for is for Chen Yu to be as miserable as possible, because today he lost to Su Changhao, and it's only a great pleasure to die alive. Qi Delong also came to the temper. Immediately agreed. What, do not dare? Not just 5 million. How big a thing? I bet with you. On the stage, Chen Yu and Su Changhao bet big. The onlookers also opened a private game, also play a lot of fun. Only, the number of people who think Su Changhao can win occupies the vast majority. The situation can be said to be one-sided. Song Yan and Lu Yufu followed behind the two beautiful women who looked like a disaster to the people. Neither of them was convinced by the other, constantly competing, believing that the man they supported would surely win. In addition to the crowd of onlookers, there were also quite a few shrewd people who kept an eye on Su Changhao's movements. When Mr. Su's gaze lingered on any cheap antique, it meant that that piece of antique definitely had a bit of a doorway, so he could buy it and study it carefully. The crowd's admiration for the Su family had reached the point of blindly following them, for no other reason. The Su family has formed its own brand. Antique family is not blowing. In Zhanghai City has absolute credibility. And Chen Yu all alone, nothing. On the people who have not witnessed his treasure identification techniques, pressure is not trustworthy, are waiting to see his joke. Unbeknownst to them, waiting for them, will be a large face scene. Chapter 64, each choosing their own treasure. The line of people was vast, and wherever they passed, the scene was extremely spectacular, and the faces of the vendors at the stalls along the way were smiling. But soon, their smiles disappeared and their expressions cried out again. Su Chonghao's level is really too high. General things, easy to look at. Genuine items that cost $30,000 to $50,000 were all trash with him, and even if they beat Chen Yu, the win would not be exciting enough, so he simply did not consider it. As for Chen Yu, his gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized the things placed in several ground stalls, various information constantly popping up in his mind, but none of them met his expectations. Suddenly, Chen Yu saw from afar, on one of the ground stalls in front of him, there was a plain and uninteresting coffee-colored porcelain plate, gray in color and dirty. It was hard to call it aesthetically pleasing. He walked over, squatted on the ground and picked up that plate and caressed it carefully, looking at it again and again, and finally sighed and put it back. Before knowing what Su Changhao chose, picking this thing, there was no surefire way to win. Are you finished or not? Have you chosen yet? My feet hurt from exhaustion, Lu Yufu yelled, becoming impatient. Baby, don't be anxious. I'll let him choose first, lest he fails miserably at that time and finds a reason to say that the best was picked away by me. Su Changhao spoke out to comfort him, announcing in passing that he would give Chen Yu the right of first pick, earning another wave of admiration from the people. Worthy of being from an antique family, he was of noble character and did not bully the weak. Chen Yu did not appreciate this and sneered. I'm afraid that you won't even recognize what I'm looking at. Putting down that coffee-colored porcelain plate, he walked towards the next stall, stopping for a moment and picking up two palm-high bronze figures. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd that followed. Ha ha, two raggedy little bronze men, just for kids to play with. Two pieces together, can it be worth $100? Now I believe it. This kid really doesn't know anything. That Autumn Mountains in 10,000 Woods picture is purely a blind cat bumping into a dead rat and blinding it out. Mr. Su is sure to win. Zhao Hao laughed the most wildly, tilted back and forth without a person. To the side of Qi Delong ridicule irony, sarcasm non-stop. Qi Delong face is green. With his skills, left and right, those two small people is copper, completely unable to see where the value of money. That kind of copper in antiques on the bronze patina is not the same, simply a common modern brass. According to the level of patina judgment, the year will not exceed 5 years. Ji DeLong knows that Chen Yu's eyesight is far above his own, several times pointing out the store by his eyes, almost sold at a low price of the object. Treasure appreciation power is really amazing, but those two bronze people, no need to identify is not an antique. People all think Chen Yu crazy, even the old shopkeeper Lu, who favors Chen Yu, also shook his head inside lightly. Song Yan's beautiful eyes also showed obvious concern. Only Chen Yu was unmoved and insisted on buying these two small bronze figures, asking, how much? Because there were too many onlookers. The stall owner did not dare to lie and smash his own signboard. Raising 5 fingers, he said, 51, deal. Chen Yu dropped $100, cupped the small bronze men in one hand and laughed. I've chosen. No more changes. Su Chonghao, it's your turn. Su Chonhao's face sank like water, staring at the two broken things that Chen Yu chose, his heart extremely dissatisfied. It seemed that Chen Yu knew that he couldn't beat himself and simply gave up on himself. He was not in a high mood. There was no sense of accomplishment in defeating this kind of opponent. How could he highlight his style of crushing his contemporaries if his opponent was not strong? However, he still had an option. To pick a treasure that was expensive and missed by Chen Yu. To open the eyes of the crowd and reap a wave of applause. A hard slap in the face. Su Chonghao backtracked back to his previous stall and picked up the coffee-colored porcelain plate that Chen Yu had seen. Su Dazhong wanna buy. The stall owner how dare to indiscriminately open the price. Did not even put a fart. Received the price tag of $2,000. Respectfully set the porcelain plate. Let Su Chonghao end up. He wanted to deliver it to Mr. Su himself, but the rules didn't allow it. Merchants and buyers of easily damaged objects cannot be passed hand to hand to see, but to wait for the other party to place the object on a fixed object before taking the view. In case the object is damaged, the responsibility is self-evident. Different artifacts have different ways of holding them, and if they are hastily taken, they are not in line with the rules and will be regarded as amateurs. For a hawker, in full view of the layman's behavior, and their own smash rice bowl is no different. That's why, in the antique line with strict rules, ass-kissing wasn't that good. I've chosen, but I also request that Palmistress Lu be the referee for the appraisal. Su Chonghao is a bit of a small-minded person. Before the Lu Palm cabinet to do the appraisal, is considered to be Chen Yu's accomplices. This time also have to let the Lu Palm cabinet to help themselves, to hit the face of Chen Yu in order to relieve the anger. Shopkeeper Lu looked at the side of half a day, praised, Su Young Master Young, eyesight is a great. Why don't you personally explain to everyone? What is this disc? Su Chonghao was very flattered by this ass, and ordered the vendor to wipe the plate carefully. Then he picked it up again and said aloud, this plate is in the shape of a chrysanthemum petal, with chrysanthemum petals toward the center, neatly, and a foot ring, inside and outside the glaze. Glaze color slightly flashing red, deep and hot tone. That is, there is a solemn charm, but also elegant mood, is a rare treasure, worth at least 5 million. What? So expensive? The crowd was in awe. Using $2,000 to buy a $5 million authentic artifact, this kind of thing was shocking, worthy of being the genius heir of the Su family. Someone asked a question. May I ask Mr. Su, the form of the porcelain plate is visible to the naked eye. Why is its glaze color so odd and dirty looking? Su Chonghao didn't even think about it, and with the abundant knowledge in his head, he answered, just by looking at the shape. This porcelain plate is beautifully crafted, and there should be quite a few people who would buy it, but its glaze color will make people deterred. Do not know the real or fake. Now I come to tell you, this is true. It is the Qing dynasty Yongzheng years of sauce glaze chrysanthemum petal plate. The so-called sauce glaze is a rare glaze color, began in the Ming dynasty during the Han Wu years. The Qing dynasty, the Kangxi and Shen dynasty was developed. This type of porcelain, the glaze surface is moist, the glaze is uniform, the color is bright as purple gold, also known as purple gold glaze, the overall plain and elegant. Wow! After Su Chonghao finished his detailed explanation, the entire room applauded his profound knowledge, and not a single person questioned it. It was because everyone knew that the word Su family, which was worth 10,000 taels of gold in the antique trade, would never lie. This is the brand effect of the famous family, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. To say that Chen Yu is not envious is false. The same young man in his early 20s, every time he identifies to be subjected to a lot of contempt and questioning, while Su Chonghao has never had this kind of trouble. He secretly made up his mind, in the future to rely on his own strength, to fight to the extent that a word out, 10,000 people convinced. His ambition is very big, want to do antique line unique master, overriding the country dozens, Su family such as the antique family above. Chapter 65, The Great Changing Copperman. Alas, that plate, didn't the Chen kid see it before? And it was put down by him again. At this statement, the crowd immediately burst into laughter. losing out with the $5 million of valuable treasures. Chen Yu was afraid that his intestines would regret it. It was simply the biggest joke of the year. Song Yan's face slightly red, began to worry about Chen Yu's state, and her trust in Chen Yu was shaken. With his eyesight, he could not recognize the sauce-glazed porcelain plate, while Su Chonghao did. Could it be that his ability was really no match for Su Chonghao, and this was to lose? However, Chen Yu did not show any remorse, sneering contemptuously, "What I don't see, you hold as a standard. What a proud son of heaven. I see it as nothing more than that." Young Master Su has finished his explanation. "I will announce the winner below." Shopkeeper Lu coughed, looked at the two small bronze men Chen Yu was holding, heaved a sigh and felt that there was no need for Chen Yu to explain. Chen Yu, buy the two bronze figures for $100, valued at around 100. Su Chonghao, bought the Yongjing period sauce-glazed chrysanthemum petal plate for $2,000, valued at $5 million. I declare Su Chonghao the winner. Lu Yufu was instantly overjoyed, looking smugly at the moody Song Yan, and mocking profusely. "Chonghao, you are great. Are certain people angry and stupid? Women choose a man is a lifelong thing. Choose the wrong." The whole family followed with disgrace. Zhao Big Mouth Happy immediately pulled to the root of the ear, extremely pleased with, "Haha, dead fat man, this time blind, planted it? Less ing nonsense, quickly take the money, 5 million. Chen Yu coldly looked at a man and a woman, two clowns jumping, suddenly raised his head, asked in a deep voice, "Lu shopkeeper, forgive me, you old have lost justice, is not it time for me to explain?" A sentence, like a thunderbolt from the flat earth, made everyone freeze, but soon, the crowd, which was surrounded by water, once again erupted into laughter. "This kid has a problem with his head, too modern brass made out of copper. What is there to explain?" Shopkeeper Lu was stunned for a while and responded with some embarrassment. "Little Chen, I don't think it's necessary. It's fine if I don't have to explain, but I haven't lost yet. You people are just the eyes of a frog in the bottom of a well." Chen Yu responded proudly. These words scolded everyone in. One's nose was crooked with anger, and some even jumped to their feet and scolded back, with all kinds of unpleasant words. Chen Yu ignored it and raised his voice. "I need a scraper, 80 degrees of hot water, and a soft antique cleaning brush." However, Song Yan saw something unusual. Chen Yu's unconquerable spirit, once again, impressed her. Shi Delong was sweating anxiously, in the face of Zhao Hao's mad dog-like taunts. Where was he in the mood to talk back? All he could think about was the $5 million bet. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted as he cheered Chen Yu on, shouting, "Right, you can't admit defeat, otherwise half of my brother's life will be gone." Su Chonghao wore a smelly face. After greeting the cheers and admiration of the crowd, he coldly looked at Chen Yu, took out his cell phone and shook it, threatening, "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't admit defeat again, I'll help you." Chen Yu coldly grunted, using facts to best hit the face, took the tools that shopkeeper Lu let his own fellows send, and began to busy himself. He first used a scraper, scraping widely across the surface of the two little bronze men. Thanks to the hints from his eye-psychic ability, he skillfully mastered the force so as not to hurt the things inside. Under the scraper, the copper on the surface of the bronze figures turned into powder and kept falling down. The scene was very bizarre, and Shi Delong's eyes widened as he watched. This scene was déjà vu for him. Chen Yu had used a rag to rub down the patina of the imitation bronze tripod in his store. Was he going to perform another miracle? Su Chonghao assumed the posture of a victor, encircling his shoulders, looking at Chen Yu's movements with disdain, not believing that he could still play with flowers this time. After Chen Yu scraped off the copper on the surface, he replaced it with a soft bristle brush, dipped it in hot water, and continued brushing. As the copper on the surface becomes less and less, what is inside gradually emerges. The carving of the two figures evolves from rough and perfunctory to fine and ingenious, and the color changes from copper to silver white. Eventually, Chen Yu huffed and blew, and all the copper powder flew down. With one hand, he picked up the two small figures that had completely turned silver white and displayed them for the crowd to see. After the miraculous scene, the crowd had to carefully check up on the two little figures and realized that they were a man and a woman in terms of appearance. The male statue is 34 centimeters high. The female statue is 35 centimeters high. The characters are lifelike, as if sitting on benches and chairs to participate in ritual activities. The male statue is wearing a robe with his right leg slightly raised, his hands clasped in fists and his face rounded. The female statue wears a tiara and a fancy dress. Her hands are hidden under her long sleeves. Her face is full and her expression is resolute. Gulp. Shi Delong swallowed his saliva in a big mouth and said in a trembling voice, "If I'm not mistaken, they are not bronze statues at all, but wood statues." What? Wood? The crowd burst into an uproar, louder than the previous times. Many people held their heads and rubbed their eyes, feeling like they were dreaming. How did a crude modern bronze sculpture turn into a finely carved wooden sculpture after brushing the surface clean? Boss Chi, good eyesight. Chen Yu grinned. I never said that they are made of copper. The surface looks like copper. It's because of the brushing of copper paint and copper powder, in order to better protect them. Upon hearing this, many people came to a realization. Historically, there are also a lot of blue and white enamel glaze red, Tang San Kai. The 5 famous kills and other precious porcelain, is to use the method of brushing paint to escape the prying eyes of the invaders, to be able to preserve to this day. Chen Yu looked at Su Chonghao, whose face changed color, then explained, these 2 wood carvings are handed down from the Song and Yuan dynasties, South China Sea incense wood carvings, worth tens of millions of dollars, so the winner should be me. 10 million incense wood carvings? Song Yan covered her red lips in surprise. It turns out that it is still Chen Yu who is great. The painting within a painting can be found. Picking up Gaoxin's Autumn Mountains and 10,000 wooden figures. And how could he pick 2 ordinary bronze figures? Too powerful. Simply my idol. Song Yan's look at Chen Yu's eyes turned into admiration. And there were a few moments of love-like dissimilarity. The crowd let out another gasp. Sinker? That's something. Incense is incense tree injured after the secretion of the resin condensation. Healthy incense tree will not produce incense. Only after suffering from lightning or wild boar nibbling and other injuries will flow out of the resin and condensation to form incense. One of the South China Sea incense, ancient known as cliff incense, also known as agar, since ancient times enjoys a great reputation, is recognized as the leading incense, was once the emperor exclusive. Coupled with these 2 wood carving villain flawless carving, handed down for thousands of years, and there are good people in order to protect them. Intentionally brush copper lacquer copper powder, extremely rich in legend. Several aspects add up. The price broken 10 million is not a problem. Lu shopkeeper took out a professional instrument, painstakingly appraisal. Marveled, too incredible, but really the South China Sea incense wood carvings of the Song and Yuan dynasties, worth 10 million. This bet, Chen Yu wins. Getting the personal confirmation from shopkeeper Lu, the crowd of onlookers became dumbfounded and felt their faces burning hot. Previously, they were laughing at Chen Yu, but it turned out to be a large-scale face-slapping scene, and each one of them looked ashamed and had no place to go. With Chen Yu's eyesight, how can he not see the sauce-glazed porcelain plate, obviously deliberately abandoned? There are tens of millions of treasures, who still rare 5 million. Chapter 66, The Battle to Make a Name for Yourself. Wahahaha. The first one to react was Chi DeLong. It was hard to imagine a fat man close to 200 pounds being able to jump more than half a person high. After landing, he pulled Zhao Yinghao's arm and laughed uncontrollably. I guessed right. Chen is the real antique genius. Surname Zhao. Don't run. If you don't hand over the $5 million today, I'll plow your ancestral tomb. Zhao Yinghao can't cry. How can he have the fat man's strength? Want to run was yanked back. With a sobbing voice cursed, what bull asterisk antique family, all bull asterisk caused me to lose 5 million. Su Chonghao whole person is stupid. Face a burst of red, a burst of white, a burst of green. Half a day did not slow down. If not for Lu Yufu's support, he would have fallen on his butt on the ground, muttering under his breath. Impossible. How could I lose? I'm a genius. How could I lose to a grassroots? To a nobody? Grassroots? That's a good point. Grassroots like us are nothing more than some ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, cordyceps, or something like that. Something that doesn't make the grade. It can't compare to a flower like you that has been raised in a greenhouse since childhood. Chen Yu put away the South Sea incense wood carving villain worth $10 million, walked to Su Chonghao's face, and droned in a tough tone. You lost, according to the bet. Isn't it time for you to kneel down and apologize, and get out of Ninghai City? And you, saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at Lu Yufu, despising her without mercy. An uneducated person like you. I'll educate you today and apologize to Song Yin on your knees. Holy, the crowd of onlookers were stunned once again. He really dared to let Mr. Su and Miss Lu fulfill the bet. Was he declaring war on the Su and Lu families? Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Sure enough, he is not an ordinary bull. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Chen Yu, all clanking and proud, stepping on the feet of the outstanding sons of the antique family. In time, he could definitely become a dragon and phoenix among men. Su Chonhao's face turned white, extremely ugly, dumbfounded. The arrogance and confidence he had not long ago disappeared without a trace. Losing the bet had caused him to lose face. If he knelt down to apologize and get out of Ninghai City, it would simply be worse than killing him. Su family third generation, only he and his cousin Su Menglong, the most qualified to inherit the position of the head of the family, and the first successor Su Menglong, but also indisputably got Parkinson's disease. Life is not long. Now is the best opportunity for Su Chonghao to rise strongly and prepare to be the successor. As a result, he bumped into Chen Yu, and this kind of serious damage to his reputation happened. and really left Ninghai City, he would lose everything. Lu Yufu was frightened by Qin Yu's aggressive gaze. Her eyes reddened, tears swirled in her eyes, and she blushed with shame. She was in a relationship with Su Chonghao for a purpose, in order to enhance her status in the Lu family. If Su Chonghao lost his power, she would be a basket case. Song Yan stood behind Qin Yu, looking at his heroic posture of forcing Su Chonghao and Lu Yufu to kneel down and apologize in a forceful manner, straightening her unyielding spine, feeling incomparably tall, and couldn't help but be moved by her heart. I will also give you 5 minutes. Kneel down and apologize. Get out of Antique Street. If you don't do as you are told, I don't mind giving you a ride. Chen Yu threw his voice, returning Su Chonghao's words that threatened him as they were. Su Chonghao was angry and hateful. His qi and blood churned and wanted to vomit blood. Chen Yu's threat was simply the greatest shame and stain in his life to him. However, he could not say a word. Lost in public. What face? Really want to find a crack in the ground. The onlookers watched with bated breath to see how the game would end. They all kept their mouths shut and were silent. They didn't dare to ridicule the two sons of the Su and Lu families to their faces. Su Chonghao was forced into a situation where he could not retreat. Actually put the sauce-glazed chrysanthemum petal plate to the side of the table and put down. Pulling Lu Yufu, turned around and ran. The speed of the speed is staggering. Surname Chen, you won't win. I won't serve you. Let's wait and see. Today's shame, the other day will be 10 million times to return. Su Chonghao seems like a lost dog fleeing out of the crowd. Indignation roar, feet faster and faster, hate to have wings, immediately disappeared in this place of humiliation. Shen Yu was stunned for a while. The son of the Su family actually can't afford to play. The bottom of his feet, fleeing, but also run so arrogantly? He raised a middle finger, the corner of his mouth raised in a contemptuous arc, spitting. What the hell? Still antique family, is a joke. See what face you still have. Mixing in Ninghai City. Song Yan also rolled her eyes, very speechless. What kind of person really put the face of the Lu family and Su family, all lost? With this kind of person to be serious? Oneself is too shameful. Su Chonghao and Lu Yufu slipped away. The crowd immediately erupted into a burst of laughter and contempt. The son of the hallowed Su family, unable to lose, actually ran away. What a disgrace. What a thing. This matter will soon spread in the circle. Let's see what face he still has to mix in the antique circle in the future. It's simply laughable. Coward. Wimp. In vain called the Su family double master. Su family also followed the loss of face. In view of Su Chonghao running away, Chen Yu gladly accepted the chrysanthemum petal plate, plus 2 incense wood carvings. In a short period of time, wildly earned $15 million, making money as fast as smacking his lips. He has long been accustomed to, and does not appear to be much excitement, but in the hearts of the crowd of onlookers, for a long time cannot be calm. This was an absolute genius. Without the superior conditions of the Su family, yet he was able to defeat the Su family's heir apparent, and if he wasn't wiped out, his future was unlimited. Chen Yu's prideful and dignified demeanor was engraved deeply in people's minds. The moment they remembered that he had won by stepping on the Su family's heir, wildly punching his face and causing Su Chonghao to be forced to flee, people could not help but stand in awe. Song Yan rarely let go of her high and mighty stance and smiled sweetly at Chen Yu, as if 100 flowers were blooming, dazzling the eyes. Her bright, watery eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration as she repeatedly praised. Wonderful, really wonderful. Today is considered your battle to make a name for yourself. It's really worth the trip. She could sort of see that Chen Yu. This guy had hard bones and was not into oil and salt. Whoever dared to mess with him, no matter what forces were behind him, he dared to be tough. Even his cousin Song Ming, who was always tough, had to make concessions in front of him. Overpraise? I am merely defending my dignity. Chen Yu was also in a very comfortable mood and laughed happily. The onlookers also cast admiring gazes at Chen Yu. And what's more, they pulled out their cell phones and impatiently talked to their friends and family, announcing the explosive news they witnessed today. Chen Yu bet to win Su Chonghao, forcing the son of the Su family to flee in a hurry. Reputation. Pick up the leakage of one of the 8 great masters of Jinling, Gaoxin's Autumn Mountain 10,000 wooden figures, picking up 10 million incense wood carvings. A brilliant record of the war has gone viral. Although the city cannot set off any waves, but in the antique street, I am afraid that Chen Yu will soon be known to no one and no one. This is also the brand effect that Chen Yu wanted to pursue. He did the first step. However, this is only the beginning. Chapter 67, Pit Zhaoyinghao again. Surname Zhao. Give me money. Ji Delong yanked his old enemy Zhaoyinghao's collar with a deadly grip, beating and cursing. Damn you, dead fatso, let go. I'm going home for dinner. What bet? I don't remember. Zhaoyinghao pretended to be crazy and deadpan, struggling to escape. Other people, Mr. Su, had shamelessly slipped away after losing, so what was he still doing out there pulling the wool over his eyes? in order to avoid the loss of $5 million. Now think about it, go back to the store and cat, as a shrunken head turtle, quite good. Two people quarrel, attracted a lot of people's side eye, watching to see the big things in the side of the coaxing. Chen Yu brought Song Yan, walked over, wherever he went, the crowd automatically gave way to a channel. Little Master Chen, good job. Many people gave Chen Yu a thumbs up and changed their name to Master, indicating that Chen Yu had conquered the crowd and gained enough respect. Boss Chi, don't fight first, what's going on? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Chi Delong indignantly told the original story and angrily cursed. This grandson played a trick, betting that Su Changhao would win, and didn't pay when he lost. Zhao Yinghao glared. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. Beware of me. Words did not finish. Chen Yu should interrupt. Do not bother to pay attention to Zhao Yinghao. Tilted his neck, yelled, everyone heard it. Antique world of Zhao boss betting on the loss of money, and Su Changhao that shrunken head of the tortoise of virtue. I suggest that we strongly boycott. Right now was the time when Chen Yu's prestige was high. As soon as he proclaimed it, the onlookers chose to believe it without hesitation and immediately became agitated. Previously, fearing the strength of the Su and Lu families, they might not dare to scold Su Changhao too harshly, at most mocking him and secretly discussing it later. But facing Zhao Yinghao, they didn't have this kind of trouble. The so-called customer is God. What could Zhao Yinghao do to them? Losing and not paying, speaking without honor. Don't ever go to his house to buy antiques in the future. Antique world. Right, such a low store name. It's garbage once you hear it. I'll never go there again. Zhao Yinghao was completely dumbfounded. In a short period of time, Chen Yu's kid's prestige was so high? This situation is no different from when Su Changhao explained the sauce-glazed chrysanthemum petal plate. Everyone started to follow blindly. Originally in the afternoon, Chi Delong blocked in front of the store scolded a pass. His reputation has become a few points. If another so, then really do not have to do. Directly closed down. Thinking about it, Zhao Yinghao decided to bear the humiliation. First to the immediate past, and then plot revenge. Will be Chen Yu and Chi Delong twice. The huge amount of money to take back. Okay, I admit it. I'll give money. Always okay. Zhao Yinghao's face was ugly as he roared to stop the crowd from rioting. Then, he angrily looked at Chen Yu and viciously threatened. Kid, count yourself lucky and win again. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Without waiting to finish his vicious words, he was interrupted by Chen Yu again, impatiently urging, bull **** is so damn much. Hurry up and pull out the money. Ha ha, the crowd burst into laughter, saying that this kid is strong, hard bones, not like a conspiracy to cut leaks of cunning villains. In the future, if you see it again in the antique street, just follow the little Master Chen to mix. We'll be able to pick up the treasure. Zhao Yinghao cursed in a low voice, took out his cell phone, held back the pain in his heart, intending to pay, but a look at the balance. Embarrassed, he patted his head and revealed a treacherous expression and said, Hey, sorry, yesterday's purchase, there's only 3 million left on the card. Being able to cut his losses a little bit was better than paying the full amount. That's what he thought. Chi Delong wasn't the one who suffered losses. It was not easy to catch the opportunity to ruthlessly slaughter Zhao Yinghao, to take revenge for almost being pitted by the runners taking the fake bronze tripod. How could he let it go? He grabbed Zhao Yinghao's neck, cursing, less ing to the set. No money to take the goods top. Less a penny can not do. Shen old brother, your eyesight is good. With me a piece to go. Selected antiques, brother to give you as a gift of thanks. Chi Delong has seen Chen Yu's ability, early to get up to make good relations with the mind. This time to slaughter Zhao Yinghao 5 million. Thanks to Chen Yu, he made $3 million and let Chen Yu choose something. It was considered as returning the favor. You guys, Zhao Yinghao's eyes went black and he wanted to pass out. Damn, not enough money. Actually want to take something to offset the debt. Is there any humanity? To know, those antiques were all carefully selected by him, counting on being able to sell them at a good price, giving them to someone for nothing, which pieces were heartbreaking. But there is no way. So many pairs of eyes staring. He can't cheat, so he can only tearfully nodded his head and agreed. Some people who have nothing better to do, also have followed. Continue to watch the fun. Chen Yu turned his head towards Song Yan and invited, Miss Song, come along. Song Yan nodded. Her eyes seemed to be angry as she joked. How badly Zhao Yinghao's father and son have been pitted by you, and you still want to take someone else's treasure. You're so bad. Who told them to take the blame? Those who dare to offend me, all have no good fruit to eat. Chen Yu skimmed his lips and teased, as a rival for many years, Zhao Yinghao's little secret. How could Chi Delong not know? Not even looking at the garbage on the first floor, straight to the second floor. Chen Yu and Song Yan, or the first time to come to the second floor, found that the upstairs has a different heaven, and the following is completely two worlds. valuable treasures arranged in an orderly manner. The overall cleaning is spotless, obviously specializing in entertaining the rich. Chen Yu cannot help but curse. When Zhao Jiejun let himself in the trash pile downstairs, choose the same thing, really, and his old son, father and son really insidious, not pit them hua. His eyes quickly swept over a bunch of antiques. All kinds of information kept popping up in his mind. Song Dynasty Jade Bowl, worth 500,000. Tang Dynasty character posters, worth 700,000. Late Ming Dynasty stacked lacquer glazed box, worth 900,000 yuan. Ming Dynasty Xuanda Qinghua porcelain tube scroll cursive pen, worth 12 million. Holy, Chen Yu secretly exclaimed in his heart, but did not show it, squinting his eyes and landing his gaze on that brush worth $10 million. That brush was placed in the center of the display cabinet with a price tag of 1,300,000. It seemed that Zhao Hao did not realize its true value. Just see that the brush is 14 centimeters long. The brush is made of expensive blue and white porcelain, glaze condensation, blue and white deep, halo natural. The pen is painted with diamond pattern, banana leaf pattern, curly grass pattern and back to spring pattern. The pen end glaze with open piece of 2. The head signed Daming Xuanda Year System 6 characters in regular script. Do not look good. Since the viewing is completed, Chen Yu cannot help but frown. Not right, just these. How it will be worth 10 million. The blue and white porcelain is valuable, but with such a small volume, even if the manufacturing process is good, the price will not be too high. Logically speaking, Zhao Hao's price tag of 1,300,000 was just right. The eyes won't lie to me, so it's worth $10 million. Why exactly? Chen Yu stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Chapter 68, begging to receive a $10 million brush. After carefully viewing the Celadon porcelain brush, suddenly, Chen Yu's gaze shifted to the tip of the brush. Ha ha, I finally know why it is worth $10 million. Chen Yu was secretly happy in his heart, and his face could not hold back as the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Seeing Chen Yu staring at a blue and white porcelain brush, which he seemed to like very much, Qi Delong politely advised, "Old brother Chen, you have your eyes on that brush, can you change it for another one? That thing was only 1,300,000, and it was still quite a bit short of the amount of 2 million that Zhao Hao had taken for nothing. Never cheapen this villain, at least pick an antique above 2 million. Let him damn well hemorrhage for a time." Chen Yu looked at other antiques, picking up the value of the leakage, far less affordable than this Ming Xuanda years of the brush, shook his head and said, "I decided, just pick this." This, Qi Delong a little difficult. He on the one hand is to let Chen Yu earn more, on the other hand is to want to put the old enemy hit hard. But Chen Yu did not listen to Qi Delong's persuasion and insisted on choosing this brush and held it in his hand. Song Yen, on the other hand, her eyes lit up. With her understanding of Chen Yu, she was able to pick up 10 million famous paintings from one of the 8 great masters of Jinling, 10 million South Sea incense wood carvings from the Song and Yuan dynasties, and this time, the brush she chose was certainly not simple either. See Chen Yu selected. Zhao Hao rushed forward. "The price tag will be torn off." Forced Meat Pain said, "The price tag does not count. This is the 5th emperor of the Ming dynasty. Ming Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji imperial brushes, worth a lot of money, 2 million against the bill. Cheap dead you. Who are you kidding? A broken brush, 100,000 is too expensive for me. This Ming dynasty gilt bronze Buddha is good. The price tag is 4 million, the extra 400,000 wiped out. Chen old brother, choose this one." Qi Delong did not die, pointing to a Buddha with a gilt surface, and strongly recommended it. Zhao Hao hated his teeth and scolded, "Dead fat man, take your dirty hands away. Want to erase 400,000. Dream on. You two stop arguing. I recently wanted to practice calligraphy. I'm lacking a brush that's handy. I think this one is okay. Just pick it." The remaining $700,000. As alms to Boss Zhao. Boss Zhao, you still do not bow to thank you. You. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhao Hao felt a burst of heart, collapsed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. "I'm still thanking grace. I don't strangle you even if it's a good thing." Qi Delong is wide-eyed, straight bared his teeth. Pick antique back, not ancestor-like offer, but also as a general brush to practice calligraphy use? If you want a brush, where can't you buy it? When it is really not spend money to buy, do not know heartache Looking at the two wonderful expression, Song Yen pursed her lips and snickered. "You still do not understand Chen Yu. The expression will certainly be more wonderful. Zhao Hao think can reduce a little loss is always good." Pretending not to hear Chen Yu's ridicule, angrily said, "Selected cannot be changed. The bet between us too clear. You hurry to get out." Chen Yu took the brush and put it down again, and said in a deep voice, "Boss Zhao, I kindly helped you save $700,000. You don't know how to thank you, and your attitude is still so bad. I have decided to change one piece. Zhao Hao hurriedly picked up the brush and handed it to Qin Yu with both hands, saying with a bitter face, "It's me who is wrong, please accept it, the brush used by Emperor Xuanda. You take it to practice calligraphy, you will also be able to dip into the dragon's chi of the 9 to 5 and from then on you will be very rich and prosperous. Chen old brother, don't listen to his nonsense, I support you, you must change one piece, just the gilt bronze Buddha of the Ming dynasty." Qi Delong egged on again, 700,000 plus 400,000, inside and out can save 1,100,000. Zhao Hao for the sake of money, gritted his teeth and bowed. Once again lulled, "Little Master Chen, you just accept it. The imperial treasure is not easy to find. The world is hard to find. Unique. Now the attitude is okay. I reluctantly accept it. You won't back out, right?" Chen Yu said reluctantly. "I swear, I will never back out. We don't owe each other anything. Whoever goes against it, the sky will strike 5 thunderbolts." Zhao Hao forced the brush into Chen Yu's hand and swore, fearing that Chen Yu would back out. "Damn, how treacherous. You swore and counted us in. Despicable and shameless." Qi Delong cursed. Chen Yu looked reluctant to take the brush. The corner of his mouth hooked up a pitiful bad smile. 10 million brushes begging me to take it. There is a time for you to cry. Song Yan has been paying attention to Chen Yu, clearly captured the bad smile. More certain that Chen Yu was picking up big leaks, she really couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "This brush, is there anything different about it?" "It's still you who knows me." Chen Yu laughed. "Boss Zhao is right. This brush is indeed an imperial item. In that era of the Ming dynasty, except for the emperor, no one could afford to use it." When these words came out, Zhao Hao's heart thumped. "I casually said that. It can't really be imperial, right? Elder brother Chen, how do you know that it was used by the emperor? It can't be that you're listening to surname Zhao's full of, right?" Qi Delong bristled. Chen Yu pointed to the nib and explained, "The wool used to make the nib is extremely rare, and at that time, only the emperor could afford to use it. The nibs for making brushes are commonly made of sheep hair, wolf hair, and purple hair, which is also known as rabbit hair, and according to the degree of softness, it is relatively easy for people who know the trade to distinguish between them." Qi Delong has been playing antiques for many years and has come into contact with brushes and other stationary items, touched it and questioned, "It should be wool, nothing rare." Zhao Hao on the sidelines could not help but sneer. "Small sample, still want to always pick up my leakage, not so easy. This brush is expensive. Ming Xuanda's celadone made of pen. Some official ministers at that time can use, but also in this pretending to be a big-tail wolf." Chen Yu glanced at Zhao Hao, "Dare to laugh at me, really do not see the coffin. Today let you die in understanding." He deliberately asked, "Boss Zhao, have you ever heard of the ancient native species of benthorn sheep?" "Benthorn sheep?" Zhao Hao thought about it and said smugly, "Still wanting to test me, when I haven't seen it." The earth-bred crooked horn sheep is most suitable for making brushes, and was a common domestic animal before the Qing army entered the country, but with the successive years of war, has been eaten by the people of the famine to extinction. Modern crooked horn sheep, and ancient times is not the same species, even if this pen is made from extinct bent horn wool, which was common in the Ming dynasty, it's not worth much, so don't get carried away and show off here. Chen Yu did not get angry and asked with a smile, "Then you say, which part of the wool is the most suitable for making top-quality brushes?" Zhao Hao lost $5 million today, and endured the humiliation of begging Chen Yu to accept the brush, holding a belly full of anger. And now that Chen Yu was continuously asking him questions, it was the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to export his anger. He received this Ming Xuanda brush, afraid to look away, specifically checked the knowledge of making brushes, more understanding. Chen Yu counted on the gun. He was more complacent. "You are not ashamed to ask. Very good, then I will tell you. Not all parts of the wool are suitable for making brushes, only the tip part of the wool can be used, but the top brushes must be made of needle-tipped wool, and it is only when the sheep's pores shrink in the cold that they grow needle-tipped hair, called needle-tipped wool. Even so, if you want to find the best needle-point wool, you have to be very selective, and 1 out of 1,000 sheep is not bad. Moreover, the amount of needle-point hair that a sheep can intercept is only a few millimeters. To create a top-quality brush, one would need to search through at least 180,000 sheep to accumulate them." After hearing this, Chen Yu applauded and said smilingly, "Boss Zhao is quite insightful. As you said, looking for 100,000 sheep to make a top brush, but ancient times are not like modern times, cattle and sheep everywhere. The ancient landlord's family also did not have a few sheep. Looking for 100,000, have to pour the country's efforts. You say in addition to the emperor. Who else has such great ability? This pen is exactly made of needle-tip hair. Do you think it is used by the emperor?" Chapter 69, The Imperial Pen Used by the Emperor. Listening to Chen Yu applauding and praising, Zhao Hao had a feeling of raising his eyebrows and getting back some face. But when he heard the end, his expression turned into something uglier than swallowing a dead rat. In ancient times, it is true that only the emperor can afford to use 100,000 and 80,000 sheep, put together the top of the brush. After all was said and done, he was the one who got himself wound up and complacent. And when he looked back, he was so angry that he spat out blood. But more blood was yet to come. So, this brush is really used by the emperor. Song Yan was shocked and delighted. And there was also a kind of excitement that had guessed that Chen Yu would pick up a big leak. That's right. Chen Yu nodded and continued. And it's made from the needlepoint wool of an ancient benthorn sheep. This kind of sheep is already extinct. The same kind of brush will never be produced by anyone again. Rare in existence. And imperial. How come it is also worth $10 million? When these words came out, the three of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In ancient times, productivity was low. There is no concept of win-win pastures, cold areas and sparsely populated, tens of thousands of sheep. The distribution of the territory should be how vast? To be able to dominate such a large area of land and get the cooperation of the people. In ancient times the only one who could do this was the emperor. The imperial pen handed down from the imperial family, coupled with the inability to be manufactured again, can be called an unparalleled treasure? The value of tens of millions is not excessive. Chen Yu once again picked up a big leak. Ji Delong stared at the tip of this blue and white porcelain tube brush, looking left and right, aiming endlessly. The more he looked, the more he felt that the material of the sheep hair was extraordinary. The fibers are meticulous, the roots are distinct, and the sense of hierarchy is extremely strong. Even though it may not have been dipped in ink for hundreds of years, it was still not dry, not fluffy, not corroded and weathered by the years, as if it was brand new. Elder brother Chen, it's still you who's great, picking up millions of treasures again. So it's been teasing the surname Zhao. Ha 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 ha. Ji Delong came back to his senses and laughed with a cackle of joy, happier than if he had picked up the treasure himself. In this world, there is nothing more pleasant than watching an old enemy suffer a big defeat. Chen Yu took the blue and white porcelain pen and shook it in front of Zhao Hao's eyes, laughing. Thanks for the kindness of Boss Zhao. I'll accept the good things. And don't forget to call me if there's anything good in the future. Zhao Hao only felt his eyes darken. His blood pressure increased exponentially upwards, nearly vomiting blood on the spot. His face was as ugly as it could be, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Chen Yu did not say. He did not even know that his own store. There is such a treasure. Really look away. Intestines are repenting. But now it is too late to say anything. He foolishly begged Chen Yu to accept, but also made a vow. Since the beginning of that big fool is himself, greedy for a small advantage and suffered a big loss. These words were displayed to the fullest in his body today. In shame and anger, Zhao Hao swung his palm up and gave himself a slap. He forced himself to resist the urge to cry, squeezed out a fake smile that was even worse than crying, and negotiated. Little Master Chen, it was my fault before. You can hold up a boat in a prime minister's belly. Please bear with me. That brush is too valuable. I can't live without it. How about this? You give it back to me and I'll give you that gilt bronze Buddha. How about it? Previously, he was still speaking in a strong tone, absolutely not going to give the gilt bronze Buddha a fraction of an inch, but now he could not wait to kowtow and beg Chen Yu to hold the bronze Buddha away. Facts have proved that no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Chen Yu smiled playfully and said, you weren't quite proud of yourself before, mocking me for not seeing it. Zhao Hao hurriedly gave himself 2 more slaps, and lowly said kindly, it is I who have no eyes, do not know the depths. The frog in the bottom of the well has not seen the knowledge. An offended little Master Chen, please give me back my brushes. Count on you to have self-knowledge. Chen Yu laughed, and suddenly turned his words around and said, but I'm sorry, I won't return the brush to you even if you kneel on the ground and knock your head to the ground. Joke, before Zhao Hao swore and begged him to take it. Since he took it, where is the reason to give it back? You don't give it back. Don't blame me for not being polite. Begging without dignity for half a day, and as a result, being fooled again. Zhao Hao was completely infuriated, his eyes red, jumping up, ready to grab it openly. Ah! Song Yan covered her cherry mouth and let out a cry of shock. Her heart angrily rebuked Zhao Hao for being a shameless villain. At the same time, she could not help but worry about Chen Yu's personal safety. Since an unknown time, Chen Yu, who had repeatedly created miracles, had entered her lofty mountain-like heart. Ji Delong was angry enough, rolled up his arms and sleeves, cursing, Grandma, surnamed Zhao, you dare to go back on your word, pulling back and shrinking back. See how the old man packs you. However, his movement is too slow, just took a step, then heard a miserable scream, fixed his eyes to see, only to see Chen Yu seems to have guessed Zhao Hao's action, directly a foot, 42 yards of the sole of the shoe. It kicked Zhao Hao 39 size of the big face, fell on his back. Chen Yu coldly said, You father and son have messed with me many times. I have tolerated it again and again without shaking your fundamentals. If you dare to disrespect me again, beware that I will make your family's store impossible to open. Boss Chi, Miss Song, let's go. Bah, dog thing, today is considered cheap for you. In the future, put on a brighter move. Chi Delong was even more pleased. Since he had been fighting with Zhao, he had never been so pleased as today. Zhao was dumbfounded by the kick. His nose was bleeding and he was lying on the ground. It took him half a day to return to normal. By the time he raised his head, Chen Yu had already left with the 10 million ancient pens and was gone. He smashed the floor heavily, unable to control it, and howled. Surname Chen, you've screwed me over many times. Oh, never seen such a bully. That's more than $10 million. Oh, when my father left, I didn't feel this bad. Zhao Hao cried for a full half an hour, and only with great difficulty did he accept reality. Wiping away his nosebleed in tears, rubbing his red and swollen nose, and struggling to stand up. Right at this moment, Zhao Jiejun ran up to the second floor in a rush, shouting as he ran, "Dad, I heard that today there was a big event that stirred up the whole antique street, but unfortunately I didn't watch it. I went to see the car, quite cheap, full payment down only more than 600,000. Dad, what happened to you?" Egu. Zhao Jiejun just showed his head in the stairway. Angry Zhao Hao copied a thing in his hand, viciously threw over, angrily scolded, "Waste snack," or the same classmate. People continuously pick up 10 million big leaks, but you are still sucking my blood. Loser son, see if I don't break your legs today. Zhao Jiejun was smashed, his face was dumbfounded. Before he could come back to his senses, the storming Zhao Hao rushed close to him, and vented all the humiliation he received on his unproductive son. He chased Zhao Jiejun all over the store, punching and kicking. Zhao Jiejun did not know what happened, scared and scurrying around, feeling as if his father is crazy, not quite normal. Seeing that the car cannot be bought, Zhao Jiejun feet run out of the store. Zhao Hao, tired and panting, stood in front of the store and cursed a lot, and it was hard to be persuaded back by the old guard watching the store. When he returned to the second floor, he saw the debris on the ground and was once again dumbfounded. It turned out that in a fit of anger, used to smash Zhao Jiejun, is a million or so of the Tang Dynasty Jade Rui. Chapter 70, a $40 million war, winning Zhao Hao $3 million. And being picked up by Chen Yu 10 million blue and white imperial brushes. Chi Delong was overjoyed, enthusiastically inviting Chen Yu and Song Yin into his store. "Chen, old brother, you pick up today's big leak, and then take out to let me open my eyes." Chi Delong will be treasured for many years. The big red robe took out, served tea and poured water, full of smiles. Chen Yu is not good to refuse. Will sauce glazed chrysanthemum petal plate? South China Sea incense wood carving villain, blue and white imperial brush. 3 things, lined up on the table. Song Yen also that one of the 8 Jinling Gaotson's Autumn Mountain 10,000 Woods, took out, looking at Cheng Yu's eyes more watery tenderness. Today's experience, she felt a little dreamy. Chen Yu pick up 4 pieces of valuable antiques in a row. Eyesight is definitely called a master. If not for her personal experience, she could not believe it. Moreover, the $10 million Autumn Mountains in 10,000 Woods, Chen Yu insisted on counting it as hers without charging any fees. This friendship touched her. Even if she is such a golden young lady, without the support of her family, it is impossible to casually take out $10 million, but Chen Yu said to send it. This boldness is difficult to compare with ordinary people. The 4 items were worth 5 million, 10 million, 12 million, and at least 10 million. Chi Delong looked straight and couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Even Song Yen, who has seen the big world, is secretly shocked. One afternoon only, Chen Yu unexpectedly earned so much money, already more than many people's lifetime income. Really is a promising future. The future can be expected. According to the speed of earning money, even if in the future with him, the family will not oppose. Cough. Song Yen shook her head in shame. What was she rambling about? Older brother, these treasures, what are you going to do with them? Chi Delong rubbed his hands together and asked with intent. I don't collect antiques. Of course I will sell them for money. Chen Yu replied without hesitation. Wanting to build an orphanage required a large sum of money. Naturally, the faster this dream was realized, the better. In addition to the Autumn Mountains and 10,000 Woods picture that belonged to Song Yen, the other 3 objects, added together totaled 27 million, which was definitely a huge sum of money that most stores simply could not afford to purchase. Elder brother Chen, why don't you leave the items in my store for consignment? Wrap it around me. I promise to help you find a buyer as soon as possible, and I won't charge a penny for the commission. Chi Delong volunteered to help. He also wanted to collect, but his strength did not allow him to shell out nearly $30 million at once, unless he sold the store. It would be better to take advantage of Chen Yu's fame in today's battle and the fame of the antique street to rub off on him. If the three items were displayed for sale in his store, it would also attract no small amount of attention, and the store's traffic would absolutely surge, attracting some popularity and expanding the store's reputation. Chen Yu was too lazy to find a buyer on his own and also believed in Qi Delong's character. Nodding his head in agreement, the two discussed some details, and as it looked dark, Qi Delong offered to invite Chen Yu and Song Yan for dinner. Qi Delong's bones reveal the shrewdness of businessmen, flattering Chen Yu. Needless to say, Song Yan's identity is even more special. Today the three are also considered the same front. At this time not in Song Yan to enhance the relationship. Wait for what time? Chen Yu and Song Yan did not refuse. We'll leave the three treasures, Song Yan with the autumn mountains and 10,000 woods, followed by Qi Delong, to go to the Ninghai Hotel and a full meal. During the meeting, Qi Delong on Chen Yu praised. Not a few mentioned Chen Yu and Song Yan Lang talented woman looks, born a pair of ground made a pair, squeeze eyebrows intentionally set up, involving Chen Yu some embarrassment, Song Yan also blushing. After dinner, Qi Delong went home alone, while Song Yan drove the Ferrari 488 and sent Chen Yu to Jishirtang to learn acupuncture. Before leaving, Song Yan waved her hand with a complicated mood, actually a little reluctant to part with her. Looking forward to the next time to meet soon, Chen Yu smiled, watched Song Yan go far away, turned around with the intention of walking into Jishirtang, but was startled by a silhouette. It was none other than Lin Wanyi. Lin Wanyi heard the movement of the sports car and came to the door. Because she was off work, she was dressed rather casually, wearing casual hot pants and shirt. Her legs were long and straight, snow white and round, only her gaze was extraordinarily cold. Your new girlfriend? No, ordinary friends. Chen Yu realized that this chick's mood was not right and casually explained. He secretly muttered in his heart. He has lived for more than 20 years and is still single. What's with the term new girlfriend? Humph. Philandering. Lin Wanyi snorted coldly and huffed as she walked in, completely viewing Chen Yu as a scum in her heart. The rich young lady personally drove to see her off. It was obvious that her relationship with Chen Yu was not ordinary. Not long ago, Chen Yu also said with deep emotion that his favorite person was in a coma and he must personally wake her up. Back to the evening on the rich white beauty. Is not a scum man is what? Thanks to her not long ago, she was moved by Chen Yu's story and was willing to abandon her prejudices and teach him properly. Yuck! Throughout the entire practice, Lin Wanyi had no good face towards Chen Yu, rolling her eyes non-stop, very disgusted. Chen Yu really couldn't recall where he had provoked Lin Wanyi. Why was her attitude so bad? As a result, she didn't say anything even when asked, and spent the second lesson of learning acupuncture in a dull manner. Leaving Jishirtang, Lin Wanyi closed the door heavily with a bang. Chen Yu was speechless. God, what the hell is this situation? Obviously he did not do anything wrong. How did he make this chick angry? He has a pair of discerning eyes that can break through the information of all things, but the only thing he can't see through is a woman's mind. It's really sad. Wrap up the mood. Chen Yu took a taxi to the hospital, to visit the good brother Gao Dakue, and still unconscious Joe mother. The next day, Chen Yu stayed in the hospital room and didn't go anywhere. He earned so much money at once, he didn't have to worry about selling, and it was rare for him to have a day of leisure, so he could take a good rest. However, while he was cozy and enjoying himself, something not so unusual happened at Qi Delong's store on Antique Street. Qi Delong got up early in the morning, placed the sauce glaze plate, incense wood carving and blue and white imperial brush in the most conspicuous place of the store, and hired a dozen people to spread the news around. Sure enough, the combination of Chen Yu and the prestige of the supreme treasure caused many people to come to view and point. For a time, the Delong antique shop was besieged. The most precious treasure was too expensive for the common people to afford, but there were many people who thought that Qi Delong must be quite capable if he could gain the trust of young Master Chen, and that the things in his store could not be wrong. The store was overcrowded for a while, and the business was also extremely hot, with many people asking for prices. Qi Delong beauty bubbling. Put aside the usual, he can sell 20 pieces of antiques a month, even if the harvest is good. But today in the morning time, even sold 6 pieces. He has secretly sworn, this life hold Chen Yu's thigh, absolutely eat fragrant drink spicy. And next door, Zhao Yinghao stood in front of the unattended store, his eyes green with envy. He really wanted to die. This is the Delong antique shop. I'm going to offer one thing. Do you dare to accept it? At more than 10 o'clock, suddenly a thick male voice rang out, followed by the crowd being rudely pushed aside. Out stepped a middle-aged man with 4 bodyguards, seemingly coming from a bad place. Chapter 71, Door-to-Door Fighting Mouth. The middle-aged man was wearing a straight high-grade suit, with a sandalwood string on his wrist and an emerald trigger finger on his thumb, with a haughty face. Behind him followed by 4 big-waisted bodyguards, carrying suitcases in their hands, looking around vigilantly to protect their employer's safety. Seemingly very heartfelt, Qi Delong personally welcomed out, full of smiles, with bodyguards out, Wearing strings and triggers price is not expensive. At a glance is rich. He cannot dare to slow down. But Chi DeLong searched his brain. Did not expect Ninghai City has such a figure? But keen intuition told him that this situation is afraid that the visitor is not good. However, he still politely asked, Mr. Jokes, I am a businessman. As long as it is a serious thing, there is nothing I do not dare to accept. May I ask, sir, what is your name? That's fine. The middle-aged man's posture was haughty. He didn't make a conversation and nodded to himself. He took the long backpack in the bodyguard's hand and took out a long wooden box, and opened the box again, which contained an ancient scroll of paintings. Chi DeLong was dissatisfied in his heart, cursing what's wrong with having money. It's still not looking for me to sell paintings. But he did not show it, continued to smile and said, just look at the scroll. You know, extraordinary, good stuff. Fast inside please. However, the middle-aged man looked cold and stood still at the door, only using his ring finger at the top of the scroll, pointing 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds. Listening to Chi DeLong's ears was like a thunderclap. His heart was suddenly shocked, and the fat meat on his fat face twitched up. Sure enough, this guy is not an ordinary guest, is to come to the door to fight to find fault, even bullied to the fat masterhead. The so-called fighting mouth is a term of art, refers to the 2 sides of the treasure identification skills competition. That is, the door to sell objects, not really want to sell, but clearly took a fake. Let the shopkeeper say where false. Set out, counting win, set out, not only to pay the price, but also smashed the signboard. This kind of test is too ruthless, not give the shopkeeper a way out. Very offensive. Unless there is some deep hatred between the 2 sides, otherwise the general public will not easily use. The middle-aged man point of 3 is exactly the professional gestures of the mouth of the fight. A look as a connoisseur, not to be underestimated. Being bullied at the door, Chi DeLong's eyes also became ruthless. His smile tightened, and he said in a cold voice, I have no past grievances with Mr. and no recent enmity, so why do you have to be like this? Cut the crap, dare or not. The middle-aged man held the wooden box in his hand. His attitude was forceful. There was no room for negotiation at all. There was no lack of knowledgeable people among the onlookers. Seeing someone fighting at the door, this kind of hilarity was too rare. They don't care how unwilling Chi DeLong heart. Loud uproar yells, took, don't wimp out. Chi DeLong wiped the cold sweat on his head. Angry teeth ache. If he said he did not dare, so many people watched. From now on, the name of the goat is down, doomed to be ridiculed. In the future in the antique street cannot be mixed. The situation cannot allow him to retreat. Gritted his teeth, said loudly, asterisk. Who is afraid of Hua? Fat Master took, but first said, what is your lottery? No lottery. Where the hurry to roll, where to go? The color head is the price that needs to be paid after the initiator of the fight loses, but also a kind of collateral to make the other party promise. Without benefits, no one would be stupid enough to take on a competition that might smash their own signboards. The middle-aged man sneered and waved his hand. The 4 bodyguards moved neatly, placing the 5 suitcases they were carrying on the ground and lifting the lids. Hiss! The crowd became silent in an instant. Many people sucked in cold air, staring wide-eyed, their hearts beating wildly in disbelief. The bright-eyed people could even see that Fatty Chi had run into big trouble this time, and the other party was going to play big with him. Only see 5 suitcases, placed full, are a pile of bright red banknotes, eye-catching. 5 suitcases, 4 million per suitcase, a total of 20 million in cash. Is this enough for the lottery? The middle-aged man smiled without smiling. Dared to take out $20 million of lottery. Must have some preparation. Full of confidence. Chi DeLong pupils tightened. Prepared so much cash. Looks like the other party came prepared. That has not yet unfolded. The imitation painting is by no means a general fake. I'm afraid that today's bad luck. He has not yet figured out the other side of the origin. Do not know what people offended. The first thought is the nemesis Zhao. Chi DeLong turned his head to look around and saw Zhao in the crowd, only to see Zhao smiling sorrowfully at him, and cursed in his heart. Sure enough, he can't get away with this asshole. Want to smash my business? I have to fight you to the end even if I put up a fight. He inhaled deeply to keep calm, and proposed, there are many people outside. You guys take so much cash. The risk is too big. Let's go inside and go upstairs to drink a good tea while chatting. How? The middle-aged man's face was expressionless, decisively refused. Don't, just outside. No one dares to touch my money, since it is a fight, naturally in public. The more people see, in order to play the purpose of smashing the scene. Chi DeLong had no choice but to angrily accept the scroll, cursing, then I'll take a look. What the hell is it? When the scroll was fully unfolded, a landscape painting was presented, depicting the midst of sublime mountains with misty clouds and lush trees, small bridges, flowing water, villages, and passers-by dotted the landscape. The central axis of the picture, a line of mountains from near and far, the ridge at the center of a dense point, the peaks and ridges of the lush appearance of the rocks chapped fine, the entire ridge from a distance as if the dragon line, in the horizontal to the clouds as a boundary, into a two-part composition, divided into the upper sparse, the lower dense two parts. Sparse, distant mountains high and steep, deep and secluded view, clouds and mist to leave white. The transition is natural. In the denser part, the forest is dense with clear layers and details. In the lower right of the center of the painting, the title of the painting is inscribed and stamped with a large seal, Summer Mountain Picture, made by Wang Shimin. Qi Delong look is a heart attack. Wang Shimin, that is one of the four kings of the early Qing dynasty. The ink and brush for the law, the style of strong and thick, created the Loudon school of painting. In the history of Chinese painting, leaving a colorful brushstroke, just this Summer Mountain Picture of the ink and brush style, artistic level, in the market to sell 20 million, no problem at all. Unfortunately, there is a prerequisite, it has to be true. Qi Delong brought a magnifying glass and other professional tools, knowing that this painting is fake, spend a lifetime of learning, a full hour of research, but nothing. Near noon the sun is very poisonous, shaking the crowd cannot open their eyes. Obese Qi Delong is sweating more than soaked to the skin, but did not dampen the enthusiasm of the people watching. On the contrary, more and more onlookers. This rare hot scene, no one will want to miss. The crowd while wiping sweat, while witnessing this 20 million challenge. The middle-aged man sat in the shade. Zhao Yinghao moved tables and chairs, brewed good tea, attentive service, waiting to see Qi Delong lost face, closed down. Qi Delong really cannot see which fake. Thought of asking for help. The first thing that came to mind was Chenyu. Chapter 72, forcing out Chenyu, just begging for help. Qi Delong couldn't hold his face. He suddenly thought of something, straightened his body, fought to slam the magnifying glass on the ground, and angrily cursed at the middle-aged man. I de Nima, take a real painting to amuse grandpa. Are you tired of living? These words immediately caused an uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. What? It's actually a real painting? Taking a real painting to fight with the mouth? Obviously bad rules. It shouldn't be. Qi Delong hated gnashing his teeth, full of indignation. This is clearly a real painting. Otherwise how could it be flawless? The middle-aged man disdainfully said, I dare to take my life to guarantee that this painting meets the requirements of the fighting mouth. If you can't identify it, it's because you're not good at it. You should accept the bet before it's too late. Dead fat man, you also have today. Hurry up and close down. Get out of the antique street. Zhao Yinghao, face of villainy, arrogantly scolded. There is a kind of great revenge is about to be avenged. The pleasure. He was secretly ruthless. Yesterday's loss of more than 10 million. Today must let Fatty Qi and Chenyu doubled the spit out. The crowd's agitation calmed down quite a bit. Fighting mouth, this kind of thing in the limelight. No matter what the identity of the middle-aged man, dare to take the real goods to smash people. The consequences will be very serious. Bad reputation, not to mention the ridicule of the crowd. Encountered the capable shopkeeper, there will also be a fear of life. Qi Delong viciously glared at Zhao Yinghao. Heavy cold snort. He also knew that his skills were limited, because he could not identify. Fear of failure. Annoyed, he wiped the sweat, once again took a deep look. That seamless high imitation of the summer mountain diagram. Shook his head inside. Forget it. Temporarily seal the board. The afternoon then. I'm going to look for outside help. Sealing the board was originally a go term, referring to the interruption of the game between the two sides, where the board was sealed and the game was fought again after a midway break. The word was borrowed by the antique game line, refers to the period of fighting. If the party being fought cannot identify, but also not willing to admit defeat, can be proposed to seal the board, to slow down on a slowdown, in the period to find foreign aid. However, sealing the disc cannot be sealed for nothing. You have to come up with a thing to compensate for the other side. Compensation how much? Depends on the bucket mouth artifact's identification difficulty, how high, the size of the lottery. Obviously, the other party mentioned 20 million in cash as a lottery. That imitation of the summertime map and exquisite. Qi Delong want to seal the plate at noon, must pay a high price. He clenched his teeth, pointed to the store, placed a 7 treasures glazed marigold, said, that one for you, worth more than 5 million, enough to seal the plate. What he was thinking was, it doesn't matter if he is bleeding now, hurry up and get Chenyu here, and fight and win this guy. Not only would he be able to salvage the store's reputation, the 7 treasure glazed marigold could also be recovered, and he would also be able to win the $20 million lottery. The middle-aged man did not hesitate to shake his head and refused, mocking, $20 million of lottery, but you 5 million to seal the plate is not the rules. Can you not identify? Want me to wait for you for life? ********. 5 million is still too little. Want my life? Shi Delong heart cursed, unhappy, closed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At most 2 hours only. How much do you want? According to the rules, the first time you seal the plate, you want half of the pot. The second time you double it, until you lose all your money. The middle-aged man said aggressively. Hiss. Shi Delong sucked a mouthful of cool air. Couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Let me lose my family. Really ruthless. I greet your ancestors 18 generations. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at the store, pointing to the conspicuous place placed in the Ming Xuanta Celadon porcelain imperial pen. Tone tough, I want this antique. Do the cost of sealing the disc. You. Shi Delong's face became extremely poor. The blue and white porcelain imperial brush was sold on behalf of him to help Chenyu, in case he lost. Sorry brother, but according to the rules, the objects placed in the store, no matter whose it is, the bucket mouth proposer can choose on his own, as the price of sealing the plate. Shi Delong is considered to see that the other party is not only rushing towards himself, but also wants to find Chen Yu's trouble. Zhao Yinghao looking for someone to play this trick. Really ruthless. When I win, I will make you lose all your money. Nay, he could not play a trick in front of the crowd of onlookers. Shi Delong sighed helplessly, and unwillingly removed the blue and white porcelain imperial brush and gave it to the middle-aged man for nothing. Announcing the first sealing of the plate, Zhao Yinghao reached out and took it, with a kind of lost and regained pleasure. Rampant laughter. Fatty Chi, you guys pitied me, and came back to the old man's hands. Hurry up to call the little brat surnamed Chen, and say that the old man is here waiting for him. Shi Delong glared viciously, so angry that he was mad. From the next opening, there are only 2 hours left. He must get Chen Yu here, otherwise the second closure, he will have to lose even his pants. Chen Yu, who was chatting with Gao Daki in the hospital, received a phone call, and after listening to Shi Delong's pitiful complaint, he couldn't help but stand up and frowned. Taking my things is trying to force me out. Boss Chi, I'll go over right away and meet that old bastard who is so crazy that he can't be beat, as well as Zhao Yinghao who remembers what he's done. And then, Shen Yu and Gao Dakue said a word, left the hospital and took a taxi to the antique street. The people watching, as well as the middle-aged man, Zhao Yinghao and the others had already dispersed, waiting for the afternoon to follow. Shi Delong's mood is poor to the extreme. Crying, sitting in the store sighing, when he saw Chen Yu come to the door, he immediately got up and gritted his teeth. Chen old brother, you have finally come. You must help my old brother. Even if you really lose all your money, I will fight them to the end. Not steamed buns, but also to fight. The other side bullied not only you, but also me. How they bully the door, how we fight back. Let them have no return. The last laugh is definitely us. As long as this pair of eyes that are capable of exploring everything is still there, Chen Yu will always have the belief of invincibility. With his words of bravado, Shi Delong couldn't help but be moved after hearing them, rekindling his fighting spirit. Time flies, turning 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky is even hotter, but after lunch, the news spread more widely. Come to watch the people instead of increased, sensationalizing the entire antique street. It is not easy to stumble upon this kind of big fight, this kind of lively, color and bet amazing. Get the news of the people do not want to miss. Will store door surrounded by the water. Even the treasure store's Lu shopkeeper, heard the news also followed over, ready to look at that was rumored to be godlike imitation painting. Not long, the middle-aged man with 4 bodyguards, accompanied by the smug Zhao Yinghao, took the money and scrolls, separated from the crowd, walked into the store. Chen Yu shot a glance at the middle-aged man and got his detailed information. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. At the same time, the middle-aged man also looked at Chen Yu, and a strong anger flashed in his eyes. This arrogant and ignorant brat finally appeared. Today must properly kill his sharpness, letting him know what is outside of people, some forces, cannot be casually insulted. The middle-aged man used an unbeatable tone and sneered. Hair hasn't even grown, and still dares to come out and make a fool of himself. Shi Delong, is he the foreign aide you invited? What a joke, less ing nonsense. No matter which stone you popped out of, if you can pass old brother Chen's hurdle, you're damn capable. Shi Delong held his stomach and supported Chen Yu, sneering back. Chen Yu sneered twice, scornfully said, Boss Chi, you are wrong. He is not a stone popped out of the cracks, but a dog raised by the Su family. Not surname Su only. Chapter 73, Su family's relative comes to snow shame. What? Someone from the Su family? He was found by Su Chonghao. Shi Delong was shocked, not expecting the Su family's retaliation to come so quickly. Chen Yu, through the information spied by his eyes, learned that the middle-aged man's name was Li Tianming, Su Chonghao's cousin uncle. Although he was a foreign relative, his status in the Su family was not low, and this person is good at appreciating calligraphy and painting, highly respected. Watched Su Chonghao grow up from a young age. Deep feelings, specifically for Su Changhao yesterday was insulted, came to revenge the shame. Li Tianming's main target is Chen Yu, but he thinks highly of himself and doesn't care to find Chen Yu, so he uses a curved approach to save the country, looking for Qi Delong, forcing Chen Yu to show up. Li Tianming, the knowledgeable shopkeeper Lu in the crowd also recognized the middle-aged man and couldn't help but cry out in a low voice, "Who is it? Why haven't I heard of him?" A few people beside him scratched their heads in confusion and asked. Boss Lu explained in a deep voice, he is one of the top calligraphy and painting appraisal masters, and has few rivals in Ninghai City's antique circle. However, he has always kept a low profile, burying his head in painstaking study of calligraphy and painting for many years, not often showing his face. I go, no way, so powerful. There was a commotion among the onlookers. Someone that even shopkeeper Lu admired must be quite good. Even though Su Changhao had lost yesterday and fled, becoming a laughingstock and losing face, the Su family's reputation was also damaged. But the strength of the antique family is there, casually out of a relative. Can be famous Ninghai City? He is one of the best at appraising paintings and calligraphy, and the imitation paintings he picked are definitely not wrong. Master Chen and Fatty Chi are in danger. This time, little Chen is going to plant a big head. Just a little bit of fame was mercilessly suppressed by the Su family. The small arm is still twisted, but the big leg Zhao Linghao was even more pleased. In fact, Li Tianming was not found by him. He just followed the light. His gaze was sinister, waiting to see Chen Yu and Qi Delong plant a big heel. He also ruthlessly out of a mouthful of bad breath. Kid, shut your mouth. Dare to ignorantly humiliate me. Will surely pay a painful price for his words and actions. I'm going to increase the jackpot. If you can't identify the truth, you'll have to serve as a slave to the Su family for life, and do all the dirty work to wash away your crime. Li Tianming raised his voice, his tone strong, his posture arrogant and aggressive. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Playing so big? Gambling with dignity and personal freedom. The Su family really wasn't one to be messed with. Ruthless enough. People also saw from another aspect, Li Tianming dared to mention such conditions, showing that he was extremely confident, not thinking of losing at all. That painting, with Chen Yu's young age, he definitely could not appraise it. Oh, interesting. Chen Yu waved his hand, signaling Qi Delong, who wanted to persuade next to him not to speak. Then clasping his shoulders, he forcefully promised, I'll take the bet, but if you lose, you'll have to roll over and be my slave for the rest of your life and be at my beck and call. His mother died early. He was an orphan since childhood, and relied on collecting scraps to make money, and had suffered too many blank stares and humiliations. Now that he had the ability, he absolutely would not allow his dignity to be trampled on, and must return blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Qi Delong lamented and stomped his feet. How to agree? This is not a joke. My goodness, crazy, or too young and calm. I think it is yesterday one Su Changhao, too inflated, last name do not know what to call. The other Master Li is a veritable master. I do not know how many times higher than Su Changhao, and prepared, he dared to take, purely self-defeating. The crowd was boiling. No one was optimistic about Chen Yu. After all, Li Tianming was a real master, and Chen Yu, even though he won against Su Changhao yesterday, he was still too young. How could he possibly fight a real master of calligraphy and painting appraisal? Ha ha, brat, hurry up and get lost and become a slave. Something that doesn't know the depth. Your level, compared to Master Li, is a puddle of stinking. Zhao Linghao jumped out and mocked profusely without mercy. He had been pitted so miserably, and had quite a deep grudge in his heart, vowing to witness Chen Yu's untimely death, or else he would not die in peace. Chen Yu blared fiercely and said in a cold voice, remembering to eat but not remembering to fight, dare you add an extra bet with me? Bet $20 million. This, for some reason, against Chen Yu's sharp knife-like gaze, Zhao Linghao had a heart palpitation, felt his heart jumping, his mouth hardened. You will soon become a lackey of the Su family. You are not qualified to bet with me. If you don't dare to bet, don't compare. Disgraceful thing, Chen Yu said with heavy contempt. The words came out, attracted laughter. Zhao Linghao was so angry that his face was red. $20 million is almost equivalent to half of his antique store. He does not have that kind of vigor. He really does not dare to bet. Gritted his teeth and conceded. Goon A, no you talk part, still want to face? Qi Delong finally found a chance to counterattack, spit hard and laughed his fat ass off. On the other side, Li Tianming's face changed slightly. This kid is really tough enough, not afraid, and also dare to add another bet. The momentum all put out, even steadily pressure himself. It seemed as if Chen Yu was taking the initiative and he was the weaker party. Li Tianming disliked the feeling of being oppressed by a young man, and once he was ruthless. He agreed. It doesn't matter. Whatever conditions you set, I won't lose anyway. Is that so? Open your eyes wide next and wait and see. Chen Yu was hardened beyond measure, Receiving the imitation of the summer mountain picture and viewing it as relevant information surfaced in his mind. Elder brother Chen, what do you think? The critical moment came. Chi Delong's heart was in his throat. His nervous palms were sweating and his heart was beating chaotically. Chen Yu viewed it while parsing. At first, when you told me that it could be faked, I was not convinced, but now that I have seen it, it is indeed exquisite. Regardless of the painting style, color tones, seals, or signatures, it looks like Wang Shimin painted it with his own hands, and when placed on the trading market, it will definitely be treated as a genuine work and sold at a price of $10 to $20 million. Chi Delong immediately became heart bottomless, self-consoling. It's okay, Chen old brother, you slowly look, we have plenty of time. At the same time, someone asked shopkeeper Lu, Elder Lu, can you see the suspicion of that painting? Shopkeeper Lu had already watched for a moment and shook his head with a long sigh. Old man is not talented. I can't see it for the time being. At these words, everyone was in an uproar. Even if he didn't have his hands on it, the general imitation painting, shopkeeper Lu could definitely see it. But he even admitted in person that he couldn't find any breaks in that painting, indicating that it was incomparably exquisite. Chen Yu couldn't see it even more, so he definitely lost. After all is said and done, you still can't see it. Brat, forgive you for not being capable of much. Cut the crap and go. Follow me to the Su family to be a slave. Raise pigs and feed dogs. Li Tianming's posture was arrogant. When he first saw this painting, even he himself couldn't see the flaws, let alone a brat. This competition, from start to finish, was a sure win for him. Who says I can't find a flaw? Boss Chi, bring me a candle. Chen Yu smiled confidently and ordered. The crowd, on the other hand, were as confused as a monk. Get a candle. Do you want to burn the painting? Even if it was burnt to ashes, it could not be identified. Chapter 74, Fire-Roasted Appraisal of Imitation Paintings. The crowd of onlookers did not understand why Chen Yu had to prepare candles, but Li Tianming's heart was violently seized. What? He even knew? This painting is almost flawless. Unless he grows fiery eyes, he can't see it at all? When I first got this summer mountain picture, Li Tianming used all his skills, a whole month of research, did not identify, once thought it was a real painting, until one night suddenly blackout. He studied with candles, inadvertently found the breakage, only to determine that it is a fake painting. Li Tianming realized that it was not good. His face instantly became strangely bad, and he stopped it with a stern voice. Stop, I'll see who dares to take the candle. You want to burn the painting and not recognize it. It's not that easy. Once it's burned, I want this store to lose everything, and you'll still have to go to the Su family as a slave. Chi Delong hesitated. Since he had already torn his face, he was not afraid of Li Tianming, but Chen Yu said that he wanted candles intended to be burned by fire. It was too unbelievable. He didn't know the reason and didn't dare to agree easily. The gazes of the onlookers, intentionally or unintentionally, were cast on shopkeeper Lu's face, wanting to hear his insights. Shopkeeper Lu closed his eyes, shook his head inside, feeling sorry for Chen Yu, a good young genius, but in the end could not resist the targeting of a huge family, and began to disregard everything and give up on himself. Chen Yu was the only one in the room who had a calm expression and said firmly, Boss Chi, feel free to do as you are told. Remember what I said before, we won't lose. How we are bullied to the head. We have to fight back how we are bullied. Chi Delong froze, followed by a heavy nod, personally brought out a candlestick and lit it. There was really nothing else he could do other than believing in Chen Yu and being able to create a miracle again. Candlelight wavering and bouncing, not very obvious in the daytime. Chen Yu grasped both sides of the scroll with both hands and slowly moved towards the fire. Wow! The crowd once again exclaimed in shock, all feeling that Chen Yu had gone crazy, not knowing what exactly he wanted to do. Could it be that he was really prepared to burn the painting and completely break up with the Su family? Stop! If you don't have the means of identification, count yourself as an automatic forfeit. Don't even think about harming my famous painting. Li Tianming's ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger, causing him to have to sheepishly step in to stop it. In this fight, the bet was a lifetime of slavery, and he could not afford to lose all the same. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth rose, mocking contemptuously. I didn't say that I would burn the painting, but rather, I used the fire to roast the appraisal, and if I accidentally burned it, I am willing to pay any price. You mother-in-law blocked it. It can't be that you have a ghost in your heart, right? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could I have a ghost in my heart? You can't win. Li Tianming cursed back, mouthing that he was not afraid, but in reality, the cold sweat on his palms was coming out. In public, Chen Yu spoke out the identification method of the fire roast. Things have come to this. Li Tianming can only snappily shut his mouth and pray that Chen Yu made an operational error. At this time, he did not have the mood to guess how Chen Yu know. His mind is all about. Fire baking method is certainly useful, but the force, The temperature must be mastered just right. More than a centimeter. The painting will be paste, less than a millimeter. Cannot achieve the desired effect. He expected. Chunyu cannot master so good accuracy. The final result, 99% is a mistake. Burn the scroll. The winner is still their own. Thinking of this, Li Tianming more or less calmed down. Was too nervous. Heavy cold snort. Kid, don't be too crazy. This is simply a certain death bureau. Do not believe you can turn the sky. The crowd of onlookers, on the other hand, feels new and strange. Fire baking appraisal of calligraphy and painting. Never heard of it at all. Have stared wide-eyed. Even shopkeeper Lu is also confused. Zhao Hao did not understand the reason. Gritted his teeth and prayed that Chen Yu burned the painting. When he became a slave of the Su family, he was still at his mercy to be humiliated. Qi Delong's heart was in his throat, and he didn't dare to utter a single breath, praying that Chen Yu would never play it off. The most important thing is to close the disc again, and then ask for foreign aid. There is a silver lining. In case the painting is burned, everything is over. One thing, Li Tianming is right. Mastering the temperature of the fire is not good. It is easy to burn the painting, but for Chen Yu, who possessed perverted eyes, it was not a problem at all. He could tell the temperature of the scroll at every moment, as well as reaching the ignition point. It was easy to grasp. Please look carefully. The answer will be revealed soon. Chen Yu suspended the scroll in the air, placing it a few centimeters away from the fire, moving it from side to side unhurriedly, sizzling a piece less than the size of an egg next to the drop. His technique is very stable. In the eyes of the crowd, not messing up, as if the fire is only roasting an insignificant thing. Based on this boldness alone, it is not comparable to ordinary people. About a minute later, Chen Yu swish, wilt summer mountain figure collected back, erect, placed in front of the chest, facing the crowd, said aloud, "Everyone please look." See what? People's curiosity had long been completely aroused, scrambling to crowd forward, their eyes staring round. After seeing the changes that appeared on top of the summer mountain diagram, the crowd lost their voices and cried out strangely, "Oh my god, this is incredible! How did this happen? Little Master Chen can even see this. Man of God, the method is truly exceptional." That summer mountain drawing, Xia Shimon's own inscription, remained the same, but next to it, a brown inscription that originally did not exist and was not visible to the naked eye at all before surfaced. The style of the brown paragraph is not inferior to any famous masters. Not a seal. The color is not right, obviously added by the descendants. The 3 words of the dragonfly, splashing fast, and the scroll's paper is intact as before, not burned in the slightest, only the temperature near the inscription has increased. Looking at these 3 words, Li Tianming's head buzzed. Nothing in the outside world could be heard. His eyes blackened in disbelief. Zhao Hao was also like a little cutie, like froze on the spot. Splash ink shy 3 words, like a certificate of authentication, showing people that this painting is fake. Chen Yu won, Li Tianming lost. Qi Delong now nagged a voice. Incite a hand dance up, like a wind, like crazy laugh. We won. Ha ha, the heavens will not stop me. Chen, old brother, you are too awesome. Brother doesn't know how to describe you. If I were a woman, I would definitely give my body to you. Chen Yu was instantly filled with black lines. Even if it was really a female, but a big fat man of 200 pounds, he wouldn't dare to take it for nothing. Good. Worthy of being the master who defeated the heir to the Su family. Really powerful. The crowd of onlookers applauded in unison, looking at Chen Yu with nothing but admiration in their eyes, no longer the contempt and questioning they had before. Shopkeeper Lu is also the same, as if he sees a rising star, rising strongly. This eyesight is beyond the reach of even the older generation of connoisseurs. After the ecstasy, Qi Delong wiped the saliva flung out of the side of his mouth and asked excitedly, "Elder brother Chen, what's going on here? Why is there a descendant's inscription on top of the flawless imitation painting?" "Right, Master Chen Jr., tell us quickly," the crowd urged, as if they were elementary school students waiting to be taught. Chapter 75, Adopting a Master of Words and Paintings as a Servant. Chen Yu swept his eyes over the ink-splashing jia, cleared his throat and raised his voice to explain, using a brush dipped in vinegar, lemon juice, tomato juice, and onion juice respectively. Writing on the drawing paper can leave no traces after drying. The combination of these substances will have a chemical reaction with the paper, forming a kind of secret writing potion. The secret writing potion is written on the paper, which is not visible at all after air drying, and can only be baked by fire before the brown writing appears. This was originally a way for military spies to pass on information, and was applied to counterfeiting. After hearing this, the crowd revealed a look of sudden realization. This method was not new, but why didn't they think of it? It was still Master Xiao Chen's thoughtfulness that could not be denied. Waiting for the crowd's murmur gradually small, Chen Yu turned his head to look at the face like a pig's liver. Li Tianming said meaningfully, "Splashing Chai is a counterfeiting technology, is highly skilled antique imitation workshop. good at making fake paintings and imitation bronzes. Am I right? Li Tianming was dumbfounded. Chen Yu was like a god, easily finding out the imitation paintings broken, showing an extremely high level, making him all a little skeptical of life, lowering his high and proud head. His own painstakingly studied decades of connoisseurship, presumed to call the calligraphy and painting masters, but not as good as a brat, too much of a blow to the people. And Chen Yu, even the extremely secretive Inkfast, no, how can it be? The Inkfast is a counterfeiting organization, chaotic market, but in the end in Chen Yu not much to do with, because any fake, in front of him will have nothing to hide. Compared to that, he cared more about Li Tianming losing the fight and winning the lottery. In the future, mixing in the antique circle, followed by a relative of the Su family, a master of calligraphy and painting appreciation, or Su Chonghao's cousin, to himself as a little brother. That feeling, just think about it. The corner of Chen Yu's mouth hooked up a smirk. Reminded, you lost 20 million cash handover, and a lifetime to me as a servant. At my beck and call, Li Tianming immediately exploded, as if he was greatly stimulated. It was difficult to accept the reality, and he sat on his butt on the ground. I lost. I will lose to a late generation and serve him as a servant. Chen Yu clasped his shoulders, looked down at Li Tianming and said forcefully, you must not be like Su Chonghao, running away when you lose, shamelessly denying your debt, or don't blame me for being merciless. He was not a ruthless person, but Li Tianming had said too much, so he had to take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. If the person who lost was him, I'm afraid that the surname Li would be even more excessive, so he must not be merciful. People were dumbfounded one by one, and the respect for Chen Yu grew exponentially upwards in their hearts. Little Master Chen is too powerful. Identify the fake painting that no one found the cracks not to mention, but also dare to stand up to the Su family. This courage, really worthy of admiration. Su family in Ninghai City antique industry belongs to the behemoth. No one dares to offend, but Chen Yu is not afraid. Forced Su Chonghao to apologize on his knees. Su Chonghao scared away, and won the Su family relative Li Tianming. Accept him as a servant. If the matter spreads out, the Su family will be disgraced, and it will definitely cause an uproar in Ninghai City. Sir, namely, you are not very crazy, but also want to make me lose all my money, when the fat master is a good bully. She DeLong before worried to death, now finally won. Feel incomparable relief. Force a hand grabbed Li Tianming's neck collar. Li Tianming did think that instead of staying and being humiliated, he would rather slip away and then plot revenge and no shame. Now that he was caught, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. He struggled and cried out, bodyguard, bodyguard, I'll see which one of you dares to move. Li Tianming is my servant now. You are employed by him. You also have to listen to my command. Chen Yu snapped, his eyes cold. The 4 bodyguards were actually hired by Su Chonghao to protect the $20 million in cash, and the money was taken out by the Su family. They didn't want to wade into the muddy water. How could they meet people in this life if they were to be slaves to others? Lost, not recognize the account. Still want to face? Quickly willing to lose. Watching the people who do not suspect that the matter is big, followed by uproar yelling. The entrance to the store has long been surrounded by 3 layers, watertight, unless the crowd disperses. Otherwise the people in the store simply cannot run out. Li Tianming has a feeling of being caught in a jar, ashamed of the blush, no place to hide, no matter how to choose, no face to see people in the future. Again, it was in full view of everyone. If he denied it, he would definitely not be able to walk out of this door. With no other choice, Li Tianming forced himself to endure the great humiliation and stammered, I admit defeat and am willing to accept the bet. The 4 bodyguards looked at each other, put down the 5 boxes of cash, squeezed out of the crowd, and went back to report. Only then did Ji Delon let go of Li Tianming, smugly commanded, what are you still dumbfounded for? Hurry to serve tea and water. A lackey should have the consciousness of a lackey. Li Tianming was humiliated and spat out blood, hated and gritted his teeth, didn't move in place. Ji Delong was nonchalant and kicked Li Tianming in the ass. Hurry up, have you been a lackey like this, like a grandpa? If you don't listen again, I'll beat you to death. You don't bully people too. Bang! Li Tianming was furious, put on a stance to fight for his life, but as a result, he did not finish his words and received another kick. Chen Yu teasingly looked on, very supportive of Ji Delong's act of taking the piss. In his place he would have done the same if he had almost been forced to lose his family's money. Li Tianming, if you don't want to be a slave for the rest of your life, just obediently do as you are told. Perform well, and you will still have the day to regain your freedom. Ji Delong and Chen Yu, one sings red face and one sings white face, forcing Li Tianming to run out of options, like a frosted eggplant pouring water and making tea to go. Li Tianming's mood was so humiliated that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. At the same time, Chen Yu and Ji Delong also produced a monstrous hatred. One day, He must double to wash away today's shame. Bah! Not knowing any better, trying to fight with us, deserves to be reduced to this. Shi Delong continued to gloat. The crowd of onlookers also turned into falling into a well. If it wasn't for Li Tianming taking the initiative to come to the door to provoke, aggressively proposing a fight, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Purely deserved it. The pussy that he put on himself, he had to bear it even on his knees. Shi Delong feeling has never been so painful as today. Laughed out loud and said, "Shen old brother, I go to the toilet does not help the wall. Only serve you, or you are great, absolutely worthy of the name of the master." Yes, talented is not in the young. Shen master's eyesight is obvious to all. No one is not convinced. The crowd of onlookers also followed to pat the horse's ass. They are all playing with antiques, befriending a young talent. Absolutely no loss to eat. Shen Yu has a bland face. In fact, he feels guilty in his heart. If not for the special ability of the eyes, he would not even be able to touch the edge of the master. That what? Master Chen. How will the $20 million in cash be divided? After touting a wave, Shi Delong rubbed his hands together, revealing a treacherous winking smile. The gazes of the crowd of onlookers fell in unison on the 5 boxes of money, a full $20 million. No one is not red in the eyes. Casually take a box, at least 20 years without worrying about food and drink. Enviable. Chapter 76 Smashing People's Rice Bowls. What do you think? Shen Yu asked back. He also needed money to build the new orphanage. 5 boxes of cash. $4 million per box. 3 boxes for you, 2 boxes for me. How about it? Shi Delong loved money, but knew the proportion. Shen Yu was the biggest contributor. He should take the lion's share. Taking 8 million for himself was already a shame. Shen Yu nodded his head and agreed. In the aspect of money, he always will not calculate with his friends, and Shi Delong fought side by side twice. He is already a friend, but when it comes to enemies, the same cannot be said. Seeing the two men in a few words, dividing the $20 million, the crowd of onlookers is again a burst of envy and jealousy, only to hate standing beside Shen Yu. Why is not their own? Shi Delong received 2 boxes of 8 million in cash. Happy face full of peach blossom. Follow Shen Yu. 2 days earned 11 million. Must hold tight thighs. Shen Yu smiled. His eyes fell on the jaw-dropping Zhao Hao, who had a cold shiver for no reason. He reached out and demanded, "Boss Zhao, the cost of sealing the plate Ming Xuanda Celadon porcelain imperial brush. Take it out." "What imperial brush? It's not on me." "That what? It's getting late. I should go too." Zhao Hao pretended to be a fool, turned around and drew his legs to escape, but unfortunately no one gave way. Shen Yu took 2 steps forward, and pinched the back of Zhao Hao's neck, and with his other hand, he touched a long small wooden box from his pocket, and inside was placed the very same Celadon porcelain imperial brush. This is one of the rules of the fight, but also the most attractive place of the fight. 2 people with deep hatred, backwater battle, lose nothing, and the winner will take everything, including the other party's reputation. Zhao Hao thought that $10 million worth of blue and white porcelain imperial pen lost and found, just warm, was taken back, furious and want to rob, but in full view of the public, he retracted his hand again, turning it into pointing at Shen Yu's nose, letting out vicious words. "Surname Chen, count your luck." Offended the Su family. "You can't jump around for a few days. Let's just wait and see." "We'll see?" Shen Yu laughed coldly. "I said, if you dare to mess with me again, you'll have to open your store. It seems that you didn't even think about it." "Less bragging. I have a business license. See what you can do to me?" Zhao Hao retorted with a straight face. In front of so many people, he couldn't lose face. His relationship with the Su family was not ordinary, otherwise Li Tianming would not have returned the Celadon imperial brush to him. He was convinced that Shen Yu offending the Su family would invite even greater retaliation. It was purely suicidal, unchanging in your dead nature. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Shen Yu snorted coldly and shouted. Zhao Hao was working as a lapdog for Li Tianming. The two of them are conspiring for all to see. Imitation paintings, imitation bronzes are out. Please buy antiques in the future. Beware, do not be deceived. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surnamed Shen. You give me shut up. Zhao Hao was baffled when he heard it. Still playing like this? One must know that right now. Shen Yu's reputation was unrivaled in the entire antique street. With this kind of talk, who would dare to go to his house to buy things? It was only a matter of time before it went out of business. Young Master Chen is right. I will never go to antique world again. Selling fake things, and still have the face to hang out in an antique house. Get out of antique street. The most important thing for an antique house is its reputation. Being rumored to be selling fake goods. It would be strange if it doesn't go out of business. Master Chen and I are best friends. His eyesight is obvious to everyone. If you want to buy the real thing, welcome to my store. Fake one compensates for 10. All fairies and gentlemen. Qi Delong took the opportunity to publicize his store, to completely crush Xiaoyinghao's store. Xiaoyinghao's legs went limp and he sat on the ground with a thud, never able to get up again, unable to cry. It's over. It's all over. It's all over. Why did you provoke Qingyu with your mouth? It's all over. There's no way to do business in the future. This is the consequence of provoking me. Smashing your rice bowl. Qingyu snorted coldly. His eyes were cold. Never be soft when he should be ruthless. Get lost. Want to seek death. Don't be in my store. Please make way. Qi Delong dragged Xiaoyinghao and threw him out, taking out another vicious breath. Li Tianming has already made a good tea. Qingyu sat at the counter, picked up a cup, leisurely savored. No lively to see. The crowd also gradually dispersed. Qinyu's fame once again spread throughout the antique street. A moment of wind. Qingyu and Qi Delong decided to temporarily leave Li Tianming and Qi Delong's antique store, to help identify paintings and calligraphy. Free work. Li Tianming lost the fight, lost himself to Qingyu as a slave. So rare news. Back to Ninghai City antique circle must be spread. Qi Delong, although worried about the Su family retaliation, but also have to say, free hard labor is not used for nothing, nodded yes. Afterwards, Qingyu left his bank card number. Let Qi Delong help to put the 12 million belonging to him, deposited into the bank card, left the antique street alone. Even though he had gained a big victory today and was in a happy mood, he was not complacent. In the evening, Qingyu once again came to Jishirtang to learn acupuncture from Lin Wanyi, in an effort to wake up Zhou's mother herself as soon as possible. Just like yesterday, Lin Wanyi never gave this scum a good face, but there was one thing to be said. As the youngest daughter of the old divine Dr. Lin, her basic skills were very solid, and her teaching was also considered dedicated. Qingyu was able to learn a lot from her in every lesson, and progressed rapidly, vaguely having the momentum to surpass Lin Wanyi. When Qingyu had finished his studies and was ready to leave, the old divine Dr. Lin, who had been living in seclusion in the backyard, appeared. After greeting him, Lin Yuanshan inquired about the learning progress, and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips at Qingyu's learning ability, and made plans in his heart. Such a good seedling must not be wasted, otherwise it would be a great loss to the medical world. When Qingyu surpasses his daughter, he will set up a test, and after passing it, he will personally teach his life's work. Having made up his mind, old divine Dr. Lin did not move and instructed. Wan Yi, a batch of Chinese medicines will arrive tomorrow. You personally go to the herb market to inspect them. Originally, Qingyu lifted his leg to leave, but when he heard this, he suddenly had a bright idea and hurriedly inquired. Ms. Lin, can you bring me along tomorrow? I'm also going to buy some herbs. The injuries on Gao Dakuei's body could basically be healed after a period of treatment, but the severely fractured right leg was always a lingering shadow in Qinyu's heart. He did not want his good brother to be left with a lifelong limp, and last night when he was in bed with him, through his eye-psychic ability, he could see a prescription to help Gao Dakuei accelerate his improvement. So he planned to personally dispense the medicine, but one of the herbs was not easy to find, so he happened to go to the herb market to take a look. Why aren't you leaving yet? I don't care to go with you. Lin Wanyi had a look of disgust on her face, and without even thinking about it, she arrogantly refused on the spot. Old divine Dr. Lin, on the other hand, his face sank. Wan Yi, how can you talk? Since Xiao Chen wants to go, bring him along. At her old father's words, Lin Wanyi was not in a good position to disobey, and reluctantly nodded her head. Chapter 77 Extinct Spirit Medicine. Humph. Lin Wanyi was so furious that she stomped her feet, glaring at Qingyu and huffing as she turned around to leave. Qingyu really didn't know how he had pissed off this chick. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, and after asking a few more questions that he wanted to know, he said goodbye to Lin Yuanshan. The next morning, when Qingyu took a taxi to Jishirtang, Lin Wanyi, who was dressed in civilian clothes and had an outstanding appearance, was already waiting. Lin Wanyi was indifferent to Qingyu. The two had nothing to say all the way to the Ninghai City herb market. The medicinal material market was similar to the antique street, concentrated on one street, but in comparison, the atmosphere here was quite a bit cooler, with all the professional purchasers coming and going. Ordinary people also know that the herbs here are cheap, but seldom come here to buy medicine, because they do not know the condition and the prescription, and it is useless to have cheap herbs. Medicine cannot be taken indiscriminately. Qingyu was different. He could tell any condition and knew the treatment. The names, properties and prices of all kinds of herbs could not escape his eyes. But unfortunately, the key main medicine used to make the bone-setting ointment for Gao Dakuei, tiger bone, is hard to buy. With tiger bone as the main medicine, plus saffron, antler and other 10 flavors of auxiliary drugs, made of ointment, applied to Gao Dakuei's serious fracture of the right leg, and then supplemented with acupuncture, will play a miraculous effect. Not only would the after effects be completely eliminated, the recovery time would also be reduced by at least half. Unfortunately, the number of tigers is getting smaller and smaller nowadays, and they have all become state-protected animals, forbidden to be hunted and killed. So tiger bones are basically not seen on the market anymore, and the state expressly prohibits the sale of tiger bones, and canceled the standard of tiger bone medicinal use, so that the tiger bone has become very rare and scarce, and expensive. General pharmacies certainly do not have, can only go to some of the years of the drugstore luck. There may be some handed down the stock. Last night, Chen Yu purposely asked old divine Dr. Lin that Jishir Hall did not have tiger bones. However, the pharmacy that Lin Wanyi is going to inspect the herbs is the largest one in the herb market, or 100 years old, so maybe there will be stock. Chen Yu followed Lin Wanyi and walked into a pharmacy that had a plaque with 3 big and simple words, Yu Chao Tang, which mainly specialized in wholesale of traditional Chinese medicine. Just stepped into it, a strong smell of medicine came to the face. Looking around, rows and rows of shelves are discharged all kinds of medicinal herbs. Dazzling, dazzling, on the market can be called on the name of the medicinal herbs. It can be said that there are all kinds of. This long-established pharmacy really did not let Chen Yu disappointed. The area is spacious enough, the whole 2-story shopping mall type structure. In front of the door parked a number of trucks pulling medicinal materials. However, after utilizing the ability of his eyes to read the information of the excellent herb hall, Chen Yu slightly frowned as this medicine store was under the Lu family. In the antique street, during the gambling fight with Su Chonghao, he had targeted the unqualified Lu Yufu, who was the eldest miss of the Lu family's sideline. However, he didn't take it to heart. Even if he had a conflict with Lu Yufu, a visitor at the door was a guest, not so much that he would be thrown out. The receptionist was a young girl, with medium to high posture, quiet temperament, graduated from medical university, named Liang Ru, politely leading the two to inspect the medicinal herbs purchased by Ji Shi Tang. Although Lin Wanyi was not from a rich family, her father was a famous doctor in Ninghai, enjoying a good reputation, and along with her, she was also respected in the medical circle in Ninghai City. Seeing those medicinal herbs, even through the parcels, Chen Yu knew at a glance that they were all top quality goods. He had to secretly raise his thumbs up. Dr. Lin's personality is noble, and he is charging patients the least amount of money, but all the herbs he uses are of the highest quality. Unlike some unscrupulous pharmacies that charge expensive fees and substitute the best for the best, earning all the black-hearted money, Lin Wanyi since childhood to study medicine, for a variety of medicinal herbs is not unfamiliar. Inspection techniques professional, check about 20 minutes, very satisfied, delivery of the final payment, but she did not act, calmly looking at Chen Yu. After all, hundreds of pounds of medicinal herbs, she a girl cannot move. Chen Yu, a boy who is alive and well, cannot be brought for nothing. Chen Yu understood Lin Wanyi's meaning and smiled. I'll help you send it back later, but I still need to buy some bone-catching herbs. Liang Ru's eyes lit up and recommended. Bone setting needs herbs such as deer antler, musk, saffron, etc. Since you are Ms. Lin's friend, I can give you some discounts. I can't be the master of the house if I have more than that. Giving you a 10% discount will not be a problem at all. With a smile on his face, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude to Liang Ru, intending to pick some auxiliary medicines first, and the matter of the tiger bone would be discussed last. On the side, Lin Wanyi rolled her eyes. Che, the guy who doesn't know how to be grateful. You obviously dipped into my light and instead of thanking me, you expressed your gratitude to an outsider. Surely your character is not good. Chen Yu took out a pre-prepared prescription for a total of a dozen or so auxiliary medicines, specifically stating that they should be of the best quality. He was not short of money now, and to cure his good brother, he naturally had to choose the best herbs. Liang Ru nodded, took the prescription and turned around to choose the medicine. During the waiting period, Chen Yu was a bit bored as he surveyed the herbs on the shelves, and when he swept over a pile of yellow lingji, a piece of information popped up in his mind, causing his gaze to instantly freeze and his heart to rejoice in ecstasy. Really stepped through the iron shoes without a place to find. Get all the effort. Did not expect to be found by me? Gao Dakue also counted the fate should not be killed. Chen Yu forced down the excitement in his heart and pretended to be casual on the surface as he greeted. Ms. Liang, I suddenly remembered that I still have to choose a few more yellow lingji. Yes, feel free to choose. Liang Ru was puzzled in her heart. The yellow lingji was not very useful in treating broken bones. She did not know why Chen Yu wanted to buy it, but did not ask much. Chen Yu walked to the shelves and casually picked up a few Ganoderma plants. There was nothing unusual about them. However, when he picked up the last one, a lingji whose color was not quite the same as the unusual yellow lingji, the muscles in his hands visibly tightened and became cautious. The reason was simple. Because the one he held in his hand was the blood Ganoderma, which was rumored to be extinct and so heavenly that it was claimed to be able to reshape the human body's hematopoietic function. According to the legend, the blood Ganoderma should be as red as blood all over its body. But the real situation was not like that. The blood Ganoderma is a spirit medicine that grows under the acacia tree and is pale yellowish-brown in color. And it was only because its function in treating the blood was simply too powerful that it was named blood Ganoderma. Due to the dwindling number of acacia trees, the blood Ganoderma was declared extinct many years ago. Unexpectedly, the fish eyes were mixed within the yellow lingji by people of unknown value, and it happened to be discovered by Qingyu. So how could he not be excited? If it was someone else, he would have jumped up and down with joy. Fortunately, Qingyu had picked up the leaks many times. Tens of millions of treasures had been picked up, and his psychological quality had been honed. He took a few deep breaths, controlled his emotions, didn't move, and pretended to choose. Only after checking out could the blood Ganoderma completely become his personal possession. After waiting for another moment, Liang Ru selected the other herbs, cleared the price, and smiled. A total of $9,800. After 10% discount is, wait, who knows? Before she finished her words, she was suddenly interrupted by a rough middle-aged man. Chen Yu's heart thumped. It's hard to believe that this guy has discovered the blood Ganoderma I chose? Chapter 78, Picking Up Blood Ganoderma. Chen Yu was pondering over paying the money and getting the blood lingji in his hands when he was interrupted by someone for no reason. He twisted his head in extreme displeasure and looked towards the person who spoke. He only saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man of around 40 with thinning hair and a big belly, wearing a suit and in human form. He stopped in a deep voice. Liang Ru, how can you just discount? Liang Ru was aggrieved as she replied. Manager Qian, it was you who said that in order to solicit repeat customers, you can appropriately discount. My original statement was that big customers who buy herbs in large quantities can only enjoy discounts. This kid has only bought a few $1,000s. He is not eligible for a discount. Not a penny less of how much it should be. Manager Qian forcefully rebuked. He saw that Chen Yu was dressed in ordinary clothes and was a new face. The herbs he bought were all for treating broken bones, so he thought that he must not be a big customer. That is, it was a one-shot deal. There was no need to be polite. Chen Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was because of money. I thought I was going to rob my blood lingji. Liang Ru's face reddened as she was admonished, secretly glancing at Chen Yu. Her eyes filled with guilt. Lin Wanyi frowned, although she did not have much favor with Chen Yu. But after all, Chen Yu was brought by her, and Liang Ru was giving Chen Yu a discount for her sake. She herself had to stand up and say a few words before she could do so. She explained, Manager Qian, MS. Liang Ru only gave the discount for the sake of my father and I, so don't blame her anymore. Manager Qian snorted coldly and said, Miss Lin in the old divine doctor's face, Yu Chao Tang naturally has to give it, but we have rules. Not everyone can enjoy the discount unless they let old divine Dr. Lin come to see me in person. Although his voice was a few decibels lower, it was still very impulsive and he didn't have much respect for Lin Yuanshan and Lin Wanyi. He even offered to let Lin Yuanshan personally come over to speak to him, when he was really talking big. If Lin Yuanshan was in his prime, maybe he would have been a little bit scared. However, now that old divine Dr. Lin had withdrawn his needles into seclusion and did not ask about the world, there was nothing to be afraid of. You, Lin Wanyi was instantly annoyed, a flash of anger surfacing on her pretty face. These profit-oriented businessmen were truly detestable. It had only been a year since father retired, and his face had completely changed. Back then, when father did not have a sealed needle, he came to the door to make purchases, and this guy called out with a mouthful of divine Dr. Lin, practically kissing him more than his own father. Chen Yu, through the information prompts that surfaced in his mind, learned that this person's name is Qian Yucheng, the manager of Yu Chao Hall, Lu Yufu's cousin uncle, married but without children, behind his wife's back, raising a woman outside. Humph, another fox and tiger, just a dog of a big family. Chen Yu secretly sneered in his heart, but did not show it. The most important thing at the moment was to get the blood Ganoderma first. As for this fellow, who was not clean, if he wanted to clean him up, all he had to do was to move his lips. Chen Yu smiled at Liang Ru and said indifferently, MS. Liang, you don't need to be embarrassed. Since Manager Qian is unwilling to give a discount, there is no harm. I will pay the original price. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and transferred the money. The corner of his mouth hooked into a delighted smile. From this moment onwards, the heavenly treasure blood lingji officially belonged to him. Qian Yucheng hugged his shoulders and said sarcastically in a smug manner, Kid, count on you to know what you're doing. Obediently shell out the money that children can be taught. This is my territory, and no one dares to mess with it. Lin Wanyi's face was displeased, and her gaze towards Chen Yu added a few points of disgust. This matter is caused by you, but you do not come forward to say a few words, but also obediently pay the original price. Really wimpy, what a person. However, unexpectedly, this thought in her mind was formed in less than 3 seconds before it changed. Chen Yu got the blood Ganoderma lucidum, No longer scruples, backtracked and sneered, your territory? What a joke! Without the Liu family backing you up, you are nothing. You don't even know the herbs, besides relying on the store's size to bully customers and reprimand employees. What else do you know? Brat, what did you say? More than 10 years of operation had caused Chen Yuqing to invariably treat Yu Chao Hall as his own, and at this moment, Chen Yu's outburst had infuriated him. Daff? I said you are blind, missing out on the precious herbs for nothing. Chen Yu was not spoiling at all, his words killing him. Chen Yuqing's face reddened and threatened viciously. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I have soaked in the traditional Chinese medicine industry for half a lifetime, and I have seen more medicinal herbs than you have eaten. If you kid dares to speak out loud again, be careful, I'll let you have it all. Really? Then what do you see this is? Chen Yu gently pulled out the blood lingji with a sneer on his face. Chen Yuqing glanced at it and scoffed profusely. It's just a yellow lingji. It's only an unseen bumpkin like you who would take it as a valuable medicinal herb. You can have as many as you want. Chen Yu also laughed, his mockery intensifying. Wide your eyes to see clearly. This is blood Ganoderma, and you still dare to blabber about how much you want. I don't want much. 100 plants, bring it. What? Blood Ganoderma? At these words, Lin Wanyi, Liang Ru and Xian Yuchun were all shocked. Xian Yuqing took a closer look and felt that it was similar to the common yellow lingji, yet different. He gave a contemptuous cold snort and said with a stiff upper lip, Impossible, that's just the common yellow lingji. The blood lingji has already become extinct. If you dare to talk any more nonsense, I'll immediately ask the security guards to blow you out. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yuqing's eyes as if he was looking at an idiot, and laughed coldly, not seeing knowledge, but also swollen face. People like you are not qualified to mix in the traditional Chinese medicine circle. I can take a look. Lin Wanyi is very skeptical, took over the blood lingji. Seriously, watch some. Expression gradually become excited. Xian Jade handsome trembling. She took a few deep breaths and said with certainty, I'm sure this is not the yellow Ganoderma lucidum. On the surface it looks similar to the yellow Ganoderma lucidum, but part of the cap is missing. According to the information I've consulted, the cap of the blood Ganoderma is only half of it, and it's about the same shape as a kidney. The surface is light smoky in color with radiating deep wrinkles and fine downy hairs. It has a thin edge in the early stages of growth and thickens to a flat truncated, wavy shape in the later stages. The tube is darker in color than the flesh, with a rounded, dirty white mouth. All the features are exactly the same as this lingji. This really is blood lingji. Ever since she knew Su Minglong's strange disease, which required the blood Ganoderma to be completely cured, Lin Wanyi had purposely consulted the information on the blood Ganoderma and memorized it, not expecting to be lucky enough to see it today. And the more she spoke, the more excited she became. MS. Lin is right. In addition, there is another point. After the blood Ganoderma is damaged, the damaged part will be reddish-black in color. Don't believe you guys see. Saying this, Chen Yu pointed to the underside of the mushroom cover. Lin Wanyi fixed her eyes on it, and sure enough, there was a reddish-black broken spot underneath the mushroom cover, which was hard to find without careful observation. When she looked at Chen Yu again, her beautiful eyes were colorful, and she said excitedly, together with the point you added, I dare to be 100% sure that this strain is undoubtedly a blood Ganoderma lucidum. Your eyesight is too powerful. Admirable. At the same time, her impression of Chen Yu greatly changed. It turned out that Chen Yu's holding back was to get this blood Ganoderma first, and then hit his face hard, so that the dog-eyed Chen Yuqing could not say what he had suffered. After hearing this, Chen Yuqing's face became unusually ugly, the same as missing out on several $100 million. His chest was suffocating and he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 79, The Young Man Who Controls Everything. One must know that this was most likely the only blood Ganoderma in the world, which could be called a priceless treasure. If it was a powerful blood disease patient, they would definitely compete to bid for it, and Chen Yu, relying on the fact that it was a rare commodity, would set the price at random, starting at least at $10 million. Just Su family heir Su Minglong suffering from porphyria. Su family opened a 10 million day price for the purchase of blood Ganoderma lucidum. Ninghai City, the entire traditional Chinese medicine circle for the crazy. However, the treasure was close to his eyes, but was sold as ordinary yellow Ganoderma lucidum. Chen Yuchun wanted to die, shivering all over. This was a heavy blow he had never felt before in his life. People have already paid. Now it is too late to say anything. Chen Yuqing's intestines are remorseful, secretly regret in his heart. Why provoke such a fatal star? If he did not jump out to rebuke, Chen Yu was not stimulated, and definitely would not publicize this matter. At the very least, it can fall out of sight and out of mind. Not knowing, and not having to be on fire. Chen Yu, you are really awesome. Being able to pick up treasure in a medicine store, how on earth did you find it? Lin Wanyi no longer had the slightest bit of dislike, only admiration remained in her eyes. Liang Ru on the other hand, her entire body was dumbfounded. frozen in disbelief. Chen Yucheng was violently startled, pointing at Chen Yu, angrily asking, "You are Chen Yu, the one who humiliated my niece Lu Yufu in the antique street the day before yesterday? That Chen Yu?" In fact, he guessed it without asking. Young age, named Chen Yu, arrogant to the point of not putting the Lu family behind Yu Chao Tang in the eyes at all. The huge city of Ninghai, there can be a few? Chen Yu greatly admitted, counting you are not stupid. Since you know, I even Lu Yufu that uneducated stupid woman are not spoiled, let alone you a dog? You! Chen Yucheng was so angry that he was shivering, but as soon as he thought of the blood Ganoderma, it was as if his strength had been drained out of his body. So how could he be in the mood to talk back? His greatest wish right now was for Chen Yu to hurry and leave quickly. As long as the blood Ganoderma still appeared within his field of vision, his heart was like a knife. Who knows? Chen Yu didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to leave, put away the blood Ganoderma and said in a shocking way, "Blind manager, I still want to buy tiger bone, do you have it here?" Not to mention the person in question, Chen Yucheng. Even the onlooker Lin Wani's eyes widened, feeling incomparably shocked. You've hurt someone to this state, but you still want to buy herbs from them. You're not afraid of pissing off Chen Yucheng to death? Killing someone and killing their heart is just like that. Yes, yes, Liang Ru subconsciously replied, as she came back to her senses. Her admiration for Chen Yu had reached a point of no return. To be able to pick up a treasure in an old medicine store, saying it out loud, was enough to brag for a lifetime. Kid, don't stomp on your nose. Chen Yucheng instantly stormed out, itching to tear Chen Yu into pieces. Tiger bone. Only Yu Chao Tang in the city is authorized to sell it, but even if it is thrown away, it will not be sold to you. Die of this heart, unless you return the blood Lingji to me. Chen Yu did not take Chen Yucheng seriously at all, still teasing him as a fool. Hearing that there is really tiger bone, he must get it whatever he says. Although tiger bones are rare, they can be bought after all, while blood Ganoderma is rare in the world. Do you think I'm as stupid as you are? You're doing business and you dare not to sell your customers herbs. Aren't you afraid that the excellent herb hall won't be able to open? Joke, the excellent herb hall is owned by the Lu family. With you, a bumpkin, you dare to speak out of turn, not afraid of being laughed off the stage. Chen Yucheng coldly snorted in disdain, trying his best to taunt, looking for mental balance. Think it over, are you selling or not? Chen Yu teasingly urged, not for sale, even if it is for sale, you bumpkin can't afford to buy it, $800,000 a gram. Want to buy it to take the blood Ganoderma in exchange? Chen Yucheng opened his mouth with a lion's mouth, sitting on the ground and raising the price, with his mind set on getting the blood Ganoderma back. According to the most expensive market price, tiger bone is only 8,000 a gram. You dare to ask for 800,000, increase the price by 100 times. Too black, Lin Wani despised. Fighting for Chen Yu, women always appreciated capable men, and Chen Yu picking up the leakage of blood Ganoderma in Yu Chao Tang had changed her attitude towards Chen Yu a lot. At the same time, she also hated Chen Yucheng even more. Truly a man as his name suggests, falling into the eyes of money. His skills were not as good as the others. He missed out on the blood Ganoderma. He did not admit his failure. He even took advantage of the situation to raise the price. Too shameless. Chen Yu, don't buy it, even if you can't buy it in Ninghai City. With my father's connections, it won't be a problem to get some tiger bones from outside the city. It won't take long. MS. Lin, are you concerned about me? A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yu's mouth. Lin Wani offered to do herself a favor. This was the first time. It was too difficult. Bah! I don't want to see the adulterer get his way. Lin Wanyi's face flushed red as she hurriedly defended. Immediately after, Chen Yu slightly shook his head. He had already selected a dozen or so auxiliary medicines. The tiger bone was looking to be in his hands. The sooner he cured Gao Dukuwei, the better. He didn't want to wait for one more day. What's more, he didn't need to be an ingrate. He also had a way to get the tiger bone, only to see Chen Yu step, walk to Chen Yucheng, repeated for the last time. Are you sure? $800,000 a gram? Cut the crap, can't afford it and get out. Chen Yucheng's tone was firm. Since Chen Yu was begging him, he had to extort a fortune to make up for the loss of missing out on the blood Ganoderma. Good, then I won't buy it. After leaving the door of Yu Chao Tang, I'll go find my Yufan and tell her that last night, you lied about being entertained and went to Ding Sheng Hotel in Dongying. What kind of you did and which positions you used. Chen Yu suddenly ambushed Chen Yucheng's ear, and with a voice that only the two of them could hear, came to such a paragraph in a nonsensical manner. Chen Yucheng was shaken, staring at Chen Yu like a ghost. How does this kid know everything? He vehemently denied. Get lost, don't talk nonsense, Ing. The words did not finish. Chen Yu nonchalantly interrupted. According to the information prompted in his mind, whispered, Dong Ying, 24 years old this year, bar salesman of drinks, raised a teacup dog, You met her at the bar in March this year, and after that, you went behind your wife's back, hooked up with her, and also gave her $20,000 every month. Where does the money come from? I think you know very well. Behind the back of the proprietor. Private transactions with customers. Enough. Xianyoqing's face became like a pig's liver, hurriedly interrupting, fearing that Chunyu would continue to speak, and that the matter of keeping a lover in private and selling medicinal herbs in violation of the law would be spread. His wife was average looking with a bloated figure, but her family had some power. Back then, when he was able to get on the big tree of the Lu family, his old husband had a lot to do with it. Even now, he has made some achievements. He still doesn't dare to offend his wife's family. If he lets his wife know, he will lose his reputation. Not to mention, I'm afraid he will also have nothing. You followed me. How else did you know? Qian Yucheng viciously questioned, but in reality, he was panicking inside, feeling that Chunyu had long been calculating, as if he could control everything. What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of letting me track? Anyway, I just know that I haven't told anyone for the time being, but when I'm done buying tiger bones at $800,000 a gram, it's not certain. Chunyu sneered meaningfully. Qian Yucheng is not stupid. Heard which is full of threats, panicked and changed into a smiling face, fawning. Chen Gongzi, I'm just kidding. The market price of the tiger bone is 8,000. If you want me to, I can get a discount. Chapter 80, Going to the Palace. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, let's make a friend. I'll give you the biggest discount on the tiger bone, 6,000 a gram. The moment these words came out, Lin Wanyi and Liang Ru were stunned. What is this situation? Just a moment ago, the swords were still tense. How Chunyu and the Qian Yucheng ear said a few words. Qian Yucheng's attitude on a 180-degree turn, but also into the initiative to reduce the price to curry favor? Chunyu knew this would be the case. Think about a few dozen seconds ago. Qian Yucheng villainous crazy look, must be properly humiliated out of anger, so not slow to stretch out four fingers. What? $4,000 a gram. This is to my own life ah. Qian Yucheng straight cold sweat. Tiger bone, this rare medicinal herbs. How many people pay a high price cannot buy? The result to Chen Yu this, but also have to subsidize the money to sell out. Where to say reason to go? If you don't want to sell it, I won't force you. Goodbye. I'll ask Ms. Ma Yufan if she's selling it. Chen Yu said lightly, but in the ears of Qian Yucheng, but full of threats. If he really let Chen Yu go to his wife, he would not be able to reveal all his old secrets. He hurriedly pulled Chen Yu, smiling and pleasingly said, Mr. Chen, the price is negotiable, just according to what you said. 4,000 a gram. Chen Yu squinted out of the corner of his eye, teasingly said, Manager Qian, not right. Didn't you say that I'm such a bumpkin does not deserve a discount? Why are you rushing to beg me now? In front of the employees, being humiliated like this, Chen Yucheng's face was red for a while and white for a while, but the most vital handle was held in Chen Yu's hands, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. Pa! With a bitter face, he slapped himself and said in chagrin, It's me who has eyes but no pearls. The world unseen bumpkin is me. I still beg for Mr. Chen's forgiveness. I am not a petty person. Forgive you this time. Chen Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, then said, Go and weigh the tiger bones. I want half a caddy. Use up what you can't use up to make soup. Hiss. Qian Yucheng sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Half a caddy. Mr. Chen, you're not kidding. We don't have much in stock in total. You took half of it at once. For normal medication, a few grams is enough. More is counterproductive due to the medicinal properties being too great. Chen Yu even said that taking the precious tiger bone to make soup was too extravagant, comparable to the life of an emperor. What's more, the bottom price of the pharmacy is 5,000. Chen Yu every more by a gram. Money has Chengdu have to use private money to subsidize 1,000. Half a caddy 250 grams. That's 250,000 yuan. Lin Wanyi beside her looked dumbfounded. What exactly did Chen Yu say to Chen Yucheng, causing him to curry favor with Chen Yu in such a bottomless manner? However, she was becoming more and more appreciative of such a cynical and domineering Chen Yu. Noticing Qian Yucheng's hesitation, Chen Yu lifted his leg and wanted to leave again. Qian Yucheng once again blocked. Money is gone can earn again. Offended the yellow face of the family. He will have nothing. Helpless ruthless, personally went to weigh half a caddy of tiger bone. 250 grams of tiger bone, even with a 50% discount, but also a whole million. Chen Yu feel meat pain, but in order to let Gao Dukue early recovery, he did not shed. After paying the money, Chen Yu took the blood Ganoderma lucidum, tiger bone, as well as a dozen kinds of auxiliary medicine, satisfied to leave. Qian Yucheng personally saw him off and had the store clerk carry the herbs that Lin Wanyi had bought and send them to the cab. After Chen Yu left, Qian Yucheng's legs went weak and his entire body leaned against the wall, itching to cry. Today lost people and money, but also missed the blood Ganoderma for nothing. If I had known this, why did I provoke Xingyu this bogeyman? On the way back by taxi, Lin Huani became silent again, sneaking a few glances at Xingyu from time to time, feeling that Xingyu's performance in the pharmacy had given her a completely different feeling. Arriving at Ji Tang, Xingyu was just about to get off when he received a call from Qi Delong. Qi Delong brought two pieces of bad news. One was that Li Tianming did not report to the antique store today. His phone could not be reached and he played missing. No matter who is replaced, will not willingly give others as a slave. Li Tianming hiding as a turtle. Also in Chen Yu's expectations. The second bad news is that Li Tianming's daughter, Li Menghan, led the Su family, Chen Yu's Dean Tan Yonyan of their academy, as well as the museum's deputy curator, Jiang Wentao, to the door to force the door, demanding to see Chen Yu, to cancel the bet with Li Tianming. Chen Yu some annoyed, again looking for the door, really endless, actually also with Tan Dean, do not want to give me pressure, seems to really have to go to meet them. Hang up the phone. Chen Yu gave up the intention to enter the Jishir Hall brewing medicine, sitting in a cab straight to the antique street. Lin Huani originally wanted to let her father also look at the blood Ganoderma lucidum, did not think that Chen Yu had something to run quite fast, had to stop for the time being. In front of DeLong Antique Shop, there were already 3 layers of people, hearing that there was another challenge. They all came to see the fun. In the last 2 days, Chen Yu's fame in the antique street was very strong. The streets and alleys were full of rumors about his successive wins over Su Changhao, Li Tianming, and picking up $10 million of large leakage. Almost no one knows about it. Little Master Chen is here, a sharp-eyed person suddenly shouted out, and the crowd of onlookers exploded. The protagonist had finally arrived, and today, with the needle pointing at each other, there would definitely be another explosive drama to watch. Chen Yu smiled, calmly, and walked into the store through the channel that the crowd had voluntarily made way for. Qi Delong saw Chen Yu, a long sigh of relief. Fat face bloomed out a smile. Chen Yu is not present in the case. He faces the Su family alone cannot have much confidence. In the middle of the hall on the first floor, there were 3 men and 1 woman. One of the old man is Tan Yunyan. Another man of about 50 is the museum's deputy curator of the Yangtze River Wentao. Chen Yu picking up the blue and white December flowers cup, hat aside. The other man and woman were complete strangers. Chen Yu's eyes burned, scrutinizing the information of the two. The young beauty looked like a flower. Her eyebrows were like paintings. Her eyes were like autumn water. Her lips were like Dan. Her features were exceptionally delicate. Her figure was exquisite. Her temperament was cool. She was definitely a rare big beauty. Her name is Li Menghan, 25 years old, Li Tianming's only daughter, graduated from the archaeology department of Ninghai University. Since childhood, she has studied antique appreciation with outstanding talent, and is currently working in the Su family's antique company as an antique appraiser. At the same time, Li Menghan was also sizing up Chen Yu, her pretty face chilled, her eyes glowing cold, containing a powerful anger. Her father had lost to someone else as a slave, so she could not be angry. Chen Yu bristled, not caring about Li Menghan's gaze, and turned his head to look at another middle-aged man, dressed in traditional robes, with a serious expression. Wang Hai, 45 years old, Su Chenghao's aunt, into the Su family, specializing in porcelain appraisal, can be called a master level. After reading the information of the two, Chen Yu secretly annoyed. Su Changhao, that guy is really shameless. Lost the bet. Not fulfillment not to mention, but also 3 times to find someone to the door to retaliate. When I'm good to bully it. On the antique treasure appreciation, I cannot be afraid of anyone, no matter how many people come. I have to step on the feet, cheeks into a pig's head.